EMEA Kickoff.
Chat, hello, hello, how are you doing?
Kiko? Oh, you said that before it came up. D, Derke, and C, Derke even, and D, your teammate, Social.
Yeah,
I mean, it's either Kiko or Derke because they played the most games, right? They played in the grand finals, but I would say Kiko because Liquid came from the lower bracket.
You said that before we even saw his name. That's, I mean, that's kind of crazy ball knowledge.
Gio, incredible tournament.
You know ball knowledge.
Exactly.
Would you like to lock this in?
Yes, we lock B.
All right, let's see if his gut feeling was correct before he even saw the options. I think you're too good at this. You are definitely too good at this. It is correct. Once
with the
again,
prime, thank you so much,
at this point, as we take a look at how far away
thank you,
you
appreciate
are
that.
from Radiant, I think we need
to
give you harder questions.
VALORANT EMEA poster, yeah, I saw that.
I hope we have enough time.
So we might still get issues today, but I feel they're gonna fix it eventually.
You're very, very, very close, and you still have 2 lifelines. So my bet is you might be able to do this, Jumpy. You might be able to actually
finally Radiant. Ranked has been awful this season.
We'll talk about that later because I agree. Let's take a look at this question here for you and see if you know the answer.
Is Jumpy on the desk the whole time today?
Versus Gambit to qualify for Masters Berlin. Not traumatic at all. Scream played Reyna on Icebox. Who played Reyna for Gambit? Do you think Sliggy would know this?
If you would ask me which is the most painful loss of mine.
Yeah, this is the most painful.
One of those painful. It's either Chronicle or Shadows.
But your gut feeling was Chronicle.
Yeah, I think it's Shadows.
My gut feeling was Chronicle.
I'm pretty confident.
I would still go for Shadows.
It's Icebox, and Shadows would be the obvious choice.
Yes.
But why would you ignore your gut feeling? You were there. You played this game.
Yes, I was there. I have a feeling that Chronicle was playing Reyna sometime.
Trust your instincts, Yumpy. Trust your instincts.
Wait, can't
that? The analyst now to get everyone involved.
Okay, let's ask the analyst.
Yes.
Let's ask the analyst and get everyone involved. But Yumpy originally said Chronicle. Kakuka and Billy, who would you say?
It was rare. I was there, and it was Chron.
Was it?
I would say his gut was right. Billy?
I think you should trust Bear on this one.
I think if my gut and your gut are lining on this one, we should just go with them.
Do you remember it all too well?
All too well.
Well, then I think you have to trust
Let's go Chronicle, because I think I also remember Chronicle, but maybe Shadows played then in Champs.
I thought it was Shadows the whole time.
For sure he's played Reyna also.
Now,
but
would you like to lock it in?
Yeah, let's lock Chronicle.
Let's lock in Chronicle.
It was Chronicle for
Shadows
sure?
was the obvious choice here,
but in my opinion, it was Chronicle.
Yeah,
it was
dude, I thought it was Shadows.
But you said that instantly.
Yes,
so
because I remember it.
You gotta trust yourself more. 2 more questions to see if you get.
I deleted that game from my memory.
Is VALORANT agent
At least I tried to.
8?
What does this even mean?
Do you know? A, Omen, B, Cypher, C, Unknown, or D, Viper?
What is this?
50-50, please. I have no idea
what
does
you want a 50-50 before the last question?
Yes, because I have no idea what this even means.
Okay, let's use the 50-50. It's Unknown or Viper. So how many agents do you think we're currently sitting at roughly?
Probably 16.
Yeah, and number 8 was, what do you think?
What does Unknown mean?
It just means it's called, the name is Unknown. You know how it's Viper or Unknown?
What?
Alright, Yumpy.
I think we go Unknown.
He's gonna go
Agent
Unknown.
8 is the only missing agent. What is this weird law?
Viper was original agent.
Okay, let's
go last one.
Speed run. Let's speed run the last one, Yumpy. I need you to give it to me instantaneously when you see the question, okay? What is the most played map in VCT EMEA? He's locked in Ascent. Let's go for Ascent. Does he get Radiant or does he fail at the last
Either Ascent or lowest,
Oh, with 20 seconds left on the clock.
Dude, Ascent with the Turkish teams.
The game says,
and it's a lock. Ooh, what's lowest? Dude, that's the Fnatic.
It is not Ascent. Thank you so much, Yumpy, for playing with us here. We're going to let you rest for a bit and send this down
back
to
to
stage
silver.
and bring out the first 2 teams of this game. It is Koi and Gentlemates.
Wait, that's with Lotus being out of the map pool for a little bit as well. That seems fake. Nah, I think honestly it probably makes sense. Fnatic pretty much won EMEA from just dogging on people on that map. And everyone just didn't ban it against them. No one could play it. Hello, Fruit. There you go. The games for today, I mean, it doesn't really mean too much. Can Gentlemates qualify? No.
The playoff streams might be over for Koi and Gentlemates, but
they can still qualify? I don't think so, right? So they go head-to-head against Kickoff, Kickoff won.
So this game is still very, very important for them, which means the map pool are also equally important, and they, so far, doesn't seem too strange.
Banning that Ascent, now they go into the Lotus. They've done it in the past, and against a team like Koi that has picked this map a lot, it makes a lot of sense. They decide to go for Split, a map that neither of these teams have played, and I think that Icebox, Billy, it was compulsory to see in this best of 3.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think looking at this video as well, it's kind of difficult to judge what way Movistar Koi are kind of going to go in. We've only really seen the 4 maps from them this stage so far, so we could argue that they still have a couple of tricks up their sleeve. But yeah, I think when it gets to that Masters winner,
yeah,
that will be the interesting point.
Berlin 2021.
Had that OT loss against VIT, and this is
2021,
yeah,
it was 2021.
Movistar played in Kickoff and haven't decided to play it in stage 1.
And I think that Gentlemates, if we get to that 3rd map, have a huge chance of redeeming themselves, because it was that fracture that you're mentioning against Foot that went
Guys,
to
why are you asking me about politics and stuff? I don't.
Able to close, and ever since they have not been able to.
First of all, don't read the news or anything like that. I think it's best to be ignorant, to be honest.
That didn't win a map the entire season.
If you can.
You might think, oh, maybe KC back in the days, Koi,
Second
etc.,
of all,
they at least won a map or a
in my
match.
opinion, even
So I want to
stuff.
make sure that Koi do that today. Could it be Split? Who knows? Because honestly, I didn't mind the comp.
Milanister, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 3 months. Thank you, thank you.
I don't mind the comp either. I think that for them it's a little bit more of comfort, and I think that if there is a map that they could win, is that Icebox. That's why I think that that's the way we could get to Fracture.
Yeah, I think so. I think coming into this split though, we are going to see Click on
this
that
is
door.
becoming the meta
Okay,
comp.
that's interesting that they've decided to switch that up there, and I wonder if it is a confidence thing. I mean, Click hasn't been performing in the best sort of way. We kind of saw him perform well in Kickoff and then kind of fell off a little bit throughout stage 1. So yeah, I wonder if that's a comfort thing or what the thought process is here by having him on that yard.
We have been promised in the past by Gentlemates that Click is going to have one of those stellar performances. It could be today, you know.
Match for last place, yeah, kind of.
But from very determinant for their mental coming into
no matter what. Oh, actually, that's a good point.
Koi
win this, they don't get last place, which could actually
now they casted
change up the
every
groups
single round of the
first.
longest VCT game in EMEA history. Yesterday, they've hydrated, they are back, they have emotionally recovered, and they've agreed to do it all over again. So send this over. I'm going to send this over to your casters, Mitch and Tom. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Insu. Give me 48 rounds of Cadavra right now.
I was about to say, all over again. She's first talked about, oh, the Koi, I'm making
it
sure
seems
Koi
not qualifying
get a
now.
victory.
These teams are done.
Doing it all over
There's
again.
rumors,
I'm starting to think
rumors that this
Sue might be
changes.
writing this script,
At least in the Koi camp.
I don't know whether she wrote it or whether she's reading off of it, but promising a long game here today. And look, both of these teams, they may not have playoffs to play for, but they certainly have pride on the line.
Stage 1 results, they don't carry on stage 2, no, but they will matter in terms of who gets what seed, in terms of who is playing in what group.
Starting out on Split.
So it might change a little bit.
A lot of positives to look at. And I think certainly on the Gentlemate side, expectation-wise, is it a 2-0?
Well, considering the opposing team
America's
is
Clash
yet
today,
to
12-hour
win
stream, yeah,
a
I
single
think
map,
it's pretty much on the cards.
Statistically, yes, but I do think going into this, there's a good
Okay,
opportunity.
we've got Koi in defense, we've got Gentlemates on
Realistically,
attack.
all pressure is off. I think there's, with rumors, there's very much potential.
Yeah,
we
it
don't see
doesn't
this roster in
really
this
mean
form
much,
once again,
this
so
one.
I think we've seen them get very close to winning maps and then
Definitely
sort
some
of
people
choke
in
down
Koi are
on them,
playing
so
for
I
their
have hopes, and also going into a map where last
time in
out
tier 1,
Click was
I guess.
0 and 8 in opening duels. So we'll have to wait and see if he has a slightly better performance here today.
Lots to keep an eye on for Gentlemates. You've seen the birthday buff. It's McWanker's birthday. And of course, although he's not on the server, hitting those shots, maybe those inspirational words from the birthday boy will help them out along the way. For Movistar Koi, defensive start on Split. Icebox is their pick.
It's kind of
so
nice from Gentlemates to
the
get one
side,
inserted over towards Heaven.
Put up the rounds here on Split.
They do
Already
have
there's been a bit of a
Dom,
pump fake
again
from
Drone.
Pressure
Plays
towards
all
this
the
A
Heaven.
site. The drone's going to spot one towards the
And
top
the
of
wall
ramp, but
wasn't
the
up
idea
here
is
as
to
well,
take
so they
the spike
can
back
pretty
to
much
middle
clear
and
full
contest
info
there
here. They
with
know it's
3
this one.
players rotated into Heaven. Movistar Koi have left be a little bit lighter and puts a lot of pressure on Flya to keep this mid control.
Yeah, he saw the last
It's a weird
one.
way to
So there's at least some
like when they clear here, I think he needs to be
Solcast
popping
in
the
a pretty
smoke.
solid position, looking to try and hold the line.
Nice
First
shots.
goes his way, second as well for Solcast. Kicking things off with a bang and looking for a little bit more. He's going to run out of bullets.
He did good damage
but
there.
He's bought a lot of time. 17 seconds.
And that's the round done with the spike here now.
He got there in the end, and well, the clock is all but
This is something I was saying about Koi. Their pistol record is like really bad, but honestly, if they can win some pistols, they might.
Let's just end it here.
Yeah,
Might
1-0.
actually
There we go, done.
start winning
Off to
some games.
Icebox
We're
now.
going to offset yesterday's map, and
It's like you were saying, Sue's trying to rig the result. Looks
He
like
did-
you're doing
he
with
did
us.
legs yesterday,
What's that
Reprobate.
about?
I'd like Koi to get a map.
That's what I. A step in the right direction.
And they're both out, so I'm allowed to be biased.
A step in the right direction.
Schmarky with the
pistol
prime.
round
Thank you with
under
the 3
their
months,
belt.
mate. Thank you,
And now
thank
the
you.
investment, it's going to be a heavy investment indeed. Flyer, who's playing around
Which
mid
seems more
with a
likely to win the
Judge and
series. The
rest
series
of
is
the
actually
squad
very
on field,
close.
I
Most people would
suppose,
say
on the Marshall.
Gentleman's are like
Everybody
heavy
else
favorites,
with
but
Bulldogs to play with.
I think it
does
should be
mean
pretty
that the margin
close.
for error is very
Koi,
low. You don't want to see players going down to
Again,
these
Koi can't
pistols.
win pistol
At
rounds.
least to start, Philo's able
They've
to
never
make
had
it
good
out of
starts
that
since
initial
pretty much any of their
utility
games.
dump.
Apart from like 2
Good
maps, maybe.
spray through the smoke's going to catch Zipan.
Expectation here for mates is nothing. They
Who do
don't
you think is the
invest into
problem
this
in
round
mates?
at all.
You
Save
realize it's not
purely for
necessarily
the
always
round.
like who
Felix
is an
doesn't have
issue.
the best position for a Marshall,
Like I
but
think
I've said
Apex
that
can be a
before.
good
He still
example.
managed
Like
to get a couple,
I don't think
and
their
then
issues
Rubinho
is
is there to
individuals
clean up
really.
the mess. What
I think
they've
they don't
lost
play
really isn't much at all.
VALORANT
It's just
great.
that Marshall is the lowest value weapon, and they'll keep everything
think
else going
the,
forward. A very good start for
I think just looking for
Movistar
players
Koi.
to be
Something I
the
kind of want to
issue
touch on a little bit
isn't
is
always the
I'm
right
a
way to
little
do
bit
it.
surprised by the map choices. If you go off previous results,
Gentleman's going to
both
playoffs
of
now.
these teams weren't particularly good. A 6-13 defeat versus Liquid.
Click's been underperforming
5-13
though. I'll give you
defeat,
that. That is true.
versus Liquid. So I guess that one extra round was enough for Gentlemates to think, oh, this is our map.
Well, you know, you lose or you learn.
Sometimes
right?
it's the coach, yeah.
Investment coming back through
Sometimes
from
it is the
Movistar
coach.
Koi is going to be onto an outlaw, having lost themselves a Marshall. Rubinho, the one to take that for the B hold, and a decent bit of potential if they can land some damage early. But Gentlemates have gone full shields. Of course, it's a very healthy investment.
Warning shot.
We got the bait over towards mid as well.
Oh,
Dude, think about it, Zipan. He was trying so heavy to shoot this drone. Why are you not checking this corner?
For that Viper to do some damage late
You've been
round.
playing the game for 5 years.
It's just the control
You must
itself.
realize that someone's over the
Click.
top going to
His
shoot a drone
opening
here.
duel statistics don't seem to be improving, as he has fallen once again.
Well,
And in this
3
round,
pass
it's
and
much
stack.
more of a problem.
And at one point as well, we can carry on
Rotation
going
already
fast
in
behind with the
thick and fast
judge.
With that sniper set up on B, 3 players now ready and waiting over on this A site. There's not really much of a surprise here from Gentlemates.
And when Flash
Very
goes
much
in,
ready
still
and
not through the
waiting for this
choke
push
point
to
on
come
this.
through. Let's see if the weaponry disadvantage plays a role.
This
The
is getting a
Bulldogs
little scary.
up against the Vandals.
Is
that
it
are in
Omen
play on the
smoke
other
coming
side.
here as
They're
well?
coming through them with ease, it seems. The decoy used, but not to great effect.
Dude, 20
Damage
seconds,
done
double
onto
side
mid,
hold.
leads to
Shadow
man
still has a
advantage
flash.
Still held. This is going to be a tough side push. Whether they even know the rotations have come through, that there's so many players. Okay, Breach utility goes out, 12 seconds. They've dropped Breach, don't know about Solcast.
No,
They
boss.
found him just in time. The plant will come through, and well, Gentlemates bailed out of a bad situation because of
Yeah,
those
they
misses.
just didn't really play together there.
It seemed like that was a really good opportunity. Now Zipan's late lurk leaves it all on
Rudy,
to Rubinho.
Rudy 244 with the prime. Thank you
Mitch's
so much,
favourite
dude. Thank
gun
you
in
for doing it.
hand.
Appreciate the
Two in
prime
one
usage.
shot.
Just like Mitch, this probably isn't going to work.
Well, Rubinho's looking to make it a bit more palatable after the first, but that was Kamek. Needed a headshot onto him. 150 health keeps him alive. Stop smiling, Tom. I don't like that.
You really wanted that to work.
I really did.
That's so bad.
I really did.
Do you think Bonko will get signed during stage 2? Yeah. I'm surprised he hasn't been signed already, to be
2-1.
honest.
Well, you've been on the watch party, so you're basically halfway there.
Yeah.
Although I don't think you're very popular over there.
No, well, listen, I've redeemed my reputation a little bit, I suppose. They enjoyed my Spanish skills. Can't debut them here.
I imagine teams
Well, yeah,
are
especially 'cause I'm
already
sure
in
Spanish, you
talks
know
with
exactly
him,
what you're
I would
saying.
say,
You can't get away with it.
Alberto's in my
just
ear.
in case.
But 2-1. That
I
was
can think of a couple of
decent attempt,
teams.
though, from Movistar Koi. Good damage done. The bigger investment in round 2 gives them decent weaponry for the next. The Outlaw managed to put a few dents in Gentlemate's economy for this one, as they have to invest pretty deep. And light shields with damage on Zipan as well. Light shields for Mini. That's Gravino in with a chance if he spots either
Liquid?
of those players.
No, Liquid
early on.
coaches
They
are
brought the
legit.
Outlaw back into action.
Out goes Little Bud again. Just in case.
Just in case,
No
yeah.
one taking the chance after Dirk's shenanigans at kickoff, so just making sure they haven't got too much ground. It's very slow and tempered.
Talk about Bonkar, yeah. I think
Trying to
if you're
just take
Bonkar as
control
well,
across
you
the
at
map,
least wait
work the
for
space and see if they can find
you
any
wait for
aggressive positioning,
all
but
regions
there
to
really isn't
finish
much. Other than maybe
their
A
stage.
main, you could argue. Flyers off angle here could be a nasty surprise. Not quite
Do
connecting the
the
shot though.
this flash.
There's an opening duel for Click on the attack. Nice to see. Zipban with the trade keeps numbers in their favor. Here comes the Outlaw swinging in, and it's Zipban shutting him down at 2v3, and the defender's offside.
Once he loses heaven, should he be either playing spawn or playing back a site? Yes, he
nice
should
and
be.
close, and he has support as well. They
Especially
go
with
for
his
that
gun
deep
there.
swing.
Like with his gun there, he's got to either
Now for
TP to back
Filu.
a site,
He
or
could
he's got
even
to go
decide to
here,
just
in
save
my
this
opinion.
weapon through to the next.
I just don't think he can ever do
1v3's
too
not
much
looking
on
likely.
site with
No
that.
one's
Or he's
tagged
just got to peek
low,
over
and
towards B
Zipban-
main. Basically anything other than what
We
he
know
did.
On the Movistar Koi side, you just hit tab, you know that he's got his ultimate, but we can even see salvos are online. There's a stun for Kamek. They've reset
Coach
into that.
FNS?
Well,
FNS wouldn't
I say
coach.
passive
I think it'd
post
be...
That's not quite passive, and it's not like
It
he needs
doesn't
orbs either.
it doesn't
But yeah,
really cure the
Zipban's just
itch for
feeling
competitive play enough.
Yeah, and that's a good sign. Like you look
And
back
it's
to
very
the series he
stressful.
played last
It's a
week
lose-lose
versus
situation
VGL,
majority
10
of the time,
and
especially when he
36
has like
across the series.
an
So I had a
incredibly
very,
successful
very
stream
rough
waiting
time.
for him.
And we've seen
so.
that a few times.
don't think
I
he'll do
believe
that.
there was a map as well where a mini
He'd be
got
good
only
at it, but
2
he wouldn't do
kills. Like these stars that we've sort of talked about on this mates roster that they've slowly been building, at times have just gone completely missing. So I think a map that Zipan's always been particularly comfortable on. You think back to FPX, NAVI, this was one of their strong suits, and him picking up the Teo gets him that little bit more aggressive. And 6-2, he's already 4 kills away from the entire series of last week.
That's not a great metric, really, is it?
What's my predictions for Pipson? What do you mean? I think Giants are going to keep him, if that's what you're asking. It looks like they're...
Weak investment from Movistar Koi. Of course, they've got themselves the
Looks like they're
Vandal
confident
saved
with
through by
the
Filu. rest
2
of the
UCAM
squad,
pickups.
though, just on pistols. Something tells me this could be a little bit of a bumpy ride for Gentlemates. Movistar Koi always a team that show up when you count them out historically, and well, this is one of those rounds where I would count them out.
Well,
Purple runner, from what I've seen, I would...
Boy,
it's hard, man. They both struggled on maps. I don't know. I haven't seen enough. Probably from what we've just seen, I would choose runner. That's about it. But it's not like I feel super confident in that. Runner looked pretty good on Ascent, and it just looked like he hadn't had practice on Lotus.
Always had very good
So I can't really be too angry about it. But I don't know. It kind of depends how they've been doing in practice and stuff.
They have just heard them running through the spawn, and because of that, I think they're a little bit more hesitant of which direction they're going, and in fact, they are now heading towards B.
22 months, Naki Token as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate the time. Thank you for that.
Taken by Gravino here as he steps back out. Cadam is holding him from up top. Survives the first blast at least.
Well,
He's completely
get a
surrounded.
lot
No
here.
way out. Deep push from Click. It's a risk up against pistols,
Opening kill.
but it's an opening pick. Exactly.
Clean.
dude, look
as
at
well.
Minnie's been holding this
And he's
the
got
whole
held in
time.
here. Gravino eventually falls, and a big play towards the spawn. The rifle on Filu, though, the one that you've got to watch out for. Solkas pops the head of Click.
Called it.
Mechanically,
Rifle
who
goes
is
to
better?
Shados. The question here
Depends if you
comes
talk about
down to
pracs or
damage.
officials.
Well, I mean,
In
now they've got
practice,
2
Purple is
rifles as
definitely
well.
better.
You
Yeah.
just go and save
In
them.
officials,
And that's exactly what they're going to do.
it probably is runner.
Yeah. Chances of winning a 2 versus 4, even with the upgraded weaponry.
We've
it's
never seen the
almost zero.
full
Especially with an open
Purple
pond like that on
potential.
B, you'd have to clear all of heaven and everything else in between, so they have just decided, hold on to the guns. It's a little bit of bonus cash going forward. Maybe if they want to get an operator in. We've already seen them run an outlaw on Gravino. And hey, Kamek's even going to help them out a little bit going down to the spike.
Always nice to get a helping hand. 2-3. Early game sees a timeout from Movistar Koi. Not happy with how things have gone so far. You win the pistol, the follow-up, and then there's a few bumps in the road. But
Scrim
more
leaks?
importantly,
No, I'm
you're
just
coming
I'm
into
talking
a
about
round
when we
where
used to scrim them.
important ults are coming online for Gentlemates.
And
Some
then
are already
I've heard
there.
it's a similar thing.
The same can be said for Movistar Koi with 3 ultis 2 of which can be used in decent
Dwarman,
combination.
thank you so much for the Prime as well. Appreciate the 6 months. Thank you, thank you.
And the Armageddon rain down hell upon them. We'll see what the coaching staff has up their sleeve for this one. So far, it feels like at least once those rifles come out, the confidence is sky high for these Mates players. You're seeing Click find those opening duels. You're seeing these deeper approaches to post plants, pre-plants as well, with Kick pushing into spawn in the last round. That overconfidence is something that certain teams will be able to punish quite easily.
Yeah, and I also say as well, for Mates, they're probably one of the few teams that has been eliminated that can actually feel like they were within a chance. Like,
I mean, maybe Dust, but if they've been working with them,
I think
I think there's some people that
14-12, they lost one 18-16.
will always
they were
have
a squad that had some very, very close games. I will say after they lost in overtime, every second map they got smashed. Like, that happened pretty much every time. I think maybe the mental side of things is something they need to work on a little bit more. But you're going to come into this series actually looking at this as, okay,
all right,
we can get a champs point. That might help us going
Timeout.
I think for Movistar, as I said,
After
with rumors that are going around, there's
the
going to be some more
3 buy rounds in a row,
so
they can't play Vents. Well, at least Yori's playing
Some
Vents.
maybe wanting to
I was going to say, they can't play Vents because of the ult, but Yori can obviously TP out of there.
Where they'll go next.
It's always dangerous to play in Vents when you're up against that salvo combo, but luckily there is that gate crash to fall back to. The util found its way into Fielu.
That's mad that he gets that.
Running through an orb. I think he was vulnerable too.
Dude, everyone's doing a complete madness.
It is answered back on by Flya at least, but yeah, indeed, that was through a snake bite and an orb. Look how low Click is even after the decay fades away. That's a ballsy play, and I think again feeds into that point that they are feeling massively confident.
Under pressure.
Whoa.
Rolling Thunder.
Tail or into breach over towards Heaven.
I'm surprised they don't do the combination the other way around.
Yeah,
I agree, but
yeah, either at the same time or you Rolling Thunder and then do it behind so that it hits a stun player. But I guess just wanting to make sure
at least get the sight here. Then don't get
clear,
good plant. Clickers is all.
Instead, now they have to deal with the ultimate on the other side.
Damn, there might have been some nice shots there.
Deleted a couple of players. The star power of the IGL shining through once again. And
Koi getting absolutely wrecked in the buy round. So this is a good understanding from Gentleman's though. 3 people that can't buy if they win it.
Click when playing the Raze.
Or if they lose it,
sorry. With 0 and 8 in opening duels.
C9 against Sen, it should be really close. I still think the C9 have been overall playing better, more consistently or more maps, but doesn't mean they're going to win.
So even if this is just like, okay, this is a confidence mover, this is me proving how good I can be, I think that has its value as well.
Oh, 100%. Just to build him up as an individual. And like we're saying, the overconfidence perhaps early on, it's not being punished. The fact that a man just ran through a snakebite orb with a player holding from inside a vent, that flash I don't think even caught him. No, it didn't. And he still wins the duel. That is just phenomenal. Now, a little over-eager perhaps from Kata, trying to take the Heaven control. They're pincering that aggression. Oh, that is nasty.
Second shot's nice.
Get that again in slow motion. The headshot on the second, too. That's what we like to see. All right, well, that's one way to motivate the boys. But yeah, for Movistar Koi, they just faced into a very weird setup. The fact that the ults are timed in the way they are to Click the space on backside and maybe a fight.
Ave, yeah, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the 10 months as well. Thank you for the Prime. Thank you so much. Oh, that is.
That stun didn't hit.
We talked about overconfidence. You see,
yeah, I mean, he thought the stun was gonna hit. I guess it looked like he committed before the stun had even gone through. But
I did not expect him to stick around. Maybe to take a gate crash. Maybe to get to cover before.
The stun should be hitting though.
Well, it's being punished now.
I think that the stun was close, so maybe just a slight misread. But also, I guess once your team commits, you just go, okay, I'm committing. I'm hopefully gonna hit this shot and just take the risk. We see a lot of duelists at the moment taking some pretty hefty gambles when it comes to Yoru, so I'm not really too mad about that, but finding a response.
He wouldn't have gone the kill. He timed it pretty well. Like the stun, once it hits you initially, still messes up your aim like first time. He probably would have got the kill.
Last time out.
The stun was definitely rough.
And with Shados not isolated, but if
that's way too strong, Phoenix.
Might be left in a slightly more troublesome position. Counter salvos, though, will buy the additional time needed to get a third person to cover off that Heaven position.
It's important. You can easily see the wrap back to B if there was a bit more time on the clock, but now 20 seconds as steps are heard in Heaven. This is clearly an A committal. Boots on the ground, ready and waiting for the play to come through. It's Grabinho and Flya. Grabinho under pressure again, but look at the amount of backup he has.
Yeah, a bit of a rough round for Gentleman's there, really. But, nice from Goy. Get a lot of money in there, 4 people surviving. No armory buy.
Gentlemates stalling out a little bit. And the other thing is, having committed so many of their ultimates in one of the previous rounds, they don't have a lot to fight back immediately with this. Whereas a bit of conservation.
Yeah, the tunnel vision's pretty insane though.
Dimensional drift for early info, and
they didn't even go spot the Euro over towards Saint.
I think this could
the variety in
Gentlemates trying to be a bit disruptive.
Euro ult at the moment is so different team to team.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's Filu.
Nice shot.
Click is lucky to still be standing. 26 health. Viper's Pit blocking off B. A lot of the time you'll see that placed into middle. Not allow for those splits to be anywhere near as easy. Instead though, holding on to B main. It has been a pretty contentious part of the map so far, but wow, there's no surprise there's going to be a response into mid.
It's completely abandoning that. You know as well, Flyers being the guy up and around heaven. Salvo sent through. They're down below though, so safe up top is Grabinho. Solkas, the challenge on his hands, and he delivers.
Yeah, he did great.
Steps up to the plate for a
Another time where he gets more than he should have, really.
Chance now for a little bit more with a reposition.
Dude, you know when like the Omen smoke goes and it like kind of flashes them? That's a bug, right? Or is it like meant to be there?
Get out of there, a valuable pick. Now double the numbers. And an idea of where the spike
been in
was
the game
heading.
for the
so
whole
Filu
time.
Sticks around, sights on that choke point, and an easy trade-off.
Easy spot for Canada to try and fight back from. 30 seconds. He can now teleport
doable
to the
with
B
the ult.
side.
Oh, this was fast though. To see Grabinho? Grabinho is really fast on this.
Steps will be heard. He's going to try and bait Grabinho into the
Oh, it's actually crazy doable.
That's not
You get a good amount of time, you can pass safe.
1 versus 2, but that time really is low. 14 seconds.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but
Flyer is nearby, but
it's away of it.
Won't make the same mistakes as a teammate once did. He does give the 1v1 duel, but this time
some questionable decisions, but all good.
Aggressive play there. The 2v1, they can easily play off each other. You've got the op coming back through and Filu with an ult to try to find him if they needed the extra information. So getting ahead of it. Especially though in the 1v3.
See what I mean about the Omen smoke there? They could like
he got hit by an
reflashed him again. We're watching Americas later for sure.
In the end, and you saw a sigh of relief from the coaching staff after the
Big
previous
game
round,
tonight.
but now connecting 2 in a row. A little bit of a heater from Movistar Koi early on.
It does still make me a bit nervous.
He tried to take a time in the smoke heaven, yeah.
Ultimately still just 1v1.
Well, yeah.
Like that.
I don't mind Grabinho though, because he can cancel the plant there. He can win the round. A lot of the time, Cat is just going to stick that.
Maybe if
it was anyone.
I think he was too far away though if he'd stuck it.
I'm a C9 believer? Yeah, I'm a C9 believer.
I don't know. I'd rather.
I think they're playing way too good right now.
They gave him the one sort of opportunity he had to take it, and then the same thing from Flyer as well. All in all, job got done. Now we look back at the credits, really thinning out for Gentlemates. In fact, Kada already down to a Guardian, although that might be more by choice. He does have a few extra credits left in the bank. Viper's Pit.
Yeah, they've got a free sight.
Yeah, versus the dimensional.
They can retake with the Euro ult.
Not quite as valuable an ult as you might think.
Oh, here's that.
But it's time to take space for Gentlemates. But look
Guys.
at Solkas. He's crept his way through. Somehow doesn't connect the kill. Zipan survives and Mini punishes before it gets out of hand. The re-peek from Shados. It is.
Let's go for 3.
1v1
yeah,
battle.
and it's like, well, we can't really retake with our ult now.
Coming down ramp, it looks like the same thing. Grabinho miles
Oh
ahead,
boy,
and he'll lose the fight. No
this
trade
aim,
possible.
this aim off is not the
It's
one,
not
man.
what we'd like to see. They're grouped up a little bit. The snake bite separates
Angels
them. And
that
look
they
at the
should have
damage
won.
done.
We put the X's all
Back
in
to
a
back to
line.
back.
So
That's really,
desperately
really
low.
rough.
They're saving. They're calling the run back, but the thing is, mates have already read that. They're starting to wrap around. Click's got a lot of space.
Whiff, yeah,
towards
is a
heaven.
whole
He's
round
hearing
loss
them
from
run down
whiffs.
bottom mid. And that's the, oh, well, Kamek's got to get his weapon out very soon. That's a bit of a mistake.
Guys, I think we should swing A ramp. I've got an idea. Definitely not gone to plan. and hoping that each individual player could catch a timing. Yeah, they are literally right next to each other. That's the first, or that's two of them, and then one was obviously the third, Gravidio, a little bit further down the ramp, but yeah, disjointed from Koi, and well, fool me once, shame on me. I don't know what happens when you get to the third.
No, like, especially we saw the rotation come through, and I can understand you had one player, Filu, with an AWP holding up top, waiting for the peek further deeper into main that probably would come off the back of that initial fight. Now, if your guy on ramp wins that battle, you might get 2 picks out of that situation. You could be back to a 3v3, but again,
that's the mental killer right there. Yeah, maybe. Especially if they lose this round, it's going to feel pretty demoralizing.
You can look for the trade together and have that all posted. More so the first 2 fights.
Cost the FCHO. Still a lot of time.
Big mistake that got punished immediately. Snake bite to slow, but Cat has already passed it. They're looking to get aggressive in heaven. Movistar Koi have a setup for it though. Paranoia is good. No way out for Click. He's caught, but Kata swings through. Almost catches Gravinho through the smoke. That's a good return. Numbers back to equal footing, but Filu with the AWP. He's got a good position. He's got cover from Gravinho as well, and the ult's going to be used.
What's the 2 on site? Gravinho's in a really rough spot.
He's using it to retreat, but he's kind of left Gravinho behind. He'll at least keep that man advantage going, and more importantly, the space that has been garnered. Mini, though, from above, we know how deadly this guy can be.
Swing?
A quick double.
Ah, it's so late. Oh, he hit that.
This guy's crosshair placement is literally perfect.
A really nice shot. The last is probably the nicest one.
That's a nice closeout to the round. But taking a look back in the replay, you can see decent setup to start with.
Split an Icebox. I'm honestly not too sure on this one. I mean, I went for general mates with this, but I don't really know about maps. I didn't look too deep into it.
Let's go. Guys.
You're doing alright on your own. I'm just gonna leave. I'll see you later.
The stakes for today's games, not the highest until we get to Americas.
You are dead. Like, the chance of you hitting that flick, so he tries to reposition, but it kind of maybe seems that maybe communication was off a little bit.
Gravinho's coming in like, I've got your back. I'll be there with you. Wait, where are you? Where'd you go? Well, Movistar Koi pushing mid early on, getting aggressive on the defensive side, and it's netted them an opening pick. Cadaver the one to fall. Those smokes now pretty much out of the game. It's just the orb that can be positioned by Mini and the wall that he's already put down. He's looking to take an opening for themselves. The walk into sight is risky. No one's spotting it, but there's a breach just there, just seeing them.
Oh my goodness,
why? The came out from Shados. That is a disaster.
God, this team actually melts, don't they?
And Movistar Koi took heaven control, fought down to ramp, but it's almost worse for Filu. He's surrounded now. Players can come from both sides. He finds one, but it's traded out. Click grabs one on site, and it's a 3v1. Early aggression was great, Tom, but that gap that they left on A so quickly exploited by
God, they just got so owned in the buy rounds. But, I mean, Koi just makes so many individual even mistakes, or they just lose angels, so they should be winning.
I think he's there.
I feel like they're just so mentally out of it as well.
But again, it just seems like a lapse in communication in those moments where you have a guy heaven who's not watching.
What is that?
At all. You have a guy sight.
Unless it's like a mouse bug or something.
Yeah,
but
the guy. That's what I mean. They literally turned at that moment and go, he's just let off a stun from the site.
Think about how long he wasn't holding that.
Are they online again? Yeah.
I mean, prepping a stun.
There's no KD.
But that's what I mean. I feel like it must then be miscommunication that he thinks the guy heaven
no
is
tech
watching
yet though,
but and then he's the same
still
the other
good
way
the whole day.
That's disastrous.
The Koi just need to win pistols narrative. Yeah, that's literally in the bin, isn't it?
He gets one on one side, he gets one on the other. He's literally got a kill on each extremity. That's the duelist you want. The quick switch ups. And what, the TP?
Oh,
got worried for a second, but this time the site hold from Shados has worked out. And that is the spike in the corner of the site.
It was an audacious play, but Kata probably assumed that Shados would have a stun out the whole time. So, fair enough. He found out that
he got 5 on defense with a pistol against the solo Yoru.
Primary equip. Final round soldiers are going to be thrown at this, and a
decent
decent read of where Mini might be.
Doing a free area.
He knows that's a clone behind him. Finds the first. Fly it down. Rolling Thunder, though, that's going to end the round. Surely Shados hot on his tail.
That was a good attempt, dude. 5 with a pistol is pretty rough here. They had their chances as well.
On split. Movistar Koi they've done well, winning the pistol and sprinkling a few more rounds throughout. Let's see how their attack side goes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Movistar are going to be able to turn this. At times, they have definitely been within this map. We'll have to wait and see until after the break.
Shados, I mean, yeah, he is a beast. Normally, it's definitely, I don't know, it's hard with Shados because it's like he hasn't been great, I guess, for a while. You've seen what he's done in the past, and it could be down to team stuff. And he's often getting played in different roles that he used to play as well. So there's always that. Mental also, yeah, it could be that also. It also was a while ago, so you never know. Who's been Koi's best player this year? Vilu? Guess? Zero minimum with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 18 months. Thank you for doing that, mate. Games are mad for playoffs now. Both these teams are out. And honestly, the champ points don't even matter for these two teams. Like, even if they came third in the next playoffs, I still don't think they would have enough to go to champs. So they're kind of just like fully out. The stage one was just too rough for them. Uncle Nyan as well. Thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 7 months. Thank you for that.
As we're starting on split, Gentlemates pick Icebox up next. That's where Koi wanted to take the battle, Tom.
You seen King say he's going to go back to IGL on Lev? I mean, they got a lot of time, I guess, so that's not the worst.
Not really, no. I would be surprised if they're able to do it.
There's like they're just
especially versus Liquid,
swapping and changing though.
Going into the attack.
Yeah, as long as they commit, I don't really mind. Haste with the Prime, thank you for the whole year as well, mate. Thank you for the Prime usage.
Being optimistic, he could be the sort of
the
guy
original
that can
Smart,
take
thank you so
over
much for
some
the
of
Prime.
these
Also, appreciate the 6 months. Thank you for doing that.
What if you're being pessimistic?
Why did they kick Natank? No idea.
Then the opposite.
I don't think he was outstanding, but I don't think he did anything wrong. From an outside POV. You got to remember, we see like 10%. I think I'm being generous with 10% of what happens in teams. So all we can judge off is that.
Big burst from
Pistols at the moment, 1-0.
B-side is overtaken. The lurk from Flya. Well, listen, it's going to be a while before that finds value, but a thorn in their side. You can already see mates clearing deep into mid. They're looking for him, knowing that Flya is going to be late to the party. Flya is on his way around through the spawn. So that's going to be for the later stage. It's Filu with the challenge up close, and the Classics doing decent damage, but he got there ahead of the Paranoia. The players need to take that fight, but look at the flank. Finally coming through. They forgot about him, and they certainly shouldn't have. Flya with the triple.
The double pistol. I said all they needed to do is start winning some pistols. Let's see. Let's see if they can actually win this one. Then the narrative is just fully dead if they lose a map with double pistol.
Definitely struggled that little bit more. I'm also thinking back, like I remember the early rounds of the game and talking about Click getting opening kills. I think literally what 3 of his 4 kills are opening kills.
Will I still watch EMEA if it crosses over today? It depends on how close the match is, really. We'll judge it. Because normally I'll stick with EMEA, but
I think he got
the second game today is like relatively big.
So
and it was a good start.
If it's like full of loads of tech pauses, then I'll probably switch. If it's like just long because it's a good game, then I'll probably stick. 2025 as well. Thank you for the 4 months, mate. Appreciate you doing that. Thank you. No buys here, dude. Everyone buys up. Oh, they shouldn't be getting eCOD with this buy. I'll say that much. Hello, Weber, mate. How you doing?
In the pistol round just a second ago, you saw the same thing. He goes out aggressive. There is utility to back him up, but he loses the fight. That leaves them.
Flya hasn't been much of a fragging IGL. I don't think he ever was in tier 2. I didn't follow enough, but
read into the idea that there's nobody here.
It's a B stack, a mid stack,
and that is.
It'll be interesting to see what teams do next year. We had a lot of imports from Americas this year.
A smoke down. That's going to get pushed completely. The Flyer already managing an opener. Now, there really isn't much to play with. Zipan's going to try and take the angle. His teammate was just in, but he's been ruined as well. And what started as a stack now becomes just 2 players with classics. It seems like not much being invested whatsoever.
Jules, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that.
Key how quickly Movistar Koi make that
Thank you,
read,
thank
right? They're
you.
not flooding into the space.
Okay, let's
after
just
the
double check the
opening or
feeler
even
change his
second pick. 'Cause once
gun.
they
I
realize
imagine
this
he
guy here,
did.
he's been playing super slow. Second dude in the corner, it must be a stack up. There must be a
Thanks so
trap
much for that,
that
Jules.
they were waiting to spring, and the first guy was a scout to see if they needed an early rotation. So they avoid the trap, springing on their opponents instead, and minimal losses, 7-7, tying up the scoreline as well. But this is what
Did
we
you
saw
see
in the
Frost
first half.
talking about
Found
Paperx
the
making it
first two,
to
and it was a
Toronto?
streak
Wait,
of
for
rounds
real?
once rifles fell
Is this a
into
new
the hands of
podcast?
Gentlemates. We'll see if that's going to be the same now. That Movistar Koi
I try and
on the attack.
tune into those
Talked about
podcasts.
investment.
They're
It's a
always
decent one.
they're always entertaining.
1% pistol win rate. Well, they are doing a lot better.
Does that include today?
Dude, he didn't pick up the
I'm guessing that's
the gun in
probably
time.
Probably not, right?
I would assume so.
If you add in a couple from today, I guess there's only 1 map, but yeah, that
He's
is
in the
encouraging.
train. Depends when he
Last time
switched,
around,
man. He
we
might be
had
on top of the train right
mates
now.
with a very heavy
Might have got a
investment
rough
with
seat.
the judge as well. The one downside
He's hanging
here
on
for
to the train by the
Movistar
sounds
Koi
of it,
is
though.
they've got a ghost, but
Maybe he
it's
was
still a
early on,
very
you never
healthy
know.
buy. And perhaps the ghost is even an upside because it's one less weapon that they can lose. It's an extra margin for error coming into a round like this, where mates will be swinging for the fences. Now, a lot of presence taken for free. And this is because Zipan is waiting for the push-up, but the drone spots him, but dealing with him seems to be another thing entirely. Filu at least able to shut him down. The flash well placed, but click right on his case. Return by Flya, though, and this is getting very scary for Gentlemates. Not only the players they've lost, but weapons potentially retrieved.
Yeah, there's the upgrade, but just before, Kamik will be able to clear one.
Okay, I mean, no matter what, it's a
in
good bonus.
Towards heaven, knowing that's the real point of danger. Ultimate's not particularly close. He's hit a dink, but for
wait,
I think like
it did like no damage. Yeah, it did literally did like 20 damage.
Luckily for mates.
Spike planted.
And you'd think that in this moment both players would be isolated to the side, but it's not the case. Grabinho's already on the wraparound back towards heaven. Soulcast doesn't really have a way out of here, but he's going to try and just sell the ruse, try and keep all eyes in this direction. And well, they've used the aftershock to clear him, but then they haven't kept an eye on the spot.
Hold for the
That's
damage.
A free battle for him to find on the other side, and they still have absolutely no idea where one of the players is. That's Grabinho, but now he has to try and make a move. Smoke onto the spike, spam coming in. He's walked into the spam. That's definitely a problem. A mistake for the side of mates, and just on the other side, they've got done.
Oh boy. Well,
with the Rebel clutch.
It's a pistol into a bonus.
Really know how.
That is one round beyond explanation. I'd love to see a telestrator on that one.
Yeah,
really
you
break
probably
it down.
got to spam back there, but
I think it's a Billy.
you got to spam back or jump through and then both commit.
Clip it and ship it.
She's going to beat herself.
Yeah. We're going to be in trouble after this one.
That door's going to swing off the hinges.
What a great shot.
And what an insane round. The fact that you have Salvos
One of the
on
rounds of
Soul
all
because
time,
he
yeah.
takes the fight here, loses it, and we're into a 1v2 that somehow he catches the first player running through the smoke. The spams miss him.
Running into the spam.
Yeah. Right, exactly. He was still spraying. He must have been thinking that magazine's about to run dry, but no, he reloaded before the fight. Mates, this leaves them in a terrible
What is this skin, man?
position.
It looks straight out of
A couple
Halo.
of pistols, a Marshall, but a very weak investment from this defensive side. And the door, you're talking about it swinging wide open. Well, I think realistically it has on this map now for Movistar Koi. They were behind. It was looking unlikely, but
Playing for fun.
the
I
lead
mean,
is
honestly,
theirs
a lot of
and
these
the
players
economy
might
in
be
their
playing
back.
to try stay in the
It's gonna
league.
get stronger after this round, hopefully.
Yeah, I think right now this is the equivalent of like cage fighting Valorant. It's going blow for blow.
Fight.
You a big fan of the mud fights?
That's how we warm up before every cast. That's
Cyrax.
how I've warmed up to
this.
this.
No, it's not me. Are you sure? Is that Paper Thin? Is Paper Thin sneaking into the building?
That's right, he does a great British accent.
Just for the mud fights so that he leaves again. Oh. Well, there goes Filu. And the second Canis managed to fight two with a ghost.
Two players TPing in?
30 seconds left.
Against, they know it's a low buy, right? They do know that.
He's have a decent idea. He's now got a rifle as well. He was the weaker weaponry, and it's a chance for Canis. He comes out with 4. That's a pay safeguard Thrifty. And both rounds have just gone back and forth.
This So back to the mud fight. I mean, I think it's a fair assessment. What in the world was that? Salvo sent in a small gap for you to play around.
I wonder if he's gonna show this.
Flash pop, the blinds hit.
Dude, I was really wondering, are they gonna show it?
That is just messy. Kata didn't even get blinded fully. He dodged it. It played against Filu, and Grabinho
It's a great
says,
replay, to be honest, though.
You were the starter, I'll be the main course.
I half wanted them to show the Euro, and I half didn't want them just for his sake.
Good, yes, very well played, but also, what were you thinking?
I mean,
on Movistar
it's
Koi,
meant to
that
be
is 8-8 and an advantage
server time stuff, but.
It's been a back and forth.
Royal Gemini, thank you so much. Appreciate the 24 months. Thank you for the 2 years. Yeah, good time for that one, Royal. Thank you very much. Anonymous as well. With the gifted to GG next. Yeah, that is one of those demoralizer rounds. If they lose this as well, they've got no money. And I'm not saying there's no comeback from that round, but my goodness, if you don't win this one, it's feeling rough.
He's able to hold on to. Come on, unless they're going to go back and clear it.
Yoru is just too hard for some people. I mean, Yoru is... It's one of the harder agents in the game. Like, it's an hours agent. It's an hours agent, and at the same time, then he's... Wait, what? How's this guy survive?
There was a second player there. Grabinho bought extra shields, I guess. Don't know how he survived that onslaught. Kamek. It's an easy fight onto Filu. No one's there to follow him up either. They're so fragmented in the push out. Grabinho, 5 HP, but he'll survive with Kamek falling. Mini has the angle. Almost had the pick. It's Click to find that, but an immediate response that leaves Mini alone. He can isolate a fight on site, and he knows it, but he also knows the other player is going to be quick to run to his aid. And that leads to another isolated duel. With the plant now coming in. That's going to put him in a box. Mini knows exactly where Shados is. Shados had a tough game so far. I love this, just hiding, waiting for his timing.
Damn, nicely played, man. He's playing well though, Mini. Playing good. Well, that's what I was talking about the money. Money's fully gone now from Koi. They're going to be feeling gutted about these.
Put into that round. It's going to leave them in an awkward spot as their opponents steal that lead back.
The Red Bull clutch for Mini, and I have to say, like, of players that have sort of come up from the tier 2, I genuinely think he might be my favorite, and that's including, you've got players like Zeus, who has been phenomenal, Levin as well, we saw yesterday, but this guy's just so cerebral in the way he plays, and then taking up the mantle of the IGL while doing it.
Yeah, those back-to-back rounds gotta make you feel, awful.
Frustrating rounds, I feel.
I would not want to be on the receiving end of this timeout for Movistar Koi. I think there's going to be a few notes. I think we might.
Can we bring back Dice? Can we bring him back? I need.
Mate, it's hard.
Please, guys, please.
Go crosshair? I mean, it's all just preference.
This wouldn't be a please. This would be a stand up and shout till you get lightheaded.
It's been a thing for a long time. It's
a tough
just
situation.
Well, you know,
maybe more people using it.
I can think of a previous man from Koi who would do excellent
active
in these scenarios.
Oh yeah.
There'd be a hole in the desk.
The desk would be lopsided at this point. His chair would have fallen over 6 different times.
I do miss the Baba reactions. I genuinely, that's one of my highlights of the entirety of last year, is just seeing, like, every time it cuts to him, he's the most emotive man. And then you talk to him, super chill.
Super chill.
Super chill. It's like, it definitely doesn't leave that moment.
This is a weird stat, because it's like,
hey, there you go.
Is every kill tradable in some situations?
That is a stat.
That is a stat.
9 to 8. Mates.
Why are you against marriage, man? I'm not against marriage. I just don't want to get married. People can do what they want. I don't care what people do.
This is anyone's guess.
Okay, stun out.
Seen more predictable roulette wheels out there for Movistar Koi, but it's a weak investment. That's the one thing going for them. But if they can get onto a site, Viper's Pit, to secure that late, to get that plant into a much more comfortable position, and they are putting pressure on A. All right, Flya, calm down. Kata's gone pushing. Kata's got his back to the player, and they've just seen it. Filu's got a freebie out of that.
I love the gate crash. It was almost like a bait, like,
he would have seen that go by and say, where's that coming from? Oh, goodness.
Kamek's responded once again.
Puts the rolling
back
thunder
into a 3v3. The cage fight continues.
He solo ulted them with a rolling thunder to get one pick, but at least it's Flya.
Well, it slowed them down.
It slowed them down and got rid of the pit as well. That's something to write home about. Nice repeat from Kamek.
A nice round, mate. You got another one in you?
In fact, and
wait, he spotted him and then he... Oh, they're actually trying to give it to him.
This is the moment we truly get to see what kind of teammates
they're actually trying to give it to him.
Click. Going into the angle. He'll see
damn, nice, bro.
Kamek. Beautiful teamwork.
Real nice.
Exercise and an ace for Kamek. Confidence sky high with double digits under Gentlemate's belt. With how that round started, of course it ends with an ace.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, in a lot of rounds like that, when your opponents have a bit of a low buy, you don't really get that excited about an ace, but
he's staying in, yeah.
Like the way
he secured it.
Started off. Well, we cut to moments later. I don't know if the the smiles might have faded quite quickly after that one, but yeah, definitely an important round for Kamek. And
again, let's look at what's
it's the set strap.
Old committal. Fly is not safe, not by
nice
any
one.
means.
We've seen teams doing this. It's very, very strong.
Koi only sent him to A though. It's going to be the push towards the B site from the majority of the members.
Again, it's just breach damage to cover up. Sorry, tail damage, breach damage here. Salvo.
Planter spotted, no one else. Where
Don't know
are
where
they?
to hide. Maybe actually it's salvo here and breach damage here.
Oh
boy, dude, he used the tech. Oh no, he used the tech to get up the top and it ended up getting on. He used the breach jump tech with the ult.
Pushed him into the air. Yep, that's so funny. I don't think I've ever, because if he just sits in the corner, he's fine.
No, yeah, if he doesn't try and boost himself.
I like that. I don't know if replay of that. Can we get the replay of him flying into the air and then dying in the back?
Here we go. Here we go.
I kind of want it from the other POV. Oh, that's fantastic.
Oh boy.
He's managed that.
Everyone acing after each other, no?
That's a 4K. It's a 4. Don't get overexcited, all right?
You know, he could have had the ace.
Yeah,
he didn't
lost the fight.
There you go. Misclick.
Misclick. I like that.
11 to 8. We've had some rounds.
Rounds have happened, Tom, and I've witnessed them.
And their opponents went into that with 5 ultimates over on the Koi side. One of them got them the site, and one of them
lost them.
One of them helped Shados throw it back for a
little bit of. Did they even do B pressure? Maybe maybe a flash.
The Armageddon.
Oh no, how many's the drone gonna see?
Although info has definitely been had. And they have no map control. They are fully committed to A.
The beautiful thing is we talk a lot about the combination of breach alongside your Teho. I think here the stun sent through, but the ult is that little bit late. It's given space. In fact, it's given fake information.
It's a good trade. Honestly, Gentleman's did pretty good. Their reaction here. That's nice.
But the ult left that little gap for the run through coming in from Zipan. Now they've shut down a few players and good space taken by the attackers, but where do they take it in the end? Where do they head towards? Because there's re-aggression from Kamek, and he's catching them coming back out of heaven. Luckily, Solkus is repositioned, has caught him off. Now,
Surely you checked this though, right?
This little corner. 4 players on their way. They've seen him right.
Okay.
Beautiful clearance by Solkus.
Did the double check, but kills the kill. And we checked it.
One player with low credits.
I would love to see that ult combo with, if we could get Shados on a breach and Governor on the Teho on the same team. It would be an interesting, like, see which one, or how they complement each other.
I'm good. Honestly, I'm good.
Amphi0401 with the prime. Thank you for the 2 months, mate.
Mini big frag in IGL. But I don't think he's going for this one.
We can do a show match, and you get them two, and I'll
get free picks on the other side. I'll take that.
Did they win a pistol on a bonus? Yeah. And they're still like only Justin.
From...
only Justin this game. With a double pistol with one of them being a bonus. Yeah.
No, but it is one of the conversations we've had.
I'll take floors. I think this sounds like a fair
Extra
team,
fight. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate the prime.
Okay.
Thank you the 5 months.
Once I get to decide your last 2 players, I think that's fair.
Honestly, with the 2 you've chosen, I think I'm good.
Oh, damn. All right. Well, you're throwing more shade than me. I'll take that. All flack to Tombiz. But a 2-round gap between these two, and we talked a lot about those frag and IGLs throughout this season. Mini, I think, is one of my favorite. You mentioned him as, you know, one of the best players that's come up from that tier 2, but especially with the games they've had, he has just been a beacon of positivity, a shining light of hope on the Gentlemate side in so many of these rounds, not just in how they're playing, but also how he's playing as an individual.
I guess Kamek also somewhat fits that bill. We obviously had a preview in the league before, but this was the sort of first official pickup.
Okay, insta drone over towards middle. They know that they created pressure by blocking vision. Question marks created.
Earlier in the
They did a fake decoy over towards ace. They're trying to create pressure with the wall up, smoke up as well. So in theory, they think they've done question mark into send it. Yeah, I like the luck on this one. Quite like in an okay position. They can get this kill back side.
Gravino is just getting wrecked every time he tries to
TP. Yeah, no one can kill this guy back side.
Yeah,
dude, it's really not working well. Cutter's just locking it down over towards here. Some rounds he's played really well, some rounds it's just gifted to him, to be honest. But I mean, the first 20 seconds of this round from Koi were pretty nice.
Gravino thinks there's going to be some cover, but there isn't. And it's whether it's miscommunication or misplay from one or the other, the result is the same. It's a 5v2. Movistar Koi locked out of the site, 30 seconds on the clock.
Where did the salvos go? Why did they not have salvos for back side?
Economy not healthy on a bunch of players.
How do we not get into sight? It's meant to be salvo, stun, TP.
20 seconds left. I just see Sulcus getting.
How are we not TPing to the back of the site?
Yeah, I guess he's finding a place to just tuck in something a little bit more.
Did they just use that all their util for a default and then didn't wait for the refresh?
Opponents than anywhere else on the map.
Well, if he gets 2 picks, what's going to happen? They still buy up, and if they lose a round, well, they won't be on
confidence.
Fair enough.
Salvo, default, and
that's
pillar.
What it's all about. Is the orbs also were quite far away, and that's another concern, right?
Okay, because they're going for this TP because they feel like they can't do the other TP. But dude, they can just do the normal TP. They just messed it up.
The dimensional drift on Quick, and that's been enough to secure rounds at times. Again, it just feels like a misread when they're going in. It feels like they think on Movistar Koi that they have a lot more space, or that Gentlemates have conceded a lot more space than they ever really have.
3 chances.
Yeah, I think also some of the time when we
3 chances and there was a double pistol here. Oh boy, this is a shocker. Like, this is an absolute shocker for Koi. It does get worse and worse every time we watch it, feels like.
Thrown in onto the A side. They went, okay, you put that there. I'm going to step out. And I'm going to go back to where I was. And there hasn't really been a lot of follow-up on the utility that they've been using, so obviously a bit more of a free-flowing game. Both teams already out of contention for playoffs.
I like that they're going back to mid. I think it's the right call here. They've embedded one player, getting past that one-way smoke that Kata put down. They know that's going to be more passively held. They need space elsewhere.
Oh my goodness,
and
that's
a lot
so
of damage
close to getting that second kill. Good Omen flash.
Could still be used. Kata, though,
wait, you can Omen flash the Teo salvos? I didn't realize that was an interaction.
In here, assuming the space to be free, but now they fight for it. The reward is plentiful. A 3 versus 2 post plant should be theirs.
They'll get the post plant. I see Mini alive, and I still believe they're going to be able to take this one over the line. Click, looking for that first point of contact. A player up in heaven. Soulcat's spot, one needing to be cleared, and well, more than ready for that swing to come through. At least a little bit of extra information for Mini, but it's not going to be happening.
And they have the ult here as well, so
might
be able to get this 2-1.
For taking us to overtime, probably our first one of the week.
Oh yeah, I don't think there's been any or many OTs so far. And in fact, this is going to get a pause out of Gentlemates. They'll take a minute to gather themselves, and I think that is showing that little bit of resurgence from Movistar Koi. Thing is, they haven't been able to connect 2 in a row just yet.
Does he have a birthday hat?
Good trade.
That's the real question.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Nice. Keep going.
Just for reference, this is not
the players.
Pause.
First of all, the players can't hear that. Second of all, that's not the pause. That would be a very strange line of motivation. All right, boys, keep going, keep going.
No, not even that. Nice trade. Like, just in a minute, we're not even playing at the moment.
But to be honest, that is valid feedback at this point. I think the big difference between Movistar Koi putting up rounds and them not is those trades. We've seen them in so many rounds. It's painful. Get the advantage even, and then throw it away one by one by one.
Daddy Worship, but thank you so much for the tier 1, mate.
And that's the other
Appreciate the
frustrating thing, when
23
you're on that
months.
low buy, that's where we see
Almost the
teams
2 years, mate.
stick together,
The players hear that?
coagulate,
No, they don't
push,
hear
and
that.
hasn't
You're muted.
happened in a lot of these rounds. Last time, we're seeing elements of that. And if they can keep it up 2 rounds in a row from this point,
The coach and
3
the
total,
assistant coach
it's
can
not
talk to
that
each
big of a
other.
task.
Hungry hippos. Mates have grabbed 1.114 all orbs for every one of their opponent grabs this year.
It's not that many more, to be honest. It does show they're playing that map a little bit more.
Where do we even get this from?
1-4, I mean, that's 10 to 11.
Wait, we're counting how many all orbs people are grabbing? That's kind of cool.
One
Though.
extra orb, probably like for 10, but
beyond
yeah, sure.
rounds? Yeah, that's up.
If they play, I mean,
hungry hippos, all right?
if it was in the foot BBL game,
hungry mates.
they just need one map. They'll have a huge
I
advantage.
want to know who named that hungry.
You didn't see the stat? You just thought I was losing my mind talking about hungry hippos?
Well, it's all been fun and games so far, but Mates on the verge of connecting their map pick with Icebox up next.
It goes to head to head.
This is a map that we expected to be a little back and forth.
And Kickoff beat Mates.
Against Liquid. Rolling Thunder responds very
Dude, look at the
early
mini-map though. Look at the mini-map. They've absolutely owned them.
They've tried to force the issue on that ramp push, but
And
there's
it's
no
a
one
Yoru
there. Instead, the push is
TPs to
coming from
join
other
the
side.
team.
A great fake by Movistar Koi. They get space. They drop Kata. Keep going. Keep going.
Well, no need for a nice trade. They haven't lost any players yet. There we go. And there's a nice trade. Wonderful stuff. Rubinho.
Yeah, try. Ooh, nice shots, man. Nice shots. Well, we said they might be able to get it to 1 with the orbs.
One more round, and then we will be heading to overtime.
I don't know what his
imagine they steal this map.
is, but apparently 20 rounds is enough because he has certainly woken up coming into that round.
You just got
an important time.
If he stops using shadow steps,
Oh
Rubinho
my
is the best player in the
goodness.
server.
That's a nice shot.
That's very true. Yeah,
It's a nice shot
those
this round.
steps have not been shrouding very much at all.
Quankalizer, thank you.
Once
Thank you
he's
so
in that
much.
position,
Thank you with the 16 months.
it's a
Appreciate the
lot
prime
better
usage,
looking.
mate.
Now Movistar Koi, a team that we questioned them at the half, but they had a burst of rounds that brought them back into it.
Oh, this is saying the
gap
skill
bridged
level of
to just
VALORANT has been
one.
decreasing
A
since he
chance to
left.
hammer home
That's a good
victory
one.
here and now. No big ultimates to bail Gentlemates out of a bad
I don't even know
situation. They used that
if
Rolling Thunder.
you guys
It
are
was
just
baited
baiting me
out
or if that's
in the
true
previous
these days.
round beautifully by Movistar Koi. Now they reap the rewards. Gate crash sent down towards the sewers. Filu is going to get aggressive, looking for a pick with this off. His chance given. The shot landed in the other direction.
Thinking below. Definitely not the start that Movistar Koi were looking for. With Dimensional Drift available, going into the late round, Mates can use that either on the retake or just to get information. Movistar Koi in the last round did well to sell that ruse.
What's the reason for no crowd? Wait, there is a crowd today, right?
Already.
I think.
Selling ideas on either side of the map, sending the fake out through as an attempted fake, and it has somewhat worked. Rotation coming in over onto that A side of the map as they still look pretty committed over on B.
Oh, Mini stopping them in their
Might
tracks.
be enough. Next kill.
Oh,
he saw the gun. Wait, Kamek's absolutely saved him. Ooh, nice shots, bro. Nice shots. Oh, dude, Koi won double pistol and bonus as well. It looks a lot closer than it actually is.
11 and 1-0. Up next, though, is Icebox. That's Movistar Koi's home ground. We'll see that after the break.
America's is today? Yeah. They play a lot of their games this weekend. Y2 ABK, thank you so much, bro. Appreciate the 7 months. Thank you for that. Flashback is back to the academy. Yeah. Either Tui's is probably out aloud again. I'd be interested to see if they pick up if that's true. Definitely been a little inconsistent with performances. The breach stuff, getting no assists. Yeah, I think they didn't scale a lot with the util. Also the Yoru stuff wasn't great with it as well. Like, I think that does tell a good story on its own though, even though we shouldn't really look at stats for that kind of stuff, but it does tell a good story. Like, we never saw a TP to the back of the site after he flashed himself. It's like, it's not necessarily the breach's fault if my Yoru's doing bad pathing because he doesn't want to take TPs. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl. You're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
We narrowly avoided an overtime just now, but it is Gentlemates that take map 1 over Koi. I am your hosting, so I'm back here with Yumpy and Kakuka. It was close, you know, Koi maybe could have stolen that towards the end, but Yumpy, maybe not the cleanest map of VALORANT we've ever seen.
Yeah, I think tactical-wise there was a lot of, I think, especially on Gentlemate's side, Kamik and Mini was coming very highly on the last half right there, and I think that's what won the game for them especially. But yeah, I think both comps struggled a little bit on attack side. Getting out of the chokes with the Yoru is sometimes tough, and you should, especially in this map, if you play a single Yoru, split a little bit more.
Yeah, and you could see both of the teams trying to find the gaps in the utility, right? Because there's Tejo, there's the Viper, there's the Breach. So you only need to find the position where you're not going to be affected by that utility. And we saw Kadabra, as you say, Mini as well, Kada, just finding the kills and finding a lot of impact just by being able to dodge that kind of initiation.
Yeah, I would have loved to see a double duelist. I think we mentioned it briefly going into Asian Select. Why not? It's their last game of the season. You know, have fun, have a little bit of fun with it. Mini, though, is always having fun, Kakuka. Doesn't matter what he's doing.
Yeah, exactly. I think that one of the highlights definitely that we've seen from Made since the beginning, highly anticipated to be joining the league, now IGL in, but keeping up with his performance time after time, only took part in 2 of the engaging duels, and winning both of them. And we could see that in every single round, even when it was him versus 3, you knew that there was still a chance that Mini could win that.
Give me some lore, Yumpy, because when we were watching the game, you were telling us, you know, you really like Mini, you've maybe played with him here and there, so what's the lore?
Yeah, I was trialing with him, and also I have played ranked with him. I really like him. He's also a very nice person, so I think those two combined, that skillful and good personality, is usually very good for any team, not just for Gentlemates, but I think for any team.
Fracking IGL too?
Yes, that's rare.
No, hey,
I'm kidding.
No, you're also a fracking IGL. You're allowed to have one bad map, you know, just one. It wasn't even bad. What are we talking about? It was great for Mini, got his team over the line. That's what he likes to do. But sometimes I don't like doing this because I don't want to bully anybody. But Kakuka, we have to address there were some boo-boos from Koi.
Yeah, I think that the same way that yesterday we were positive about Giants, about, hey, with everything going on, they were still able to fix some of the issues. For Koi, I think that them not being able able to secure a single map so far. It goes back to some of these encounters that we see. Yes, Yampi, you were highlighting how it was difficult to deal with some situations, but we also saw other situations that could have been avoided. Taking 1v1s that were not favorable, people peeking in ramp one after the other with a 10 to 15 second window, trying to find Karaki. I think here, sorry, we saw them trying to find the same impact, sending players one by one, and Gentlemates just getting one kill after the other.
Can't let that affect you though, right, Yampi? Sometimes you just gotta not dwell on it too much.
Yeah, exactly. You need to be able to reset, but I agree with that. Also a lot of, I think it's just like a general disconnection between the players, because I don't think it's a communication issue. I think it's more just an individual like decision making, because some of these, there was just a big gaps between the peaking or something, and I think that's just individual.
It happens. It happens, especially with there being no stakes. Maybe they're, you know, not thinking too much, not fully there right now, but it was close. They could have taken it to OT. We could have seen the first map win of Koi. We might just do that on Icebox, because this is where they should be more comfortable. Even before this current roster with the old core, they were super, super good on Icebox. They were very, very comfortable on Icebox, and I want to see them send it. I want to see something a little bit more different. I thought we were going to see that on Split, but maybe Icebox is the place they do it.
The good thing is that you use the word different, right? And Koi is the only team that we have in EMEA that plays the ISO on Icebox.
Yeah.
And on the other side, we have a mates that has been doing pretty well on the Icebox. In fact, when we think about Click and the performance that he's had, and now going on to the Euro, his Waylay here could find the impact, and it's a head-to-head that we definitely have to be looking forward into this map.
I really hope it does, because Click is such a great player coming into this league. So much excitement about how he can shake things up in EMEA. I think so far we haven't seen that consistency coming out of him. But Yampi, going on Icebox, you're playing the Waylay, you have to just relax and send it.
Yeah, I agree, and there's a lot of, because you can play with the aggressive, and even if you don't get the kill, you kind of have the train and dismiss the getaway card. So you should be abusing that a lot, especially in the early rounds, because you can take a lot of unexpected peaks.
Ooh.
And yeah, they keep playing the Waylay, so, but Philo is on Jet.
Boo.
I'm not sure about that one, because I really liked actually their ISO when they were playing ISO, and they actually had a lot of nice stuff, like covering, like combining with the ISO shield and their pathing especially, because in this map, the pathing is a big thing on both sides. I think you need to know where exactly player is holding, because there is a lot of different angles and heights in this map, you know, when you go entering the sides. And I think with the ISO wall, they were like using it very well to close some
hello
of
everyone.
And also when we speak about those mistakes being here and there, I don't think that Philo could be included in many of them. Yes, he will be taking risks, because at the end of the day, he is the duelist, and we will be seeing him taking some of those. But as you're saying, Yampi, I think that giving him a little bit more of autonomy and being able to perform his individual moments, I want to see
dropping
how
hype.
this shapes and Movistar.
I think there's a lot of bad stuff going down
energy,
in Apex
some
at the
hype,
moment.
some support from you guys, Sergio. I know you're watching. Come
Probably
on,
not in
Koi,
hindsight.
Mitch and Tom,
They look
surely
lost.
they can end this season on a high. Come on.
Vamos Koi. Well, a map win.
But I think loads of people are blaming individuals in Apex, and I'm not sure.
It's their own battleground, and they
I mean, obviously the individuals aren't performing well, but look at the bigger picture. They don't play together. They don't have plans with ults. Like even Floor, who's playing like well stat-wise.
So there you go.
She also tries to win rounds on her own that she shouldn't be doing, makes mistakes, and bails on her teammates loads of times with the TPs. Like everyone's playing bad in that team. Floor included, in my opinion.
Well, we're about to jump into Icebox and find out if Movistar Koi can break the losing streak. Good signs after the first map, and this is what they've been preparing for.
Nobody.
It looks like 5 individuals playing ranked, really.
10 maps in a row.
It's rough to say, but it's what it looks like.
It's just mean.
Okay, we've got Koi on defense, we've got Gentlemates on attack. I also don't think the roles, well, I don't think the comps suit the players that they have.
And they did start off the previous map with shows of confidence, some signs, the pistol round. And even going into the second half, they were getting aggressive consistently. We liked what we saw.
Tap as a spike. We take space over towards it. It's a nice one. It's a nice pistol. Speaking of pistols, they're obviously 2-0 down, but I like this strat from Gentlemates.
Solka's got there at the start of the round, and he's
The
here
2
in the
pass
steps.
and luck
Early
as well. Both get
rotations, but
spotted.
they've
We go
already
fast
lost sight.
flank behind. The Killjoy committed to the turrets down behind. Not that we're pushing though.
Off the back of the rotations, but
Obviously the Killjoy's still here, so they still have to at one point consider that this is a thing.
Eventually, we'll see the salvos
Mini
go
plays
through,
crazy heavy committed considering turret
fully
behind
flooding
and
back in
mollies.
towards the site. The battles, at least initially, are going the way of Koi. Another
It's great
pistol
shots from
will
Solkas.
go under their belt. 3 for 3.
I like the idea from
That percentage
Gentlemates.
is improving
It
at
looks
least.
like
going up
when they do this
slowly
little
but surely
3-2,
indeed, and a big
in
round
practice
from
the 2
Solkas.
always got a
Tempered
kill.
aggression in mid, finding
And
the
then they knew how to
information,
play
not
it,
even
but
going for
it
that
looked like
full
when they
flank,
didn't get a
instead
kill, they
wrapping
don't know
back
how
the
to play
team
it.
and moving together. That's what we want to see, because
In
the
my opinion.
criticism of the previous map in a lot of
Dude,
the rounds
3-0 for pistols. I said all they needed to do was win some pistols to win some games. And I'm worried they're going to win 4-0 and not win a map.
Who were the ones with the hero plays, with the ace on Kamek, the 4K, and nearly ace on Click.
See, that was so clean.
Domna,
from
he did
Solkas,
good
almost
and
like,
set
you
it
know,
over
when,
towards
like, a
bottom
new
middle
game
as
is
well.
released, and they're like,
But I
"Look
still
at
think
this
Gentlemates
gameplay," and it's just
5v5 with their
clearly
comp
recorded and they're
should
moving the
be
guys
able
out
to
the
hold a
open.
little bit
That's what
better,
that looked
especially when
like.
they
It was just
bought.
like really
Like
easy
their
for
comp
Solkas.
is
Yeah, casual.
the comp
Mates
of
just
you
gave
get
it
the
to him.
plant
Read
down
the
and you
script.
win because of after plant.
Oh, nice
Right,
shot
double
right off rip.
mollies,
That was a sniper for
salvos,
Mini. A chance to do damage
molly,
with
molly.
the Marshall, but it's fought by a
Got 4
Marshall of
mollies
their
and
own.
a salvo.
And a lot of snipers invested into. You see the Outlaw there. We've seen the Marshall as well. It's an interesting buy, and it's one that they will feel the damage as it's done. Kata ripping Solkas out of the round, and that's another weapon on the floor.
That was a classic versus Vandal. I don't know how he's managed to win that
The
one.
one problem with this rotation is that the spike is down, and both players are there. He's hoping to catch somebody going for the flank.
Oh, there's another problem.
And picking up a Marshall, but really they're just going to hold this late into they're pushing.
I mean, he's not going to
they're
expect
pushing
him to
him now.
push.
This is a risky maneuver, but it looks like it'll pay off. He's looking
Yeah, I
the
mean,
wrong way.
Yeah.
Free as can be.
He's going to
You
go,
know, the
why
other
the
problem
hell
is-
have they done that
He
when the
wasn't using
spike's
the
down?
Gentlemates Classic, so
They can see the
he's getting
spike.
fired
Which one was he
immediately.
using? Oh, it's a skin. It was a separate skin. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Not
he's-
another team.
No.
No.
No, he's not.
They're miles away
traitor.
from the guns,
He's
right?
just
They don't
not-
pick up the
not
Vandal?
promoting
Yeah.
the bundle, which is basically the same thing, honestly.
But the losses here, Tom, quite significant. In fact, did they even have an actual rifle?
Yeah, I think they had. There you go. They
That
had a
was-
Vandal, so that's not been retrieved.
No, because the players who pushed didn't recover it first, so they went pushing with Bulldogs, and then, as you can see, Solkas dives back sight. They're both here. Ain't nobody making it back there, not even a Neon.
Yeah,
So
well, they keep
the
2
cost
guns. The
here
damage is pretty nice,
massive. And even that
Gentlemates.
pick for Kadabra will
Insta
be
drone
felt
before
coming
turning
into
the
the-
corner.
well,
We got
this
the
round,
turret that
certainly. 3
spots that
pistols
they push
for
close.
Movistar Koi. Make your bed and lie.
And then we had a molly to make sure that they couldn't
I
take
like
space
what
off of
was
the
being talked about on
drone.
the desk as well about the duelist switch.
They
I
know
definitely-
that, well,
I
you
like
would think the most
idea
likely
of
it's
the ISO,
this.
but in practice, I
I'm
think
not
I just
sure I like this
to
from
crack
Koi.
the
They
jet.
leave
Feels
their
like it can
jet
take over the map more on this.
to watch
Like,
2
you have
pauses.
that sort of same
Risky.
advantage of, okay, you get the extra shield, you can take that extra space, but then you don't get that elevation that you're almost using it to fight against Filu's aggression.
I'm not even mad at Filu because he's like, he
He's
has to
been
do
met
something to feel confident. He's trying to
with
get to
the
this
luck of
angle so he
Kata.
can hold it on his own.
Very patient, passive round. I like this from
Or the
Mates.
original
Like, you know you're up
setup from
against the
Koi
win
that
purchase, you know the
he's in
damage
that
you did in the
situation.
previous round. and while-
Gwindor with the tier 1. Thank you for the
At
4
least for
months,
now.
dude. I appreciate that.
Flyer.
Thank you.
Oh,
Oh,
A
okay.
cheeky double.
Dude, imagine they win
2
this.
for the price of 1.
Rotate
May
goes
still
in
need a
as
little
well,
bit more, but
30
it's actually bought
seconds.
time for the rest of the players to get into
Got
the back of
recon,
the site.
double
Solkas
shock.
here alongside him.
30 seconds left.
Kata still the furthest forward, but they need to get this extra space into the site. Mini's done well, and now Solkas almost has to just fade away, not to give away.
Done to try to stop the
an extra
plan,
pick.
and then you got salvos.
Still a fantastic early setup, even equalizing those numbers, but the aggression of Shados and Tom, again,
Solkas
there's
wants
no
to
momentum, but
wait
they're
for
trying
the
to run the clock down
salvos,
because
and
Salvos
Shados
can
is
now
pushing
stop
in.
that plant again. 7 seconds. Plant needed, and there's a swing coming
6
through,
bullets.
but it's too little, too late. Click's already put Spike on the floor, but numbers even. Wraparound is perfect. And they stepped into
Dude, they're on a
Mini's
different
crosshair
page on that.
as if on
Solkas
cue.
wants to wait for his salvos, and
Around on the
Shados is
board
just
for
sending it.
Gentlemates. Hard fought, though.
And if he was
Lost.
sending it though,
Yeah,
Solkas could
it's
stun
sort of
for him.
similar to what we talked about in the last round, where your opponents had a lot less, and even a little bit of luck that goes a long way. But I do agree. It's the same sort of moments where I understand Shados' attempt to try and basically just drop the spike in the open, but it ends up being their undoing. And I think they still had the salvos at that point, which would have done that job for free.
Others were like 2 seconds off. That's the only reason.
If they just take down that
The only reason
a wide swing
I think the comms didn't come in
could have
proper.
thrown the round away, but it could have also won it, as we could see. The spike
Still
being
though, they
relatively
did pretty good on the eco.
Deeper play from Click as the refract just bail right
Flashed
back
the
out
turret.
of there.
It got a molly
Using
that
that
was
dash
meant
for
to
the
go
extra
over
distance.
towards
There was no
Kitchen.
need to highlight that Nano up top.
It's actually a pretty nice strat, but
Certainly
at
won't
least
be
two just
used here.
absolutely
No,
wrecked.
around that position as expected. Hunter's Fury finding a little bit of damage and tags early on. but
Weird
that's
round.
all
If
that Movistar
Gabrinho wins the
have,
duel over towards
and
B
they've
main, they
lost
got
a
so
lot of
much space.
I've liked this aggressive waylay take that mates do quite regularly. The extra distance you can get on the dash definitely helps out with that. Soulcast watching the cross, but initial shot not connected. Maybe a little bit nervous at this stage. Jados kind of having to hold on to more ground than he would have liked. His teammate so incredibly deep,
Nicely
but
done from
two
Gabrinho.
players
That's the main kill.
winning their battles at exactly the same time. Still plenty of time to play with, but getting out of here definitely not going to be easy. Needs to fight forward, and Jados wins both battles, leaving it all on to Mini. But with 30 seconds, low HP, and 4 more to find, that's going to be
nicely
around for
handled
Movistar
though.
Koi.
It's good for the money as well. 4 people surviving.
That's what we're doing now.
Yeah, absolutely. They left all of that space.
Oh yeah, the ult was nice.
Surrounded the players.
Important
you
round
have
as
to
well.
acknowledge in that moment what you've lost, and with the push-ups that they have, these players are contained. They know that they've got an ultimate as well on Solkas to put the pressure on when the plant comes through.
Wow, we're getting a full repay
Full
package.
just about that Nano. Wonderful. But you see it here, they've got players coming in from mid on both sides. You keep your control over yellow, so there's a crossfire there on the deeper push. The ult's put through to bring them into the open. And at no point, even if Gentlemates want to go back, want to take it in a different direction, they have to fight their way out. Grabinho with an immediate opening pick, and Flya with another. Well, the early aggression working wonderfully across the map. That's an A and B pickup. And deep B main control, full control over middle with the Killjoy utility, and that leaves the guys on A with just one angle to worry about.
I think the main goal for Mace
Looks
was
like
sort of a set play.
pretty early on, but it looks like Koi have done their homework
For Click. He was going to dash over the top and
about
hopefully find a
what
blind
Gentlemates like to do with this comp. And I do think when you have a waylay, you are limited.
Magic. I think this should be a relatively easy cleanup.
Buffer Cupper, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 17 months. Thank you for doing that, dude.
Run away with this half a little bit now.
Yeah, 3-round gap. And the momentum picked up. It was a slow start on the first when they took 2 rounds, and then Mates were able to immediately fight back and start streaking rounds together.
Oh no, he did get blinded. It was just a little bit late.
But even then, the fact that he lands that shot is
Had
impressive.
the instant recon for it.
But again, this is much better Valorant than what we saw on Split, where I think they were constantly on the back foot. Even if they found opening picks, the game plan late just wasn't there. Whereas now, we're seeing a much more controlled defensive side. They're aware of the space they're giving up. They're
Watch the
backing
NA
off
playoffs
into
for sure.
fights where instead of taking
I'm Taz_12 with the tier 1. Thank you for the support, Taz.
Got an extra teammate to swing.
Appreciate the 3
And I
months,
think we've
mate.
seen
Thank
that
you for
in
doing
most
that.
of the duels so far. So a great sign. But a timeout from Gentlemates, as they're clearly not happy with how these rounds
Please
have gone.
not 3
and they come
maps.
into the next as well,
Well,
with some very high value
might get
ultimates.
there.
Waylay and Teho ult online. These can swing rounds in your favor if used correctly, especially in maps like this with so many narrow laneways. You can just find yourself trapped in once those ults are laid down.
Yeah.
So a lot for Koi to think about.
Especially if you combine them, like the convergence path Armageddon, that's your opponent slowed, and, well, an airstrike coming towards them. There's not really too much you can do about it, but it's all about finding the right place and the right time. Now, Click's been fairly comfortable just to pretty much dive head first into a lot of these
Mates
rounds.
have to make
and
split 2 to go into
the early setup,
Ascension.
fairly similar.
Yeah, they got to make playoffs. Yeah.
Set up
What you said
outside
is
of
right.
A. I'd be surprised if we see him just dash over the top again, but you never know.
Yeah, I wonder if this was a timeout for Gentlemates to like not do a lot of their set stuff.
To catch him as he came up and over.
Because they're looking kind of ready for it, so to change it up. I mean, that's a free site, and you can tell
at conceding that space and fighting late
to actually
with
get
an
the plant.
advantage. It looks like they'll have no choice but to do the same. Fly is sticking around. He's gonna have to cross, but Click won't catch him. And they get the setup.
Yeah, they got so many ults. It's time they play off site though.
Any of their ultimates. they could immediately throw one in.
Yeah, I mean, this should be done with, I was going to say with Viper. Viper doesn't give a safe space to hide in. We got a lot of ults to stall this, though. Yeah, Zipan just got salvos as well. Salvos go out, ult goes out. Dude, honestly, they don't have too much anymore. Like, it's a good amount of delay, but they're still like, what, 20 seconds on the spike?
That clock's starting to tick, but it's all left on to one, and Mini will get nothing. That was what every single.
That was a disaster from Gentleman.
The Viper's Fit was used; it just hasn't faded.
Oh wait, no, yeah, it would. No, but Mini didn't use his.
Okay, well.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, so it's
Viper.
a little bit faded. You're correct.
Yeah.
Four
ultimates put into play for one round, and you lose.
Was that it? Did I miss one? Oh, Waylay ult.
Cat is stepping in as the ult is expanding. That's got to be frustrating, losing it like that.
No chance.
But what's the Waylay ult idea? Is the Waylay ult idea like the nothing?
Through that window, and then Teho's ult is used, but again, we were
Dude,
talking
we're going
about
third map, it looks like. Because that is such a devastating round. Force them down to an eco. They're so far away from the 4 ults.
Putting one in to see if that would help. They don't get picks.
It's a fighting ult? Yeah, but why is no one fighting with it then? Like, it's weird because it's like, I agree with you, it's an ult to fight. But like, majority of the people are hiding for their util. No one's in a position to fight. It's not like you're in charge of who fights you when you do this ult. Like, they're in charge of swinging if they want to. Makes sense.
Dangerous cross. I think they're going to wait for that Viper screen to be ready and raring to go.
Especially around like that where mates have economy, where they put ult economy into it and lose it. I can hear Sergio Ferra from here screaming, and then he's back in Spain in a soundproof room as well.
Nephian, 40 stream streak.
A chance to push this even further. Yes, a retrieved rifle will be found for Gentlemates, but this is, I think, one of the best starts that we've seen out of Movistar Koi on any map all season. And it's not just down to the scoreline, it's more so the promise. Everything's working out. They just dealt with a round of 4 ults with barely breaking a sweat. We see them peak together, and that's just another example of what was missing before, even at the end.
Looking convincing.
Taking all 4 of those final picks together, swinging
was an eco, but a lot of them surviving, a lot of money.
With 6-1 on the board, rifles will come into Gentlemate's hands, but an answer is needed very soon. They are tapering out of this map.
Yeah, I think we've seen this once or twice. I remember I think it was early Pearl versus BBL. Shados got off to a flying start, but eventually slowed down. The Soulcast 10-2 currently on the board. It really has been a stellar performance. I'll get to wait and see if there is going to be a response. But I'll also
I used to fear, not really anymore. It's kind of taken over my life.
Squads who quite regularly have a very close map and they just get blitzed in the neck. So it's happened. Normally they're off the back of an overtime loss, but it seems like there's definitely some questions surrounding their map pool.
Initial fight for Click doesn't send him back safely.
Dude, they've been so
He's
wracked there.
With the refract and
Tell you what though, it looks like pretty nice from Koi. Looks like when they see certain agents, they kind of know what's going on. At least feels like maybe Gentlemates only have like 3 or 2 set things that they like to do at the beginning of the round. Might have to do another timeout here and just get it really unpredictable.
This was a full investment and a deep push from Movistar Koi that punished heavily.
Oh yeah, they just got slaughtered. Like I think the second that player that's sort of holding the line goes down, there's just no way out for Click. There's nowhere for him to go.
Nice, so 3 people drawing together.
Trying to swing back in to almost help out, and they've lost their lives at the same time. A solid push from the side of Movistar Koi, and well, no surprises to see the mates pull out a pause. Bear in mind, they've had 2 victories on this map. Once versus Foot, a 7-4 attack, as in the second half, of course, and then the other, a victory versus Liquid, an 8-4 attack half. So it has been the attack where they've put up the majority of their rounds, while I can tell you for free, they're not getting either of those scorelines.
Now, I don't think you see it there on your scoreboards, your timeout scoreboards, but I'll tell you, Solkas 10-2, Shados 6-1. the two of these guys.
Yeah, they're about to get max money after this as well. They have so many ults as well. That's the thing. Make a plan with the Killjoy ult, but there's a good chance that Fly goes aggro at 8 to pick up his orb here so we can cancel it.
That's sort of the funny thing.
So maybe they have to have some kind of anti-orb setup.
Incredibly clean. Neither of them got a kill.
And honestly, with a Waylay, you can probably catch him out.
Just didn't have to do anything because it was Grabinio sort of like running it down and just binding the majority. So that's the thing. That's the good thing about this for Koi is like, sure, they've had heroes throughout the majority of the map so far, but everybody's now stepping up. Everybody's feeling confident.
Cool stuff with Waylay
which again,
early,
I think if you look back to any of their previous matches, I don't know if we've seen everyone online for this team ever.
Look at Flyer go.
Seems to be a missing piece of
My goodness.
Oh, that's wonderful. A recovery on a bad start.
I like this idea from them though. They know they're gonna probably have some anti-orb and they just want to go aggro.
Or go pushing forward to destroy that lockdown, but that is a risky play. Conceding the space, a much wiser.
He's still gonna have Teo to stop the
We've already seen
plant.
Movistar Koi thrive in playing those post plans, playing the late game. Mates weren't able to hold on to this site with even numbers
forcing them into such awkward plants. Like they have the nanos a little bit wider so that you can't plant out in the open, and then the tuck spot they immediately put the salvos in. So it just wastes a ridiculous amount of time for this attack side. Kamek though,
this is nice from John's mates though. Multiple taps of the spike, waiting for them to flood in. Just swinging on them, especially as they know it's online ping.
Pause is the one that makes the difference as mates are back on the board.
And a lot of the time when they go for that play, they're low on time. So that repositioning based on the utility is sending them into an uncomfortable plant spot. This time, they just pump the brakes, just wait, and then take the fights together. A much better face. The Gentlemates push into the site. Filu did a great job in finding so much impact there. There was no need to throw him under the bus like that. They got there in the end. 7-2.
Can they reset?
The slow climb back from Gentlemates could start here if they have a 7-5 half.
Yeah.
Certainly the best of a bad situation. Movistar Koi going to do their best to stop that. A mid-split that they're off to. Already 2 players making their way through with that orb. A big fight for Solkas. He lands the first, not aware of the second.
Oh, the comms are so late. Well, the understanding of the comms were late.
Mini tries to get there first, but Kamek's rounding the corner and cleaning it up.
Sacrifices had to be made. Fortunately, they haven't been made for much of a reason. It seems flashed through, but Grabinio,
I mean,
still landing the shot.
doable, but
Shados 1 away from having that lockdown, and timing here's going to be everything. Click is watching the angle,
boy.
and somehow doesn't manage to get
Damage,
a kill. It looked like that dink was almost in the open, but it doesn't seem to matter. Lockdown available, but where to use it? Oh, irrelevant. As already Shados has hit the deck, and Kamek, well, that's
Kamek's looking good though.
He has probably been the most impactful player in them.
Oh, for sure. He does frag the heaviest in this team.
Had as well, resetting everything for the squad. They were up against pistols still, but they had a terrible start with 2 picks going the other direction. He bailed them out. And with a 13-11 rounds like that are gold dust. At 7-2, no different.
They're now through the little bar of the railing. That's unfortunate. That's the difference between an easy pick and
you are him, brother.
going
you
down.
Are him. Let's go, guys. Keep it up.
Starting to feel a little better on that made side as they see that gap closing.
5 ults on the other side, though.
That could be the difference maker. Before, 4 ults didn't help out Gentlemates. We'll see. The lockdown, though, for retake could be huge. Put into play early is Kamek's
They got a big luck on this one.
With no threat coming out in the other direction in the form of those ultimates.
What map would you ban if you're coaching?
But realistically,
I like the map all at the moment, at least to play. The thing is, in an ideal world, you just don't ban a map, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, I
7
wonder
map
if the
all,
lockdown will end up being countered. Immediate usage of the
I don't know, we used to get owned on Icebox, so maybe I'll ban this map if I had to choose one.
Time alone could be enough to close out the round. They're trying to get in their face. They're trying to get in front of Cannon.
How on earth
He's doing absolutely everything.
has no one turned around?
Looks to clean up the final pieces.
It's like they didn't realize.
Massive lurk from Kada.
I'm not even sure they turned around.
A bit of an oversight, but also who's
It's a good idea for an extra luck on this though. It's a nice little lay of what's going on.
Again, your opponents have so many ultimates. A lockdown especially. What are they going to do when they're forced back by Kamek? Of course, they're going to play for that late
I mean, it's relatively fast. It's not even their fault too much.
Their retake that little bit longer, which gives you the time to make that flank, and he could not have timed it any better. Getting there just in the nick
Why do they leave them free sight? I mean, it's just a setup. They're against KO. Can't really do too much.
Like we said, 7-5.
Dude, 7-5 would be insanely nice considering.
That's not a bad position to be in.
Recon goes super deep, so they're going to see the recon on the minimap and going to imagine someone is like now holding this.
When that round,
Been way more decisive from Gentleman, so obviously
again, it wasn't a particularly close round.
they got the ults back, which makes it a lot easier. But
optimization of those ults has not really been the talking point, but more how the opposing side have been able to adapt to
my opinion on Click in stage 1, he's underperformed.
Second time was a
I've watched a fair amount of him in tier 2. He's a lot better than he's showing.
Combining once again. Kamik's been fantastic, but he will fall. A chance for a 5th round, which honestly, from where they were at, 7-1 down, that's not bad.
It's the fact they send salvos in to push those players into the open, but then lose the fights. And now late round, Viper's Pit's online, securing the spike. Snakebite was sent deep as well, buying them that little bit more time. The wrap around the left is causing issues. Bladestorm looking to dive in and pick up that Viper, drop the pit, but Viper's further back. They'll have to get through Mini and Zipan first. The gap watched on the left, Zipan up close and ready for the duel. And it's Filu with it all to do. Running right into Kato.
They got 5.
Was deep in the choke point.
Boy, they might have to win a pistol, but if they do get that pistol, they got so much momentum here.
Smiles on Gentlemate's side. This was 7-1, but they go into
the Viper, yeah, it's good off fun, Viper.
Very solid recovery.
Like ever since that 4 ult round, their ults are pretty nice once they got them back. They just went so all in.
Is up for grabs. We'll be back after the break.
Mute this. What if I told you I'm watching more climbing Mount Everest? Surely not. Dude, look at Yampies just in the crowd chilling. What game is it after this? Vitality Navi. And it is actually big stakes for that one. Whoever loses goes to lower bracket for playoffs. My guy's out here sleeping. Oh my goodness. Well. Valid game. Yeah, he's waiting for the big Vitality game.
It's time to get
What
back
happened
into
to
this
Vitality
game.
this
7-5
stage?
at the half. We've seen it before.
I mean, the player change seems to have wrecked them a little bit.
In half number 2 of
I still
Split.
think
they
they
all the
don't
pistols so far as well, Tom. And now with the lead under their belt,
say it without
it's all
flaming
gonna
too
come
much.
down to the
Just
start
if
of
they
this
don't
map.
have the most
Start of this
organized
half, rather. If they can take the pistol, that lead's going to
strats,
extend, and they can run away with it, and their stats are going to look a whole lot better at the end of the season.
Like they mid-round a lot. I don't think they make the best use of Darker. It's like the easiest way to explain that.
If it was or bottom 3 globally.
Like I think they make Darker just look like a really average duelist.
It's definitely been rough.
And he's not.
They are 3 for 3 in this series in terms of pistols.
He just gets set up to fail. Cryptid Cypher with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 3 months.
Into the attack side, and well, Cad has been wrecked by salvos alone. That is not a bad start. In fact,
a great start. I mean, look at Kamik's HP as well. Might be on for the 4-0 pistols.
A lot of damage done in that initial engagement. 3 players spotted outside of B. One of them already dealt with
another one, and
on the push-up.
This is the 4-0, right? Do we just riot? Yeah, we're riot. Let's test the cast. We're in an incredible situation.
Is fading, leaving a big gap on that defensive side. So where these final players are, and that will result in a 5v1 or at worst a 5v2, depending on what site they go to. So I like the group up. I think anything short of that, and we would have questions. I mean, the real question though is, Mini, you're fragging IGL, no utility to work off of. Can he shut this push down? And he's done well to find the first and get out scot-free.
Oh, didn't get much further though. A nice shot from Filu. Kamek, one shot to the pistol. Click needing to have a hero-like performance.
He has to kill everyone.
Be a lot to ask for him, right? He's not going to get anything for it. Last man, incredibly low, and
4
an
and
easy clean up
pistols.
for Koi. They're converting that pistol again and again. 4 for 4 in the series, and looking to try and build off that.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten a lot of rounds in those early halves. It's been a saving grace for them a lot of the time, looking at split as well. There being such a close scoreline. That's not ideal.
Did you teach him that?
He
used to be his
before Teho came out, I taught him exactly how to.
Yeah, it's a bit of a brain melt.
I knew the abilities.
Yeah.
Years ahead of time.
Exactly.
Absolutely. No, I think that.
I just thought maybe you still talk and you were like, I've got this great plan.
Yeah.
What you do is you aim up and then you just run around the corner without checking if there's any util.
Yeah.
At least that's how you play rank.
All right. Well, that's not true.
Which bit?
I don't run around corners. I stay behind the wall.
Oh, okay.
You know this. You know this.
But you do throw the games.
One or two. I've been known to. Cat is snuck
I mean,
up
there
to
is
yellow,
5 people here. They got 1 KO flash. There goes the KO flash. Everyone swings
Vinny's
through
got
off
a
of it.
double With a classic on range.
They did
Zipan's
good damage
got
no
one
matter
more.
what.
This is already costly. Kamek won't last long in that
Big
situation.
great damage.
But
2 guns down.
3 picks in a round like that, you'll take it.
Yeah, no, decent damage done for sure. Of course, we've witnessed this in the last map as well, but somehow Movistar Koi still managed to do a lot of damage and even in some cases convert going into the next. So they'll probably play this one like
Ooh, it's a nice KO. Did the KO flash got 4?
I'll also say again, like you look at the sort of solid points of this map. Solcast playing that more aggressive tail seems to be working. Filu on the jet.
They
Still
got the
looking
fast strat.
incredibly comfortable, and
Recon
Shadows
back
being
at
up
yellow.
there. It's good signs for the squad on East,
Drone
on
for
Icebox, and
close.
you have to bear in mind
Well, knife hands.
they have been 2-0'd in every single series so far in stage 1.
Kamek might have insanely good timing. Does he get both? Does he get one? Does he get any? No, it's so devastating. Okay, Koi looking good for the bonus here. They still have a drone. They still have another drone. They still have a molly. They have a alarm bot. Stun, double shock, extra molly. Salvos will come back. Hour and a half if they lose this one.
And they're using utility to clear yellow. There's
Yeah,
no
that's one way of doing it.
Fly a little ahead of the curve on that swing. He gets punished for it, but now a big trade
There go the
out
salvos. Here comes the molly.
Filu with a double and a 3v2 in the back of it. Snakebite sent
Okay,
in.
he can get
Zipan
half.
tanking it to get it to half, but they go
Not even.
wide into the angle
Nicely done from
to
Koi
make
though. This
sure
is good.
that there's no shenanigans.
So much
Double digits
util.
found for
They managed to
Movistar
take all
Koi.
of B
Double
with a
rounds
recon
of their
salvos
opponents.
and save
And it
double
was
drone for
Gentleman's
afterplant.
7-1 down and a 4-round consecutive streak that got them back in. But losing that round there, that puts a real spanner in the works. It's going to have to be a flawless game from this point forward.
The best spot we've seen them in a
That
while.
was nice.
Do you know who the last team they took a map off was?
No, not off the top of the head.
In the Kevin
Gentleman's.
Oh my goodness.
They did lose the series, but that was the game where they were eliminated in the lower rounds. They took map number 2.
Okay, everyone can get one shot,
get to that
and
when we get to map 3.
we might see it right
It's gonna
here.
repeat itself.
Who knows? We'll have to wait and see on that one. Let's wait and see if they get the map first, and then we can start talking about that storyline.
Yeah.
For now, Koi trying to break a 9-map losing streak. 4 series in a row, and this one starting off
You
similarly
notice Koi's
to all
doing the
the
thing I
others.
said on Pod
Close,
Chat. Yeah, but the problem is,
but not
mate,
quite enough.
they did that on the first map and they still
Said
lost.
In terms of standings, in terms of even the championship points, there's some value. I think the main thing will be pride. You don't want to be breaking records that nobody else wants. For example, like losing the longest
with the
overtime
drone, the rotate
in
goes in.
history. That
Tell you what,
one
though,
foot
Koi
must have been
actually
a
looked
bit
like
rough
they
yesterday.
did a good amount of
Especially
homework onto this.
against BBL.
Yeah, that
I
context
feel like they
makes it
wrecked
worse.
the waylay on
Sprinkle
attack.
top. For mates, this isn't a round that we're going to
Their
put a lot of
defense.
stock in. They've got pistols. A lot of weaknesses. And even if they had numbers on the site dealing with Movistar Koi in this form, they're moving together. They've got the weaponry advantage. The only player really isolated is Flya. A few times he likes to get... Oh, he's looked the wrong way.
Wow.
Got worried about the player coming from mid.
It shouldn't matter too much as long as they get the next
But
kill.
still, that pickup, it's not going to get them the round. But it does get Kata a rifle. Whether he decides to save this or try to make it even
nice
more
shot.
costly, it's really a take your pick.
Yeah, I think the value of damage after your opponents win a bonus round with weapons missing really isn't there.
Yeah.
Getting the Viper's Pit at this stage, you're not particularly close. So I definitely think holding onto the gun has far more value for the squad. But that will be an 11th round. Movistar Koi just 2 away from getting their first map victory in their last series in stage 1. As I said, I think the story around this squad is that changes are coming.
Hello, do you know me? Don't think so, mate.
It would at least be nice not to have that record.
Well, it is just proof of concept, right? Like the idea that most teams, and we've seen it so many times, where teams stick together and they
They got tail
don't look great at the start. Maybe they don't look
Dude,
great
another
in the
set
middle,
strat
but
with
by
the
the end,
tail?
they get there. For Movistar Koi, if they can take a map, take a series towards the end of this stage, I can at least legitimize
Did I message you on Discord? That's very unlikely, man. I barely respond to my mods.
Something. Now ulti sent through. A very blind ultimate.
I guess it's a ruse.
But
They're trying to push up on the other side of the map, but it's not really sold much of a ruse at all. I guess they had a read on
fake.
as somebody was playing.
Oh man, look, they're putting a nano through, a drone. They made the steps running up. So it looks like, oh, Movistar Koi are stupid. They put an ult on B.
Dude, every single time they drone fake and there's a big
Then they
rotate.
go back. And in actual fact, it's worked out wonderfully. Mates have played into their hand, and although they're realizing their mistake now, with the Deho drone going through A main, it's too late. Plant's already secured. Post plant now for Movistar Koi. Hunter's Fury post plant as well. This is powerful. In fact, it's sent deep towards the spawn. An aggressive play, but they've given up on it halfway through. Divided, and they've been conquered. A 2v3 that they're left in.
No one's considering it.
In a nasty position, and Flya drawing the
No one's
rise.
considering it.
Come on in, push me down. And as the wall falls, Grabinho stands to take one, buying that little bit more time to stun. Catching
Incredible
just
stun.
about. Zipan's gonna get it to half. But he's going to try to stick it all the way. It's a
Yeah,
big
desperation.
mistake. Grabinho, hot
Dude,
on
they
his
wrecked
tail,
him on this
and
map.
12 rounds
This is
now
how
for
it should
Movistar
go when you
Koi.
win a double
The
pistol.
map that was promised, long have they waited, but now just one away from their first map win in a
W
long
stream
time.
though. Thank you so much, dude.
They left it
Hopefully
late,
you're not getting
there's
scammed
no
up
doubt
there.
about it, but it seems like they've found some footing in this map. The map that, again, you look on paper, 2 defeats for Koi, 2 victories for their opponents. They've clearly put the work in. They found the gaps. And as I said, across the board, we are seeing what this team can do. Maybe when the pressure dissipates, when the goals have yet to be reached, but
It's always the way.
yeah, unfortunately for Koi, that is the case. Every single time you start to see the promise, but too little, too late. 3 players.
Drone goes in. This time it's actually
sit
followed
within
up
this
by a
site. No
couple of
ultimates
people.
online, but
Maybe.
for the side of mates, they're pretty close.
Koi would
Really
love to end this now
expecting
just
some
before these ults get
overreactions
online as
from
well.
Gentlemates. You've got a player sat in the spawn on Movistar Koi, Grabinho, looking to catch that B main aggression if it comes through, that mid push that could be in play. That's why they made that initial aggression on A. Now, they'll commit to it that little bit more,
Oh
but
my
Filu,
goodness, though.
he doesn't find the welcoming
Did you
party
see the
who's
gun
up
through the
forward.
smoke or something? A
They'll grab
nice
an
shot.
orb, send it back in the other direction, but again, there's been no
Will I replace the mods
overreaction
with
from
Twitch
Gentlemates.
AI mods? Mate, I'm more likely to get replaced by AI, to
Mini
be honest.
will get one and well, almost a second. Soulcast desperately low, almost finding a trade. Grabinho's looking for a gap. Now he's heard the steps towards the spawn.
They killed Mini.
Yeah, and because Mini's down, they actually don't have the information.
Slick bot, yeah.
Clicks deep position.
Gonna be good though, but
Good
I'll
off early, and he's
purposely do it,
definitely
it'll be
wary of
fine.
players coming in from behind,
I'll
but
beat
look
the
at the
AI
time.
to it by
12
making my own
seconds
AI.
left as they look to try and hightail it in. If he
Get
gets rid of
the VTuber
the
slug
player
up.
planting, it could all be over, but he gets executed by Soulcast, has to plant a little bit more risky.
Dude, you nearly mess it up with the jump bug.
That will be
Okay, let's count it down. Dude, it might get a little bit close, by the way, because they have so many ults now. Might actually get kind of close.
That were left for Movistar Koi, but it is only a blip.
Unbelievable. A little spam at the last second. Of course, there was no choice but to plant in the open at that point, having already been pressured from the backside. Great delay put into play.
I thought the mods were already at AI. Oh my god, you guys got cooked, man. Damn.
Let's go. Keep it up, guys. From Gentlemates. No. 6 more. 6 in a row. No room for error. No mistakes. And for Gentlemates, if they win this, not only revenge against Movistar Koi for taking that map off them a long time ago, but
they already got revenge. They won that series.
they want to do it flawlessly.
Do they?
No, but it would be a devastating way to end the season for Movistar Koi, not only without taking a map, but being so
I don't want that.
Close to the finish
Are the
line.
Gentlemates be liquid?
Like, oh, that's a bit funny. Like, this guy didn't get any kills.
Definitely a personal game
he went pie.
for Kamek. I think he played really well. They also played him at a pretty good time, just coming back from an event. I think that always adds teams. Also, I don't think they had time to get their map pool as good as they would have liked. Oh, this could be devastating. We're going to flash after this as well, or like what's going on?
For the convergence part, but
wait.
Still seen
oh boy. Well, that's a rough way to lose the game.
Idea how far they've gone. An oversight, especially as the solo B defender. Sure, the rotations will come in thick and fast, and with a lockdown and a null command, they have a lot for this post.
There must have been a call to have Click close by the A site. Lockdown goes into play.
Nice shot. I don't know what he's doing, but it's a nice shot.
Gonna put a counter one in, hopefully to free up that space. But the players can still keep a bit of control. Where's Kata going?
Where are you going?
These walkabouts. Oh, they expected it somehow. Okay, 14 seconds, and the plan's gonna come through. No way to deny that. It's nice and safe. And with that, the map is
well,
over.
they absolutely wrecked him on this map.
They've taken one. Vamos Koi at long last, 13-6. They've done it dominantly as well. And for Gentlemates, it's going to be a map 3, a fracture needed to split the difference between these squads. Look at the smiles on their faces.
Wait, the coach has come out for the map. I don't think I've ever seen that.
For the third map after the break.
He came out to come celebrate the map.
In the Kevin Gates, David.
Okay, they have a chance. They have a good chance. What is the third map? I didn't even think we'd get here, to be fair. They did win a lot of pistols, though. Fracture? Okay.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion.
Okay, back in a little bit.
So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention.
Imagine Koi take this momentum to split 2, go undefeated to champs, and win Paris. Okay? I like the confidence. I like that we're not overreacting from the first map win. That's the main thing that I like here. Okay, we're back in a little bit.
And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up, and there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plan. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if
They did it! Koi won a map! Vamos! Vamos! They won a map and they did it so beautifully as well. It had to be Icebox. I don't care about the result of this match. I'm just happy.
I think
I'm so happy.
It's good. Whatever happens, as you're saying, at least they've got the map win. And it's something that you mentioned is also very important. This was not one player had a breakout performance. He went out there, dropped 60, and just carried the hell out of the game. Koi are doing very good on pistols, 4 for 4 in the series. And this one, I think that we saw a team that was actually playing together. So good job.
I have to agree, because what you guys were speaking about on the desk previously was the disconnect, right? And on how they were playing in split. But I think this time round, you could see them actually taking those fights together, swinging together, communicating with one another, and it looked as though they all were kind of on the same page, which is something that we've not really seen from Movistar quite.
Oh, I wish they just, when Icebox came back, just went full in to the Icebox, you know, because they've done things like this before on this map, and I'm very, very happy that we saw a great performance. We also saw some great performance from Soulcast, even on map 1. I think he had a really nice start this entire season, very consistent in the variety of agencies played too.
Exactly. When we think about Soulcast, historically, he's been playing in so many roles, and he's been filling those gaps very, very well. At the beginning, it was more on that Sentinel and whatnot, because you know that he has the flexibility to do so. But I really think that he is excelling as a Tejo. I think that the ultimates that he was having were having a lot of impact and finding and making so many situations way more easier for Koi.
I have to agree. I think coming into this season as well, Soulcast was one of the players I was looking at. Can he get back to that tier 1 level, you know, having to play in challengers with Apex last year? And I think, like you say, Bea, his Tejo so far has looked really, really good. I mean, look at the stats speak for themselves.
I hope that they can go all the way at now, Billy. They might as well.
They might as well win a series, eh? Like, they actually might as well. And I think getting that map win, maybe this is the confidence that they've needed that whole time, and this is maybe where we can actually see Movistar Koi in a positive light.
Yeah, and you guys have mentioned already, they just played well. They just played very well. So, Kukuga, let's take a look at this retake and talk about how they played well.
It is so important. I don't know if you have a saying for this in English, but in Spanish we say, la paciencia es la madre de todas las ciencias. Patience is the mother of all sciences. And it's very important for Movistar Koi to understand when to do certain things, when to go for duels, when to fight against the utility, when to react. When you have a team in front of you that is dropping so much and still has so much more in their back pocket with all of these ultimates, where to position yourself and where to actually go find the kills.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is something that was actually really good for Movistar Koi. The fact that they were able to recognize the amount of ultimates that Gentlemates had in this round in particular, they just decided to completely stride forward. And I think that Viper wall as well, Tom highlighted it on the cast. It was such a great help for them in being able to get that defuse.
It is indeed, and I want to see them do things like this on Fracture as we move on to that map as well. I'm going to cope, like big time, hardcore cope, that maybe they can carry this over the line here. Because if you're Gentlemates, this match could have been a 2-0. This could have been theirs to walk away with, and now they're being forced to go to a map 3.
And as I was saying, we were going into this best of 3. This Fracture for mates before coming into this match was the last map that they, you know, were almost closing that against Foot, and they were having a very, very bad record after that. But on the other side, we have a Movistar Koi that has not played this map since Kickoff, if I'm not mistaken. And we've seen some nerfs here and there. We've also seen Soulcast, as I'm saying, now playing on the Tejo. So I have a lot of questions of, is Koi going to change the compositions and the roles within that map?
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that looking at it last time, it wasn't even Soulcast that was on the Tejo, was it? It was someone completely different. Yeah, it was Shadows. Yeah, exactly. So like you say, I want to see if they've moved the roles around, if they're sticking with that same composition. This was a strong map for them. You know, they beat Team Liquid on this map in Kickoff. They beat them 13-10. The only thing I will say on that note is Gentlemates have beat Team Liquid in a series. So I wonder if that will play a factor in it.
I also think now they've won that map, I think there's a lot of pressure when it comes down to how we're going to finish the season. We still haven't won a map. They've won it. I think they're going to be able to relax. They're going to be able to breathe. They're smiling. They're joking on stage. The vibes look good. And I love seeing Koi, this side of Koi. Look, Shados is smiling. Like, what is he joking about? I need to know. I need to know what they're joking about. And on the other side, I'm going to say this in the nicest way as possible. Again, you know, I don't want to be too mean, but Click is getting abused. A little bit. And if he comes in with that neon, if you're playing on a character where once you get abused, you're going to snowball into not being locked out of the game, I think that is the ticket for Koi to win this series.
But there's been so many situations. I think that we also saw it when we were on Split. Some bits here and there that he's
little
not
fracture to end it.
A game. But you bring up, without noticing, a very interesting question. Is he going to be playing in the neon? Is he going to go
this
back
was
to
still
the
on
race?
cue to
Where is the
hit
comfort?
Americas.
I would like to see the neon, and I would
Even
like
if we
to
do
see
get
those
3
setups
maps.
because they were very, very close to closing it against FUT.
Do they put a waylay on fracture? Oh boy, they might actually lose us.
The other side, Solka's now in the Tejo, Shadows just away completely also from
Well,
that
they start on
double
defense to see if they go
sentinel
aggro
that was
enough.
the staple for Koi this year.
Yeah, no, I think I really actually like this Movistar Koi composition looking at it. I think the amount of aggressiveness and explosiveness they're going to be able to have behind that breach, behind that race, behind that Tejo. I'm expecting a lot of micro fights going on between those
Problem
agents
is,
and Gentlemates. Well, I
would say this is like one of the better comms for
can
reacting to
improve
some kind of
better going
fast
into
play.
this fracture.
I mean, you've
Especially
got
the
Flyer
Cypher.
on the other side of this. Like,
Especially
you know,
this.
I want to see Flyer be able to mitigate some of that waylayness. Yeah, waylayness.
Yeah, but especially with Movistar Koi starting on the attack. Come on, guys, you just want him to start this one with a banger. Feeler's been having a great day, so Solka, set him up.
Yeah, and the last Vamos Koi from Mitch and Tom was a little bit, you know, you could do way better than that. They might be able to win this series. Come on, Mitch and Tom, get behind the boys.
Absolutely not. I'm not biased. I don't mind who wins this series. I think it could be either team. I'm not rooting against Kata, but it would be nice to see them take a series.
I think for Gentleman's bringing back Robbie BK and Zipan goes to Duelist makes sense. Nah, Zipan Duelist is like for Raze. It's not a Raze metro at the moment. If he was a beast on Euro, I agree with you, but
Allons-y, mates!
There you go.
6-0 pistols incoming.
But yeah, going into this map, it's a bit of a weird one.
Might actually happen.
Firstly, I'm a little bit worried because I see the last time that it was played by mates, they lost 18-16, and I'm getting some flashbacks to yesterday.
A few OTs.
But also there's
Waylay
0 and
plant
3
strat coming in.
So it's not been a particularly good
That might
map
be a
for
thing
them.
on attack. Heavy dish with off the plant,
Veto,
yeah.
this was the map that I thought that maybe Koi would actually go to choose. So I think that they've landed in a decent place for them.
We got mates on defense, Koi on attack, 4-0 pistols.
He's been very good throughout the day, so I'm very happy to see that.
I like this from Koi. Got camera, we got Trip to get info.
I'm very excited to see how this
And
Waylay
5
works out
person
for Flick
over
as
to
well.
hear those.
We're looking at the stats there, and nobody has done this in EMEA so far. So excited to see what the ideas are, and where those pieces of utility will end up falling.
It's a good amount of info that no one's taken
anywhere.
anywhere.
Maps to cast always in between
I'm
these two
expecting
teams.
Gentlemen to be pretty proactive on their defense, but you never know.
How things evolve. After all, Gentlemates, you said they've played this a bit, they've had their OTs, and that's somewhere that gives them an opportunity to build on the losses that they've previously had. You win or you learn. Let's see which it was, which it will be today. Movistar Koi on the attack and straight into the B side, but Tom,
Okay,
it's
free
mostly
site.
left open.
We got the
Vinny's
lark
watching
over
it,
towards A and an
looking
instant reaction of
bounce off the
4-person
strips,
push,
but
and the
they've
camera
recorded
can
this
check
Complete A-site stand
numbers at one point.
out from the defensive side. Now
Let's
gonna
check
go
when do we
running in
check the
from behind. Now, there
camera.
is a cam there. If that cam gets popped, that is all
Does
the
he go around the corner and then
Flyers
check the
learned.
camera?
He's already picked off the one other avenue.
Okay.
that they
Oh
will
my
have.
goodness, all 4 just came up on the
Cam
minimap.
popped.
Camera spotted them.
Will
Dude,
eventually
this is the
be
best thing ever for
destroyed,
Koi.
but
How
that
did they
should
lose
be
this
every
one?
single player being spotted.
Should be
Feelers
impossible.
Picking up another.
I mean, it literally is
Leaving
impossible.
3 players to try and run through a smoke on a ramp.
I feel like all 4 of
They
them would
love
have to
some
have a mouse
controller assists, and there's
unplug or
high
something.
potential for them here.
Absolutely are, but Gravino's taking matters into his own
Dude,
hands.
5-0 for
Finding himself the
pistols.
double and closing out another pistol round for Movistar Koi. They are not letting these ones slide. You often talk about those early rounds as, oh, they could go either way, but so far in this
They're
series,
really putting it to
they
the
only
test,
got
man. On
Movistar
Black
Koi's
Chat, I
way
said
up.
all they need to do is win pistol
Was that
rounds.
actually the map they'd lost?
This really
Because
is
it really does seem crazy. That I wonder
way
if we
more
can
than I
bring that
thought,
back, like
pistol
at the
round
start of the
wise.
day, what their pistol win percentage was, because it's
We
improving.
don't lose those pistols. Somewhere around. We don't lose those pistols, exactly. You
Yeah, I mean,
did
they
before
don't.
this
It was a
series.
nice
I think
pistol
it
shot, though.
37%.
Oh
give
no,
or
what
take
is this?
1 or 2.
Okay, holy.
And now?
Dude, I thought we were going for attack plus.
Well, 100% so far. 5 out of 5. And Gentlemates left down to just classics. It should be an easy follow-up. Every round they put on the board takes them closer
There was util there though, Saint. They couldn't do too much. I think that's the issue with Waylay. Like, how are you meant to follow up a majority of the time?
Yeah, they like
Zipan,
I think
just thank you with the prime. Thank you with the 2 months. Thank you for that.
Every round there's someone.
Kata had one, but it wasn't with the mates classic, so it doesn't count.
Exactly. Not gonna add that one up to the tally. A little bit of aggression.
Be right back.
Tiny bit of damage. Realistically. Not expecting a lot from these classics.
Going for the one-tap classic.
Iceland.
My goodness, almost.
He's got a decent bit done there. Shadows down
Almost
to
got
28.
2 in my mind.
Solka's tagged from the earlier fight. Gravino's armor has been
Damn,
stripped.
drone against the
the
eco as well. That's nice. We got the luck coming in as well. Luck does go down, but it was the solo ghost.
I think that
So
was
it doesn't matter too
player,
much.
but even still,
It maybe forces a little bit too much, but
with another, it's always, I said it.
got close. Got really close.
People survive. It's the same
Yeah,
thing
it is the same every time.
And they were low as well. Like, they took some serious damage moving into that site.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going back towards 2 players that had pushed them. They take them down and they commit to that angle. The rotates are easily found ahead of time. And that early damage, yes, you win the pistol, you win the follow-up, but you're almost forced into a full investment here. Or into giving the round away with minimal damage and an economy builder for Gentlemates.
Well, you've heard of Mystic Meg. That was Mystic Egg. That's my prediction for that round. But yeah, we'll see what they could do. Because again, they've had some
the
pretty
classic.
decent conversion, or at least again
Salvo,
damage.
salvo, molly over towards heaven.
These sort of moments, Mini.
We got the cage to hide in. It's what people have been doing recently. Is kind of just counter this cage to hide, and then normally a lot of the time they can't hit the space in time. Oh, it's a good, good extra layer on this. They wait and they stun. Wait, that's nice from Koi.
Damage done on site. Movistar Koi getting ahead in some of these duels. There's upgrades to be found as well, and making the best of a bad situation. The spam even lights Kata to 38
Oh, he missed his dash towards heaven.
He is clinging on to life with both hands. It's going to be an aggressive peek from Shados. He knew that Zipan was there, and that click was there too, but they're not able to convert the picks.
When's his salvos come back just now?
So he's got the perfect utility
it's a
for
good
this
plan
play.
for him.
Salvos to buy a little
Wants
bit of
to try
time,
get a
but he
kill
wants to pick as
fast.
they cross. Salvos of their own that are sent into
Frame's too
relatively
low
the right
now.
spot, but he's got an angle behind.
Or at least get
Fine
half.
time. They'll get it to half first though.
Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Head removed. It's only one left standing.
Yeah, nicely done, Dom.
And a wall bang is
Dude,
enough.
they look kind of nice here though. They had they had that extra layer of the stun over towards heaven.
He's really been having a day.
It's a good sign.
Another
Another pistol into another bonus.
Across the maps.
Good for one each map at the moment.
Utility in to set himself up. I think in previous rosters we always talked about him having to almost take a back seat in a lot of these scenarios, and well, it came close in the end. But
what?
What was that? Well, he ain't losing those. You're right about that.
I agree with half of the same.
Which half?
The first
okay.
They might be looking nice on. They might be looking nice on this map, and Gentlemates are playing an agent that isn't good on this map. Let's say that.
I'm not sure why.
And maybe not good full stop. We don't really know. They might have a pretty good chance here.
An ultimate in play for Zipan, but not likely to see the light of day in this round. It's just a bit of an overinvestment if you throw that one through. Movistar Koi. Gentle rotation. It's going to be 5 towards the B side. Traps covering off their back. And look, if they do go diving in, there is a danger
VINCERE
that
5 team you're most confident in?
More importantly,
Loud for sure.
Mini crossfire enabled as soon as the cam spots contact with Sheriff's in hand. It's not an easy fight. Off your feet!
Whoa.
Well, he has gone flying higher than anyone seen before.
That was
and he had to work
nuts.
down to the salvo. Unfortunate. Kamek does well.
Through smoke.
That was so good.
Well, now an extra pick, and they've got the army gate. Yeah, I was about to say, is that going to be thrown into play? It is.
All right, just got a new idea for an agent. The super leap.
Spot from Flyer, but he's only going to get one. And after all of that in the last round, solid work from Koi. This one falls flat versus the pistols.
And great utility as well from Mini. It's his traps that have to be dealt with. They give a trigger point for those spams through the smoke.
Eyes on that, he went flying,
replay,
dude.
But Kamek landed
He went
a hell of a
flying.
shot. I don't know if there was a reveal. I don't think so. Let's see. It was just after this.
It's also, you lose a round to a pay safe card Thrifty when you had the opener and you used that rolling thunder
yeah, it's a bit of a rough round. Just as we started complimenting them. Okay, let's keep in this because we got a good amount of ults. We got the AWP coming out. We got two people that have been facing the AWP. And having flashbacks to when Jorgamo tried this on Waylay and got absolutely wrecked.
Going in, but he won't be finding much around that angle. Movistar Koi giving up on north side control. They've got a trap to cover, push up from B and expect
Sangato, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 10 months.
Look at the rotations from Gentlemates. It seems a little bit over eager. 4 players go to B. In fact, Kata was on his way, but now he's sat up in heaven. Opportunity to pick up 1 or 2.
Raise ults, make it easy.
Look, they even burned their showstopper here, assuming that there'll be players closer.
I mean, he's just confident no one even wants to play there, but if Soulcast gets a kill, he gets his ult.
This is great. They're burning up
and he's going for a play. Oh, he might be good for it here. Oops, my bad.
But as said, everything else is going right. It's going their way. Flya struggling, and he won't land those shots.
Oh, my goodness. Stray dinks.
And a damn good try of it.
He dinked him while running.
There in the end with the defuse.
What's the money like? Oh, boy. Well,
read from the side of Gentlemates. They saw the showstopper. They went, we're going to completely avoid the site. Know that, okay, if we're playing any
2-4 on top, everyone's sitting about 3k.
That we've had before, that showstopper will pick us off. We'll let them have the site. We have Rolling Thunder. It's perfect for the retake. Now, they didn't get to use it. They didn't need to use it. But I just like the plan that they had overall.
I think they were setting up to use it moments ago, so it's almost a saving grace that Kamek gets picked off as the round starts to fall into their hands.
Okay, well, there goes the good start.
Rubinho, he was right with that call. He left 1 on 10 HP.
Up against a lot of ults, they got to deal with the AWP still.
The ult orb from the defuse, interestingly,
Speaking
instead
of
giving it to
the
Kata
AWP,
for the orbital strike, so they'll have the opportunity to pick up some info early on. In this round, though, it's all about Click. Opening duel with that
Hothead, thank you so much for the prime as well.
But we have seen stranger rounds.
Been good, dude. Thank you for asking. Thank you for the 6 months as well.
The more interesting thing for me is obviously you switch
Appreciate the prime, mate.
your Neon for a Waylay. I think Neon has always been a
well, they create a bit of a question mark over towards Station. It looks like we're just planning ahead, trying to get as many orbs as possible.
Like a lot of the time Neon can help you out quite a bit on the defense with these aggressive fast rotations and those pushes. But so far it seems like a lot of the plan is to have those sort of walk downs from Click and just basically take those aggressive fights with the operator. Now Flyer,
my goodness, what's going on here?
Way too much space. A little bit of an oversight from mates, which will garner a kill. The thing is that wherever they go, they're pushing into a 2-player setup. And they don't really have the weaponry for it.
Yeah, and the constantly changing traps in play.
Unincognito as well. The prime, thank you for the 15 months, mate. Good to see you again.
Good opportunity.
Thanks for that, mate.
Unaware. Salvos will send them back by space for the walkout, and maybe they can even get a plant out of this situation. If they do, Solkas,
done homed in on him.
Utility. Oh my, they've taken Kata.
Is this gonna get close? Saw his arm.
It looks like Click's aware. He's coming in, but there's a stinger on the other side. He had to hit his shot, and he does right away with the connection. And there's the ult for Mini. Good thing he had that online. Information falling into their hands. Great stun. Philo in trouble. Salvos, and he's being watched by 3. They know exactly where Shados is too. No utility to help him out, and an
it's a nice round from Click as well. Nice util on this.
Gentlemates, back up neck and neck.
Decoy timeout.
Nice round from Click. I think very aware of every sort of risk. Wasn't overzealous in the round.
Yeah, dude. I want to tail Nerf so bad.
Ready to trade, and I think a round that very, very easily
tail Nerf would be really nice.
Ends up being just quite comfortable because of that, because of his read, because of the positioning. Oh, that will be the scoreline leveled up in their game versus Foot. It was that defensive side where they were able to get a majority of the rounds, and well, after having that early lead, after having a bonus that eventually ended up slipping, Koi have decided to take a pause.
So a good time to talk about expectations coming in here, Tom. Starting out on the attack side for Movistar Koi, we already know that they're going to win the pistol and follow-ups, right? They get a 3-0 start. Where do you think the goalposts are
before Toronto? Nah, I don't think so.
Both teams have obviously
there is a chance. I just think it's pretty small.
From the last time we saw them play, but you go back to Koi versus Liquid, and they put up slightly more rounds when it came to their defensive side. But I
think it's better to like announce it and then do it after.
They came up against what, in my opinion, was one of the worst comps we've seen so far. No duelist, where they attempted to basically have camo flashing on Gecko. I really didn't enjoy it. So
and they did better on the defense against that.
Yeah,
so no
it's kind of one of those, like they won the map, they did well, but I don't like what their opponent is doing. So I think it's hard to read into how they'll play on this one, but I do think that there's a lot of potential for aggression on that defense when you have that sort of Teo in combination with Breach and the Raze. So I'd say realistically, I think it's going to be fairly even all the way through, but maybe I added both teams on that defensive side just a bit.
Well, for mates, it means time
You're
to keep
up.
putting up rounds.
We go to Toronto to Watchparty from there. If they ask me, yeah.
Always getting boots on the ground,
Again, I'm open for it.
Losing out in the post plant.
I'm not going to ask them for it, but I'm open to go.
So
it's a nice shot.
It's
nice with the camera info.
Early fight towards main on B
That's where it's pre-aim.
Easy pick. Fielu down in the dirt. You talk about the difficulties of attack
you
size
lose your
without duelists. Well, that's the boat the Movistar Koi are in now.
I think as well, this is my almost perfect use of the refract.
I know to get. That's more just.
Push somewhere, and you can. If anybody,
no.
you miss your shot, you're out. And
like
you
I like being home. You know this.
So I think that's where the value's coming. Kada, he's got to get something from this, and he doesn't. That was the one real danger of this round. Rolling Thunder, well, it's been saved.
What are they gonna do here?
Rounds. I can only assume we're getting that same retake.
Salvo's on top.
And actually, no,
little
combo.
combo.
Deny it before they plant, but they failed at that.
Yeah,
dude, you gotta ult this main. You gotta ult the main and send it, surely.
He's turned his back, but he swings back in just in time. Ult.
Now he ult the main. Might have missed the opportunity.
Can't deal with him. Players thinning out, and it's only Click left. He can put pressure on, maybe even get this defuse halfway. But he wants to get ahead of the issue, wants to force the fight, knowing that the orbital strike is on its way. Half HP because of that laser, and now Grabinho's ready to swing in from main. Halfway, he won't even get there.
From Koi.
Putting
Dude,
an end to the Gentlemate's
not getting kill on site there is really brutal. And then they didn't like combo their ults well enough, in my opinion.
But I assume that there was some attempt to try and deny it before it actually went through, and I think that was the turning point. Mentioned it in the moment, like Kada being close to that smoke, you kind of expected to get something from there.
Nice shots.
And falling, that was the site under enemy control. A good round from Koi. After the pause, they will take back the lead. A little bit of frustration. You can understand it. Like 2 players run through the slight whiff, and that turns the round on its head.
Koi got all the ults now. We got one away from Zipan's, one away from Kada's on the brim.
That's got to be a little bit irritating.
Full retake. I like this from Gentlemates though. It's starting to get a little bit more aggro, lock them in. Not the. It's the best gun to have on the flank, but.
Movistar Koi, they're not out of the woods just yet. Gentlemates still able to
really?
fully invest. Clicks op will still be in play. And Mini is running around causing havoc with a Vandal. He's even going aggressive for more, and it could be a mistake that cost them dearly.
Fair play. I'll tell you what. At least they all did it together.
It's Shados on his own. A double kill needed to close
it looked like Gentlemates were a bit of a step ahead here. Still can lose this round, obviously, with this. Ooh. Dude, as soon as this all came in, everyone was behind it and just used it to take that space for free. Like that 3 of them sending it the whole time. They pretty much, it looked like they knew exactly what was going to happen once this breach all came in from barriers down. Right, the setup made a lot of sense for it. The push over towards station made a lot of sense in it. Oh, that's a crazy shot though.
Both times it's gone up towards the tower, maybe expecting somebody to be there, and both times they've been wrecked the second they tried to use it. So
win one, lose the next, force them down to an eco, so cast a Zord, or you want to see it into this one. And looks like we're sending it with the Raze.
Now completely in the bin.
That op from Click reposition now to
dude, weird one. Really weird one. Smoke, invested on attack. We have one more smoke left.
So a molly to delay, a rotation to come in as Mini now makes it to the site. A deep push from Click to confirm nobody north side. That information can be held now deep into the round.
And then drone to go through the smoke. And you're not going to give him a pick, I guess.
That's very early.
Like an anti-op round.
I guess maybe wary that was a
and then you smoke here, try cross.
And now they're going to go pushing into it.
Honestly, if they're just searching for you.
Complete misread on the scenario. Well, I say that, so they clearly thought somebody was there. But then when the ult didn't connect, they continue that push forward. Even still, the crossfire will seemingly be enough. Grubinio's done well, though. With the ult from Soulcast still online, with a rifle retrieved in his hands. The only problem is he has to cross to the site.
Yeah, he knows he's in this corner.
Pretty unfortunate from where the positions of his opponents currently are. Well, Zipan,
They salvoed at exactly the same time.
A little bit too easy. Okay, eventually. I was a bit worried they weren't going to check.
It was a weird round, a weird idea from Koi at least. Didn't mind it too much. I don't know what you do once that smoke's gone,
orbital
but
strike, you're already up against a low buy. So that in and of itself seems like a heavy commitment. But then the late push up with a breach flash, and it didn't even catch most of the players.
Yeah.
That's the real problem here.
It feels like both teams' ults have actually been more of a hindrance than help, which is quite funny. It's not something you see very often.
Great.
But, hey,
Yahoo, thanks so much for the tier 1. Thank you for 17 months, mate.
I'm happy at least.
They got there in the
end.
That,
dude.
They did. It's costly in terms of ultimates, but they've got something to still fall back on with Zipan. Looking at the other side, it's the same thing to hold for both squads. Aggressive play, we've seen it a couple rounds now. It's the first time Movistar Koi have ran into it for Click. He's not afraid to go back. Posting up early round now, using the refract. One and done. He is out of there.
They're doing some nice stuff with it though, on defense.
Movistar Koi, they go
like
looking in the other direction.
Instant aggro peaks, the reclears.
Kata alongside Zipan. And they
Great timing on this swing as well.
To catch Grubinio. Now you're going to make that push without your duelist and without your smokes.
Getting into this angle is difficult. They try the jump across, which will at least get them in towards the tower, although info is definitely there. All 5 players rotating through the spawn, and they just cannot get past this operator.
Smokes, they were like done
Click
for.
has been a menace in this map. He's had some rougher performances this season on the duelist, but he has been terrifying. A close angle held, but Flyer only going to get the one, and for Soulcast at this stage, the only real hope is damage.
30 seconds left.
Fly got into that position really quickly. I thought there was a chance that he could fly under the radar, make it costly, but
fly on
their radar.
Nice shot,
but he doesn't. They still clear it, even though he gets one pick, and the same thing for the last player. It doesn't matter. The trades are there.
Click's making the agent look good on defense right now.
This one together, and again, look at the start Movistar Koi have had. They win the pistol, follow-up, and third round. They lose to a weaker investment, and now
the loser of the next game starts in the lower bracket. That's right, yeah.
Beginning. Trailing on the attack side. An 8 rounds still possible with mates having all the wind in their sails, but the big difference here, Tom, investment coming up for Koi, 3 ultis online, Filu, 3 and 9. He has been having a tough time. Opening duels have gone against him, but now he's got that showstopper. Last time, Kamek ripped his head off.
Same thing again. It's like some weird default they like to do when they're up against an op. But I just don't know what their backup plan is.
The ult is coming.
I'm excited to see it.
It doesn't matter. It's Click again. This guy really doesn't feel like he's been missing. He'll be able to bypass the ult. In fact, his teammate will as well. Flyer and Shados combine. But a lot of damage being done, and Kata coming in from behind will get both. It is just a field day with Soulcast trying to ruin the parade.
Damn, dude.
He's doing a damn good job of it. One left standing, it's that operator again.
It's so unlucky. He's trying to get him as he's moving away from the stun. There's a nice try.
A real nice attempt.
God, Click standard.
Not quite to be.
Standard? Click stood so strong in that stun.
Always waffling. Always waffling, aren't they? He didn't even notice he's on camera.
Oh, Kim and Pal. They're deep in talking about the micro of this game.
Dude, look at this. Do we get to see his POV for the last kill?
Beautiful shot here. Great correction. And it catches him, but just peeking
guys, fake guys, calma, tranquilo, Soulcast, tranquilo.
Well, 1 round left to play for. Click's reposition as well. Playing this
hey,
round.
Click's been farming them though.
When previously he's always been on B. He's been such a headache. And he just has this global control with the operator from Movistar Koi. They're about to run into him again. The reposition at Click.
Might get good timing here.
Up here in heaven. And he's cleared it out, holding the rope. You're about to walk right into his waiting arms.
Filu's got to be so salty. Oh, no. Oh, he eventually falls.
Dude, he did good though. He's getting multi-kills pretty much every single round.
I feel like Filu has just been a magnet for that operator. Wherever he goes, he's like, don't be in the tower up close. That would be a ridiculous place to play with an ARP. But well, he's walked it into it again and again and again.
I can't see the head-to-heads, but he's 0 and 5 in opening duels, and I think at least 3 of those must be the op. It could even be 4. Position spotted. Salvo's on their way, but Mini seemingly under no threat.
Enemy remaining.
Keeps control, hat off his head, and it's not in respect. It's to close in.
Dude, from 3-0 to 8-4. That's pretty devastating.
Yeah, after a slow start to the map, it's been
say 3-0 to 4-8 maybe.
Dominant from the side of mates. They only need a few more, and they'll be taking this 2-1. We'll find out after the break.
Spike down A. Reloading.
That's what following. Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot.
5-0 on the pistols as well. They actually have to win 6-0 on pistols to even get close on this. I will say the waylay on attack sometimes doesn't look too nice on this. You can just be sending them into their death, but we'll see. As soon as Click got the op, yeah, he really took over. You're not wrong. Centimates win this? Nah, they're out no matter what. Streaming and coaching, which do I like more? Definitely prefer streaming. It'll be fun to coach again, but not gonna happen for a little bit, I think. More just when I get... It's more like when this kind of falls off a little bit more, or when the time isn't as good as it is now, I guess. Coaching must be stressful. Oh, it's for sure stressful.
Already claimed their first map of the stage. The question is, was that their last? A series win on the cards. But after a 3-0 start, only 1 round sprinkled amongst a sea of Gentlemates victories.
Kato, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for the 3 months.
And they shall be truly put to the test. A big comeback needed. But Tom, they've won every pistol round so far. One more could set them on the right path.
Just to make it all the more exciting.
Okay, let's see. Can we... Where's the HUD? Oh no.
It's time to go back.
Oh no. Lost the HUD?
See, it's just like your ranked games. Except Click can aim slightly better than you can. Oh, there we go. HUD's decided.
5-0.
Make a resurgence already though. That's going to be Soulcast getting the opener. They need to keep that pistol streak going. 5 for 5 so far in the series, but a post-plant to face off against Click. Looking to get aggressive, doesn't have the refract, doesn't have anything to play with. In fact, other than the pistol in his hands, his position will be known. His utility was non-existent, and he's still going strong.
My goodness, he's having...
One of the best performances we've seen
no,
from him.
it is hands down his best performance in Tier 1.
Finally dealing with his demons. But Mini might
they just cleared her.
Back of his head.
Uh-oh.
It should have been the bullet in the back of his head. Instead, it will be a little bit whiffy.
6-0.
Wow.
6-0 in pistols. Well,
taking a pistol round. That's 6 for 6
Vate,
so
Vate 44 with the prime. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Favorite fast food.
But it is a massive improvement.
Dude, I miss McDonald's a lot. We don't have it here.
As we saw it starting out the series, their win rate has been atrocious. One of the worst in the world when it comes to pistols.
Really?
Damn, they showed the whiff.
Remember, just double every round. Double kills every round.
I don't think I've ever heard Shadows make that sound before.
That's actually him doing Whale song.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes, I fall
Dude,
asleep
the pistol
to that
win rate was 31% before this game. That's nuts.
Follow up from the pistol. You said it before, Tom. It's always been 2 players left alive for Movistar Koi. A little miss from Click. He's slow to follow up, and Gravino's picking them apart. Much healthier looking round from Movistar Koi.
Hesitation, lost in that one.
Only the 1 pick.
There you go.
Mini's got 1. He's gone to the frenzy though. That could be a big mistake. He's been a demon with the classic. Sulcus is low. Opportunity here. But he's got support. Philo up top.
Not really a reason to peek this in. They're actually
Wow.
This is not the man.
Imagine it did
I
damage.
understand he's low, but keeping on to
Damn,
that weaponry,
Symmetry.
seemingly more important.
21.
Looking to just
Thank you
break
so
the
much,
trend
Symmetry.
of
Thank you, thank you.
how many
Chat, you
players
know
are
what to
left
do?
standing, and they will. It's going to be 3 to survive
Go
this
for the
time out.
21.
A slight improvement.
Appreciate that, Symmetry.
Movistar
Thank you,
Koi,
thank
who
you.
will
Good
get
to see
to
you,
keep
dude.
some
Thank
of
you
that
for that.
weaponry.
Chat, you know what to
Did they
do.
get the bulldog at the end?
Slug oiler spam.
Maybe they
Let's get
did.
it in. That's a nice shot. It kind of looked like it was a headshot. If you got gifted, please add Symmetry. Say thank you. Double M, double Y.
As it has been before for this squad, they'll be able to come into the
Thank
next
you so much,
without
Symmetry,
pulling
dude.
any
Thank you,
punches.
mate.
Extra
I
bulldog
appreciate everything.
pulled in
Up
for
to
investment.
up to
Gentlemen,
1,771.
8-6,
My goodness,
gap
dude.
closing, but rifles come out here. Click
You're a hero, bro.
a
Thank
big
you so much, mate.
performance in the early half
Mad
of these
support,
last
dude.
2 rounds. He's almost got his ultimate online and ready to rumble. Look at Movistar Koi's response. Noise heard on south side. They go pushing into north, and Mini's under pressure. He's being hunted down. No way out. And a free pick really for Grabinho.
The observer
Can't
really
retrieve the
stuck with the
weapon,
def cam there.
At least they've got the advantage to work with.
Solcas under pressure. Slows, stuns. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown at him, but he now has a little bit of help from his friends. 4 players on the side that is being fought for. Filu's position clear, but he'll be able to dance his way through the smokes. Actually, if they reposition towards the spawn, they could actually make it to the B side. There is still a player there, and well, with the casualties alone,
Well, there's another bonus,
might make it just that little bit more difficult.
right?
That is the second nade.
Wait,
from
Filu just has to
thrown
get
out as
one.
Well. The first completely halted the push from Gentlemates. Now as they move towards the B side, steps are heard from the cam. Flya, he's got eyes on, and they've realized now the rotation from Movistar Koi will take quite a while. He's only got a stinger to work with. We don't want to see him going swinging out wide. In fact, even conceding the plant. And from this point, you might assume that he's just not on site. Maybe he's somewhere else. Having rotated to A, just left the cam behind, but now they've realized their mistake.
God, we're really about to win this series. I mean, they won 6 out of 6 pistols. They should be winning it.
At least, but it's not an easy fight. They've seen him. They'll swing together and close this one out.
So it's 6 out of 6 pistols, and then I think they've won 4 out of 6 bonus rounds as well.
For their first series win.
They won the first 3 rounds in the
They're
first
snowballing
half.
so hard on this.
3 rounds, or in the second half.
Shocky with the prime. Thank you with the 16 months, dude. Thank you for doing that.
In other words, I'm waiting to see what happens in the next one before I start getting too excited. Then again, I'm looking at the amount of stingers, but with that convergence path for Click, I do wonder if they're just going to try and run it down onto some of these players with rifles. Cheeky little speed boost.
There's a good chance. And hell, you stick as a team or even split like this, you maybe even have a better chance. But the reality is, Movistar Koi, they've got 3 players on the right side of the map. They're not playing deep into angles, so they won't be fully caught off by these players to dash in. Spotted, Filu ready.
Oh, boy.
Well, I'm not sure what kind
I'm
of
not ready for that angle.
He did not have the free
8-8,
space.
they're going to have Rezo. Who else gets the kills?
It's a 2v4 that he's left his teammates in. Easily secured
Brimo.
by the rest of the squad. And
Brimo,
that
Rezo.
is the mold broken. 4 in a row
In
for
a
Movistar
really nice
Koi.
spot.
8-8, neck and neck. And getting ever closer to picking up that series that's evaded them. Look at the top, 0-4. No maps picked up along the way, but today, everything is changing.
They've broken one by getting their first map after 9 straight map losses. Now they're looking to break the 4 series streak. Actually,
I see the rolling, they hate it.
4 in stage 1. And the difference now, though, is obviously when you have that defensive side operator, there's good
Punch
opportunities
to the
for
bottom
Click to find
side.
value without having
Okay,
to
this
take
is a good
crazy
reaction that they were
risks.
fast on this.
Wow, speaking of crazy risks, it's a complete
That's really
pincer.
bold.
I don't think I've seen that one before.
I don't think we needed to follow that. I'll be honest with you. I think I could tell that wasn't going anywhere.
That is a new one for me, let me tell you.
Yeah, the observer's having a bit of fun, man.
If we just saw the map collapse, just like the full north side of the map.
Flyer.
This is a nasty position.
Whoa!
3 for it. The IGL finally adding the fragging as well.
Man, fair play. Dude, that's a big buy round. Did he's just done that? Also looks like they knew they were maybe going to go underpass with the ult.
Damn solid performance from Flyer.
I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's like a reaction they take from when they pinch. Either way, dude, this is a clean round. Had to get some max money here.
9 on the board. Movistar Koi, 5 in a row. The lead now theirs. And that was a full buy.
Oh, they're looking stressed as well.
That Flyer single-handedly tore to shred. Okay. Who thought that was needed? Oh, wow, look how close that was, Tom.
I'm so glad that we had a third-person camera of that, just so we could see where it went.
Absolutely nuts. And obviously for Gentlemates, they're not expecting someone to be there. There was heavy rotations early on from Movistar Koi. They pushed south side on A. They got all that control, so then you're a little more comfortable to embed and cut off those rotations, keep that map control. But there was no way that Gentlemates could have known that that had happened. Still, the fact that 2 players swing to start with, they had the right idea. They were ready for him being there. Yet Flyer just hit his shots, and in no more important of a moment could he have stepped up.
That said, I think it's going to be much more difficult for Click to sort of keep that performance going on the attack. But you're the guy diving in, taking space to come out with a multi-frag in rounds is much more difficult than what we saw on the defense.
Toronto? I'm not sure, Slimmetry.
It is much more of an even playing field, maybe even leaning slightly the way of Movistar Koi. Soulcast has been having, I'd say, one of, if not his best series of the tournament so far. Swinging here.
No surprise there, though. 31% of his team's first engagements. I think it's probably more.
Well, I know it wasn't Kim because he's too busy waffling in the crowd. So that one I think was written by William. Getting the credit he deserves.
Thank you, Captain Cal. 9-8.
Yeah, if we do, then we'll definitely have some guests on for sure.
Not far from Rolling Thunder either, and Solka's just 2 away.
Yeah, this is nice from Koi though.
So much
as we can see, nothing here.
The first, we saw them go all the way on that
don't even have the camera, so they don't really know about this. Could satchel over this to clear all of it as well.
Actually going, but they can start
just
to
holding
put the pieces together. Soulcast moving closer into the corner. Grabinho also
take a lot of map control with this. I mean, Judgmates have no idea they cleared all of this.
They may just want it to delay.
They even leave that trap online. They've got the information, but they don't want Gentlemates to know just how far ahead of the play they are. Movistar Koi with a big opportunity.
My goodness, so for all, the only person to send it is Click. Nice little combo on site though, but my goodness.
Salvo good as Kata falls and numbers thinning. Gentlemates being left in the dust. Rolling Thunder put through, but Mini doesn't want to swing. He's 45 HP, waits for them.
Crouch.
Ducks under his shot.
Dude, Kama kind of has to 1v2 this, really.
Reposition afterwards, but the info is there for his opposition. Kamek, man who walked away with an ace earlier. Great stun. Aftershock put through as well. Pressure on.
Split them.
He's going to reposition, but they're just grouping back up. Looking to take this fight together. It needs to be a nasty spray. A double takedown. They haven't got a ton of utility, but still a flash on Shados. Where does that get thrown? Backside or into main? In fact,
the double jump, guys.
It's risky. It's giving him a chance. The spam puts pressure on, but Shados is defusing it. He's going to stick it all the way. The spam doesn't.
No, the spam's in there. He hit one bullet in the spam somehow.
Down after double digits for Movistar Koi. We knew they had a strong start in every half, Tom, but this is getting ridiculous.
That's disgusting, though. The initial, this is what we said about
the nade into Salvo.
Those ults. It was the convergence path sent in alongside Ultra Strike just to eliminate Soulcast. But then while dying, he placed his salvos and trades himself, which again, not too common. I think a lot of the spam damage actually went onto Flyer instead.
Dude, you guys just double jumped onto the site. We can't be giving it too much.
Guys in the EMEA are much more chill. Just watch Padatek when he played against Gentlemates.
Or most teams.
We had to bleep 99%, but the rest was just telling Kamek that he was baiting.
Insta drone though. I mean, I like their reactive pushes. The pushes are nice.
Having mentioned the combination of ultimates, combinations of utility,
they got camera as well for the contact, so they could all over towards Dish.
In fact, look at the aggression coming out of Fila with good read with so many players. 4. The only one that he can hit who can survive a shot of this weapon is Mini. anyone else will fall to a single barrel being emptied in their direction. But Filu realizes the full force is coming his way.
He plays it safe.
He backs off, concedes the space, and that's because they have these ultimates. Rolling Thunder, Armageddon can come through and completely annihilate these players.
Oh, he's pushing all the way through.
How far forward these players are actually pushing. Click wanting to get
This is gonna get weird.
all the way towards their spawn. And he hasn't checked the corner.
Don't check the most common corner.
Luckily, the trade is almost immediate, but as they look to go even further forward, it's another drop. The salvos take down Zipan, and all that is left is Kami.
They're getting absolutely wrecked, by the way.
Hits the floor, 11-8 for Koi. They are running away with this defensive half, and I'll be honest, I said that maybe it'd be slightly better on the defense. I think I was wrong.
Yeah, well, 7 in a row is hard to predict. Let's say. And we saw
last timeout for them.
In the last map use their timeouts early on. They've kept this one late, but after a 7th conceded round,
dude, the whole of the side was just filled with
utility from Movistar Koi 2 rounds in a row. They are now calling that timeout. Their final one to touch base with their squad. 2 rounds needed for Movistar Koi to do what they failed to do all stage long. They may have waited until it's too late for playoffs, but it's not too late to claim back that pride.
It's pretty good.
I think the former may be more valuable with how things have gone, but we'll see. Maybe in the future that point can make all the difference.
Dude, are they not just done here?
Just not ending with that goose egg on the scoreboard. Taking one over on mates. I've actually put them above them in the head-to-head, won't it? They'll literally not finish last if they win this game.
No, yeah.
Mates will be the one at the bottom of the
This whole
table.
fight
Maybe
is for whoever gets last.
To be had, but which is crazy as well, considering if we see Liquid get the victory, the only team to have beaten them will have been mates, and then they finish last.
Yeah, but that was timing as well.
But in a weird group.
Again, like, I feel like in a lot of Movistar Koi's games, we haven't come in and gone, oh,
the Koi coach, Vitality last time, yeah. Same coach.
But when it comes to mates,
same coaches.
They've had their OTs that they lose, and then they run out of steam right after.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing is, like, you could imagine a world where they take those series 2-1, where maybe if they come in with a victory, they look a little better.
Why do I feel like no one's going
to
to check this?
But that hasn't been the case so far, and yeah, it's how the cookie crumbles. Movistar Koi with the chance to play in that extra spot up above. As you said, that's a point, but
Look at the sound key these days.
Single win on the board. Dash it from Click, caught by Flya. He's been phenomenal so far. Finally put to bed, but Philo and Corbino quickly filling in the space. Spike is theirs, and it looks like another
it's looking
round
easy
for
for them.
Koi. After a pause from Gentlemates, they get nothing.
That's crazy as well, because that position has been consistently played by Soulcast, so I think him being able to get away with that is very surprising. Well, okay. A 1v1 for Zipan. He'll take fights like that all day long. The nade will do a little bit of extra chip damage.
There.
You do have to be careful. Salvo's forcing them out. Another fight taken, but then the swing comes in from behind. Soulcast alongside Zipan as well. And that is going to be 12
away from their
to 8
first
now
win.
in favor of Movistar Koi.
I would have called you a fool, Tom.
Every single round on attack.
We're going to be 12-8, 4 chances for Movistar Koi to take a series. I'd say, well, they haven't had one so far this stage, so I don't believe
That's our in defense
but
even.
here we are, and against Gentlemates with a streak
Does
of rounds
pre-nerf
like
chamber
this. They
work
were
these days?
8-4 at the
I mean, it would be
halftime.
broken again.
8-4 to 12-8. How they've managed this will be
The Waylay debuff. Dude, the Waylay's just it's just not good on this map.
Some parts
I think they probably used it some of the best we've seen on defense as well. It's just like, where are you meant to path? I don't get where you're meant to path with the Waylay on either side. You're just dead.
Trying to pick up the pace, but instead they've been met by the operator. They've been expecting after struggling on this site for a couple of rounds that their opponents will make a misread.
It's not like you have the good info. You don't have anything to stop a lot of stuff.
Will make it a little bit tougher. Soulcast on the site can only garner the one. With Shadows desperately low, he will also fall. A spot has been held by Filu, but he can't do too much about it. They're aggressing forward.
Imagine he wins that.
May end up being everything instead. It's going to be the an attempt to get to the site. And
There's a nice shot from Mini in the end. Let's count it down. 3.
I don't know how he's managed that, but fair enough. An ambitious play with the short.
I mean, he just wanted to go fast and try to isolate the 1v1, but
Mini to be further away, which is fair enough after he goes for the fight at spawn. But I want to see the last kill.
Oh.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I'll tell you what though, if Fialu won the round with that play, they would be singing his name in the streets of Spain tonight. There would be no rest. Sergio Ferra's voice wouldn't be audible for at least a week. But three rounds. I
think Uli would break the sound barrier.
Absolutely. 3 rounds in a row.
He'd take off like a jet.
Spread his wings and fly. Big investment from mates again, of course, and the same thing can be said for Movistar Koi. They'll be able to buy even if they lose this round. Keep building up those ultimates as well.
With this orb, they will get breach or
online. Fialu one away from a showstopper, and Solkas isn't far himself. This is definitely somewhere that we could see them save those ults up and invest them later, or burst it now and risk tapering out.
So Koi, once it gets taken, look like they know they're going to be grouping now.
No, I really like
Big 1v1. Everyone moves out of the range of the AWP.
Ultimate come online and then immediately moved. Click has now gone down. He has been struggling in this second half.
Whoa, whoa. My goodness, how did he only take 1 bit of damage there? There goes my duelist breach. Sorry, Brim even. Look at the stuff they gotta do, man. The Waylay just doesn't work.
And if you think you've got an open sight on the other side, you must know by now.
Double trip, camera to spot early.
Has not left.
He's always here. They could even spam it out. You got to assume it. They've got players on either side.
Cage made it hard to find the trip.
12 seconds left. He just has to delay, and he won't take zip back.
Dude, Kamek, how have you done that?
For a triple. Gentlemen, have the showstopper.
Big nade. Whoa, he threw the nade there. Whoa, he got off it. Oh, okay. My goodness, bro. What even is this ending, though? Well, he's holding the defuse for him.
13-9, 13-6 at the buzzer.
Well, they did it.
Done what nobody thought they could.
Yeah, they finish 5th in the group.
And of course, a big victory for them. I think for many coming into today, and many of these sort of like lower matches, you didn't really think there was too much on the line, but I think for this squad, it meant a lot.
Yeah, they just want to get a win.
Okay, we were doing work, we were trying to get ourselves to a point of victory, and although it came right at the end, smiles.
I mean, I said if they could get pistols, they could win this. I wasn't expecting 6 pistols, though, and should be winning that no matter what.
Of not just taking a map, but taking a series off a team who have pushed some of the best to their limits. This is the win that they've been waiting for, and a well-deserved victory lap.
They're all here.
Last we get to see that smile on Gorilla's face after the game. I've waited so long. And finally, they're the ones center stage in the EMEA.
Oh, let him in, he's only little.
And a well-deserved foul after a well-earned battle.
It's a good way to close out their stage 1. At least, as said, showing what they had to offer, showing some of that individual brilliance, showing that when the synergy is there, this squad looks decent. Because I don't think there was a bad player in the server for them today, which I think you look back prior to the season. Well, for the coaching staff, I know for a fact that they have put so much into this squad.
Looked like a long time coming.
Few months, and even though it hasn't necessarily gone to plan, well, we now get to finally, for the first time this stage, have a victory interview with Koi.
I've been looking forward to this day, Tom. Thank you very much. I'm now joined by Soulcast from Koi. Congratulations, you guys managed to bring out a win finally at the last stretch of this split. It's a long time coming, right? Because you've had so many close maps, so many opportunities. So why do you think it happened now?
Because we wanted to win when it mattered most, so we did it. No, basically, I mean, yeah, I don't know. A lot of the games, yeah, they were pretty close. It obviously does suck when like we haven't even won a map and stuff, and like some of the games that we watched back, and there was so many like small things that happened that just changed the shape of the game. But I'm glad at least, you know, at least we got a map on the board, a game at least on the board. So that's a good thing.
And you had the head-to-head over them, so you actually didn't finish last in your group either. Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned the small things that happened along the way. I think one of the nicest changes that we saw, and one of the most effective changes, was you going over on that Tejo, taking on that duty after the KC game, during the KC game. What was the reasoning behind this? And maybe if it had happened a little bit earlier, you think the results could have been different?
mean, maybe. I think we just kind of tried to reevaluate like what was working well, what wasn't, like some of the strengths of the players and maybe some weaknesses, and we tried to like shift it around. And I think they liked me on Teo, like just the way I used abilities and like timing of drones and whatever. I don't know, they believed in that, and I think it's working out pretty well. So I don't know, we'll keep it going.
I look forward to it. I look forward to it. Now, you're no stranger to having some challenges on this stage. You know, present, past, the last 5 years has not been the most fun, I think, at all times. Yeah. What's the most challenging thing you think has been for this season on this stage?
I think it's just the kind of the endurance of it. Like in Tier 1 right now in Berlin, like I know all the players and stuff, you know, it's a long grind, like playing like almost every day, playing until late, you know, even when you come home, you want to still like do VODs, aim training and whatever. And it's like, I think the biggest struggle has been like this, yeah, just endurance and trying not to feel like burned out and stuff. And especially for us, like, you know, we're not having much success on stage, which makes it become even harder. And it's just a bit of like just a massive slog, just trying to get a win. But I think, yeah, I'm glad that we won, so it doesn't feel too bad, you know, at least, I mean.
It's so many times it's been close, you know. It hasn't been as dominant as it's looked on the score sheet. What's next?
Another map. I don't know, at least another game, win another game. Yeah, I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens with Koi. I don't know if there's Operation Oppenheimer going on in the background, but I don't know, we'll see. we'll see.
Don't laugh, whoever, Pal, why is Pal laughing? And lastly, before I let you go, what's been, because at this point in your career, I think you've seen it all. You've learned so much from every roster you've been a part of, but what has been the biggest lesson from this split?
I don't know, it's tough to kind of point out one thing. I think, well, there's like loads of things. I think it's just trying to
maybe something you didn't learn before.
Yeah, I think it's just like really trying to kind of talk about things and mistakes that we're doing like a lot earlier, or like bring up kind of problems that we've been feeling like a lot earlier. I think we kind of spoke kind of how we felt a bit too late with how we're kind of playing and what's everyone doing in the team. And maybe if we spoke about that a bit earlier, we probably could have had more time to, you know, start playing a bit better and whatever, and start winning some games. So that's like the biggest lesson, is to just make sure we bring up things a bit earlier.
Well, you got this for Split 2. We believe. We believe, Dom. We believe. Thank you very much for joining me, and congratulations once again. Some smiles here on stage, always nice to see, but let's see if that continues over onto the next game, because Vitality and NAVI are looking to avoid that dreaded Seed 4. We'll be talking more about that after this break.
Hey, very nice. Finally a win for them. We'll see if that changes stuff as well, because Koi were at least rumored to be exploring some kind of changes, so who knows after that. Yeah, chat, loser of this next game gets 4th in the group, which is lower bracket for playoffs, so big game, especially for Vitality. I didn't think they'd be in this spot. It could be 4th seed Vitality, yeah, it's totally possible. NAVI hasn't looked great though, say that, but also they're probably playing Vitality at a good stage, you would say. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hate blind my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. with the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm, gold watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Welcome back to Throwback Thursday, where we take a look at an iconic moment that happened in the history of Valorant. And today I'm joined by Les, and there's a very good reason for that, because today, Les, is an anniversary for something that's happened in your career. Can you guess maybe what it might be?
I don't have idea. Maybe 2022 that I won the champions. I don't know.
Oh, close, but it was a little bit earlier from 2022. It was the grand finals of Masters Iceland back in 2022. It was actually today, 3 years ago. And I know you didn't win this final. I'm not here to re-traumatize you, but I think this is probably a very iconic moment in the history of your team, of you, and of Brazilian history as well. So how much of this do you remember?
To be honest, I think this tournament I remember a lot of things because it was my first international. It was the first time that I left Brazil, as I never went to a different country. This was my first one, and I think this tournament was the most important to show to myself that I can be in the top, you know, I can be with the best players in the world.
How old were you at this tournament?
I think I was 16.
16! Yeah. Were you nervous about, like you said, leaving Brazil for the first time, going to a new country, and all of this?
I was really afraid because I never went to a place so cold like Iceland. So I was like afraid because in Brazil we don't have like the same cold. So I bought a lot of like expensive clothes because I was like, maybe I can die in this country.
How are you feeling about Berlin then? Because Berlin was quite cold in the winter as well.
Yeah, but I'm used to it already. I went to a lot of countries in Europe, and I went to Madrid when it was winter, so I was more used to like the cold. But Iceland, it's different, the cold there.
It's a nice country though. I had a really nice time there as well. You didn't win that grand final, but you did end up, you know, later on in that year going to champs and winning champs as well. Did you learn a lot from, you know, losing there on that stage and all of the experience you gained?
I think the best experience that I had, because I lost one game, it was in Denmark, and this final. Like this final, it was the most important for me because we beat the Optic in the grand final winner, and like it was a really nice game, and like we were so confident to the grand final, and then they went and they stomped us a little bit. It was, I think, 3-0.
It was a 3-0, yeah.
It was a little sad, but like I learned a lot about that game because like it was a really good team with a lot of experienced people, and like it was a really hard game.
And last question, looking ahead, because we have Masters Toronto coming up as well. It's been a little bit of time since you've been to a Masters event too, so how are you feeling? Actually, no, I lied. I'm forgetting about Bangkok. But how are you looking forward to that one, you know, going back, I guess, over to North America soil as well?
To be honest, I really want to go to this Masters because basically all the years that I had in going to Masters was the same experience. The first Masters, I go very well. Like I went to finals and I went to semifinals. But the second Masters in every year, I don't go or I lose really fast. So I really hope to go to this one and at least go to like semifinals, these things. Of course, I wanna win, but at least break this curse that I have, you know, that every time that I go to the second Masters, it's not so good.
I believe we're gonna break that curse this year. Thank you very much, Les, for joining me, and I look forward to your game later today.
Thank you.
bringing a tear in my eyes thinking about the past. But let's talk about the present, because right now I am joined by Billy and Flyer from Koi. First of all, massive congratulations on getting that win today. We were actually genuinely all here rooting for you, screaming our heads off. Where was this Koi earlier?
Man, I feel like it took a long time for us to get used to the stage, to be honest. Like even map 1 on Split, like a lot of times where it's like downtime and we need to be proactive and like moving and like making a plan, and I feel like we're just letting them play the game. I mean, we were saying it, me and the coaches especially were saying it during the halftime of Split, like I just felt it shooting them. They were so nervous for like playing like on their own. I felt like it was so easy to kill them. So like once the message got across that like, guys, we just gotta play together and we're gonna destroy these guys, and we did it, destroyed them. So.
I mean, we had Meg on the desk last week shouting chants and everything.
Yeah, we have a song for Koi and everything.
Yeah, it's amazing. But yeah, how does it feel to finally have that kind of win under the belt? Surely you can kind of bounce back going into stage 2 now that you have a win?
Yeah, I mean, it's like a weight lifted off my shoulders, to be honest with you. When you don't win for a long time, it honestly gets to your brain a lot, especially as an IGL. Like I was very mentally kind of like going through it. I mean, obviously I don't make playoffs, which sucks, but like getting this win, I feel the happiest I've been in a very long time, regardless of what it means, just because I haven't won since like Ascension qualifiers of last year, which is like July, you know, so it's been a while.
Yeah, I mean, a very deserved win as well, because it was a great performance from the whole team. You know, it wasn't like one person carrying; everybody was on form. Absolutely, I loved it. Hey, you can still make champs. Yeah. You can still make champs. Think how amazing of a story that's going to be when it happens. Yes, and so can these teams, as you guys can see here. But more importantly, as we head to Vitality versus NAVI, the winner will lock seed 3. The loser will be in that seed 4, and Billy, which means they will start in the lower bracket. You know how Angel is haunted by having to start from a lower bracket, because that happened 100% of the times last year.
It's so sad to think about it, isn't it? And I mean, that could be a contributing factor of NAVI not making an international event last year. But I guess, Flyer, from a player perspective, is it difficult starting? I mean, of course it's difficult, but how much does it weigh on you having to start in that lower bracket of the playoffs?
I mean, I personally wouldn't want it at all. You always want more chances than one. I think it's just like, when you get in the game, you don't think about it a lot, like, you know, just play to win every single time, but being able to have this like in the back of your mind, like, okay, we can figure things out like through a loss, like, you know, maybe we gotta work on this map, whatever, like, it just is a big mental block that's like good to not have on your shoulders, you know?
But also, you don't want to lose now, wait a week, and then go to playoffs. You want to win now, and then feel really confident as we head to playoffs. And it does help when you have players like Kicks on this roster. The Vi Merchant, we heard him talk about it last week as well, giving us an insight on what it's like to be a part of Team Vitality. And actually, here's a quote from him saying, "I'm always good vibes. I'm the biggest Vi Merchant on the team." I was personally a little bit surprised to hear this, because, you know, he's surrounded by superstars. I think I would be a bit more reserved in that kind of environment. Are you surprised? And also,
we got a match that means something.
Oh, dude, vibes are everything. I feel like even part of our win this week was due to vibes.
So yeah. who's the vibe version on your team?
Filu, 100%. This guy screaming the whole time. But yeah, vibes are everything. I got in a rank game with Kicks like a week ago, and I didn't actually realize he was the Vibe Merchant either, but after playing this rank game with him, he was playing Reyna and using Odin only, like jumping around, being crazy, and you could just tell he was the guy that's going to keep the vibes up. I think it's also good, like, the support player on your team, like in the role he's in, having that constant, like, good feeling from him. I think it's good to have.
I think it's needed as well, right? Especially after that loss against Team Heretics, the loss against Fnatic, you kind of need someone being able to lift the spirits of the team. And I think Kicks has been doing such a phenomenal job of that and being the self-proclaimed Vibe Merchant of this team. But I think most of his teammates would agree with it. And I think something as well that he brought up last week in that interview, Yinsu, was the fact that he's got this dynamic duo with Derka, which I really love to see. I mean, we always highlight all of the duelists and rarely ever highlight the initiators, but I think Kicks is probably one of the top performing initiators that we have in our league right now.
Oh, he was digging them out of every single bad situation that Vitality found themselves in. And I'm going to be very upset if he doesn't play Odin only Reyna today. Now I know that's in his repertoire. I really, really, really want to see it.
And I think that's why we highlight Kicks a lot, right? Because
he's not supposed to be the best player on this team. He just isn't. And
that's true. He's kind of meant to be the worst player on this team.
But I do want to talk about maybe the obvious one that everybody always looks towards, and that is Derka. He is going to be going up against Koala Noob today. Now,
I'm feeling this game will be close now. I think this game will be close. I agree with you.
You're familiar?
I don't think I've met Derka yet, but Koala Noob I've probably played around like 15 times. And I think he's got the better of me probably like more than 10 of those times.
Oh no.
In tier 2. I think that if you were to compare them side by side, I will definitely give Koala Noob the better op, 100% playing against him. I mean, in Tier 2, our whole game plan against him was countering his op and like where's he going to be, make sure we use extra util. But I think in terms of experience, I mean, you can't give anything else to Koala. I feel like Durka's going to take the cake every time.
I think it's difficult because when we're looking at this head-to-head, I think back to last week, right? Our Vitality looking to move Durka away from playing as much
Texas 2-0, are you crazy? No, you're not crazy for that.
Last week, so yeah, I think
NAVI,
that
some
it's
weird
his plays
comps.
getting a little bit more predictable.
Haven't looked great.
I mean, we definitely saw that against Fnatic, his former team.
So this would just
So
be
yeah,
a
it's gonna be
mental.
interesting to
It would
see,
just be a
are they
mental
moving away from
storyline
that
if
Yoru, or are they
Vitality
sticking
already in
him
the
on
lower
it?
bracket.
And if we do
Feel like
get to
there's a
see
lot of
Jet
teams in
head-to-head,
EMEA that
that's
are
what
cheering
I'm most
for
excited for because the
NAVI on
amount
this
of
one.
reps that Koala Noob has on Jet is absolutely ridiculous. It's his most played agent.
For me, Durka, we haven't had a lot of Durkin time. I think there was once upon a time,
Because
every single game,
teams
every single map
owning
that this
them.
man stepped onto, it was full Durkin time. And this split, maybe it's because it's a new team. They need time. They haven't had they haven't had as much time as everyone else because they were so deep into Masters Bangkok. And that's why I think.
Who do I have for this game? I mean, I've gone for Vitality here.
I don't like that. I don't think he's bad. I think it's because
What
he's not dropping
percentage do I give
300
NAVI?
ACS every
Like a
match.
35, really, with how they're playing.
But for
Like a
Koala,
35,
I have been
65.
pleasantly surprised by how consistent he has been
Vitality,
because, like you said, every time he's gone on off,
Haven,
he's had
Icebox,
the most
Ascent.
impact that we've seen, maybe across
Even
all duelists
Icebox,
for his team.
Ascent.
But is it as simple then for Vitality just to shut down that op and they can do this?
I mean, I think it's hard just because
Is
I
Vi-
feel
is
I've played
Vitality's
with
Haven
Koala Noob
that
in like
good?
plug tournaments before and stuff like that. I play with him in ranked.
Or
He's
is
very
Navi just
vocal about
struggling
what he
in
wants to do. I feel like he's ahead of the one step ahead in terms of knowing like they're gonna counter me. Come do this time. Like, can you do this for me? So it's not so simple of countering the up. It's about like meeting him where he's gonna be next. You know what I mean? He's always gonna be moving.
I love that insight. I love that. I'm gonna write that down. If I ever have to play Koala Noob, you know, just in case, I've got that. But these are two teams who have had their ups,
Keza
their downs,
D04,
and
thank
now
you so much for
finally
the Prime,
their
mate.
momentum.
Thank you for the 21
Vitality
months.
and NAVI have battled their way back
You gotta
into
look at the sponsors
form,
of
and
the
today
stream.
is
I'm not allowed to say anything there.
just about a win. We've talked about it already. It is about avoiding the lower bracket and setting up a real run at playoffs to make it all the way to Masters Toronto. So let's send this back to the stage and welcome the players from NAVI and Team
Vitality
Vitality.
look lost on Icebox. I don't think they look crazy comfortable on Haven either, but it's all good, Keza. It's a fast one though. It'll be fine. The Dark with the Prime. Thank you so much, mate. Appreciate the 3 months. Thank you for that.
The season is far from over for these two teams. It is going to be about who is going to look more convincing at playoffs and who's going to have a better chance at playoffs as well. Let's take a look at the map vetoes here.
Good
and
impact.
Vitality taking away Pearl, not
Whoever
really a
wins
surprise.
is in upper
Billy,
bracket,
talk me
whoever
through,
loses in
again,
lower
no surprises
bracket.
so far.
Yeah, absolutely no surprises
Simple
so
as
far.
that.
But looking at this Icebox being
Real
played by
simple.
NAVI is interesting, and NAVI actually deciding that we're going to go to Ascent. I mean, okay, this is 2 maps that we've not seen NAVI play so far this split.
I'm really upset they didn't pick the Ascent. This is the biggest bone that I want to pick with this NAVI team because NAVI have always been good at Ascent. It's been their home ground. They pick up a player who I assume Flyer Koala, you know he's going to be good on Ascent.
He's gonna be crazy good on Ascent.
Yeah, like that's like a no-brainer for him. So the fact that they've avoided this for so long really annoys me. But let's talk about that Haven real quick because if they do what we think they're going to do, we're going to get that ISO Yoru comp. Do you like it, Flyer? I mean, you guys had an ISO player. You decided to take him off the ISO for some reason today.
I mean, I've never been a big fan. I've liked Haven my entire career, but this last year I've hated Haven. I just hate the comp. I feel like it's very like
The maps aren't too bad for Navi, I feel like, but again, we don't really know.
It's just pure meta. Like you can't play against
the Icebox, the Haven feels alright.
Are you talking about the Vitality Haven
Yes.
comp here? Yeah, no, I think the Vitality Haven comp, I think, as I said, we saw Derka get shut down a lot when they played that against Fnatic, and it's not looked great for them. And I think that has to be because they said that they could joint that comp and make it look better, and I think that they felt the pressure off of that, and they just not getting away with things they need to.
I want Navi to run that comp. I don't like whatever the hell they were doing before Billy. I don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, the Haven comp, I just think it's so interesting that we have Angel playing the Vise on that Haven. Like, I don't know what the decision behind that is. However, I do love to see Xiao back on that Sova.
Yeah, and it looks like Vitality have just decided they don't want to play that comp at all anymore. And Derka is going to play the Neon. Again, this is one of the... Derka never plays Neon. This is super new for him.
Yeah, this is why I asked, is this something that they're going to be keeping with? Are they moving him away from that Yoru? Has it become too predictable? And it looks as though they're trying to answer that question at least. And then the rest of the roles, I mean, I hate to bring up the word comfort, but these do look like comfort roles for the rest of Vitality, which I'm happy to see.
I know you don't like Haven here, so Fly, I'm going to ask you, who's getting diffed in this Koala versus Derka head-to-head?
I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, honestly, I feel like the comp with Derka as your duelist, all these stuns, rockets, everything is going to help him out a lot. He's a great entry. I think I'm going to have to take Derka on this map, but I feel like the interaction with Derka and the Vise is going to be difficult just because, you know, Yoru versus Vise is way better, you know, bait the wall. They're going to have to work around these characters a lot harder.
At least Navi get to start on defense here.
Something that they were suffering
this
for
was
last time that they played Haven.
This is where I flamed them a little bit last week, right?
The rest of Navi's comp, I mean, it's tried
decided
and
to
tested. We've seen
pick
it. Yes, it didn't work out for them so
attack
far.
on this map.
I think it's Vitalities that we need to hone in on, right? The amount of
honestly, they should struggle on attack a little bit here. Like, I think I'm literally looking for like an 8-4
starting on that attack, and it's just, yeah, it's going to be really nice to see the sort of switch in utility between these teams.
Yeah, and I really didn't expect this. I'm not going to lie. I didn't think that they were going to be the ones to
How do they
drastically change
default
anything.
on defense?
I thought Navi, surely.
Do they need to default if they have double sentinel?
It would be them that changed things, but I think this makes it very interesting too because it also takes away Fly at the prep, right? Navi cannot prep for something like this.
Yeah, 100%. I think that Navi is a big prep team as well, like macro. They love the macro, thinking about the game outside of just shooting. So I think taking away their prep is going to be big for them.
And have you scrimmed against either of these teams? I know not on Haven, but in general, do you have any scrim bucks on who's better?
I mean, for some reason, we always have better results versus Vitality.
Oh!
And Navi, I think it's pretty even. I think Navi's been getting the better hand against us, though.
Well, very interesting. Thank you so much, Flyer, for joining us. If
Trying
there's
to figure
one
out what the
thing we
comp can
know
do.
about the next cast,
I mean, both,
is that no shenanigans will go unnoticed.
both comps have
no
weaknesses,
ego
obviously.
will go
I feel like the
Pansy and
Vitality
Hyper are your
comp has
casters
less
for this game
weaknesses.
today. And yes, they're probably already judging you.
Well, the
'cause you
double
deserve it.
sentinel.
Take it away, guys.
We haven't really seen what they do on defense
Well,
with the double
we wanted
sentinel.
to kind of start, I guess, on the composition. Change and not change as well, because as much as, yes, Vitality and Occasion did look good initially with that composition, it felt like it had run its course.
Good,
My
yes,
head
but
swooshed
still
the
a
other way,
little
I have no idea.
Underwhelming
Yes,
is
I
the
agree.
best word for it. So yeah, massive positive to see this. It's a lot, well, a lot
What
more
tacticians
front-heavy,
using
actually, a really
TF2?
good
I got no
contrast of
idea.
two
In TFT, I had no
styles of
idea
play
either.
here. Almost one leaning heavily into
I think my dude's in a bath or
back,
something.
receive
Yeah,
information.
dumpling,
Not-
is that a
not
thing?
Not a lot of opportunities for them to really go out and contest this. And actually, early on, Vitality, a ton of opportunities here.
There certainly is, right? It's in the unknown, and I'd love to see what Vitality looks like when they have their chance
Stuck
to
in
be a little
Emerald
bit
still,
more,
yeah, we'll grind
I guess,
and do
creative in the compositions, kind of come in and see what they can really do here. It's been something we've been question marking throughout this.
We'll get
Is
Diamond, I'm
that
pretty
form
sure.
they've been running with, how they're looking as this series hopefully starts up, because I feel like we're a bit delayed getting to game. But
Wait, don't be saying
Illusion's
that.
still going, still looking at crowd shots.
not seeing the timer move though, Michael. Not seeing the timer move.
Ishan,
I'm getting
thank you so much for
worried,
the
I'm
Prime.
nervous once again.
Appreciate the 3 months, thank
Anxiety
you
is
so
an
much.
all-time high. God, it's all fine. I don't believe it. But yeah, kind of, I guess then flipping the script, if we looked a little bit at Vitality's comp and the changes that have happened there, and we can go deeper into that at some point. We do have to look at Navi's, and I think something that Mini was discussing, a lot of us were kind of looking at is that double sentinel still in play. Does that then deny the, I guess, want to be more proactive?
Yeah, this is the thing. It leans into some of the things that have become concerning about Na'Vi this season, which is just getting out of that old headspace, the old kind of
turtle in,
mantra that this team has just famed over the last few years, and it's about time.
There was a tech pause, they didn't let us know about it.
Some sort of I don't want to say overhaul, but you know, change in approach because
big game. Got Navi on defense, we've got Vitality on attack. Whoever loses this goes down to the lower bracket.
We are waiting
the
for
loser
big
will
things
have
from
to
both
start
of
in the
these.
lower
Vitality,
bracket.
some glimpses, Navi, similar sort of thing, but both tied up at 2-2
Double Sentinel on defense. Let's see what they got.
So, there can only be one to lead out with the advantage. We dive
Could
into
feel like
this with the UI really telling us what's happening with Vitality on the attack, and of course then Navi on the defense.
No hard.
Slow approach here, Vitality. Trying to take a little bit of space towards.
Okay, a little bit of A pressure. There we go. A little bit of A pressure. They insert one over towards short so they can fake it with the drone, and that means that C should be a little bit weaker. Good jump spots too. Should the rotate be a little bit heavier now? Maybe. Smoke goes in to help him. Got a kill trip. No one in place to get a kill from it.
Towards Durka on the neon. Maybe obviously not the highest.
Like this from Hero. Pops his cage. Make sure that he can get into position to try and get a kill off of it. He almost got there.
Still 60% Durka.
Yes, which is pretty solid. Navi doing well initially though, fighting from the back of the site here and finding some isolated duels. Durka's still alive though, down to 40 with only a couple of bullets to play with, and they do run dry, leaving just one alive. That is safe, noted earlier on, and this will be a formality.
Nice.
Navi prepared.
Okay, I'm predicting an 8-4.
The first.
I'm predicting an 8-4 with these comps.
Kind of
they might even get a 9 if things go really good, but
an answer for Vitality, but Bro stands the test here, at least in the pistol round. Navi able to get bodies across to defend this early enough. Ruxic and Koala do.
8-4 for Navi, yeah.
Early protocols here from Navi. Like I said, this composition doesn't really enable them to go out hunting, so really look towards Xiao and Hero to be the ones that are, I guess, relaying the information, the crucial information. For Navi to make moves.
Okay, fast default for Vitality. Oh no, Navi are these guys, aren't they? They're the people that buy 3 guns on defense and get eco'd all the time.
Suited him very well.
I forgot about this.
Teams, he looked very solid at it, one of his better moments. That's with an early identification on the ball. Decent enough info to maybe drag forward here. Again, gonna force the hand a little in the future for Vitality, who are still taking the tour.
Waiting for somebody to swing out long here, but I expect Navi to be...
Navi go for the risky buy. Risky buy. In theory, they're allowed 2 deaths. Does mean on defense that your site holds are a little bit weaker. Like right now, we kind of just have Angel committed with the gun. Or I guess with the Ghost.
Sightlines cut. Oh, less lucky to survive there. Assi on the second shot. Angel will shut it down.
Great shot though. My goodness.
Look, one of the last performances, Angel was one of the highlight players.
Yeah, I tell you what though, when it pays off, it pays off. They should have
pretty solid. This was
a really strong buy. We're gonna have 4 rifles, 1 judge.
But for Navi, a solid in-zone flawless to keep themselves moving forward. 2-0 now.
They're bans. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate that with the prime.
They
are bans. They're bans. Sure, they're bans. Thank you so much, dude.
Necessarily got a taste of Vitality.
Angel, I mean, that second shot was nice. At least their setup kind of made sense for what they were going for. No gun is heavy committed apart from the Ghost, so they can't snowball too much. It's a great buy. They get all the light armors as well, knowing that most likely they ain't going to be buying... Wait, did they go for the light armors in the round before anyway? They must have.
Yeah, and it looked like everyone turned, I assume, for the dart that came through to
that
try and
was
break
nice.
it.
Peek
The
off the
Xiao
dart.
sent in. And they caught Kicks just completely
TP
unawares,
to get there
glancing
early.
into the sky.
Pretty cool.
Huge win in the buy round.
That's massive. Love that little idea potentially.
Yeah, you don't want to push now.
His presence, but still going to be a hindrance.
Still creates a lot of pressure here.
The judge noted as well, so I don't expect anybody to be entertaining Garage side of Vitality. Less go through the protocols once again in mid. Draw out a smoke as well from Ruxic. Vitality collapsing once again into this formation outside A. But the smoke going to keep Xiao here.
Dirk has already gone pretty deep at this. Does he carry on? Okay, Paranoia drawn out. They've done well, right? This is kind of it. They've got the utility where they want it to be, but Navi not feeling any pressure. We're down to 35. They do need to make a move, and somewhat soonish. C feels completely unavailable. They're going to know the Cypher setup's still there. They've cleared a lot of the Vice util, but Angel's
What's the
fallen near onto
reaction
free,
from
just spamming
Koala?
through the smoke,
If he had a
hoping for the
different
best.
gun, he
It's
might
opened up the
push,
potential
but
of a plant towards B.
yeah, he's
See
gonna
what
get a
Dirk
gun
is maybe
upgrade.
intending to do.
Problem is, Les is probably gonna hear that.
There's a glance back towards the C connector.
Looking like Les is good timing. Yeah.
Oh, Koala looking for an upgrade, but less patrolling the back lines here. Shut that down. Durka deals with the dart, but Hero.
Yeah, they still got the smokes for vision block. Roxic just got his smoke, so he can smoke on the spike. Tap and everyone duel.
This actually, they clear the close corner. The smokes are going to be coming in the one way now, kind of negated almost with a double smoke on top.
Okay,
But Navi
salvos go in. Hero can hold it to half. He takes the
Salvo!
oh, not the double.
Both so strong in the post plant. And
The double. What went on?
Very controlled for the Red Bull clutch, giving vitality their
I mean,
way
Hero
in.
took the hit, but
Right down
how's
to the
there two
wire.
here?
It does come out with a Red Bull clutch.
Oh boy. Well,
And the groans from the crowd echo.
Lights out and away we go.
Yeah.
Ah, we have
Oh,
the
we have a
Tech
chant
singers. Yeah, no, it's brilliant.
That's
Nice
what it's
work,
been
crowd.
missing.
Appreciate you guys.
That's
You're
what's
here
been
with us.
missing.
Yeah, look, we don't have cheers for teams. You know, apart from the URE, but we have a Let's Go Tech Pause, and that is why I like EMEA. No one else can pull that off. So, well,
We've
what's
got a
the
taste,
issue?
we've got an
What's the issue?
appetizer. Oh no, it's
Oh,
we're still
investigating.
Yeah,
Well, that's not a
investigating.
good look.
No,
that's not a good look.
not initially.
I can't even.
How
get
can it move?
like,
It's weird that we
you know
haven't
what I
had
mean?
a
Like, initially it was
replay.
like, ha ha ha, funny joke, Panpok, Tech Pause, woo. But now, it's not even me.
Obviously, as soon as we do, as per usual,
Yeah.
find half a life saying, yeah, when we get an update, we'll let you know. Just need to get that. Need to get that on the soundboard.
Yeah, just play it. Just play it. Yeah. Sounds stable.
Kenny Jones, thank you so
Yeah,
much.
pretty
I
good,
appreciate the
actually.
prime.
Yeah.
Good first series.
Thank you for the 30 months,
Phone
mate.
signs?
What we got?
Marry me,
Wait,
wait.
oops.
Oh,
Ah,
Oops.
Wait. From plant the spike to marry me.
Damn.
Okay.
Damn. E-dating simulator.
Yeah, hey.
Never getting away from the allegations. Just a Kicks fan.
Yeah,
Kicks fan in the audience.
Yeah.
Love it. Love to see it. So far,
Respectable.
0-3. We're gonna have to hope that helps him out. All right, he needs, you know, we'll get there. We'll get. Look.
We didn't even,
Say it how you see it.
didn't even have the scoreboard up on the screen.
No, but I can see.
Yeah, I know.
Playing along at home.
Are those the only two signs in the audience that they can
Also
surely
check,
not?
dude,
No,
my
there's
posture
more.
is really
There-
good right now. I'm not gonna
cameraman,
lie to you.
please. Send
Maybe
us
get it slightly
assistance.
better.
No, we don't want to look at the players.
No,
Come on.
what? You got Angel looking miserable. Give
For a
us-
change. Yeah,
Right.
same.
Here we go.
Right,
I need a hero. That's nice.
That's
I like
pretty
that
good,
one.
Olá, Brazil.
Nice.
Bem-vindo.
Oh, you're gonna
Yeah.
run us a little bit of that?
Obrigado.
Obrigado. Very nice. Very nice. Very good creativity. Look at that. Anything else? Anything else we've got here? Wait. Got dancing already.
Oh wait, what? I can't even see that. The lighting's
on.
awful.
The lighting's awful.
Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, I get it. I get it. That's solid. Let's go.
Play on words. I see what he's done.
That's smart.
Yeah.
You after my job?
Durka go. Yeah, standard.
Yeah. I mean, I agree.
Again, the lighting.
They always
Pew-
worry about the lighting.
Pew pew.
Vitality. Vamos.
No, yeah, but what does it say? Pew pew on vitality.
I don't know. No, surely not.
That's highly
Surely not.
appropriate, actually.
Security. But thank you for the updated entertainment audience. You
Oh
are now
boy,
stuck
everyone's-
with us. You are in jail tech pause with us, so we
What's he
appreciate
doing?
it.
Sorting out his monitor.
But beyond that, I'm gonna start looking at chat. Yeah, I've got
Already, yeah.
It's look, mate.
Very
We've got 3 rounds. What should we say? Yeah, it was a bit of a rubbish, you know, first buy, even though they won it. What? One gun? Come on now.
gun.
What's that about?
Safe on the clutch.
Yeah. Teo in a post plant. Oh, thriller. Chat, help me out here. Here we go.
Cool,
Panty needs
thriller.
to change her contract terms. Make it. Yeah, if there's tech pause, financial benefits for both of
Oh,
us.
just for you, apparently.
Well, look,
Wow.
Look, I'm here for you as well.
I'll see myself out then.
No,
This is
please
all
don't.
you.
Please,
This is all you.
Please don't. Yeah. Hello, chat. Well, don't just say hi. Give me something. What should we ask chat?
You put me on the spot like that.
Angie Banshee with the prime. Thanks so much for the
Yeah,
6 months. Thank you. Appreciate that.
What would you ask, chat?
Who do you think's
No,
Toronto?
That's not it. That's not it.
G2's the safest bet at the moment.
Thanks, guys. You're not helping today. They're tired. They're out of content. Think how we feel.
Yeah, if we get long tech
Have you tried
pauses, we
Oblivion
kind of needed
Remastered?
to now.
Not yet. I'm waiting till I go home. Proper PC. You know, really embrace it. And I hope it's just as janky as I remember. Why do I do a tech pause? Right, brilliant. Pansy, tell Hypark he cannot say that pew pew comment on stream. You've been told.
I was reading the sign.
Well, I've heard things about Sliggy's mods. They're pretty rough.
Cameraman set me up, actually, for failure.
That's true. What's our favourite shade of red? Very funny, guys. Love that. Anything else we've got going?
Wait, you read that fast. There can't be much of a delay. Chat, get some questions in. Good questions, though.
Ooh,
Come on.
Would you take on 10 Sliggy-sized minis or 10 mini-sized Sliggies?
Just asked the same question twice.
Did I? Well, they wrote it wrong.
The question should be, would you take on 10 mini-sized Sliggies or one
Did I not?
Sliggy-sized mini?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, otherwise that's just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
10 mini-sized Sliggies.
Okay, top 4 at Toronto. Who are you rating there? That's actually a big question. I know.
That's a loaded question.
Yeah, someone's actually paying attention. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
I mean, G2.
G2. I'm with you on the G2.
I'd
100%.
go outlier.
You going for a little bit of a fun one? No, you're not. You're not. You're not. You're saying Fnatic.
Yeah.
Fnatic.
Top 4.
Yeah.
You're sending a top 4.
Top 4.
You're on G2 Fnatic.
When they haven't qualified yet. Bold.
Walk
_19 with the prime. Thank you for the 7 months, mate. Thank you.
I like that, actually. Thank you. EBS.
Oh, it's a replay?
Doing the hard work. So, okay, we can talk through this.
Oh, that's... Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought Angel was actually...
I don't want to see how they
just ahead of the blue.
Yeah,
see how they go down to this though.
Yeah.
Edgar? Well, not sold. Not sold on Edgar. Wow.
No, I think it's that. It's. I mean, obviously, until we see playoffs, it's
hard
very hard to call. But oh, I just heard the word unpausing.
Yeah, we're being let out of jail, so you don't have to commit to too much.
We're actually. Oh my God, the stage has changed.
Holy.
Look at that.
Hey! We're back in. For now. It'll happen again, so if you do have any questions, get them ready. I have no hope. However, we do have round 4 coming in. So, as much as, yes, that was the bonus in round 3, and of course, Vitality
I'll
on
look
their
and
first
shot.
fight did convert.
4 people,
they were
though.
only down to that one
Let's see.
rifle at the
Got
end
a
and
big
half
important
percent.
round
So the
though,
economy's
with the amount of
certainly not
deaths
gonna
that
be booming
happened.
from
So
this point on.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, we didn't get tech pauses for the first map somehow. That was kind of nice.
No interest in contesting this early space.
4 and
whatsoever,
4.
which is
That's the worst
the
4
right
I've done.
decision on
4 and
paper.
4.
Vitality's actually going to struggle on the back of that, to be
Oh,
honest.
though I kind of like it.
It's obviously progressing
Okay,
here.
he's definitely weak at the moment.
Kind of want to deal with some of this utility early on in the rounds for Vitality.
Yeah, you see it. Well, it was towards mid before with the wall. Now towards garage. It's a thankless job, but it's pretty imperative.
WEF Rando Gen, thank you so much for the gifted to Hypok. Did have done that in the tech pause, man. They would have shouted out.
Too telling just yet.
Thank you so much, Rando.
Once again, Vitality set up outside A. The Angel and Shao to hold down the 4. Liking something initially.
The 1 pass and hold for Angel. I mean, this is rough. Ooh, Les is committed.
Yeah.
The Fawns means to be stuck, and then do we spam behind the cage or?
Forcing them late into the rounds. We're at 25 seconds. And now Shao's got the angle. Oh, he's controlled it as well. Yeah, this is really nice from Navi. Lovely layering, but Dirk is still delivering.
No way, Dirk managed to do a bit of a madness, and this is not the best to retake. Everyone can get 1 shot from the Outlaw, though.
And the Hero here, still an opportunity. Smoke going to close off
That
CT
fell apart
for the time
so
being.
fast.
Qualanoob can be rewarded here from heaven. Unlikely to see a peek from either Dirk or Sevov, but...
You want to flash before you do this?
I was going to say, whether or not Dirk was actually sticking out from hell here. Flash is going to be an awkward angle as well. Sevov finds the Hero.
You're kind of thinking that might be right.
That's a nice shot.
And they know where Sevov was as well. Koala Noob, this could be everything.
Oh, and enough time. Very nicely done. He probably should have flashed for his teammate to get out of spawn, but the 1v2 is lovely here. Big impact. Do they try and like... You can't force. They're sitting about 2-4. Actually can't force.
You see on the X-ray, he's basically primed for this paranoia to be sent on the side.
What a play this was.
TP actually from Ruxic. Set up this crossfire.
Oh my goodness.
Durka does well to respond, but then the damage is already done.
One enemy.
It's so difficult here for Sevov. Like you said, tucked into the corner, maybe the early TP.
Okay, force them down to an eco. They got Durka's ult, so they buy some armor with it. You got a hero stinger as well. And this is Navi's chance to get a lot of money.
And again, that outlaw is just coming into its own here. Love the usage.
This is weird. It's a strong default, right? Smoke off, damage, but eventually the camera is going to get info again, and maybe they're going to replay this. We'll see. He's question mark career though.
This is going to be
drawn over towards A to see if one person's holding it. But honestly, the Navi comp can't really go aggro A, so I don't even think they need to re-clear too much. I think they are just going to be turtling over towards A.
Early on in the rounds is really paying off for them.
If you actually look at their comp, they can't heavy fight A at the beginning and set one up unless they invest the Omen Flash. Camera spot 2 in garage.
No, there's still a bullet to play with here. Stun's going to come in. You can see the pressure. And actually, Durka going for the ult now. They haven't cleared
Double kill trip.
Cypher utility. This is not ideal. Yeah, punished on this. Durka still trying to fight their way forward. But Koala Noob just checking back side here. Trying to wait it out. Gets mowed down by Durka.
A great reactive ult.
Don't have comfort towards that C-long side. And maybe wait out for that ult to stall. Lance coming in.
Pick up the outlaw and they can all get one shot. Oh my goodness.
Even further. Still a 3v3 here. Less tagged up. Sevov down to 26 as well.
We've got the dart on Shao. I'm looking for that one. Paranoia's been burned, but the fight begins. Oh! Angel gets away with daylight robbery. It's all on Durka.
Oh, that's a close one.
Bloody hell, that man is still a danger in
nicely
any
done.
occasion.
Nicely done from Navi. Yeah, Koala got a little bit wrecked here. He went for the reload, got hit by the stun, and then went to put his flash out before he'd even reloaded. So
almost a miracle.
Yeah, I think he missed his second shot.
Finds the fourth.
Yeah, this was a big play as well for the Yorick flash.
It does well to obviously find entry here at least as well, Durka.
Bonjour.
Beautiful shot here.
Hello,
follows
mate.
up with a classic headshot. It's only really the ping off the dart that makes it awkward for him. Came down to just Shao. Actually, Ultimate's starting to build now for Navi. Angel, Koala, and Hero. One off the Hunter's Fury as well.
Okay, this is what I think Vitality should be doing all the time. This A default. In theory, this comp is not good at fighting here and here. So I want to see this pretty much every single round.
It's a sort of engagement that Vitality are going to be extremely thankful for. An awful lot of input required on their part. A ton of information here on the back of the neural theft.
Okay, Ultra react. Ultra reactively go C, but look at the util. Oh, dude, you got to fight on site here. Look at the util you got for you. Got flash double kill trip.
Making the right choices, but look at the issue here. There was a bit of a window, and it's been taken by less. Removes Hero, but it is traded back in. Ult invested, a quick evacuation for 2 of them, but the plant needs to go down anyway. Good reveal on the dart here. Safe now under scrutiny.
Nice.
Can't stand up to the
Mate,
test.
you got to stay alive for just 2 more seconds to get your smoke.
3v3.
Here we go, spam fest.
Not really going to make much of a difference.
You smoke
but
down
Shao
long.
only one away from his too.
Honestly,
so it is getting uncomfortable here.
it's not as
That
bad.
util out on the tap. But
It's better than the
trying
choke.
to still stay relevant. Another tap.
It's not as good as the smoke on the spike, but
Want to get proactive. Sevov, lovely denial. And yeah, this is nice from Vitality, keeping stability under this pressure.
Yeah,
and Durka does it from Garage.
I mean, you
Good work from
isolate
Vitality
one
there.
here, but
We either have to remove Sevov or Durka
still just
early
becomes.
on.
You should still always smoke the spike.
See Vitality retreating back towards these positions on long. See, good evacuation from site, as you noted as well. Mitigate.
Nice. That you're the GOAT.
The ultimate coming through. Yeah, well said. With a 4K into a 3K.
Yeah, he's fragging heavy.
This one out now.
Forces them down to an eco.
Distance.
Kind of shows you how close some of these rounds have been.
Previous round. NAVI actually forced down to pistols here.
They didn't know about garage. I mean, yeah, it's a question mark the whole time, which is, again, you should always just be smoking on the spike anyway, so that you can duel in front of it. So they have to spam. Like this does, even though you like isolate here and like you can take these duels, it's still. They still see if you're on the spike or not. Like that whole pressure is
hang
just
around a little bit, maybe
gone.
Sell something towards C side, keep the stack interested at least. A little bit of a red herring here actually. Is he gonna be able to get out?
Ooh.
Charge down.
Well, they gave him a smoke.
32 HP is getting low here. The hunt for Seaboff is
well, they got a gun here. They're gonna
Wild
insta speed up over towards this, and he might be dead. Dude, no bullets, no damage. There's a Sova. This must be kind of tempting. You can at least save it for the retake if they are going to get claws. Dude, this could be super tempting to ult for this, right? They might invest double ult. Omen flash. Oh my. Sova ult with the recon as well. Dude, they're going to flawlessly eco them.
Love this split retake. Kicks is screwed.
My god, they absolutely wrecked them.
Getting proactive, having a plan.
4-person push down, pick up a gun, break the trip, insta ult over towards shore. Omen flash missed, still somehow won the duel. Then Sova ult off the recon once planning.
But even if it's just 2 or 3 members of NAVI, you have to almost roll the dice there.
This round was crazy.
Something else on the map. Play for a trade. That's probably why we see this.
I don't know how they got the other kill on site.
Fairly frustrating round to sit back and watch. I mean, Zevoff is desperate to get
Pretty
out
sure the
there.
Omen flash missed. Oh no, the Omen flash hit.
Was this here? The paranoia on the back of Koala's.
Oh, that's the kill that I was wondering about.
Information. Just fell like dominoes.
Let's go! Come on, boys!
He looks pumped up today.
Yeah, they're very pumped up for this.
You've just got Durka sitting towards 10 kills. He's more of that 7.
Problem is when they get over towards attack, they is a little bit rough, but they can get a good start.
I actually like the fact that they popped the ults there. It felt like NAVI almost got, Vitality almost got a little bit too comfortable in that scenario and got caught off by it. So credit to that, but Vitality deciding time to slow things down. And I think some of our bigger worries with Vitality overall was when things do get tough, when people start working them out, Mike.
Yeah, it's the recovery factor, really, that you look towards. And I hate to come back to that same word again, but that's where they felt underwhelming, right? Where they struggled versus Fnatic here, particularly on Haven as well.
Yeah, I think that's right, Pecan. I'm not entirely sure.
There wasn't enough kind of pop from the gameplay. It was almost like they just were happy to slow things down, and especially with the composition they were running previously, doesn't really lean into the strengths of it. And here, like I said, you can credit NAVI. Definitely not giving away too much in the early round, but
Groups of champs.
You're not really seeing that same kind of determination from Vitality. Like I said, it doesn't feel comfortable to send a Neon into a double Sentinel comp.
Okay, last
Whichever side,
go at it for Vitality. If they lose this,
So we go back in, but I like
this is going to be a strong score like we thought it might be.
Pull out something a little bit
Every
more.
single time
Maybe
Navi are
a one
changing
and
this up, especially with the Vice.
Might be this walk middle.
Looks pretty horrible to play against.
Cautious in his steps. He's been very diligent in how he's been working, trying to clear that utility through garage, through B. He's been good at this.
Okay,
Well,
I like that though. Just creates a little bit of pressure to show that he's there before he takes the TP, so they have to clear this. You might get a drone out of them or something. You never know. Yeah, you can see Safe was ready to do it.
Something on the back of Durka's presence, but Xiao once again saw this in the pistol.
Drone going out.
Timing of the drone really crucial.
But every time they got this camera, dude, Roxic, you just need to hold that smoke and that's it. And he's going to insta-reclear this question mark that they think they've created.
Now 40 seconds left. Vitality again, drifting into the
3-pass and hold over towards A. Oh, they just flashed and it didn't hit anyway. They got a forms.
There's nothing else to really indicate presence. That
Xiao's timing on his util, by the way, has just been so good already.
30 seconds left. This time banking on the
Koala's
ultimate. And Navi already posturing
in trouble, is he not?
Excuse. Oh my god, how is he still there? Safe does clear him, and Durka doing what we kind of asked, getting a bit more proactive towards CT. This time there's not even a flank on the way, but still like it. Numbers solid advantage.
Was
here,
it a
just
little
down to
bit
3. Very difficult to work back
too
in,
easy
even
for
with the chip
Vitality
onto
here?
Safe and maybe kicks. Lot to clear, but that will start things off well. Ruxic removes Durka. Opens up a small avenue of chance, but time will be starting to tick here. Paranoia, the big piece to set this in motion. How much can it get
They
you?
don't heavily prioritize the right person under Heaven here.
Does get taken down.
Oh boy.
Ruxic! Outrageous on the way back in. 3 pivotal
Teo
kills.
ult,
We still have
Teo
that Teo ult in
salvos.
play as well. Less needs to be cleared fast. Teo ult comes in. Na'Vi running low on time, but you can already see the threat to it. Less the last one standing, still does the damage, and the time
Okay,
is
I will say though, Na'Vi at least got a lot of ults out of them. A couple of mistakes here for both teams. I think Na'Vi play a little bit too simple against the Breacher. They did kind of want to get info on middle. But I still think that playing over towards A site, you just had the one that's isolated with the ult. I mean, honestly, maybe should have won the duel to be fair, but and then Vitality in the afterplant, I don't think they prioritize anyone under Heaven, and they had Breach with Aftershock.
And more deadly. A couple more seconds either way.
That could have been a lot easier for Vitality.
Something totally different, but maybe an answer to their woes here. But a very similar start, Na'Vi. We've seen this before now.
2-4 loss bonus.
This fight as well.
Yeah, big rounds.
Yeah, but it was Koala previously. Take a shot at Ruxic looking sharp.
They had Omen there, yeah, but they didn't have Omen Flash, right?
You can see Koala Noob's confidence has not really been denied. Slow and steady ain't gonna win that race. Koala Noob delivers the bullet, and Durka falls. They're getting mangled trying to get through A main.
Hero just tucked in, anticipating someone like Les to find something for Vitality. The back of that pressure outside A. Another situation we're seeing Vitality just kind of swing back and forth. No real tangibles for them to work from. Across this wall at the same time if they do want to commit, but in 30 seconds still. Na'Vi very comfortable to sit back here.
I mean, the setup's just too strong over towards C, right?
Line held by Koala Noob, right? You can free up the rotations. You can bring players over. Angel
No
now
trips
has
anymore?
if he needs it. Stall it
Shao
already a
recon?
bit towards Garage. He doesn't overstep.
God, insta shot.
15 seconds to make
What's
up their
the
minds.
plan on 15
It's safe and
seconds?
Sievov.
Saving?
I think time's
Saving.
gone. Yeah, it absolutely has. Na'Vi, gotta say, looking very solid here. I like what they're doing. But again,
They've just made a step as well. Yes, I was going to say Sievov probably going to get spammed out here.
okay, it's that, but still, bigger picture, Mike. I feel like Vitality look a little bit unsure in this. I feel like they look a bit directionless.
Yeah, like I said, this is a very kind of front-loaded composition from Vitality, and it's a total contrast for Na'Vi. Again,
What the hell
whether or
is
not
this
the-
replay?
You could argue on the side, okay, well, where are the set pieces? They're being asked to dig a little deeper to find these opening engagements, but we're certainly not seeing that across the board here. Again, Shao, in terms of the util, has just been able to shut
they
down
got
a lot of
ult.
this mid-round.
Is this a gear shift? But
Again, I still like this for Vitality, just Comp can't really take over towards A on defense, so there's a good default.
Perfect. Flash invested. You know, he's going through his own sort of protocol list, but this feels so heavily lent towards the A site, but that wall could be a real nuisance. You look at the buy, Kicks and Les are down on nothing pretty much. Smoke towards long, good information off this. And they don't have much in the way of the rest of the map, and Angel's curiosity could be the death of him, but he's not going alone. This time he's got help, and Ruxic is firing today.
At least it's together. We got Omen Flash as well.
Feel very awkward.
Doesn't feel...
Looking to get a little more active here, but it's a weird exchange of util. Shao still just able to tuck onto the side of default here.
Oh, swings into it though. But Ruxic's still unmoved here, but Hero!
All three?
Wants his time in the sun. Na'Vi looking completely unfazed
Is this
by
Vitality's map pick? Yeah, but this comp is going to struggle on attack,
Awkward
so...
purchase here for Vitality, but again, this slow creep just hasn't suited them. So far here on the attacking side, again,
Nice
Hero!
That's what I'm talking about, bro!
You make the argument on the flip side that Vitality are going to have similar opportunities on the defense, sure, but I've not seen it so far here.
Force them down to it. Wait, didn't they just eco?
Yard sale of a purchase here for Vitality. And waiting out for round 12.
What happened last round? For them to then have this buy. They forced, but two of them didn't have a gun. And then the person without the gun, the person with the neon or had a gun.
It feels like he's the redeeming factor alongside Durka, who's had some big rounds. But Angel still very much present on this side.
They had guns, they had 3 guns.
Zevos removed hero, but
Angel. What the hell?
How's he gonna away with that then?
Well, at least everyone's here to back him up.
In a dream trying to make this happen. They made it close, but close is not enough.
Oh boy.
NAVI again, even in all that chaos, keeping control and keeping the round.
Shao retrieves the operator as well. We'll see the purchase here for Vitality, but again, just we're staring down the barrel of potentially a 9-3 half here. Rumor has it Angel's still looking for somebody on top side. I said at least he turned around and got the kill.
Nah, I mean he got the kill.
Angel.
Even his own team's flaming him.
So much, just for those reactions alone. And in rounds like this, again, I love the fact that NAVI is still being proactive. It was something that I didn't.
Yeah, it's a good little push from them. Dude, do Vitality not have a set round that they like to do with the Neon or?
Every now and then he's been slow walking down C-Long. We've got Rusek being proactive towards middle. It allows for more presence to be on this A site a little bit quicker. Heavier stack towards Sewer though, Mike. They've adjusted this hit. And Angel might be dead here.
I was going to say, he's got his ultimate.
Oh my god,
so
everybody util landed on Angel's head.
Opens up the site though.
Chao has to kill
Shao's
another.
Still holding on to the back of this. He's still standing, but finally removed. Traded in on, but took its time. Numbers advantage here. And a retake with the operator not easy, but they had some finances. Able to split the wealth. This time Hero from up above. This is ult 2.
Koala gets a kill, he gets his ult.
Used to stall out the push back in.
He's gonna flash for his mate to drop down from heaven.
Here comes the ult.
Take on the cards.
Here's the flash. They gotta get pushing. They now know what the positions are. The double swing, almost deadly, but not. And now one left. It's gonna be less waiting and patience pays this time.
Dude, he managed to crouch and I thought he had done it. Okay, we got the 8-4.
This is a long road back.
But still, is 4 enough for this comp? It kind of should be enough. But how they played it last time, it won't be enough. So I don't know if they've like focused more on making sure they have smarter use of like the camera, which I think they need to do, and the flash. We'll see. Oh, that little sidestep though. How's the game? The game's close. The game is close. Getting what we deserve. Is Haven defense sided? I mean, they just got double Sentinel, mate. That's all it is. They got double Sentinel, and it's like the first time we've seen a fair amount of rounds with it. I think we saw like 3 rounds or something last time. There wasn't many rounds played, so we didn't really get to see many of their setups. Chocolate with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Thank you with the Prime. The double Senti? Dude, I'm so fine with the double Senti, but they gotta show me that it makes sense on attack. And it can make sense on attack. They got flash camera. They can do good stuff with it.
Glimpse of the new commentator Pal in the audience.
What an honor.
Yeah, honestly, blessed.
Yeah, they're judging us silently.
Yeah, we'll get a review afterwards.
He's coming for us.
8-4 though. Na'Vi very much in the lead, but does this composition translate? Obviously,
Well,
this is the question.
The other side of the coin here is actually Na'Vi, how are they going to get the ball rolling here on the attacking side? Like I said, Vitality still the ones that ultimately have the tools at their disposal to take hold of some of these rounds.
I love it. Olivier.
I was going to say the outcome, but actually
right?
the tempo.
With the Prime, thanks for the 4. Thanks for the 4 months,
How
dude.
the Na'Vi kind
Appreciate
of
the Prime.
adopt their approach here on the attack.
Struggled way more than I needed to with that one.
It goes without saying.
I feel like he had a confident first half, which might genuinely help. And you're looking at Ruxic too. He had some real heaters on the other side. Vitality taking no prisoners as they're beginning.
I was going to say, yeah, hopefully.
Does feel
Going to be an extra
like
body or
Ruxic's
two
gonna
from
see
Na'Vi
him.
coming across. Ruxic down to 11 HP, but able to CP out.
Dude, look at them together though. Oh my god, you're in trouble, mate.
Zivov trying to stick around on this. That's, I think he might have made an error on that one. Maybe he had to stick around and try and do something.
Yeah, he had no TP.
But tried to hold it and loses out.
This was like the one pause that completely wrecked what they're doing.
Spike drop.
Actually drifting down mid towards the camera. That
Yeah, this is a good reaction from the two though. Like less pushing down mid is good.
I don't think it has been though.
Yeah, the camera hasn't spotted anyone yet. And he might just get
Got his
spammed.
setup here too. There we are, good info.
Oh, speaking of
Lovely
spams.
work from Les. Oh, just caught on the door frame. Good. Still very nice from him.
Spike
Now
planted.
Kick should just shoot.
And he
Ooh, okay.
does! Perfect!
Flash on the fault line as well.
This is still very much game on here. Les has got a fight on CT and Hero could be stunned up. No, evades. Falls back towards
Oh,
side.
that
They're
was
piling
nice,
up
man.
together,
Got
but
to
Hero's gonna
dodge the
find Les.
flash as
No
well.
trade there for Kicks.
23.
Denied by the
And the
cage. Now
form's on the
options
corner
look
so it
rough
can't be
here,
shot.
Mike.
Ooh. Nice.
Angel and Hero
They got a
able
flash to
retreat
swing off of.
Far enough away, 23 HP now.
Had a
for
flash to
Kicks.
swing off of.
Not going to be able to even get the half.
Very nice.
It's Na'Vi to find a pistol in the
Double.
second half.
And look, we were saying about this comp, that's huge for them to win the pistol, open up the chance to maybe build a couple of rounds, because this could be flawed on this side, right? It does have those genuine weaknesses, but what a start for Ruxic too. Bloody
Yeah,
hell.
definitely. And again, the timing to know that, like I said, it may be an extra body over towards helping Ruxic, but it wasn't even necessary. Vitality is just forced to kind of lurk in lobby behind this smoke, wait it out, and ultimately the grand reveal favors Ruxic.
Is Koala just the new vibe merchant now? I feel like he's kind of this.
I think he's always been a vibe.
Who are they playing against on Factory?
Not
He
always been a
promises
vibe
30,
merchant. I
probably
feel like
didn't
he's been good for
That's
vibes.
true.
But he was the merchant in that game, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, the flash. Wait, how did that flash not hit anyone?
Here we go. Angel Hero on the ghost, everyone else up towards either Vandals, Bulldogs, and such and so on, but this is now scary.
Contact armor flash. Oh, this is gonna get weird.
Durka. Oh, just get swept though. Nice from Zivo to try and find a trade
It
on
is
this.
nice that he got out of there, to be
That's at
honest.
least a small benefit. And he's found a new corner to rat him.
Well, he's dead, but
So Ruxic with a fairly good idea, and unfortunately Sivov not skinny enough. Kicks the next one to potentially have a stab at things, but just a tag. Cosmetic stuff.
okay.
Damn! I thought it was just breach. Safe, yeah, lovely try on that
Ooh.
one. Really made a go of it, but
Got an
Ruxic's
extra
on a
one.
heater today too.
Hero, pick up the
Na'Vi
gun.
continuing as
Okay,
mean
they lost
to go
one
on.
gun though
Don't
with
mind if
how they buy
Vitality
this.
go
So.
for the stack, try and make something happen, but wait, really, no reward here.
Yep, already up to double digits.
Stuns in this game. I mean, it was a
First
nice
half.
shot. You gotta give him that.
Carry that momentum forwards here.
Oof.
So really asking for something from Vitality in their first buy round. Maybe quell some of that momentum. Not much wiggle room, to be honest with you.
I mean, they got no wiggle room.
TP forwards from Ruxic here. But still wins out.
Never
Safe ball.
committed.
Okay, but
Oh,
Durka,
nicely done from
beautiful.
Durka. Good reaction
Succeeded
though.
on the other side of the map with
Dude,
less
he might
gone.
descend
Surely
it
he's
here.
starting to feel a little more
Kicks.
comfortable. Let's
Oh
see
my
it.
goodness, he had no
Stunning.
idea. He thought he was gonna
Kicks just gets
insta-send it over towards
absolutely
site.
battered in this, but finally he stopped in his track. Sivov gives
Oh,
away
he so
position, but he
thought
had
he was
to at this
100%
point.
going
Try and
site.
deny Koala running through the map. Plan's going to come in 2v2.
Not much in the form of utility here, but Durka slided out. Finds a third.
Still got to remember who
What
that
are you
guy
meant to do
is.
there?
But shout. Timing.
I did the first bullet. Still a good little bonus. Like good damage from them.
But Dirk has just had a round.
Yeah, Durka did have a round.
Try and give
again.
The orb across to him. Purchase is going to be awkward here for
Is
Vitality.
it not 3 out of the 5 rounds? It's just Durka multi-kills.
I don't know if that's safe, just being caught off guard slightly. See the TP forward from Ruxic. Bold to say the least. Ah, the pre-fire is disgusting. The kick stomping through spawn. What? Jesus.
Hey, Koala.
Ults though. Hold on.
Dude,
Koala and Ruxic.
Sick round to have the ult on.
Towards the top of the board, obviously, for the Na'Vi
Let's see what the set strat is, because they got a judge, so you can imagine these insta-popping this, which I've been flaming most teams for not doing, so I'm very happy that we've got some kind of set strat with this. TP goes over towards Shorty, he's going to hear it, he ults before he TPs, there's nothing he can do. TP stuck in the Fawns, we've got Omen ult over towards Heaven as well, this one's a lot going on. Omen flash to make sure you can get out of the ult, he eats the stun. Oh, this is a nice round though with the double ult. No matter what, you can be in a position to use the flash.
That's sight firmly under Navi's control. Vitality barely have a say in this. Tough here for Vitality to work back in with all this utility now.
Yeah, you're probably going to have to save.
Koala finds less. It's falling apart here, Lauren, for Vitality.
Yeah, got the upgrade as well, got the extra kill. Dude, they're going to get everyone.
Going to be given the chance.
There's no saving here.
Really nice. Cool strat though. Cool strat with the double ults.
Love this. Look, where's this Na'Vi been?
Look at the tempo at Na'Vi at which they're playing.
I mean, yeah, it's good to see. Again, most teams have been flaming them for not having set all-round strats. This was great. It could have been on the fly, because Angel's pretty experienced.
To really force the issue. Force Vitality into some pretty awkward
This is some kind of plan there.
And like I said, unfortunately, just crumbling under the pressure.
Ruxic's been good. There's been a lot of talk about Ruxic, right? Like the potential this guy has,
Vitality fall
how
off.
good he could be, but I don't think I've seen numbers like
Yeah,
this.
it's definitely a little bit of a
24
struggle.
to 11, and you look at the value he's been getting.
Trax is smiling somewhere.
Super talented, and obviously Koala Noob, it's not just vibes he's bringing. 15 to 10 for him. He's having an absolute belter as well. And it's not like there's anyone slouching.
I think they're kind of just getting wrecked, to be honest, boo. It was double pistol, helped a lot, and then fast big Byron, they had the Yoru ult, and they had like a good plan behind it. They had some nice setups on defense with the double Sentinel.
Finish the rest off. But for Vitality, it's this might be too late.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even want to really say that Vitality have been the ones to struggle to get this comp going.
And then in terms of Vitality, mate, the only rounds they're winning is when Durka multi-kills. They don't really play together.
Probably just toying with the rhythm a little bit, which once again has caught Vitality on the back foot and have barely had a say in some of these rounds.
I'm worried for this Vitality team. The losses that they suffered, you kind of say fair enough, you know, but...
I mean, what do you do? What do you do versus
Dude,
that?
look at him just laughing. But honestly, the same thing happened last round. And if you had a heat map with Durka on this map, he does do that a good amount of the rounds.
Completely topsy-turvy, seeing Na'Vi playing at this sort of pace.
That was a complete
with the vibe
repeat of the round before.
And Vitality looking
Hero gun down,
here.
safe.
This isn't a buy they'd have wanted.
The one as well.
Do have the hero rifle towards safe, but that's it.
Time to jump.
So once again, finding another kill.
Yes, nice dude. Got that extra one. Don't know how Kicks is full HP there, but
down to 2. You noted only one rifle. A million miles away from this.
all of Heretics are here. Yeah, Vitality lower bracket could be nice. We said a lot of teams would like this in EMEA.
Everything and more.
So Kicks try and work into the equation, right? The util's going to make it tough.
What was Ruxic doing today? Sometimes his decision making is
good step from safe,
interesting.
But still free to find, and time's gone.
Yeah, I mean, coming for the rifle, but
he looks way more.
Silver linings aren't good enough here, I feel.
Looks way more together with his team.
Tough for Kicks and Safe to watch this one pass them by.
Have we had a Vitality? No, we did have a second Vitality timeout. I was losing my mind there a little bit, but
yeah, Ruff coming in here, obviously safe. Durka and Seavoff do have their ultimates, but I mean, yeah, that's how Durka's dying.
I mean, it's off the info that got last round though, or either that or just like heat up with him pushing there all the time.
Stars almost aligning for them in some of these situations. Well,
my guy is 27 to 12. He can do no wrong.
Like I said, they are
he has another ult.
The composition
he had one here.
Perfectly. Nice.
For that.
You got that trick for me.
Oh, you ran me out. If they had something to bring in, right? You look at this round, you look at the ult. Safe with the... Well, there goes one of the ults.
There
There's
goes
the 1 out of 3 gone.
Another fast death for Durka.
Controlling and punishing towards A in a tilting game.
Dude, I would love to get like a fast death, first kill counter for Durka in Vitality in comparison to
still has his, but
like 2024 Fnatic, 2023 Fnatic.
The problem being is
it does feel like his fast deaths are so
this is the
high.
composition you don't want to ultimately give a post-plant situation to.
Nice.
That's good for the first, but Ruxic on the trade.
And it feels like the trades have been good. The individuals have been good. We've seen the best from Na'Vi in a very absent Vitality. The stars maybe not shining so brightly today for them. Stalled out. Still got that ult for safe hit. Okay, making it tricky to evade this. Xiao will find the time though, just to slip away from the ult, come back through, and then layer it up with Angels. Post-plant now, you've got free amounts of time for safe and kicks. Just have to sit back and watch.
Once more, to be honest.
They can't win this.
This is
yeah.
It's done for that.
God, they got absolutely annihilated.
It's a beautiful moment for Na'Vi.
Was a double pistol,
finally
but
seeing some of the qualities we were waiting for. Excellent performance
still
from
a grill.
Ruxic. High octane play coming out from Koalanu, but everyone pulling their weight. On the other side, it's not a pretty
it's got to be by far the best
and
map we've seen in
come
Ruxic.
online for map 2.
I feel like he hasn't been that heavy fragging for them.
Bro, where is he? On top middle, bro. I did like Xiao whiff.
Whoa.
No, where he disappeared after that.
I did a Xiao whiff. And Xiao just looks over like, wait, what the hell did you just say? Okay, stage 1 map on Haven. VOD is getting uploaded. Dude, that was a pretty fast map. We might be able to make Americas. I mean, they might 2-0 them, but...
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down.
Ruxic stats for this one? Let's have a little look. It looked like he was frying him.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it.
What is this performance, bro? 9? On an Omen? They got 2 fast kills. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
fantastic start there for NAVI, taking down Team Vitality on Haven. I am your host, Tonight, back here with Kakuka and Billy. I feel like it's been so long since I've said that sentence. A good start for NAVI, a great start for NAVI. Kakuka, what was going on?
Especially when we think about it's Vitality and their Haven, they come in, they change this composition, and things are just not working. We see a NAVI that with the composition that they have, they stay extremely proactive on the defense, and every small gap that Vitality leaves, that's where they go.
Literally every single time, yeah. It was quite difficult to watch, I think, because you think, okay, they're coming in with a new composition. They clearly have some key things prepped and planned, but wherever they were trying to get aggro on their defense on one area of the map, NAVI were just completely abusing that and going aggro in another area, which was nice to see. We got to see Koala Noob pop off.
Yeah, we did. I mean, Durka also did not play badly whatsoever, but it was all about Koala on every single weapon, I think, but in particularly that sniper.
Yeah, before coming into today, that peak rate that we're seeing is 25. Currently, it was the highest of the season. As I said, before coming into today, we know that he is able to find a lot of impact, and it's his weapon of choice if he can. But to me, this map was even more so about how he was finding himself useful. Pushing on every side of the map, if it's not with the operator, with a rifle. When we went onto the attack, that beautiful round that he comboed with Roxic and his ultimate, both of the ultimates, to find all of that impact. Like, numbers here are not even fair, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, Flyer said it literally before we got into that Durka is going to suffer at the expense of Koala Noob's op. He's going to be able to diff him, and I think Koala Noob himself has said before, you know, like he wants to be known as being the main opper on duelist in VCT EMEA, and I think he's proving that to us.
I mean, 7 out of 18 rounds there, he picked up a sniper. I'm not going to mass, so I'm hoping one of you can work that out in terms of that pick rate. And I agree with what you said about the fact that everybody on the side of Team Vitality suffered, but also they were suffering because Roxic remembered he's Turkish. There's a theme in our league right now that the Turkish players, the second they remember they're Turkish, they are ridiculous. And last time against Team Heretics, he, for lack of a better word, did let his side down a little bit. He definitely wasn't shooting back the way he was today. And my goodness, Billy,
player, by the way.
8 CS. That is absolutely disgusting. And it's because every single round we saw him play, he was getting multi-frag after multi-frag. It was never just like one and dip out. Like, he wasn't just playing, oh, I'm on Omen, so I need to play safe. He was playing aggro, and I love to see it.
242 ADR is out of this world. Not only that, he went 9-0 on first engagements. As you're saying, maybe the going extra aggressive, remembering that he is Turkish, that he has that aim. And also, one thing that is very important that Flyer was mentioning, oh my god, if NAVI had preparation coming into and trying to fight against Vitality's Haven, it would have gone out of the window, but they didn't need it. On the defense, you have the double sentinel, so let's say that you have the upper hand, but also every single round that they were being proactive, things were working out. Like Vitality, even though they won 5 rounds, they only got a couple of first engagements. They won like a 3v5, turned into a 1v3, you know, this kind of like weird round.
And Xiao's util was so beautiful. It makes you think why he doesn't play Sova on this team more often. But yeah, he had a great map as well. But let's talk about the next one, because this is where
yeah, I didn't realize that it was on the screen still.
Funky, because we just haven't
That was
seen
Vitality's pick as well.
Said at this point.
Like this though, I flamed NAVI for not picking defense last time. They picked defense now. Had a solid defense, snowballed a little bit on attack.
For this long, and now they're going to be exposed on it. So I'm intrigued to see, do they run what they've actually been practicing, or if we do get to Ascent,
or
do they just
if
give
they
us a
don't
throwaway
make
comp?
I think Koala could
if
be
they don't make Toronto, might get a little weird over there.
Icebox.
That's how they need.
He can do it.
Yeah, exactly. We know that NAVI have been very, very famous for trying out different compositions. And as you're saying, if we are to get
to that not playing defense, they got double sentinel.
For now, we're looking at
get off to such a snowball with it.
Just one Haven against Vitality. And remember, people, what it's at stake, that third seed, having the chance of having 2 lives in playoffs. We know that NAVI in the past, when it's about knockout rounds, there's been some history. So right now, I really want them to use this momentum. I do not care about the composition. I just want to see a NAVI that shines individually, as we're seeing, not only in terms of frag, but playing as good as we know.
I care about one thing in the composition.
Double duelist, we tried to prefer. kind of
to
map
play
dependent,
Sova.
to be honest.
If Shao's not playing Sova here,
And Micah, thank you so much
I
for
will
the
do
whole year. Thank
unspeakable
you for that.
things, which I will talk about at a later
I appreciate you
date,
doing that.
Because Safe on the other
Ready
side
for
on
the
the
tech
Sova,
pause? Don't.
it
Sure,
didn't
we're
look
fine.
the best.
And it's the same as we could say for Haven. Well, for you, Safe is not going to be. Oh yeah, sorry.
G2 comp?
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
No.
I was thinking the last
G2
time
comp
that
with
Navi actually
Omen.
played this map, but that Gecko
Right?
was
They have,
there, and this has to be
they
the
have
first
Harbor.
Gecko that we see this stage in EMEA, an agent that has been completely forgotten and not used, because why would you? There are
Okay,
so
sure.
many other good options. It was never to the ground.
Koala is playing Omen. How did I manifest
You did
this?
manifest that. Yeah, I'm not
I mean,
surprised.
Oh my god.
I think
The Omen
the
might be
Gecko
nice
here
on
is a
this.
big thing, right? Especially when we look at how people have moved away from it. We have so much utility that Tejo has offered since
M80?
coming
Yeah,
into
M80 used to play
Valorant
it.
and being able to deny those kind of plants, not being able to get that wingman plant down. And I think that Team Vitality, looking at this composition, they have a lot of things that they will be able to utilize to counter that.
I'm going to stand up and I will be
Such
back
a
when we
no
get to
duelist
the
Icebox
can
believer.
you guys, drop me a
Yeah, you
message?
just perma bait the wingman basically.
I think Navi are back. Pansy and Hypok, Navi are back.
It's a bold assessment.
Bang.
What do we make of this?
No duelist.
I do want to just double check while you're gone, because I do think the Kuala did this in, was it N80? I think this might be very
What, this got, or play the Omen, you mean?
Yeah.
I was just saying, not the comp, surely. Well, obviously, because the Tejo's in there, but... Yeah, it's fruity.
It's a bit different.
Have they just been, is this the ace up the sleeve for Navi?
They picked it.
Could be.
They picked it.
It could very well be the ace up the sleeve.
I'm searching. You
Okay,
need to
right, sorry, I didn't know you were still searching, sorry.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's lots of options here.
Shmom, thank you so much,
And again, the other
Shmom
thing
with
as
the
well,
15
this
months, thank you for that.
Vitality back
With
into a
triple
position
Sentinel
where
comp work on
testing
Icebox?
old
Yeah, I think
protocols,
so.
obviously
With
switching things
enough
up a little
fort.
bit in terms of
You probably need
the prep's not going to be there.
you have a Sova in there?
True.
Sure.
See, slight adjustment here for Vitality also, but Durka after the...
I think
I don't wanna say
out of
the
all the
rough
maps,
map one that he
anything
had, 'cause it wasn't really
like out of all the maps, the
another
most mad
performance
comps work on
just
Icebox, just
unable to
because
really find any sort of success.
no matter what, you can always just spam A hits.
Unfortunately, once again becomes well the punching bag for Na'Vi potentially in this composition.
Okay, let's keep an eye on pistols at the moment. We've got a 2-0 for pistols.
I'll continue my search
We've
later.
got a wall for the retake.
As for now, again, if I know that
Got a
obviously
Molly
Navi's kind of taken a lot of our attention,
to...
but also
We go for the old school G2 plan, after plan, heavy. We still got a... Dude, we got a lot of util though. Well, I say you got a lot of util. We got drone and salvos.
Absolutely funneling that info through. It was a very good game. So it's going to take a lot here, but Navi taking over the site controls, got him in towards that post plant.
Yeah, and this is what the Omen used to do. Oh, Wingman might be able to... Oh, okay. He doubled up the salvos, otherwise Wingman got half there.
Dangerous. Now they've got to put bodies behind this, right? You got to look at this one. Nice for Vitality. Half, I believe, was achieved. But Kuala still posting
Yeah, no
numbers,
time
but
on
they
this,
have to go
really.
towards the spike, which I don't think they're going to have the time for. No, nice work from Kicks.
Yeah, this is nice from Vitality.
And Vitality get
Got a little
their
close. I wonder if they'd got they smoked close. I wonder if they'd gone for like the guards double smokes if they would have been able to win that.
Feel pretty confident about their retake in terms of the utility at their disposal. Some of the things we were crediting or favouring. I should
RB1
say,
map 1, yeah,
Vitality
kind of
in the
easy.
first map, but
2-1 on the pistols, 1-0 obviously this map.
no investment across the board here for Navi, at least in terms of inventory. A couple of bits of utility. Then a few rifles on the other side, I think 3 actually, for Vitality.
Yeah, let's see how they do.
4
Going
pass
through the
and
protocol
stack.
list. Just going to check through this, see how they get on. Yeah, looks like the searching does have a reward, as, yeah, it's not a completely new look here. M80 did run a very similar comp. Obviously, the Teo being thrown in, but what, it was a KO before?
Yeah.
So...
It rhymes, let's say.
I hate it. I hate the fact that you knew that I hated it as well. Now, after all of this work towards B, it's a slow little march towards A. Now, there's quite a few players here for Navi. They've gone for a gamble stack in mid-days.
Yeah, let's see what damage they can do.
Have you missed A Site Simulator, Mike?
No.
No, same.
No, I actually haven't.
Yeah, I'm already bored of
Absolutely same.
Icebox.
with this comp as well. It's like
planted.
We've got team post plant. And
yeah. Throw the wall up, guys. They can't see us. Diffuse.
Got him. Well, they're going to be forced away, but still fine. Can Na'Vi get under their skin at all here? I doubt it, but it'd be quite unlikely.
So Dirk could take a ton of damage, though.
Stuck around a little too long there.
Oh,
Vitality still have.
They timed this a little bit better with the Omen Flash.
And it's just hero. And this would be a lot. Not going to be. So Vitality get past stage 2 really here. Going back towards A.
Don't look at me like that.
Michael, I hate it. I hate it.
Back over towards the A site. Well, see, I mean, unfortunately, there needs to be a couple of rounds that Na'Vi either find value in mid or contest the backlines a little bit ahead of these A site hits. Whereas Vitality almost take advantage. He's looking on the sidelines, please. Guys, not here again.
Go the other way.
Oh boy.
That's the sort of thing.
Oh my, nice shots.
Now that's a little more exciting. Taking the fight to
Dude,
the move.
on a comp which you think probably wouldn't go that aggro, they go super aggro, and you could tell Vitality were not thinking they would even try anything like this.
Now I want to
TP towards the top, Durka got completely caught out, these other two got caught out. Like I think they just thought the whole time they were just going to be playing for like retake.
A good start for Na'Vi. This certainly should be a reminder for Vitality. They have to be clear on that protocol list. Shao almost finding a connection there. I think Angel even catching a bit of a pixel.
Oops, speaking of oops. Oh guys, don't. Oh my goodness, that's
that paranoia reached him. Now down to just one. Zivov, this is incredibly hard. 3 players there.
Nice shots though, fair play.
Koala Noob showing some of that diligence on the Omen.
Dude, they were not ready for this at all. So did someone buy Durka and ARP?
Actually using the TP
Wait,
through the barrier.
That's pretty nice.
How he was there. Xiao following up.
It's nice timing on that.
Yeah, even just talking about it in between rounds, that's the sort of thing that some sort of early deterrent towards Vitality.
Hey, that was cool. Honestly, I didn't realize you could TP from there.
To take advantage of towards A site.
Dude, they're so fast and you get the gun out early. That's nice. Okay, it's a default though, the salvos, and
return the favor here in the next round.
yeah, now they kind of make them scared that they might be going aggro, and they play super passive on this one. Only the one death. The money's actually pretty good for Na'Vi. You would imagine and hope that Kicks uses all into this round.
Na'Vi actually had anything set up there towards mid. You see very quickly.
Going for drone over towards B.
Was actually 3.
Kind of nice. You see that no one's following it up with that info. Looks like Vitality are going to. I think you could heavily read into how Vitality like to call. I think there's a couple of things on maps. They definitely have a set calling style.
Again, on the other side, Zivov maybe making a little bit of a step here and there, keeping them very present. Knife comes in, that should be the indicator. TP goes in, sees nothing.
Is he gonna stick this Omen ult? Dude, he had no idea the Omen ult into the corner, and Angel's just out in the open, and yeah, I mean he thought the wall was gonna stay up for longer.
So we see Vitality in the post plant. Noob's on the way here. Now, less.
Right, just wasn't expecting him so close as well.
Getting ready for a flank. No, I'm a bit surprised by that.
Real head scratcher.
He got a good Omen flash from like here or something. Yeah, he does.
Still got plenty of tools here.
Didn't hit anyone, but it's still nice. Means he can focus over towards yellow. You got the smoke, one way to defuse. It's really, really nice.
Have the headsets been removed? The TP, the flank? That doesn't seem right.
It was nice though from Na'Vi. I liked a lot of what I saw. Dude, everyone who plays Omen on Na'Vi just goes absolutely insane.
No, it really doesn't. And again, this Koala getting away with one.
No. Sorry, it's the let's kill. That's more baffling. Again, he's solo here. They know that Koala's found a kill elsewhere.
That kid just was running back and.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally, yeah.
Yeah, I just had no idea that could even be a thing.
Solo. Again, there was no pressure.
Okay, Koala gets the Outlaw out, and they've done a weird force again.
of Navi.
Say weird force. It's not too bad, but missing a little bit of util.
First sign of troubles. Let's call it that. Maybe corrected. Maybe
The
fine.
paranoia. No, the Omen util's nice as well.
The
Omen util's nice, and it's something that you don't really play against in Prac. A lot of America's teams would have been used to playing against something similar to this. But most teams don't play against like the Omen or anything like that.
Navi really well considered here so far on the defense. See, a lesser purchase, yes, but a Guardian and a Bulldog to round things out. Dirk actually won away from the...
Amazing ran the Omen. Dude, Tier 2 in Americas have run like double smokes on this map, like Viper and Orb Smoker, for like 2 years now.
Pressure on the B side.
So he used to be the guard. It might even be 3 years now. The guard used to use Brim on this map.
What is this beautiful setup from Navi in this
30 seconds left.
very individual step in from Vitality? They look hesitant here, Mike.
I mean, making that
This was
the
convincing.
one-man advantage they have, they made it look like it was
100
like a
Thieves, yeah, they used to use that also. That's
winning
true.
out on both sides of the map. Safe just forced to wait this one out.
I'm really quite impressed by Navi here. As much as clearly there's issues with Vitality, there's been some faults to be looked at, but
that shouldn't take away anything.
No.
The way Navi are playing tonight overall, to be honest.
Absolutely. I'm really enjoying this because I feel like we've been waiting
FPX had triple smokes. I mean, yeah, their stuff was pretty cool as well. Their stuff was madness though that year on every map.
A lot of fans have been waiting to see it. Who's that? Get back to work, mate. Get back to work. What's this?
Look at the team.
Fair play.
That's funny.
Appreciate you. We like to steal people from the desk.
Pass that to Mitch.
To the koi coaches for people who are wondering.
It is a timeout and it is Vitality's. So if you're wondering...
Yeah, no surprises really.
No.
I think, again, Vitality's not finding many tangibles early on in these rounds that they're able to act upon.
Yeah.
It's Navi ultimately the ones to be in control. Like I said, Vitality almost feels like they can dictate the tempo, but Navi are in control of the pace of this game.
You wonder what rank Pansy is? Dude, wait for the next tech balls you can ask.
Vitality as quite a
Be reading
powerful
chat.
team if you look at it in that way, right? They've got firepower galore. And
Okay, it's still a good timeout. Like, they can still do a lot.
Right? Once the rifles came in, he's not finding that punch to start with. Sivov,
Dude, just A hit for the rest. Look at your comp. Get a good A hit comp.
Not really doing too much
You
here.
can just use the alarm bot to get space on the left. You can flash dash in.
Just continues to troll. Oh, and bad
This is crashing out. Dude, he's laying down the seeds. He's laying down the seeds that he's the savior for Vitality. You know it.
Even the observers are in on it. Cheek a bit. Oh, let's give you a Reddit throw about how cool we are. I know it. I can feel it.
We're being cancelled.
Bullies.
Artist is doing that thing. He's like, oh no, my team's losing. They really need to pick up some kind of free agent right now in EMEA who's maybe won a Masters, has experience flexing.
Not completely, but a little more than before. Flash and dash.
What a shame, I'm devastated, my team's losing.
Like Navi very aware. Look at the presence of players. It is rife with them.
It's forced all the way back out here, so Vitality not really gaining much of this early pressure. Navi reading it as a fake, so scrambled rotation back towards aim. We can see the spike still.
Hey, what though?
Positioned over here.
Maybe they need a vibes guy, and he is one of the biggest vibes guys in the EMEA.
Oh, here we go, Ruxic. Look at the trade-off of damage.
Yeah. Down to 10 HP, and again, the fact that it's Durka is quite telling. Which is why you're going to see Angel making his way back across towards B here. Some utility to maybe support Ruxic.
30 seconds left.
Angel has salvos to stop this plant though.
Yeah. Stalled out, 25 seconds.
Wait, they didn't commit to it? It's got a molly? Guys, you guys have got to go a little bit faster than this because you're now going to go for salvos. I'm surprised that Angel pre-fired the salvos.
Melons, 10 seconds now, it's getting late, they gotta move.
Hey, look at the util.
Pick a plant, but the paranoia is great and Navi all too aware. They get the plant down barely, but a 2v4. Oh, Sivo!
Wait, they actually got the plant down, but it's just done. Dude, they gotta be
averted. As Navi so in control here, nothing feels surprising.
It's weird though. Don't you find it a little bit weird at the moment? Like they have a comp that is like the best for taking snowman or like deeper map control.
Not this composition.
You got a comp that's really good at spamming A hits right now. But we're just waiting. This was an eco though, so it's chill. But
you want pushing forward onto site, down to 10 HP.
they did nothing. They were waiting for salvos to come back, I think.
Really call it an engagement. Just a shoulder from Ruxic.
Okay, let's hyper focus on them a little bit. Koala gets the op out. Durka gets the op out. Well, I'm not going to see too much entering with that. Just trying to go for some picks here. Koala goes super aggro. Knife hits him. And the knife hit the Teo as well.
It's been clean with it. Durka on the other side with the operator, so a little bit of a head-to-head to be had there, but Hero's presence.
Be careful about the steps here. I was going to say, Hero.
Yeah, he's kind of close. He might hit soon. Drone goes over towards middle to make him take the angle. A little bit worrying.
Proactive Navi.
Who'd have thunk it?
Oh, scary.
And they still haven't forced Koala Noob away. Just sit a little bit deeper around the corner if he has to. He's not feeling threatened. Again, if you're looking at this,
It's a lot of delay still on B though, guys.
We've seen this before.
Yeah, and if anything, there's the extra layer of Angel's ult. Oh my gosh, where's that gone? Oh, it still hit him. That's still got him. Angel, chill, bro. You got ult and salvos.
That kill onto Durka down to 6 HP. But he will not fall.
30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
Xiao does have ult as well. Noob waiting for the drop.
Freebie.
He's stunning to catch kicks on the way out.
Smoke to isolate the two here as well.
Durka's presence is in play. Oh, he gets distracted by the ult, but still.
Oh, he's done incredible. Is he not 6 HP the whole time?
Deny him. Falls away, but the ult's in place as well. This is getting dicey for Koala Noob. Has to respect this. Gets out
This is great from Durka. Takes that space back. Dude, how did Durka manage to kill 2 from up here on 6 HP?
Koala Noob somehow ends up with less HP than Durka.
Original mistake though. Angel needs to chill. They got like a comp. They got a comp that is insane at retaking, and they got a comp that is insane at delaying the plant. My guy's out here just trying to duel people at yellow.
Trying to stop that retake even getting started, Lauren.
And he has tail ult. Probably one of the best, if not the best ult for retaking over towards B.
4-3. And it does feel like Durka will get you one of those once in a while, right? Even down that low, so pivotal to the outcome. This adjustment, just stunning. It's by all rights, you see everything else that's happening here. Prius could never be doing this sort of thing.
Well, that's a really unfortunate way to die.
Oh, shrug.
Overflowing with charisma.
Sick, boys. Okay, back to what can work. The A hit. It's a classic.
The age-old.
Plant the spike. Plant the spike.
As I think Durka wants you to plant the spike, perhaps. Shall get no.
Okay, well with that they clear back of Jenny though. That wall needs to go up so that they can make pressure over towards Jenny.
Stepping closer here.
Smoke goes in as well now.
Very tense, and oh, that ult's going to send him scrambling. But no one really plays it forward
until then. A little spam on top of this, very nice. I say that a spam on top of this ult would be incredible because they funnel them into this like line here.
And the two probably going to be forced to save.
Yeah, with 40 seconds left on the clock as well. Spike behind enemy lines.
Can take a lot of space with that ult as well. It's nice.
Shout. Again, the utility
if they didn't spam, I wouldn't like it. But
forces, I believe, kicks into a very, very awkward position.
They got to save.
Yeah, the second. Where's the gift from the
1-9 loss bonus. They're still okay on the money. Less takes the hit. This can be a drop.
They look don't put your headset away. Put your mic down. They look really good.
No. They do.
10 seconds left.
Yeah.
It feels like it's been a minute since I've said that. And not in just the, one player's having a really good series sort of way. A lot of people are having a good series.
Cyber go for it. Oh god.
To injury.
So I thought he was going to try wallbang it. Didn't imagine it.
NAVI, what have you been up to in the last couple of weeks? Because it's working.
Yeah, it definitely is. Looking very promising. Again, on a big question mark in terms of looking at the veto coming into this series.
Yeah.
Icebox Ascent on the home stretch. Is this the ace up the sleeve?
So look at the numbers, and in the current stage, Durka is 48 to 51 in first kills, fast deaths. Wait, he has more fast deaths than he does fast kills? Dude, something is horrendously wrong.
And Koala back to business. They don't have much. Ooh, the knife. Yeah, but still, he's still.
Well, there we go. 52.
Just deleted. This has got to be tilting. This has got to be so tilting.
Nice shots, man. Dude, Koala's taking over.
Yeah, flow state. Finds a second, less will fall as well now.
Good, Molly.
The confidence brimming for NAVI and Koala Noob in particular.
It's nice to see a fight back. There it is. The Kicks fan in the audience, sign in the air. Finally getting a bit of a fight back, but they still have shouted clear if they want to go this way. And he's been sharp. And on the other side, well, Bruxic.
Didn't he need to lock them in middle? Maybe they didn't see safe here.
Yeah.
Plenty of util for safe.
Plenty of time as well. The ultimate available for Kicks on top of that. I say plenty of time, but
do they hold strong on A?
Walking around here, maybe anticipating a rotation. NAVI.
They have wingman for afterplan though.
It's been a little bit of a lull.
They're going to see the knife though. That means they can get Hirali.
I think now, yeah, the pennies dropped that Vitality have found their way back onto A site.
He's going to right click this.
Close on site here, not sitting deep in the post plant. Kicks trying to be played. Oh my god, the timing. They should be able to identify that both are now on site, but trying to take
please
them
play
away
together.
Take some mistakes, I feel. And Safe didn't want to make them, but Kicks now still alive here.
Down to 53 HP as well.
Bruxic gonna eat that flash by
It's a really good reposition.
Kicks.
Oh.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no, Rooks are given another opportunity, another bite of the cherry, trying to hunt him down, but time is against him, but he can deny vision.
Oh.
No, no.
Oh.
No, no.
It's going to drop the wall.
Oh, he's got half though. Ruxic has to pull him in for the fight. Another tap, another run. Kicks is doing the dance. He's kept him busy. But is it busy enough? Yes.
There's so much confidence. Fair play. Dude, I wonder if with the knife how close it would have been. Does take a little while for that wall to go down.
Played to perfection.
Jump scare.
Oh. Yeah, Durka unfortunately just did. Looking up towards pipes, caught off guard early on. But yeah, credit to Kicks here, keeping his cool. And then the dance back and forth.
Dude, the coaches, yeah, they are so worried, bro. That was a funny round, and they can't even show even a glimmer of happiness.
He wants a bit more. He's here in this.
I think I just saw Koala Noob actually smiling that Durka's here.
Send this in from far. He's followed it up a little bit, so he knows that there's maybe an extra body here now. This is good information.
Koala Noob wants to be, you can see it. The cog's starting to turn.
There we go. He's stuck here now. He actually could be in a pickle himself. Forced to try and fall away, they've caught him. Vitality felt there was something wrong. Well explored in the end. Hero trying to play his life, not get caught.
Yeah, big info though to see two.
Oh my goodness. Roxic? Oh, dude, he was tempted. Roxic managed to jump up through the rope over towards here, and he was gonna try and make a play. Oh, what a shot, bro. What the hell?
Yeah, you love that. Oh, well.
Wow. It's fizzled.
It's a nice shot, though.
It's right, cut the highlight real quick. Just a nice little highlight. You'll
Still got Molly to stop the plant. Yeah, Molly might get here, right? To the K-Wall reach? Yeah, it did.
One kill for Hero though. He's got his ultimate. He gets it early.
They still got Wingman to defuse though.
The retake could almost actually cancel out the Viper's bit. I don't think he's going to be given an opportunity though. A spam maybe to be found in the pit. Careful here about the ammo now.
Someone's got to respond. Yeah, the util pour on here is nice. Rusick looking for an opportunity as well, not being given much. Okay, well there's Hero and there's the lockdown, but time
Oh, that was close. He got a little double on this.
This round. That Viper's pit on top kind of denies much potential. Rusick's still going to find some exits, but a road
Navi's money's still good.
For Vitality, Mike. They're slowly building back in.
Yeah, things back to at least level pegging here. 5-5. Really strange round there. Snappy from Angel.
That was sick. Love that. Love the both perspectives. Well
Yeah,
done.
that looked good.
Toki, cut that bit.
Still just showed us the second half there.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead.
Some strange noises coming out of the Vitality camp.
Yeah, hopefully Rip can give us an update on the comp situation.
Yeah.
We'll get him out to...
Listening in here, farm animals today.
Seems like a lot of cows in the comms. And happy on the check-in. So, Navi pumping the brakes at 5-5.
2023, Dirk went 148 to 94 in stage 1.
Navi had a runaway map. Well, he
So he's gone from like a 1.5
and even so,
first kill, first death to like a 0.9.
Again, I don't want to say seen Dirk struggle because Navi have just been removing him from the equation altogether.
No, it's a different time,
and
but
seemingly scot-free as well. It's not even like it's in a 2v2 engagement. It's like Koala who've found him, what, 3 times now off rip?
Yeah, and it does feel like a common trend, doesn't it?
But yeah, because you were mentioned about Heretics putting Durka basically on ice.
Yep, which it takes a big team to be able to do that, right? And this is why we put Navi with a bit of credit to it. Now, Vitality have fought back in the form of kicks, it feels like. Stepping up to the plate a bit here, maybe trying to find a way to supplement and support what Dirk has been doing to an extent, but keeping them in some of these rounds at 5 apiece.
Okay.
Still very much
Killjoy on defense. Op is still here.
Lockdown
Looks like
for
they
Hero
want to
still in
set
play.
the op up over towards middle.
Operator still with Koala Noob. The 3-play stat towards mid.
Yeah, been a little bit of pressure on the other side in the previous
It's
round.
nice.
But it was Hero. Now
Peek
it's Koala
off the
Noob to
drone,
swing.
so
Remove less.
once they try and shoot it,
Remove any of
aiming
this
at the
utility
floor as
to
well.
cut sight lines.
He had amazing
for
support in
Vitality.
Fnatic. Yeah, that's pretty much the point
Well,
of
gonna
what
have to
we're
brute force
making
their
now.
way in. Do have Safe's ultimate to make that happen. Koala Noob given 2 opportunities there.
He's got info though. For Shao, it should be time to steady the nerves. Prepare what's coming his way. Smoke gonna go in. Do they disrespect it? Forced to slow down, at least for a high flash through. That should force Koala Noob off the angle initially.
Goes back for more.
In we go.
Uh-oh.
Knife looking to catch on this, and Safe's done well to find Angel. They should know about this. You look at the players now identified, they know that there was 2 around.
Shao,
Hence
you're
maybe
really
the
in
best play.
trouble,
Oh, that
mate.
should be a player dead. It is. Shao gone down. Much more methodical in approach, and a missed shot for Koala Noob does get to safety. Hero tries to take
Killjoy
a counter
ult.
swing and invest
We got
the
2
ult.
people. We're going aggro for it.
Safe
Sure.
has
I mean,
found
if
the
you hit
third.
your shots.
Koala Noob, last one standing here, operator in hand, and a 1v4.
He got some magic. This would be
I mean, the magic
unreal
is saving.
if he even went for it, it feels
was gonna
like.
say,
Yeah.
We were teased initially there.
Yeah, there was a little moment. But no, look, Vitality, as much as we've been kind of on their case a bit here, and I think rightly so, in complimentary mostly towards Na'Vi, we're looking at Vitality now. They've found a rhythm that's working. We've found like that they've got the paces in place. I like the uses of the ult. I like the combination with Kicks' information. There's a lot of key things going right for them now.
See them build upon that success as well. To give them the lead here.
The mid shot. I mean, they got info off of the mid cross. I think he
Considering
had to hit it.
How
I
one-sided map 1
think
felt.
Safe
Vitality
getting that kill was pretty
licking their
important.
wounds, but at least still in this one.
Feel there were moments where that could have turned around.
Like aim just to
The ult's
spam in
in
after
play.
his salvos.
The Killjoy ult, feeling like it could have
Shout
played off
actually-
sight.
Yeah, sorry, I just caught maybe
Go ahead.
Shout catching a tag there, being slowed ever so slightly. Again, not many options for him in terms of getting out of that one.
Offside or nothing,
very
really.
impressive ultimate to be invested in that area. But yeah, 3 on the bounce now for Vitality.
Durka,
Operator.
Koala Noob operator. Nice little battle. Historically, one of the best to do it, especially here. Remember, he heard these jump spots not too long ago. You can see him preparing for it. Whoa, that's a tag.
Yeah. Down to 46 HP.
Do they expect Angel? Okay. I was gonna say, do they expect Angel close? You didn't want to stick around.
Damage. Was that a second?
Is that Angel or is it
Wait.
Koala Noob?
I'm not too sure, but Koala
Wait,
Noob
you hit another one there?
and Durka delivers the one that matters to the brain. Not going to be walking away from that
There's
now.
a little bit of damage done though.
Gotta know Angel was near to this too.
Well, that's nice.
Definitely now.
Shot the knife, still keep pressure over towards yellow, so they got a dash.
Come across as well.
I'll not this again from Angel. I know he's swinging this at one point.
Spectating Angel just feels like a roller coaster. The observers know it too.
Yeah.
Salvo's here to force him into the open.
30 seconds left.
Let's watch.
Yeah, I am.
Damn,
So with
Durka
Vitality,
did good
actually
though.
fully aware,
Salvo, up
poised,
drafts
and
up,
waiting.
takes the shot.
Chip damage is in though, so don't think it. I mean, it shouldn't happen. Durka, even on 27, still has the operator, so very hard for them to try and negate that.
Oh.
Okay, that's one way to do it. Util
Couple of low HPs.
is around. Nice flash, nice swing. Hero and Ruxic would need to get a bit of a wiggle on here, Mike, and they've already got that reinvestment towards yellow that it looks like Navi are completely unawares of.
Yeah, very nicely done.
Work in the post.
It's a good recovery from Vitality. It was looking insanely rough.
Pretty good considering some of those early
Most of those runs were from Koala.
The Vitality suffered. Dirk is starting to come online a little bit. Can find some value here, but we'll have to see if that does continue into the second half.
Oof, dude, that was so close to being a kill. Navi, I mean, as long as we don't get a tech pause, no matter what, I think we make AMER anyway. So, we should all pray for that. Don't mind a third map as long as we get to see the playoffs. With the Vitality head coach, that's their performance coach, I'm pretty sure. I think he used to be on Guild and then Fnatic. Maybe there's a team in between there. XMJJK, thank you so much with the 3 months. Thank you so much with the Prime. I appreciate that, mate. Thank you. How was Koi versus mates? Pretty close, to be honest. I mean, dude, Koi won 6 pistols. Like, they should always be winning. They don't come last in their groups though, which is a big win for them. At least get a little bit of a better seeding coming into the
Those last 4 rounds,
next
Mike,
stage.
feels like they found an answer to their woes. It was looking rough at the start. Navi having the answers and looking prepared, but it did start to fall short.
So the big question, can they carry across from that recovery basically in the first half? We'll see 4 unanswered rounds that
He was
Navi
performance
found
coach
earlier
for.
on.
He was performance coach for GE. Oh really?
Yeah, the questions now arise around when we come back to the composition for sure.
It went Guild,
Navi,
GE, Fnatic,
plenty of options here on the attack.
and then now Vitality.
So Koala Noob heating up. He can actually go toe-to-toe once again with Durka.
Here.
Pistols at the moment 2-1, 1-0 on this map.
Knife here from Kicks.
Uh-oh.
Durka not noted.
That's huge. They've lost
I was going to say, is the flash meant to check here or not?
Durka noted.
Yeah, Durka was noted.
I don't know how Les fell so early on. Sivov's caught Hero trying to lurk up from B, but I'm a little surprised at this, and this should be good info. That's at least 1 player spotted. I don't think they got the second on that. Maybe not spotting Kicks out on top of 410, but they're going back around.
Yeah, on the back of that, Navi feeling like they're going to have some sort of breathing room towards A. So he kicks.
Good timing for NAVI.
Won't find the info off the knife, but I don't think they're going to be expecting him here.
Yeah, it's a weird pause. Should be good for one.
In here, Lauren.
Yeah, if it gets divided, it's so easy to pick them apart, and there it is. Great trade, though. Yeah, really good from Ruxic. Now, they might be a bit wary of Safe because they saw him earlier on the drone, but yeah, hence this little layer of extra caution coming, but we note it. Safe playing off site, looking like a denial on the spike plant. 25 seconds now to play with.
Oh, they got an extra smoke. Do they still have Omen Flash?
Maybe give some pathing in for Zivov, but looks like Zivov's already ahead of it. He's just fancying a biff. And Ruxic just better with it right now. And
damn, bro, he just spammed his smoke. He just knew they were played together. Okay, 3-1 on the pistols, 1-1. This might get really close.
Yeah, it did. I'd be curious to see actually how that engagement happened over toward B main.
Kind of going to be down to how good Vitality are at stopping the initial wingman plant. Because there was a moment in time where this comp was like getting way too many wins on attack because no one was spamming like top and nest to stop the
roll my
plant.
mind back to the Heretics game. I don't think he was playing to nest.
So we'll keep an eye on that one.
Well, so NAVI have obviously heard the Vitality comms from across the stage.
But again, trying to think of the game against Heretics. I mean, yeah, Dirk was up towards pipes. He was up on belt. He was pushing towards nest. So maybe something they're just trying to keep
it could be one of those
mind.
Almost freak accidents.
Yeah.
Or freak occurrences. Much like this stack towards B. Not going to be sussed out just yet, and no information garnered towards A either, so it won't necessarily...
Allowed 2 deaths on this. NAVI might just spam A all the time until they stop it, though. It is the absolute classic.
Yeah.
Say probably a bit more goatee.
Goatee.
Yeah.
Careful how you say that.
Why? What makes you say that?
Got to be clear on our pronunciation.
I don't get the reference.
No. Good. Plant in.
Nobody here.
Oh, good. I think they're stacking, guys.
Yeah.
Well, you get the orbs.
Just in case.
Mike's losing it. Oh, it's over.
Just in case.
Oh, Angel's got the gun. Here we go. Here we go.
They're really far away. They gotta run. Oh, okay, they're salving themselves.
Lothar, give me the tweet. Lothar, give me the tweet. Lothar, give me the tweet.
It's a nice way of doing it.
Big clap for that.
Yeah, big clap. Round of applause.
We love that.
For the question marks in chat once again.
Oh,
we're blessed. We're blessed with another instance.
Haven't had that in a minute.
No. Well, obviously what's happening here.
Tell me about it.
Funnel across the ult orbs towards their teammate. Clearly. One muted laugh there in the background of that clip, by the way. Ha ha ha. Safe. One away now.
No. Really taking the molly yourself to heart. Oh! Safe, wakey, wakey.
Oh my goodness. Oh boy, it's your buy rounds.
An awful round to witness.
Okay.
Durka trying to make up for it, but bloomin' heck. Safe after being caught asleep with a wheel, tries to swing into Hero, and it's gone nowhere. How many 2v1s, 4v1s are they gonna get?
Rough on the way back in here. And they're not going to go for it. Just a Kelsa freeze. Do they have anything to kill themselves with this time? Oh, Seavo's got a molly.
Well, get to business.
Yeah.
Observe's like, well, get on, Seavoff. They've given us something to look at. Oh, I don't think he's going for it.
No.
No mollying yourself this round.
Yeah, seemingly pretty easy on the way in for NAVI.
Nah, it looked nice, dude. Angel hit a shot, though.
Safe and Hero, I believe. I'm not sure if that's because they're up so quickly and there's no...
they don't know for sure they're up against an FPX spy, I guess, is the argument, but NAVI always do it, so they probably should. And also, you just don't want to give them orbs. Like the likelihood of them,
Awkward timing, but yeah, it's Kicks
likelihood
that
of you
decide,
getting
"Oh, thanks,
3
mate."
kills
Yeah, and I think
in that
Navi probably
position
think
is pretty
he'll have
low.
serious damage to save there as
Like,
well.
I don't think it's a bad
So I
idea
think
at all.
pace.
Well done, guys. Focus, guys.
Focus, guys.
No laughter.
Stop laughing.
Animals
Stop
only.
laugh.
Yeah.
Play only.
Oh, well. Durka, see
Ooh.
off the 2 here. Oh my god, and
Wait.
Koala
Wait,
Noob's
wait,
not-
wait.
Yeah,
The duck
Durka's
is.
not noted.
And he's
But
not
where?
decided to deal with Koala Noob. He tried
what
to
are we
go around the
doing?
back.
Like, what's the plan here? Give me a flash or something. Give me something. My hero gun's sending it over towards here. Give me anything.
And Safe's gotta get out of there, leaving Kicks alone. I'm looking at Seavoff to be the one to try and change
But
the outcome.
what? I
here,
don't get his
because as it
pathing
stands, it
though.
looks like both
I don't
sides
get
broken
anything
the
that's going
brains
on
of
there, to be honest.
Vitality,
But
broken the hearts potentially. I don't know, but they've never looked the same since. Seavoff put on the cape and do something heroic if he fancies to try and change this.
Looking towards Seavoff to find the
dude, I
value.
kind
but
of just want to
safe
get a Durka POV.
falls very early on.
Don't
And just financial damage
really
potentially
know
here
what's
for
going
him, but
on.
Grand scheme of things, necessarily a positive to build upon Koala Noob to seal the deal on the 9th round here for Na'Vi. A hero rifle invested, but nothing garnered.
Look at him on the
Oh,
screen.
just caught him dropping down.
What the?
And it feels like the confidence is now just rolling for Na'Vi, right? Like,
Lokes Wall with the Prime. Thank you for the
they're
3
gonna
months.
need a
Thank you, thank you.
Like, I don't even say a hero round, but they need a confidence round for Vitality because they're just being overrun. They don't seem to have the plan on this A site. The aggression's not working. They've been caught towards 410. What are you meant to do at this point?
Concern being there's not many rounds left to play with. This purchase is going to take up the lion's share of the bankroll. Again, some of these key ultimates you look towards aren't available here. I mean, no pit, no lockdown.
I mean, they should just
no
fall back to
command,
the
still free away.
normal. Dude, Boo, are you still in
many
chat? I
miles
think this
away
is your fault,
from
Boo.
his.
I think they're so scared of doing the KO flash into Jet face
Also a flush with
because
cash.
you guys were constantly anti-flash. That they don't want to do it. I think it's your fault
Normally,
that they're playing like
I'd
this.
say if I'm looking at a team like this, Durka going
I don't know who else to
could be
blame.
enough to change it. I haven't seen that being the case in a couple of games now. Not enough that it completely makes me think, oh, he's done for here. No, it just feels like I think everyone's learned how Durka likes to play this, and also he was played in a lot differently back in those days. Now a little bit more on his own.
Boo broke Vitality. Like, why? It's okay to do it sometimes.
Backhanding him off it, but Na'Vi looking to opt to go the other way. Now the knife could be very well rewarded here. The Kicks, does he have a way out? No.
Don't play KS and nobody's anti-flash and just peek then. I mean, they're just peeking now. Oh, the confidence is way too high, man. We've got a guy back at B. We're 14 seconds in. Oh, he's missed. He's missed.
The Rooksick gonna be checked on. Oh, the flash is nice. Safe's done well with Kicks here to try and like catch him on the way through, but that split, how the hell did they get him away with that?
Being Durka can't give up his life in mid here. Hero still
it's a nuisance.
Trying to turn the tides here for Na'Vi.
He's costing
Kicks me, you got Molly. We got salvos, we got mollies, surely.
Kicks is gonna claim him. Now it becomes very indicative of this rotate towards A. Angel and Shout. Still got the
Good reaction from these two.
Towards
That's a big kill.
There's a sniper around. Hello.
Dude, Shell's so
Shout,
confident
you
to
don't
go
get
back for that.
I said bold to swing back up there.
I want to see Vitality play this perfectly as
Okay,
well. I don't
damage is
Still,
really
they
important
need to
here.
maintain the finances as well. Don't want to see
Any
them
kill
lose
for Shao is
potentially
really
another
nice, and he's in a position to get a couple.
Likely to be close here. It's a hard spot to get more than one from. He's hearing them closer and closer. He knows that his time is soon. 3 of them pathing towards backside though. The time running pretty low. Wait, there's no way this happens, right? There's no way this happens, right? That was insanely close.
It's good damage.
But luckily
It's good
they
damage.
have the numbers and Vitality simply play to it, but they
Oh wait,
lose
this is a
some of
big
those
round.
weapons there.
Thank God for
My
that.
goodness, this is a big round.
There's a world where maybe a little cleaner on the first hit. Shao can maybe reset from that, but heroic nonetheless. A crucial kill by Les. So like I said, NAVI were just, I mean, it was straight up the guts. They're up there so early. Relies on a response from Les to shut things down. Not out of the woods just yet though. 9-8 the scoreline.
Not Hyperon. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for using it on me, mate.
Zero.
Another mid piece.
He's dead here. He can't stand and fight that, and it looks like maybe that little bit of a gap in the armor that Na'Vi found before, they want to exploit again, but Angel trying to make it through the mayhem. Flash in for kicks. This is a lot on your own, but Les apparently finding Hero is going to help out here, and it's now going to be just an absolute blender. Bodies being dropped.
Complete. Oh, nice shot. Complete mayhem.
Just Koala Noob alive. A 1v2 though.
I was going to say, is he in range there, but nobody from Vitality reacting. Yeah, but they've given up the spike.
Which I'm quite surprised by. Not even staying close to
Yeah, looking to, I guess, really run the clock down here. Build that paranoia for Koala Noob, but this is getting weird.
Where does he go?
All
the way back round over towards
expecting
B.
him to pick up the spike and head straight there. Koala Noob almost trailing. Again, the fake smoke not going to account to much.
Might make him think he's still towards kitchen or CT at
Yeah.
most, but
The smoke's done enough. I mean, he at least gets the plant.
They won't be able to get there
At least
back in
gets the
time.
plant. He's got a smoke. He's got a
By the time
flash.
Vitality get over, he
Got
should
a
be
lot.
close to the second smoke as well. Winnable.
Good. He's been
Whoa. It's nice. It's nice. He can re-smoke it at one point, but obviously he could get shot.
Because you've got to assume Vitality are going to swing left out of that smoke.
I think so. Who's got the keys to the castle now? The smoke's going back in. The time feeling indicative now. He's getting paranoid of his own positioning, but he's got to feel it. He's got to hear it.
It's devastating.
That's unlucky here, but the paranoia going to come in. Does it catch Les? I don't think it does. And the spray not good enough.
It's a nice try. It's a nice try.
I quite like that they just kind of grouped together and went for the walk, right? Let him try and stew in that timing. And they brought it back to all even.
Well, unfortunately. Again, no information, can't put an open plant down, so it's the smoke from Durka that really makes things difficult for him. Na'Vi to pump the brakes a little bit with a timeout here. And still looking fairly comfortable in terms of the funds.
Captain Quebec, thank you so much, mate. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for the 6 months.
The second
Well, Stu, thank you for sending that also.
here. I was saying a couple of rounds ago, now they're actually back into a fairly comfortable position in terms of this ult cycle.
How do the kill 3? Money's still low though, right?
Sure.
And money was
Away
okay.
from the lockdown, 2 away from the
Na'Vi.
Blade Storm, and just 1 respectively. Both safe and less.
Yeah, the
So yeah, at this point
1-9
now to
loss
tie
bonus
things
on
up,
this
you've gotta
would wreck him.
Feel as if Vitality are back in control.
Tentative steps towards
Yeah.
it, right? It feels
I
like
don't feel confident saying that.
No,
but
2 away from the ult, so maybe they will go aggro for ult over towards
I
A.
feel like they've got something building for them. I want to see consistency though. It does feel very, very new still, right? Winning that little 2v1.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot to talk about
Shao
orbs at the
almost
moment for
denying
sure.
What a 1v4 it felt like. There were a couple of moments there that got quite close. Now, the operator's still in for Durka. Kick's doing well. Lester, everyone's kind of, starting to deliver a bit more. Safe, starting to have a bit more presence. What do we see Na'Vi try and do on the way back here? Because they're the ones who had the timeout. They have to now adjust back accordingly.
Shadows traveling. Maybe. A bit of a pace
I
change
mean,
towards
that's a
B.
nice
Gonna be the
knife.
answer.
This is kind of cool. They use
Shao able to get
wingman,
that off ahead of
and they
the
get to pick it up in a good spot, and they still have the drone. And these smoke as well.
It's just a probe initially.
They use salvos. Like, we take a lot of space here without having to
Well, they're
use
trying to
your
fake
drone.
TP, actually.
Nice.
It's an RV maybe trying to force Vitality.
The wingman lineup, yeah, it's
a
nice.
guessing game.
Safe pickup as well.
And they don't have the same tools to try
So
and clear
they create
Durka
pressure.
off this
Oops.
angle.
I mean, it's relatively big, but it's okay. Create pressure over towards B.
Right.
Drone goes out. Is it going to
Okay,
spot this
I
guy?
do
He's
like
got no one
this.
to shoot it for him.
Yeah, there we go. Gonna be
This is
forced away now.
nice.
Nice diligence, actually, from NAVI to
No,
still
it
go
is
through
nice.
that protocol
Oh, that's a
list,
great
but
shot.
it's still Durka, and I think
Ah, they're in trouble now. Duckers is going to free farm them.
spike up there for a second. I'm not sure, but as it stands, swing together, and it's a miss. The timing a little off here. Durka gone
Oh my
a
goodness.
second too long for their liking. But they still have to go towards the site, and there's still problems. There's still time
Angel.
to be bought. The flash from Kicks,
Angel.
but he doesn't see behind him. And coming out of the flash is Angel, but it's all Angel. You're not getting a 1v2 on this.
Oh.
No, you're not. Sivov
Committed
there with
swing.
less. Vitality taking the lead.
It's the one that basically rips away the finances that Na'Vi had accrued.
Still, it's still a pretty nice round from
Still going to be a little
Na'Vi though. I like what they were doing. Like they obviously peaked this before the flash, but the idea made sense.
members of Na'Vi here. Buys enough time as well for the rotation to come through.
Nice! Don't save me, please, guys.
It's unfortunate Hero falls as early as he did. I said it looked like Ruxic was first
Do
up
they
on
have
the
a set
chopping block
round
there,
with the
but
Omenal?
a pause from Na'Vi.
Yeah. Perfect timing for this.
Committed to as well.
Let's check it, but Durka just
Oh, it's a good flash.
and the power is fantastic.
Why is the solo won the rounds? Chill, 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 chill. Sure.
Maybe going a little too far, but it's still traded in on. Heroes there to keep Sivov down, so a 4v2 off the back of
He did enough.
what felt like an outrageous TP.
Yeah. Yeah, not respected, I guess. Durka drifting way out past yellow.
Because it looked like Les was trying to clear that.
Yeah. I guess Durka's eye is still trained towards maybe if it was a pinch on the back of the TP. I'm not sure of exactly the range there or how far back Koala Noob was, whether or not they think that they're out of
The
range
ult,
here to cancel.
I mean,
a number of different
it's one of
factors
those where they're. It definitely doesn't need to happen, but it's one of those where they're trying to prioritize the money. The money's getting a little bit low. So keeping everyone alive would be nice. If they start hunting here, then that excuse kind of goes.
They get bailed out. Sorry, Angel.
Oh my
What year are we in?
That's
Rolling
an
them back.
absolute shot.
But again, when I give you
Dude, is Aya
credit
dancing?
to either Durka or Kicks kind of securing rounds for
Looked like he was
Vitality
dancing for a little bit there.
that one was off the back of Koala Noob and this TP here.
Yeah, and it's here that Les is off to the right of this, by the way. So, like I said, Durka, not sure of the situation with the dash either.
Yeah, really
Not
liked
feeling
it.
fully comfortable. I mean, it's rough here to just get.
Just a little jump peek there would have been nice. Great shot.
Brother, who you fighting, bro? What are you doing?
That's that sound clip right there. Oh, Vitality though, nearly having all ults ready to go. This, I don't say it's a comfortable round, but it should be pretty solid for them. And what do they have to force Durka away?
Wingman line up
This
again
time,
with the
showing
smoke.
versatility
Safe
towards his
pickup,
B
right?
side, playing up on top of yellow.
Here.
Maybe a high dizzy
Oh.
through. Whoa,
Dude, almost
wow,
hero
they
again.
know. And they look to
Oh
speed
boy,
up on it.
oi, nice shot.
and he still
Oh
gets
wow, he got out of there. Omen Flash is incredible. Molly to stop him smoke behind as well, so they can't get a trade. Wait, this is actually really nice from Navi though. Dude, they look nice on this map. Don't give him kills. Oh guys, I don't know about this.
Do have the lockdown
You
in
have a
place, so Navi opting
Viper
to
ult.
play very close
Why are we
towards
playing
site
like
on
this? Is there an ult? Oh, Killjoy ult. Okay, it's all good.
Ready to invest if
All
he
good,
has
all
to.
good, all
Koala
good.
Noob and Ruxic waiting on this smoke walk. If Safe tries to go for it, he'll be dead. Yeah, he absolutely is, but the numbers so hard
Okay, nice.
to overcome. Na'Vi finding the answers.
Damn, and they're on top of the ults as well. They're
With
more
Durka
on it than I am.
A freebie here, completely blind, and I believe through the wall.
Who do you think you're fighting?
But again, look at where
They
Les and Durka have to retreat
they have
to.
the
It's
eco,
just
right?
littered with utility.
What the hell?
You see where they fall into the snake
Dude,
bites
this was a
here.
lovely round to watch
A
though.
lot of utility as well.
Nice, boys. This was important. Nice.
Yeah, very important.
No, it was as well.
You see here the knock-on
Especially
effect
the
here towards
money
the
wise.
finances for Vitality.
I was going to say, I wonder if Vitality start going a
credit
little
the
bit more aggro
ultimates.
over towards B, stop this
Barely having
wingman
a
from
chance to
taking this
invest
free
in
space.
here.
They have to use the drone now, yeah. Shot.
Okay.
That's not bad.
I got the spike.
Don't think they can police that weapon either, no. Hero probably feeling as if, I'm not sure actually if we can check in. It looked like he did go towards sign it off the map. I don't know if it is still there, we'll have to wait and see, but nobody retrieving it just yet. Yeah, it is thrown off, yeah.
Yeah, nicely done. Kicks going for a play. TP up.
In the previous round, didn't have the opportunity, but Kick's going to find Koala Noob trying to get up to his naughtiness. Still far. Pause for thought now, having to respect the ults in play, but Vitality putting quite a lot of those eggs in that A basket, and only Angel going to be noted on the knife.
It's not too telling.
I mean, I think safe. I want to say safe stunned him, but and then he committed to going into the smoke as the stun hit him. I'm not entirely sure.
Are you?
30 seconds left.
Definitely hoping Angel didn't randomly stun him. They are picking the right side though, as we can see. Stack over towards A, so they have a little bit of time. Still got Wingman to plant. Might have to be tap of the spike into swing.
NAVI getting it right here. Less forced to be a bit more passive. Can't take the risk
Oh, he
here.
goes. I mean, he can tank it. He's good for it.
It's in, yeah, just ahead of the snakebite coming down. Les is still on site.
Damn, 3-person push.
Playing ahead.
That's an incredible shot again. Killjoy ult though.
Does have the lockdown, but this is going to ask for a lot here.
I think we're going for
This
it.
could be big. Shao, can you help
Oh,
him in
we're
this
going
battle,
for it.
though?
Dude, we got a good amount of delay.
Safe
Ollie,
does have
triple
his
molly
util
after
too,
this,
though.
by the way.
So you can see
Others
those
go
flying
in.
through to
They
deny
need
it.
more.
So Shao now has to play forward. Gorn kicks, lovely. And now Hero, you up to the namesake. The molly's not in play yet.
Yeah,
and
very,
not
very
gonna
nice
get
for
away.
Vitality. Handled this well.
Right back up in this. 11-11.
Confidence call.
Not sure who's making a wish now.
Just the 2 rifles. There's less to open things up, create an advantage here for Vitality.
He wanted to smoke an extra one.
I didn't catch that actually. Koala Noob actually still casting a second smoke there. Yeah, you can see it. Kicks just walks inside it.
Yeah, it's really against an eco. Okay, Koala gets the attack op out though. This has not happened yet. Knife goes over towards B, doesn't hit anyone, so...
For some time, actually. Rooksik still got the ult, didn't really get much of an opportunity here to invest. Obviously, they get into that
he might get a pick
here.
here.
Lovely for themselves. Lockdown well away for Kicks. Les has his own. Dirk has got
How
his
long
locked
does he
in
hold
too, so
tube
the ult
for?
cycle sitting very favorably to their side.
Try and sniff anything out.
Dude, he's been holding this the whole time,
Close on A
and then now Kicks is coming to go peek. Is he still holding it? Nice shot.
That's where though, Koala Noob's the one to be rewarded.
Oh, now they know there's an extra one there as well.
A cheeky response, and Rooksik will fall.
That's wild that he gets that, just on the fadeaway almost.
And the fact it's not Koala Noob.
Yeah, and that's all your pressure over towards B. But then you have an opt. You could
Now
definitely...
looking a little worse for wear on the way back in.
I feel like you would imagine someone's holding this line.
Towards A.
Could be nice to go op it.
Bit vested here. See what Navi's plan is to do.
Okay.
It's Angel.
Yeah.
Go and fight him.
Dodging everything as well. Still alive. If he gets another kill, he gets his ult. He's still got a stun. 30 seconds for the salvo.
And now we're in
Still
the
got an
box
Omen
Angel
flash
one
as
away
well.
From his ult, one away from Shao's.
Hero has double molly. Shao has everything.
Ult invested from Durka. They want to come in. All guns are blazing, but Shao in the right place and perfectly at the right time. Position hard to clear here. Forcing their hand. Begging on his knees for a way out of that one.
Okay.
NAVI
One chance. One chance to send Vitality down to the lower bracket for playoffs.
Heartbreak for Vitality.
Blue Milk Tea, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 5 months. Thank you for that.
Navi just looking so clutch today in a number of different scenarios. Angel.
Wins those.
What?
The Omen flash is big.
Don't know. One more opportunity here for Vitality. A lot on the line between these two. Tied up with those 2 wins, 2 losses.
Dude, Angel 1 away as well. Knife goes in over towards B. This time they have a bit of...
Durka now forced to fall.
No shield either.
Yeah, honestly, on
invested
LAN he
less
maybe
now on the Sheriff,
holds in
made it
there.
work
Online.
previously.
Not sure about it.
We called upon
LBeebs, thanks
once
so much
again.
for the prime as well. Thank you for the 6 months.
Rooksik looking to try and dig him out of this position.
Or LBebs.
Safe. I think spotting anything there.
Angel's on the operator, Mike. Want to make sure
if Angel diffs Durga here with an op,
I won't be able to.
There's.
Bishoto, oh boy. Nah, he didn't get him. Omen Flash is crazy if he wanted to go for it. Must be tempting. Has no idea about the right side. All goes in on top, forces them through. Dude, 2 went through, 2 held back and they had a molly and 1 holding the smoke. They're actually so done. They're so done.
The Viper's Pit in play gives Kicks an opportunity, and he's been caught as well. Less than Sivov with it all to do. A tap on the spike, and now just less alive. Oh, it's brutal to witness. As it looks like Vitality will be heading towards the lower bracket.
Damn, bro. Navi get third. And Vitality get 4th, so lower bracket for playoffs.
Like I said, you come into this series basically
oh boy,
like you want to see
the Toronto chances are not looking good.
Notable improvements. I guess that question's certainly answered on one side of the stage today.
Nicely done from Navi.
Wow. I've got to say for me as well, Koala Noob and Rumsick, what a performance. Map 1.
Ridiculous.
The Sigma map is actually pretty fun map.
Yeah, I think so. Something like that. Absolutely brilliant from them. Seeing them have a massive performance, but it was also that bringing out of Icebox with that M80 style comp there, looking pretty solid.
Which I guess that kind of attributes towards Koala Noob's comfort here to go forwards, be aggressive, and ultimately be the deciding factor in a lot of these rounds.
Dude, big win for them.
Angel having a big series too. Everyone did. I'm really impressed with some of this shake-up from Na'Vi, and they waited till the...
Much needed.
Yeah, it was the 11th hour.
Yeah, let's be honest, much needed.
Dude, every omen for Na'Vi went crazy.
Vitality will be continuing. It's something that's going to be heavy on the minds, I think, going forward here. But we have a treat for you. We have the delightful team waiting in the post plant, where I believe Rumsick and Koala Noob will be joining them. So you want to stick around for that, so don't go too far away.
That is right. We will be joined by Koala Noob and Rumsick in just a moment, but for now,
okay, well, we'll stick around for this, and then we'll do a little timer for Americas. I'll get some food, and then we'll be perfect. Perfectly in time for Americas.
Trees, and I love it. I would not have predicted that result today, no matter what you told me.
I don't think anyone would have.
Crazy, right?
Genuinely, the momentum that Navi have been able to build off of those losses, the bounce back is insane. I love to see it.
Can you imagine Navi making it to Toronto?
Bacon, no.
It's crazy because when we look back at Kickoff and the adversity that they had to have in Kickoff, I think that's
dude,
honestly done them the world of good.
The Omens, 29-12, first map Omen. Koala, 24-13, second map Omen.
I've never been so excited about something. This is kind of like, you know, it's nostalgic. It's like your favorite TV show getting a sequel. You know, they're like remaking Gossip Girl or something. And actually, no, they did do that. It wasn't the best, but terrible example.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? It's just so exciting to see teams like Navi rediscovering their form. But are you worried about Vitality at all going into playoffs? Because they will be starting in the lower bracket.
No
I
doubt.
think it is difficult, right? With them starting in that lower bracket, you don't want a team that's just come back from such a great performance at Masters Bangkok to then have to go into that lower bracket. Of
which side of the bracket are they on? Do we know?
Season. Like it's frustrating, but I think it's better that they have their losses here now rather than in the playoffs. I mean, they don't really have a choice in the playoffs now that they're in the lower bracket, but
it's rough. It is going to be rough. Why do you think Vitality didn't look like themselves, I guess, today?
I think it's difficult, right? Because you see things like Derka swapping onto a new duelist. They've been trying to implement Sivov into the team, who had a great debut. But again, like, it's just really about them trying to find their foot.
They're in alpha, so they start top, right?
Watch, especially with Safe's performance as well. Like, what agent is he going to play? This is something that we've been asking ourselves
from
a lot
alpha,
of the time.
3 from
so
Omega.
although in the beginning we thought, okay, Sivov is on controller, the roles are sorted now, everything's fine.
So Fnatic or Heretics?
Seem to be fine because there's still roles.
Oh damn!
I truly believe this was an Angel.
That's a rough route.
Angel called an incredible game today. I know Navi are prep heavy, but even when they didn't have the prep on that Haven, I really love the things that they brought.
Foot is confirmed, third seed, right?
Icebox as
the
well.
most
Super
likely
cheeky.
Foot,
The Omen
but it's
TPs
Foot, Fnatic or
and,
Heretics.
I see that Angel get a lot of slack on
that's
socials.
valid. Yeah.
And I see, you know, people like to think that after you turn 30, apparently your life is over. Newsflash, it's not. So I think a lot of people are saying, oh, Angel's too old for this now. You know, he can't be running with the other fragging IGLs, you know, the Valens of the world anymore. And I think today he just proved everybody wrong.
What Angel has is experience, right? And he is clearly so determined to get back to a global event, having missed out on all of them last year. He's ready. He's got his young gunners in, and he wants to go back. And I love that from him.
I do as well. I think we're missing a little bit of angry Angel.
Tomorrow's games will be fun.
I think today we saw a lot of
tomorrow's games both mean something.
Just running to back Scion A. You know,
why not?
I think we've seen some angry Angel, and I think some of these kids in other regions, they don't. They probably
There's some
never
respect
played
on his
against
name.
Angel.
Yeah,
I don't think some of
literally.
these kids from like Pacific, you know, China as well, and some of the up and coming players.
I wonder if Koala Noob even knew who Angel was before joining a team with him. Now that you say that,
of course he would have known him. Yeah. Koala, I've spoken to him a lot about this. He's, you know, he watches other regions when he was playing as well. I think he definitely would have known. But I do.
Silver XXX with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 4 months.
Veterans
appreciate the Prime usage, mate. Thank you for that.
Showing that it's not just about the rookies anymore. However, having said that, we do have 2 rookies here in the studio with us, and it is Koala Noob and Rooksik. Please come and sit on the couch with sit down next to me.
Why didn't Fnatic have to play Heretics? They play tomorrow, mate.
Ooh, Navi are back.
Big game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Navi are going to Masters?
Oh, for sure.
Oh, hell yeah. I am so excited that you guys said that. Massive congratulations today. That was an insane series. So clean. You guys really look like a crazy team that could really contend for going to a Masters. What happened between this week and last week? Is this the form that you've had in you this whole time?
I mean, yeah, like, the thing with us is, like, we're in a spot where we're scrimmers right now. Or we were scrimmers. Like, we had a very, very good win rate. Like, we were dominating. We were playing very well as a team. When we went to matches, like, we add some just unnecessary pressure and I guess, like, overcomplication, like, from every player individually. And, you know, we just talked about it. Like, we had to just, honesty is the best policy. We had to fix it. And we really just, like, harped on all, like, the issues we had and focused on it. And, like, this is the Navi that should be shown every week. Unfortunately, it wasn't last week. Well played to Heretics, but, like, this is the team that, like, we should be.
And Rooksik, I love on that map 1, you are again showing the stocks of Turkish aim. Turkish player being best players in the league. Are you happy with your performance today?
And today it's good for me, but I need to play all the time like this because my performance normally like this. But in the beginning, I didn't adapt. I got some problems. And right now, I will keep go like this, and my team play like this, and we will go Masters. I hope so.
Just keep telling yourself, I'm Turkish, I'm better than these kids, you know, I'm Turkish.
Him in here.
I got the best aim, yeah.
Yeah, confidence, that's what's needed. I wanted to ask you about that Icebox and you playing Omen, because I know Sue was eagerly looking forward to something like that. But I
called it.
You did,
yeah.
you did.
I called it, yeah.
I wanted to see a Jet head-to-head between you and Darka, I can't lie, because you, I don't know if you know this, you have double the amount of reps than him on that agent, which is crazy.
I used to be a Jet one trick.
Yeah, literally. So was this a you decision or was this a coaching staff Angel decision?
Is this an M80 thing?
It definitely is influenced from M80 because we knew how strong the comp was. I miss you, M80 guys, if you're watching this. But yeah, I mean, this is something that we're like, I guess, like Hero and stuff, for example, like the Europeans, like they weren't like, they didn't know about this comp, I guess, that well. Like it wasn't really played a lot in Europe.
Yeah, that's what we were saying.
So I brought it up. Because I'm like, I think Omen's literally better than Jet on this map. I think like Omen literally can do the same thing as Jet, but maybe even better. And I kind of like, we had to scrim a little bit and I proved it to them and they trusted the comp and I mean, it worked exactly how we planned.
So do you have to convince Angel in this moment or is it Happy?
No, Happy is always on board.
Of
Angel
course.
was on board. It's just like, it's not that the players weren't on board. It's just,
you want to believe in
they
it.
needed convincing because like they want me to be aggressive. So when they see me on Omen, they're like, how is he going to be aggro? Like, how is he to do this? But I mean, they obviously saw it in scrims and like, it worked perfectly.
Now, of course, not quite the M80 because obviously there's no KO. We do have the Tejo here and the Gecko, which is, we don't see Gecko right now at all in EMEA. And I just want to ask you about this comp in general because once upon a time, for the people that didn't watch Valorant back in like 2023, I think at one point NAVI had 18, 19 unique compositions. You know, comps that nobody else plays in the world. Do you want to guess how many unique comps you guys play right now this stage that no one else in the world plays?
Probably almost every map.
Yeah, do you want to guess?
Nope.
No, well, it's 5. So this is the 5th comp that you guys have that nobody else right now in Tier 1 plays, which is crazy. So Ruxic, is this how you like to do things? You know, you like being different, playing something fun, or are you still trying to get used to the system?
For me, comps, sometimes it's good because I'm playing generally Omen, and I'm playing like a second duelist because we have 2 smoker. It's good for me, and I like to play aggro. It's very fine for me. I'm having fun.
How come we haven't seen the, you know, what he just mentioned, like, you know, more second double duelist and doing all that kind of shenanigan?
Ruxic doesn't want to play duelist. If there was a double duelist, it would definitely be like me and Hero. This guy's way too good on smokes.
Oh yeah, we did see the raise. Oh yeah, we saw the raise.
Way too good on smokes. So.
If I play N3, I think I can't stop myself. I can just die and die.
I can't stop myself.
Are you used to this as well, this way of working?
Yeah, I mean, I have Happy as my coach, and he likes to cook stuff, like, since I'm 80. And I, like, every time he tells me about something that I might need to try or, like, change, like, I'm always open to it. Like, he really helped me, like, make myself into a player that can, like, play multiple roles if needed. So it's not, like, an issue about, like, comfortability. And I think that's, like a lucky thing that I guess we have. Like, I feel like a lot of duelists, like, aren't able to, like, flex on the other roles, or at least, like, at, like, a very, very high level. Where I feel like I have, like, a lot of reps just from the past of, like, literally not being on duelists on, like, multiple maps. And, like, it's something that's totally comfortable with me. And I kind of, like, get how to play the comps.
I wanted to ask you guys a little bit about working with Angel, obviously both being new to VCT EMEA. We saw a tweet from him not long ago about being angry Angel. How is it working with him as an IGL?
You want to answer me?
You can answer.
Okay, Angel, like, he's super smart. Like, right after, like, the first thing I said after we won is, like, your calls today were just, like.
I said Angel diff today, yeah.
His calls are, like, he is an incredibly smart IGL. Like, when he gets things rolling and when he's, like, in a comfort zone and when we're actually playing our game, like, the game that he's used to, like, me and Ruxic being super aggressive, Hero getting these insane lurk times, like, when he has all the pieces that he sees in scrims, like, every call is going to be right with him. Like, the only difference, like, the thing that, like, I'm getting used to is because I'm from NA. I'm used to, like, I guess a different style. I'm getting used to it, and I like his calling, and I'm also trying to, like, implement, like, how I, like, view the game a little bit, because I view it, like, differently sometimes. And, like, he's very, like, open to listening to ideas, and that's, I feel like, something that a real IGL, like, you need to have.
I think you're changing him. He apologized to you after that fracture, you know, I think it was against GX,
He's like, I'm sorry for letting you die, like, 4 times in a row.
So I don't think I've ever heard that story of Angel apologizing to anyone. He's letting you pitch comps, and he's saying yes to these things? Growth, character growth as well. What about you, Ruxic? Anything about Angel that maybe surprised you before you joined? Because we all know Angel. He's been around for so long.
I surprised because of his caring about our idea. Normally, people, if you play like this 15 years as esport, no one care you because ego, you know?
Yeah.
But Angel don't have ego and so respectful against us and care about our idea. And it's very good.
Are there any ideas that you've presented to Angel that you wanted to do?
Sometimes last match, Heaven, for example, I want to TP short, and I just TP and kill this guy, and he didn't cancel, you know. He accepted me, and I did tactic, and he worked.
You go with it.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, he's like, good idea, Roxy, let's go. Yeah. And I'm sure he's going to be so happy because you told me this before. Him always starting playoffs in the elimination spot has haunted him for a whole year. And because of you guys and him, you know, his efforts today, that's not going to happen. So how happy do you think him and Shower are right now?
I mean, I think they're very happy. It's like, the thing they care about is just, like, us playing our game. And we really did that today, and I think they're very, like, proud of us because they really just don't want to see, like, the players that they, like, put a lot of trust in because, like I said, we have Ruxic and Hero who, like, mechanically, in my opinion, are, like, literally the best players in the world. Like, they're insane, and, like, they know that I'll run it down for them. Like, I will just hold W for them every round because I know I'm going to get traded. Like, I don't care. So full confidence. Like, when they see me full confident, them just doing their thing, killing people, like, that makes them happy. And I think they're super excited.
Aww. I'm so happy to hear that you guys are, you know, happy. You're doing well. The vibes are good. Very quickly, because I'm going to, one of our assistant producer asked me to specifically ask you about that gecko. So was it because you've seen M80 do it and it just looks good? Is there any other reason? Because Shao could play every initiator on the sun on that map.
Yeah, I mean, Shao's just a really good initiator. And, like, I feel like Gecko on that map is very strong. It's like a map where there's a lot of delay and, like,
and you can plant.
And exactly, that's like a very strong thing about Gecko. Like, his usual is really not that bad when you pair it well with other stuff. So I think like people not playing him, maybe they're not utilizing it as much, and we are like as good.
I love that. I wanted to ask you guys, looking ahead now that you're in playoffs.
Americas, yeah, I'll let the stream play while I go eat. I think it's the best thing to do.
Make it to Masters Toronto, especially for yourself, Quallen, who come from Canada.
Yeah, I mean, I'm from Canada. I'm from Toronto. Like. Everybody there like knows that I became a pro and they're super happy for me. Like my families are like my girl and my kid are there, and like I really want my kid to go to a Masters. That would be like a dream. Like if I were to see her in the crowd or something, like I would be very happy, and I want her to like be proud of me. So yeah, it means like a lot to me. Like this has been my dream my entire life.
We have to get you there.
Yeah,
we have to get you there. I back you 100% of the way. What about you, Ruxic?
For me, I don't have other choice. I will go Masters with my team.
Losing is not an option.
Yeah, but it would be exciting for you, right? Because it would be the first time for you to go to something that big.
Yeah. I'm not excited because I'm just playing my game. I play a lot of LAN games on Turkey as well. I'm just playing my game. I want to win everything.
Are there any players that you've never played against from other regions that you would be excited to
loads,
meet
right?
or play against?
I don't care much. I'm just playing my game.
Oh, okay, all that.
There's a team that I want to face.
Oh.
2 teams.
Oh. Is there beef?
No beef.
Oh, no.
100 Thieves and Cloud9.
Because
I want to face Ned and Xander. I miss you guys, but I got to beat you. And it's going to be, I just want to face these guys. I love them, and I hope I get to face them one day.
Oh, they might have a chance. You never know. They might have a chance. Yeah. They play soon.
And Sentinels, because John. I forgot about that too.
Oh,
John.
of course.
Those three teams.
If those 3 are the ones that make it, then you're the prophet of some sort. You know, if you call it like out the gate, if G2 don't go because those 3 go,
that'd be mad,
you're gonna have to buy a lottery ticket. Of course, today I think it was a very special day for you guys, for the NAVI fans too. But I wanted to quickly ask you guys, what's been your favorite moment in VALORANT in general? It doesn't have to be you related, be nice if it is, but just in general, because we are coming up to the 5-year anniversary of this game being released, which feels really, really crazy, because I'm pretty sure like Hero was like 12 years old 5 years ago.
He was in elementary.
Yeah,
when Angel was playing his first.
Yeah. So yeah, do you have any standout memories or moments?
Probably
is just like,
I have, but I don't remind right now.
I mean, with me, it's just like making these lands. Like when I got to Ascension Finals 2 years in a row, and I just love the game. Like every time I get to a LAN and I get to play on stage and just do that, and like even here now, like it's literally just feels amazing and like more motivating. So like going from like an Ascension stage or like a studio stage here to like a Masters, like that's something that like I just always think about, and I hope that I get to achieve it this year with these guys.
I think you'll thrive too in that environment, you know. You'll thrive big time. And very quickly, we had Flyer with us on the desk earlier. Yeah, and he said very nice things about you.
He was bigging you up.
He was glazing
big
you.
time, yeah.
He did say that
for sure, Bacon.
owned him every single time he's ever played against you.
Yeah,
but he said that, you know, while in a lot of departments he felt like Durka would come out ahead of you in terms of like experience and all that, he firmly believed that you are the better opper. So that's a big compliment.
I mean, I've said this before, and like it's not like an ego thing. Like I think there's a lot of good offers in this league, but if there's one thing I think I'm the best at, it's opping, and like I'm just so confident in that gun. Angel, like I said, he's very like he lets me do whatever.
Yeah, it was nice of it today.
Randomly, like just randomly out of even on a T side round, like he will just say yeah, do it. Like they trust me so much, and I'm super confident in my op, and I'm happy I got into form today, because this is like the perfect match to end off for playoffs, and I really want to continue showing like what I did today, because I think I brought a lot of value to the op.
I mean, you took down one of our best players on that weapon we've ever had in EMEA, so I think you proved that enough. And with that said, let's take a look at the standing, because the seedings are starting to look very, very clear now for playoffs. We are painting a great picture. So on the left-hand side, you can see with that win, NAVI are confirmed seed 3 going into playoffs. Vitality will be seed 4.
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be fun.
matter.
It all kind of matters tomorrow for sure.
But you will obviously be playing a team on the other group, and that would either be, I believe.
What do you have to say to people who
BBL
call your
no,
chat a
one of them will be
dictatorship?
One of them will be seed
Dude,
1,
it's
and
just
seed 2 will,
we
will face you guys. Do you have a
a
preference?
dictatorship.
BBL, Rockstar, come
Dude,
on.
it's just policing on the internet. It turns out that you can't actually. It's like the one place on the internet where you can't actually flame people.
Sociable. I was playing.
And yeah, if people have an issue for that, they just get banned. It is what it is, man. Turns out you can't just chat shit everywhere in the world and get away with it.
Maybe BBL and NAVI
Just
both
take
go.
your shit opinions to other streamers. Basically, you can do it everywhere else. Finners 101 with the prime. Thank you for the 5 months.
You still have a
Thank you for that.
Whoever loses that game will drop to the lowest. There's a possibility.
Dictatorship. It's policed. I would say the max is policed.
I hope so. We can go
I think everyone else is just. I mean,
Turkish
that's
friends.
that's extreme, dude. Maybe we should go drop them in some countries for a bit, so they get some educational lessons.
Like Liquid, they have run like interesting comps on like Lotus. They run on like a lot of maps. So like interesting comp versus interesting comp, it can make up like spicy games. But like for actual who I want to face, like it doesn't matter.
Early predictions then. Do you guys think, give us your prediction as to who you think is going to qualify to Masters from our region?
Oh God,
it's a nasty question.
I don't even bloody know.
Us.
Jesus, Lexi.
Heretics. And Fnatic or Liquid.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Do you have an answer?
I think Liquid, Heretics, and us.
Ooh,
okay.
Interesting.
Kylene, thank you so much for the 23 months as well. Appreciate the prime.
Still has a chance.
No, they have a chance for sure. Like they're a good team. It's just they're in the lower bracket, right?
My other sleeper pick is Casey. I don't know why. I feel something. I feel something about Casey going through.
Maybe.
But thank you guys so much for
some,
joining us. You got
plans
after this? You guys,
just gonna
vacation?
Eat.
Vacation for a couple days before you come back to playoffs?
Just eat and.
Horizon, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 16 months.
True.
Dude, we'll just switch over to Americas. It's starting in a sec. We got 5 minutes. And I'll just mute it while I go. Well, I'll mute my mic while I go eat. And then we'll be back in time.
I cannot wait to see you guys back here at playoffs.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Billy, as well, for being here.
Horizon, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the 16 months.
Yesterday, tomorrow, everything will be sorted, decided. Playoffs race, a seeding. We're going to have it all. So make sure you come back and join us, and do not miss Liquid versus Casey and Fnatic versus Team Heretics. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you then.
Okay, perfect, chat. Let's switch over. We'll get Americas going. I'll turn the sound on for you guys, and I will mute up, and I'll be back in a little bit. How loud should it be? Like this? Yeah, this should be okay. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Yeah. For people that aren't sticking around for Americas, thank you for watching. Yeah, give me like 20, 25-ish minutes. Alright, bye.
sale. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Super easy, ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Super easy, ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Zumba, zumba, vamos a portarnos mal. Que esta noche te apadano, sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
They don't know he's there. Is he gonna be in there? He's done it again! It's just unreal!
Derek wins it!
That is that, folks!
Someone finds a gap in the smoke and the spray, it's just beautiful!
Causing an issue out wide! Agora sim! Vamos! É você!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VCT Americas. It's playoffs time here at the Riot Games Arena in beautiful, sunny Los Angeles, California. We got ourselves a banger. It's going to be awesome. Playoff time's just starting up, and of course, I'm GB. You got an awesome team with us here today. We decided to stack the desk, people. You got Brent, you have Emily, and Doug all joining us here to yap about everything that we are about to witness. Hello, friends. I missed your faces. You know, it was a good time. You guys didn't burn anything down while I was away.
I tried.
Right?
Well, there was that one day. Yeah, there was that one. Well,
we didn't.
Let's get back.
We'll worry about that later. In any case, so guys, look, we closed out stage one with a week of wild matches, and here's a look back through the eyes of our co-streamers.
This round, if we win this round, they dump every ult into it. There, bang, bang, just killing everyone.
He's holding this space practically alone.
He's locked into there. Are they going to save again?
No,
I think they go for this. 20 seconds. Here we go, this one right here. Oh, bang! It looks bang!
Wow. Bang is just owning, bro.
Ooh, up, down? Oh, we like it.
No, we don't like it.
Oh,
we don't like it. It's the first one.
Verzo gets two! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
He's weak.
Wow,
Nah, dog, nah.
Everyone chill. Bang! Scared you though.
Oh my god.
It's just a stinger.
He's waiting for it to stick.
The plan.
He has to be hacking!
Melzer trying. Oh, what a charismatic. Oh my god, Melzer. Oh my god, Melzer. Where did you pull that one from?
And they're fully committing on it. He can swing up behind it, tries to capture timing. Takes
Oh my god, run. Running a mockery of it. Oh my.
Nice, Brock! Nice, Brock! Oh my, Brock, you're him! Brock, you are him, bro! Brock, you are him, bro! Holy Brock! My god! My god!
Oh, wow, Okay, well, one thing's for certain, it seems like Brent certainly hit his sub goal. Isn't that right, buddy? In any case, so guys, now we've got an 8-team playoff bracket. 2 squads are starting in the lower. So how is this all going to work out? Well, folks, you already know what's going to happen. Get ready, because it's time for bracketology, but with a twist. That's right. It's going to be a compelling twist. Bren, take it away.
Now, I can't hear because I got these headsets on, and Doug can't speak because he's got a bandage over his mouth, and Emily can't see, but we will make a perfect bracket in 3 minutes. I'm going to put my headset on. I now can't hear anything. This is blasting toddler iPad baby music. I don't know what's going on. As the timer started, not too sure. I'm not getting any cues anymore. I can't hear production anymore. I'm probably shouting too loud as well. Inside voices. Inside voices. We don't want to be an American in a diner. Okay, we got 3 minutes. It's ticking down. Start building a bracket. Go. I don't know. Emily, be directed. Doug, do the thing. I got. What team is that? G2? It's G2 you're holding. Where do we want it? Doug? No. That's. Yep. That's good. So they're going to win that.
Cool.
But who are they going to play against? What do we need? Okay, there's teams over here. Emily, come up. Follow the sound of my voice.
Yep.
Yeah,
Nope.
it's right. There's teams around there.
Who do I have?
Yep. What team is that? Oh, Evil Geniuses. Okay, they're at the bottom. Someone at the bottom. How much time do we got 2 minutes. We're going to speed this up. That's it.
What?
Okay, yep, keep going. No, take another team. That's fine. That's EG again. Yep, sure. Look, keep
Are they
going.
winning?
Yep, no, apparently, no. Doug direct, please. Do we add seconds? This is a long segment. 2 minutes still. This is fine. What team is that? That's Crew. They're near the top. Are they losing or are they winning? What do we want?
Oh, they're winning.
Losing low.
They're winning.
Winning more forwards. Where? Okay, they win. They're winning. That's good. Okay, what team is this? 100 Thieves. I'm not touching.
Where am I going?
1 minute 30. This is a really long segment. Feels like we have less time. Whoa, what is it? 100 Thieves, MIBR. I don't know. Where's the MIBR stickers, Doug? 100 Thieves. Do they win?
Is something over here?
Me? They're losing.
Did I rip something?
Lower.
Why is it so small?
What team is that? NRG.
Oh.
Do we NRG win or lose with 100 Thieves?
They're out.
No. Okay. Just throw the NRG sticker somewhere over there. Throw it away. If they're losing. We need more teams. What do you got? A minute?
I don't know what else there is.
This? That's it. That's not where that goes. That's not where that goes. Next sticker. Another EG. Did you want EG winning? What is that? Cloud9? Okay. Middle. Do they win or lose? Win, they go low.
Against who?
Win, they go high.
High. Yep.
Oh, they lose. Okay, they win. Never mind. Okay, we got 30 seconds. 30 seconds to build a bracket.
What else do we
don't even have the lowers sorted out. Okay.
Who do I have?
The final. Oh, that's G2 you got in your hands, Emily. That's G2. Near the end. Yep, that's it. Very good. I'm just gonna start placing some EG stickers. Because why not EG?
Perfect.
Here.
EG come back?
You need more stickers? Here, hold on. I've got like I got some Cloud9.
Who do I have?
What is that? There's 100 Thieves. We got 5 seconds left. 5 seconds left. 5 seconds left.
Is that 100
Segment's over. I don't know what bracket we got. I still can't hear. I'm still probably shouting. Now we asked the fans of the Riot Games Arena which team was going to take home the trophy in stage 1, and here's what they have to say.
Hey guys, it's Elizabeth here outside the Riot Games Arena, and I'm here with Riley. And Riley, one very simple question. Who is going to win playoffs?
I mean, it's a pretty simple one. It's Sentinels. I think it's going to be Sentinels.
It has to be Sentinels. It's going to be.
I'd say Sentinels.
Why are they going to win?
For me, I've been a supporter for a while, but also they just have so much firepower in every spot. It's just very hard to bet against them.
I think C9 is going to win.
Why?
I think Ox is going to play well.
Sentinels for sure.
Why?
They have Zekken.
Sentinels all the way.
Why?
Just the greatest team ever.
All right, who's going to win playoffs?
Definitely not G2.
Okay.
Oh my
God. I will. So much has happened. that was one of the brackets that we've made. Was a thing that we lived through. At least you got it somewhat right.
I'm taking a third of the responsibility with that.
Well, I mean, it was 3 of you guys in a segment.
I was set up for sabotage.
I didn't say a word.
Yes. Oh, man. You know what I also love about that segment with Elizabeth? She was going around telling everyone, and they were like, oh, who's going to win Sentinels? It very much felt like John Cena versus Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania, when everyone thought Cody Rhodes was going to win, but no, instead it was John Cena. Sorry, I still got wrestling on the brain. In any case, so everyone, it was great. Now, let's go ahead and get into our first matchup of the playoffs. We got MIBR going up against 100 Thieves, and yes, Brent, I am locking in. You have 21 subs. I got to listen to you. Now, of course.
I'm humble. I'm not going to set the goal high.
Of course. Now, we got a rematch here, guys. This is a rematch from Kickoff, and things didn't really go that well for MIBR then, but it seems like, Doug, we have a completely different team now.
Yeah, we do. I very quickly, as we think about the previous matchup between 100 Thieves and MIBR, Cryo went interstellar. The guy was absolutely insane. Asuna also had a ridiculous series. And then you look at the other side of the stage, and Artsine and Cortesia both really struggled. Yeah. I have a really hard time believing that's going to happen again.
Yeah, is that a belief, Emily, that, I mean, like now, given how MIBR is, it feels like the tide's
No, I mean, back to the Kickoff thing. Big picture-wise, yes, they got knocked out early by 100 Thieves, but they had a hell of a lower bracket run, and 100 Thieves ended up losing out to teams like NRG.
Ooh. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, as well, they've been switching around some of the pieces as well from NRG directly with Verno coming in as a bit of a difference as well. And Verno has been lights out. Sometimes you need to kick up the ass to realize, wait a second, I'm not going to get too many other second chances out off the back of this one. And he's just been playing lights out for the team and playing with that fire in his belly, I think, as well. Ready to perform at a moment's notice. It's been showing, I think. The way he's fit into this team has been nothing short of astounding, considering when he, you know, at the beginning, before he was joining, and it was kind of like suspected and rumored, I suppose. A lot of people were throwing up like, wait a second, this guy was getting dropped because of comms issues on NRG. Now he's joining a Brazilian roster. What's going on? But it hasn't affected it by the look of it. I mean, the results speak for themselves. MIBR are currently looking like a top 3 team with this change being made.
Yeah, and look, I'm going to, we oftentimes talk about them, but I'm going to give some love to the coaching staff here, because you integrate a player that fast into your lineup and you're getting them up to speed that quickly. You got to be turning to guys like Fraud, who, Emily, legends in the space we always talk about, but he helped, I'm sure it was instrumental in guiding Verno and this team to where they are right now.
No, of course. Coach plays a huge role into like how a player can transition into a new team. And I just want to say, like, a lot of people see it as black and white when they make roster changes like this, like for NRG dropping Verno and Verno going MIBR. But I want to say, like, just because you can't find success on one team doesn't mean you can't find it on another. And I think he's proven that on this little revenge arc of his.
No, you're so right on that one.
I want to quickly touch on Fraud again, because if you think about the year MIBR have had, they have reshaped how people think and how people talk about MIBR. Yeah. First time at a playoff in VCT history, if I'm not mistaken. Like, they have changed the conversation. And coming in as one of the favorites in this game as well. Yeah, I mean, they've entirely changed the way people think about him, the way people talk about him. Yeah, there have been roster changes and things like that, but the addition of Verno, the fact that they've been able to integrate Cortesia and Ardzine and then Shenum into all of this, I mean, Danny gets all the flowers here.
Yeah, no, without a doubt here. Now, of course, Cortesia and Shenum didn't really have the best of debuts against 100 Thieves, but these are two dudes who just quickly turned it around, Bren. It has been impressive to see them take to the stage. It feels like they were here the entire time with MIBR. It feels so natural.
I think this has been a year as well of just rookies showing up in Americas for us, obviously. We've been kind of blessed with that aspect, to be honest, of a lot of new players coming in. But I think part of the reason this is so successful as well is from the inception of MIBR this year was Fraud and getting together with Icebox and saying, wait a second, how do we want to build this team around what you want as well? And having a clear say into it has been night and day, not only for Icebox's own performance, but bringing in these rookies as well. That's got a bit of a confidence boost, I think, as well.
And I also want to also give Fraud flowers again, because he did this before with Loud, with Tui's and Cowan's. He brought them into the fold with that. I'm not trying to give all the credit here, but you got to kind of look at the entirety of the sum of the entire picture, Doug. It's impressive what MIBR have been able to do.
I do think they were trying to build around Aspas, as you were saying, but also the talent that they've brought in stands on its own at such a high level. I mean, we've talked to, you mentioned it, Brand, we're blessed with the level of rookies that we've had this year, and these two are at the forefront of it.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, of course, talking about Aspas. There has been a conversation, Bren, about Aspas online that I think has really changed around on Reddit.
Bren would never know about that.
I mean, I said a lot of stuff last year, and listen, it's different now. I'm not going to lie, it's different now. And I pulled some clips, actually, some examples. Aspas, stats-wise, he hasn't been having as good as a year as he has last year, yet his team has still been winning. Why is that? Because he's playing his role with a lot of trust in his teammates to trade like this. Every example that I picked here is Aspas going down, at least in 2 of these instances, as the first death in the example. He's being set up well, but he has trust in his team to clean up. They win this round.
He's doing the duelist things.
He actually entries, he makes it a bit of a different pathing as well, and he ends up getting a 2-piece. This is a lot more, I guess, consistent now with MIBR, and they're doing this often now, where before, I don't know, you watched when Aspas was on Lev, and he's hanging back a little bit, and for some reason, Con was having the entry. And Aspas is playing, you know, for a little bit of the numbers in some instances as well. He's trying to play to his outs. He's a smart player. But now, I can see it defined in the way that he plays. His numbers are worse because he trusts his team more to be able to get the job done once he sends it in, which is a major difference, honestly. It's a major, major difference, and it's one of the reasons why MIBR are sitting at top 3, I think, currently in terms of where everybody's expecting them to land in America so far.
Yeah, no, but today, though, you got Aspas going up against Cryo, who is just... He's just cryo. He's just doing cryo things. But Emily, now this is it, right? I mean, how many times have we seen, you know, like 100 Thieves in this position, right? Got guys like Cryo absolutely fragging out. How do they get this into a dub to move forward in this bracket?
The rest of the team just has to step it up. In my eyes, when I look at this lineup, it's kind of like 100 Thieves is replacing like Cryo's taking Aspas's spot on like his previous roster, right? Like. Cryo does have to put up these numbers to have even like these really, really close games and secure the wins. And so honestly, I just want to see it from everyone else to kind of, you know, start helping a bit.
Yeah, the firepower without a doubt there. But, you know, even when you look at the stats and seeing Aspas lower than Cryo here kind of goes to your point there, Brad.
But it's crazy that this is like one of the worst years for Aspas statistically compared to prior, and yet he's still putting up insane numbers. It's just ridiculous. And so the question becomes like, what is it that 100 Thieves have got to look towards to try and get a win here against this MIBR team, where they're popping off and firing off on all cylinders?
Yeah, and I think, Emily, you had the read there, right? Yeah. It all boils down to the rest of the pieces coming into the play.
Yeah, we were just talking about Cortesia, we were talking about Shannon, we were talking about our team. Where's the other side of that coin for 100 Thieves? I think you guys are absolutely right. If there isn't more of that supporting firepower on Cryo, it's tough to deliver.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one, without a doubt. And I think, if anything, it goes to show just really how close in competition everyone is here in VCT America as we get ready for the playoffs here. But for more on the matchup, let's actually send it back over to Elizabeth, who wants to get some words in with the IGL of MIBR.
Now, Artisan, going into today's match with 100 Thieves, a lot of people believe that 100 Thieves win con is Cryo being online. Is that a priority for you? Is that a concern for you, Cryo?
Not really, because we have Aspas, so it's fine. I mean, we're gonna do it like pretty fine.
Well, best of luck today.
I mean, it pretty much is as simple as that. A lot of confidence in Aspas, but I actually want to take a second to talk about Artsin instead here, because now he's coming into this IGL role. He's got all the pieces available to him, Doug. It's like a smorgasbord of opportunity here for him. So it seems like, yeah, if I'm him, I would say the same thing too. I got Aspas. I'm chilling.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest safety blanket you could ever ask for.
It's nice and weighted.
Right,
you know?
like the greatest to ever play the game on your team. Yeah. I mean, not really worried about what's on the other side of the stage, but I do think Bren was talking about it a little bit earlier, and I want to go back to that because it isn't just Aspas go kill.
Yeah.
The team is doing a lot to set up their star duelist in a very powerful way, to allow him and unlock him to do what he needs to do. And so a lot of that does go back to fraud again. I think we've hit the fraud cap so far in the pre-show, but a lot of the calling from our team has been spectacular.
Yeah, it really has. I've also been loving the judge plays that we've been seeing from him as well, right? Taking, you know, those more unconventional routes with a few of those. Emily, you love to see that.
Yeah.
Are you a judge player as well?
I am not. I can count the, wow.
You got there.
You got it.
I can count how many times I bought it on my hand.
Wow, that's crazy.
And it kind of sounds silly, but the way that I see this, especially with Artsin on the IGL road, is like, it's no longer Aspas and friends, it's Aspas and family, because they actually show up to support him. The brain's just on the IGL himself, like, it's so nice.
Yeah, see, now I'm a shotgun guy because I used to play Gears of War, so, you know, you got to post up on the wall and get things going, but, you know, that's just me. Now, of course, as we look on the other side of the stage, all right, you have 100 Thieves. Now, this is a team that had no issues taking down those weaker squads in the Alpha group, but then you make your way over to Sentinels, maybe a little bit of Cruvisa, and then, Bren, things start to kind of crumble.
Yeah, I think there's 100 Thieves for starters as well have got a tempo issue in my mind as well. You know, I kind of described, I think, EG in the same way, where they're too slow. 100 Thieves almost sometimes are too fast, where whoever's calling kind of the initiation factor, the go button to be pressed, sometimes the rest of 100 Thieves isn't on the same page to ensure that that is actually a successful maneuver. And this happens frequently, to be honest, across all of their games, where they struggle to have that kind of insert. The best teams in the world are going to be able to speed up at the right time, slow down at the right times, add the little pauses and hesitation into the play overall to make it kind of like, okay, it's unexpected and unpredictable. But when you are... Your game plan is kind of too readable right now, I think, if you're 100 Thieves, and they need to insert some of that kind of nuance, I think, in terms of their calling overall. And I don't know where that comes from, to be honest, because if you look behind the scenes at some of their comms videos, they're quite frantic in terms of the comms. They're all over the place, and I think that might play a part in it, in the reason why it seems all over the place sometimes. But for me, what I'm looking for in this match is to just... for them to not get ahead of themselves, I think, because MIBR are going to play a nice open game. They're going to wait for 100 Thieves, I think, to make the first move in a lot of instances as well, and look to punish afterwards. And this is the evolution of 100 Thieves that I'm really looking for. This is what's going to take them to the next level. It's showing more than just kind of like 1 or 2 looks in terms of the pace and tempo that they're playing.
Yeah, and in TAC FPS, Emily, how important are those comms, especially, you know, because I come from Arena FPS, so very different vibe over there,
Yeah,
right?
no, they're vital. And I think you're right when you're saying, like, their comms are hectic, because I really feel like when you're watching them play, they all have different ideas of like how to play around, how to play a post ban. You have someone taking a fight, like an aggressive fight to take space, but then you have people fighting on site, people trying to play post ban. Like they felt like they were making a lot of like micro mistakes, like they just weren't on the same page.
Yeah, it could also just be a bunch of players that are looking to make the play, right? Which sometimes can happen, can sting you a little bit. But of course, we'll see what ends up happening there. I'm curious, you know, how 100 Thieves kind of works through this, because I mean, you heard Artin in that interview. The confidence is through the roof with this team. But actually, let's take a moment, though, and hear what Cryo had to say, because he had an opportunity to catch up with Elizabeth. Want to see what he thinks.
Now, Cryo, today you're going to be facing who many consider to be one of the best teams in the Americas League. What have you, as 100 Thieves, prioritized to make sure you can take home the win today?
Just overall, just being confident and playing our own game. Everyone on our team knows how good we can be, so we just have to show up when it matters.
All right, well, best of luck today.
All right, well, short and sweet from Crowd, as usual.
Many words.
But let's see how this all pans out. Who are some of the players that you guys, we talked about Cryo, anyone in particular in the 100 Thieves side?
Yes, I want to bring up either Boosty or EU, because I think every time Cryo can't show up, like one of those people do. One of those players do. And I think if that happens and you get the dynamic duo at the top, they could pull out a win here.
Okay, anyone else on your guys' radar?
I think EU kind of comes to mind as well, to be honest. When you take a team of 100 Thieves reputation and popularity, there's a lot of pressure. This team has been heavily criticized a lot throughout the year for their struggles and why doesn't it work, and do they need to blow the project up, or, you know, who's the problem, this, that, and the other. And I think when things feel bad, when Cryo is not being Cryo, there does need to be somebody who steps up, and I think historically EU has at times been that guy.
Yeah.
Right? Because Boosty has, you know, he has his ups and his downs, but when 100 Thieves has struggled and Cryo hasn't been there, EU has filled in that space for them in the past. So if things do get a little slow off the blocks for Cryo, I'm looking at EU there to be the guy to pick them up.
We got both EU. Are you feeling that too?
Yeah, I mean, well, Boosty has been having some stinkers, if I'm going to be honest, right?
Yeah.
Like the last few games, to be honest, and it's a big drop-off in terms of his form of what we used to expect from him as well. I need to see that step up again, because you're not going up against weaker opponents this time.
Yeah.
You can kind of coast really near the bottom. And again, this game isn't all about numbers. I literally just made a point about Aspas is, you know, getting more first steps, but their team is winning because of it. Part of it comes into the team play, but for me as well, on an individual basis, if you're not shooting back, that's usually going to be the first kind of checkbox you have to hit against teams like MIBR, Crew. I think of like heavy hitter firepower teams. You've got to be able to match them pound for pound. You have to.
And Argentina Cortezia are going to shoot back.
Yes,
I get both sides of that coin, though, because I think when you do have that 100 Thieves roster, the pieces are there.
Yeah.
Right? It should work. So part of me wants to go, okay, Boosty, take a step back.
Yeah.
Right? Like, control the troops the way that things need to work out, because if it is a timings issue, if it is a pacing issue, if the utility isn't in synergy, I do look at Boosty to deliver there instead.
Well, I'm so glad you mentioned synergy, Doug, because the pressure is on for all of our players, but particularly for the...
I'm going to be playing a game called Guess Who. So we have multiple audio clips here. My job is to play them and listen to them and figure out which one of my players it is, and, you know, hopefully see if I'm a good coach and know my players as well as I think I do. Oi, coach. That's Artzin, pretty sure. Oi, coach. That's Aspas.
Oi, coach.
Verno, for sure. Oi, coach. Cortesia. Oi, coach. Chanel. Alright, so I have an opportunity to go back and play and see if I want to change my answers, but I'm almost 100% sure I got everyone accurate, so I'm just going to live and die by my initial gut feeling. Oi, coach. Oi, coach.
Oi, coach.
Oi, coach. Oi, coach. Yeah, got it all. Sadly, I think if any coaches don't get this 100%, you know, we're not doing our jobs correctly. But like I said, I spend so much time with them. I spend more time with them in the game, outside the game, than even my own family members. So I'm pretty sure I have them understood, know so much about these guys, and really do have a lot of love for them. Going into it, I expected myself to honestly get everything right. I'm not trying to be arrogant or cocky about it. It's just, like I said, I spend so much time. I have a lot of conversations as a team, but also individually trying to improve their game. So I really felt really confident about knowing my players. And to be honest, they also have really different ways of speaking too. So I think if anyone spoke to them for a little while, they'd probably be pretty accurate about this as well. Were you able to guess who? Thanks for watching.
The man just can't stop winning. Seriously, unbelievable. Coach Fraud. Now, of course, today you're going to see a bunch of news about a draft going on. You don't need to worry about that, okay? There's only one draft you need to worry about, the one that's happening right now, baby. It's the VCT America's playoff draft. Now, here's what we're going to do. Ooh, we got the fancy music, too. We're going to have two teams. It will be Team Golden Doug going up against Team Bremley. Got to roll your R's for that one. Now, of course, we've got a pool of 40 players here competing in playoffs, and we're gonna pick them according to snake draft rules. And for those of you watching on Twitch, all right, we got you covered. We need your help to decide who is the winner and why it's me and Doug. So please pay close attention, all right? Make sure you spam Golden Doug, or you can spam Bremley, whatever, or primarily Golden Doug, as power being the host.
Give him the wrong name.
Emma Bren. And you do that.
That's not it.
We'll see what happens from there. All right, vámonos. Let's do this. So first up, it's gonna be Team Bremley.
Okay, game plan. We either start with firepower or brains. What are you feeling?
I think for you guys.
I think there's an abundance of duelists. Wait, you didn't break it this time.
I didn't.
How do you?
Break it. I think we go brains.
Sorry, guys.
Brains?
Yeah,
are you
take a pick.
Valorant?
Yeah, I was thinking Valorant. G2.
How are you gonna take it from me?
Yeah.
After you.
Listen. We get to pick the best duelist, and we get to pick the best
picks.
IGL. We get two picks.
Okay,
Brother, what are we talking about?
Which one you
Number
want?
one, Aspas.
Okay, number one, Aspas.
Greatest of all time.
Yes. All right, donde
está, right?
Come on. There it is, Aspas. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the next one.
Artzin?
Okay.
Talk to me.
Artzin. Yeah, I like Artzin. Okay, here we go. Cool.
Okay.
All right, we got the synergy.
We get two picks.
All right, we got synergy.
What are you
I was
feeling?
thinking Oxy for duelist, to be honest.
Oxy. No fear.
And then experimental here.
Dang,
Honestly.
I'm feeling. I think we go initiator next.
Yeah.
I'm thinking narrate Verno. What are you feeling?
Yeah, good choices.
Verno?
Yeah.
Let's go Verno.
Deal.
Okay, all right, you got yours. Thank you so
Hello,
much.
hello,
Okay,
hello.
so we are going to go with initiator right now as well. We're going to go with Yonapi. Okay, Yonapi es aquí. And then we need a controller. Vic.
Dude, Jonapi with no trend though is kind of like weak though. You know what I'm
KC 798 with the prime. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate you doing
I know
that.
what you're doing. Cut it out.
Split Icebox Haven.
Okay,
one and
split
a half round.
Icebox
You need a Senti,
Haven.
right?
Okay.
Yeah, dude, gotta get Leaf shortly.
You want Leaf? Okay.
Yeah, Leaf.
It was featured in the broadcast. Oh no, what did they do?
No, it's okay.
I don't know what we
We just
need.
need a controller. But Valen's already playing smokes as an IGL, so like.
Who are we missing? Another
Can we pick like another?
Any?
You can pick whoever you want to fill in the role, I guess. I mean, if
Let's
they
get
have
all
like
of
the
these boards uploaded from EMEA.
It's your draft.
Oh, that is true. It's
your draft.
Wait,
Dude.
what about Trent?
You
Trent?
prefer
Yeah, that's
2
what
1-minute
Trent-
timeouts or 3
Okay.
30-second
We got one more.
timeouts?
We got one more.
Pick. All right, what do we got? We have
I'm
duelist?
so fine with it. I'm so fine with how it is at the moment.
Yes, we need a Senti.
Yeah. Okay.
And you know what?
What are you feeling?
Cortesia?
That too was what I was
Okay.
saying.
I was saying, okay.
It's the mustache.
It's the mustache. And you got to go with the stash. Boom. There it is.
Brother, we rinse you.
I do not.
Line it up as well.
I think that is the
You see this?
reason.
It's amazing. Line it up, please. It's messing up my brain. I can't handle the disorganization. All right, let's see the
Cronin though,
results
thank
that
you
come
so
in.
much, dude. Cronin though with the 27 months, thank you so much. I mean, surely today's the day.
Timer's done. Timer's done. No.
The numbers up.
Floppy Taco as well with the Prime, thank you so much. And KZ LOL as well, I think I missed that sub. Maybe Chronoscar as well, maybe I missed that also. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate the Prime usage. Okay, chat, it's finally time for playoffs.
Good God. Okay.
It's finally time.
The time of day. And I picked
No one went for 100 thieves, not even one. Guys, come on. Someone's got to take a risk here.
I probably did, and then I didn't realize it.
Cool dude 188 with the Prime. Thank you for the 8 months,
This
mate.
game is not
Appreciate
that
that.
one-sided. That is absolutely a curse in motion. This is not that one-sided. Like,
Yeah, it's not that one-sided, I agree. It's one-sided, but it's not that one-sided. He's not wrong.
The curse from taking place and manifesting itself.
That sounds like a lot of work.
That's true.
Yeah.
And we don't, no one wants to work.
And also, we all hate each other behind the scenes, so that will never work.
Yeah, I know.
MIBR? I mean, I do think they're going to win still,
Just
but
constantly going up against each other. I gotta say though,
we've seen some crazy things.
problematic.
Is the audio? Dude, the audio is a little weird,
The
yeah.
hating each other part, no one cares about that. But more the
I think it's Golden Boy's mic.
where Nate shot is molding. He's gonna look like me by the end of the game.
No, he knows. He knows.
Yeah.
We've set the stage. It's gonna happen. You're unfortunately right.
We could look very silly.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. All right, folks. Well, this is it. It's now time
Lob,
to
I have
get
no idea
our
what that means, mate.
playoffs started. You got great matches all throughout the day. You have MIBR taking on 100 Thieves to cap things off, and then it's going to be Sentinels going up against Cloud9. The VCT America Stage 1 playoff starts.
Jarheads as well,
right
thanks so
now.
much for the Prime, mate. Thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate your usage as well, dude. Thank you for doing that. Green, you know what I ate, come on. The usual.
The difference between playoffs and group stage, I would say, is ferocity and like hunger.
John looking for the shot. Looking for the shot.
We'll be on stage, tons of fans, hype. Every time something sick happens, they'll be cheering. The atmosphere should be insane.
En playoffs, siento que empieza el verdadero campeonato. Es donde se nota más bien cómo se han ido evolucionando los equipos a través del tiempo.
They get their win heading into playoffs.
We got to defend our kickoff title. We want to win everything. Prove to the fans that we're the team to cheer for. There's going to be a lot more pressure on, you know, even like the experienced players because they know that they're playing for Toronto.
They're overthinking it. They're overthinking it.
Everyone's going to have that in the back of their mind and they'll think twice about making a play or not, and it's all about who doesn't hesitate in the end.
That extra pressure is genuinely something I embrace and my team embraces. Even if we're in the lower bracket because we're 4th seed going in, doesn't really matter. It feels like a completely new tournament, honestly. So in that sense, it's a fresh start for us.
Mata gets his 2 and then dismisses away. Off the rear, he tries to swing back yellow. That's 3, make it 4. Mata calls game.
The last time we played MIBR was in Kickoff, and we came off a 2-0 win. They're in form, and they have Icebox, so you know he's always in form.
Buck pops his blades. Oh my goodness, Khalil, so fast.
I like the 100 Chiefs play style. Like they are a little crazy. They do a lot of set XX, so you have skills flying all over the sides, Asuna jumping and shooting, Cryo TPing now, so it's very fun.
I think we have one good strat coming into the game, and it's gonna be avoid Icebox as always.
Fid from last game, thank you so much for the 10 months, mate. Appreciate the Prime also, dude.
Riot Games Arena,
Not the worst strat.
welcome to Stage 1 playoffs. Let's bring our first team out to the stage looking to steal a win. It's 100 Thieves!
It's good to see those finger guns back, Elizabeth. Love to see it. Of course, here comes Under Thieves now. And again,
Better than running it in, that's actually true again.
You heard in that video, avoid Icebox. I'm not going to lie. You might need a little bit more than that against this MIBR team, Emily. I don't know.
No, for sure.
Watch how my go cryo dips Aspas. I mean, this would be the time to do it. Cryo's been good.
If that's their game plan, I don't know.
Yeah, of course, there's got to be a little bit more under the hood, though. I have no doubt in my mind.
El Toro, thanks so much for the Prime. Thank you for the 5 months.
Man Finesse said something in that promo that struck me, and honestly, he's 1,000%.
Thank you for saying that, El Toro. Thank you for doing that. We've got Sight Valo as well, the Prime also. Thank you for the 8 months. Thank you,
Brett
dude.
is right that this is not as close, or is not as like one-sided of a matchup as people think it is. Who knows?
E do outro lado, a última esperança brasileira. Faz barulho pro MIBR!
Same thing for XRM. Good to see you
Cookie
back
Butter
in the
as
studio
well.
here.
Cookie Butter with the Prime. Thank you for the 6 months, mate.
You know, of course, being led by the legend
Thank you so
Aspas,
much.
but there is so much more to this team, as we have talked about, and it's an exciting time for
Soupy
MIBR
though
because
also,
Brent,
thank you for the
had
16
really,
months.
I think you and Doug really highlighted
Did it
it
just
quite
in
well.
time? Yeah,
Season
time's
1,
much
Season
better.
2, not the best of runs for this team, for this organization. Now MIBR
K-Chang03 also with the Prime. Thank you for the 10 months, mate.
What a turnaround.
Appreciate the
Obviously,
Prime.
the entirety of the org as well. You've got to give credit to as we've been giving it to, I think, Frog and Aspas as well, who have really built and curated this roster around them. They play quite simple but solid VALORANT, I would say. They don't really go outside of the box.
Damn, Jake Farm.
In terms of their composition.
Jake Farm with the 10 as well. Jake Farm 10 with the 10. Thank you so much. Okay, you know what to do. Before the game starts, get the slug oiler spam going. At Jake Farm 10. If you got gifted, say thank you. Appreciate you doing that, Jake. Thank you for the support, mate.
Get consistent value with this guy at the
We got Barn __ with the Prime as well. Thank you for doing that also. Thank you for that. Jake, appreciate you.
I mean, looking at it just early days,
Thank you for doing that, mate.
Split, Icebox and Haven. I mean,
Both happy and not happy as well with the 28 months.
Here, and I think this is, I was kind of thinking in my head, how is this map draft going to be playing out? And I was thinking this might be struggle town for 100 Thieves to try and find an advantage.
How does your brain go into
They've
that?
shown a lot of tape and a lot of weakness on a variety of
Hypernova
maps
as well. Thanks so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 2 months.
MIBR, I think, have kind of stolen this game potentially, just even before it started.
The audio? No, it feels better now. It's only Golden Voice mic.
I feel confident in the
Anonymous Gifter, thank you so much as well with the 5, whoever you are.
I feel like they can
You know what to do.
Yeah, potentially.
Slug oiler
There's
spam.
always room for opportunity
Thank
here.
you, thank you, Anon. Appreciate you doing that. Thank you for the 5. Appreciate you supporting me.
Necessary to be able to do so. Doug, you're giving me a face.
I'm giving you that look. I think this is
Welly CS with the Prime. Thank you for the 4 months.
They haven't lost a map on either of the first 2 maps. They're 2-0
Thank you for the
split
Prime
3-0
usage as
on
well.
Icebox.
Anon, whoever you are, thanks for doing that, dude.
Get to Haven, that they've been dealt a map.
Why is
in this,
MIBR so
map
favored?
loss in the
They're
series.
looking very good now. Verno's in the team, to be honest.
So their track record is pretty clean across the split. I think it was Brent who mentioned it. This feels like they might have run away.
And then 100 Feet's been looking a little bit shaky. I would say map to map, game by game.
We'll see what we end up getting here. I don't really expect anything too crazy here, but also opportunity to do something wild, Emily.
Yeah, just to be clear, 100 Thieves doesn't run the...
This is the 100 Thieves Sage stuff that they
Oh, Celtic, why are you typing that? Come
They were
on.
going to keep running this on split. And I just had to look it up on my phone as well to see, like, how did they change it up even
But they get to
prior
start
this
on
as well.
defense
But
at least.
This is a composition that relies a lot on set plays, to be honest, because if your opponent has tape on you, and the way that 100 Thieves play, I don't know. It's a strange comp, honestly, and there's only so much you can really iterate and innovate on the same composition that you're running when it's out of the box like this. So, I don't know. There's a world where 100 Thieves do get the win, genuinely. They are good enough players, and if they can build up enough of a strat book, but the read is already there. Aspas was saying in that piece that we just saw.
Do you think it has to be Cryo popping off, though? Like, given the build, given the comp, given how they like to play
Sonya,
this,
thank
given
you for
that
doing
it maybe a little bit gimmicky, is it on Cryo?
This entire comp, I think, doesn't hinge everything onto Cryo and setting him up, honestly. It comes down to the team playing
you were saying that I was
well.
addicted.
They
You're
have
addicted.
XX, well, not XX, but they have set plays at the beginning of rounds when they start on defense, at least initially. They go for these big bursty plays down the extremities on A main, B main, whatever it is, with slow orbs, fault lines, and the salvos. But I don't know. The emphasis isn't on Cryo necessarily. I don't think he's always going to have a good game. But for me, it's just like how long
Yeah,
do
they've
you keep running with this composition and keep
this
innovating
comp's
and
been a
showing
little. I mean, this comp is really rough on attack. Let's say it how it is. It's very rough on attack, but it looks pretty nice on
And I'm
defense.
just worried, like, if
So maybe they need like an
sees that
8.
They have like reviewed them and countered them. how will they adapt
on
with this comp?
defense.
MIBR are already a cautious team. They're willing to play slow at the beginning of these rounds as well, wait and feel it out a little bit. And, I mean, listen, that's just going to be to wait for the initial burst to see if 100 Thieves do anything as soon as the barriers drop. And generally, I would say as well,
Odds in with the judge? Oh,
play,
no doubt. No doubt on this map.
I think that they can work the
Probably
map
have
a lot
multiple
better.
rounds,
Set
maybe like
paths
4.
for success a lot better on top of
Austin
it.
on the race. Got back on that one. Is that a change-up? I don't have my...
it's the same, yeah, it's the same combo they've always been running. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And then, of course, we'll see what we end up getting. But, you know, I got to say, though, there is a lot of pressure here for 100 Thieves. You know, knowing what we know about how this is playing out and the fact that there is a lot of tape on this one particular composition, and it's game 1.
Yeah, no, I'm just really worried, especially going against the double controller. Like, they have so much util where they can debate things out
can't
early,
handle
like you're
the single
saying,
agent
so.
select.
Now, it's going to be an interesting one without a doubt. But, folks, it's now time to get the playoffs started. And we're going to send it over to your casters. They are 100% younger than me, so I fear
Whose
them.
map pick
It
is
me
split?
and
You would
Ender.
imagine it's MIBR's.
You know, a little bit of healthy fears never hurt anybody.
I'm not sure that's the aura we give off, but I'll take it.
No, I don't know. I could be scared if you were walking down the street. You're pretty tall. Who's to say? All right, we have our first game of playoffs here. It's 100 Thieves, MIBR. These teams played once before this year. That was all the way back in Kickoff. And for MIBR,
100
that
Thieves?
hasn't done a ton of
Wait,
losing.
100 Thieves
Only
chose
2
this?
series dropped to G2 and SEN, the 2 teams who made it to Masters Bangkok.
Oh.
Their only other loss was to 100 Thieves.
Wait, and then they let
got
them
kinda rolled.
have defense
13-9,
fast, even though their
13-4.
attack's been
now
so
a chance
rough.
here for revenge as we start the playoffs.
And going into this first match as well, it's time for our Samsung.
That's really
match,
questionable.
starting
Okay, there's a bit of a
fast
curveball from them,
Samsung
honestly, because
SSCs. 100
it
Thieves versus
looks
MIBR is
relatively
also
rough.
gonna be our
We've got 100
first
Thieves on
time
defense. We've got
seeing
MIBR on
Alpha
attack. So
and Omega
MIBR
groups collide
decided to start
Here we are,
attack.
and for
They get
MIBR,
raid boss over
they
towards
start things over
Aspas.
towards mid.
Regen armor as
When you're
well.
playing into 100 Thieves on your attack, I think a lot of the thought comes down to that Sage wall, when it's getting used, how to bait it out, and how to play around those timings.
Yeah, Cryo often not using that too early unless it's a quick dive into mail. So I like Icebox priming that dash, getting
Well,
ready.
that'll do
the
it.
Contact
Ooh.
play with the wall.
Okay, sure.
Narrowly is going to get Cryo dealt with. Xander and Asuna getting a couple of kills on the backside. Those MIBR flood on into the site, and Xander just hiding, playing ring around the Rosie. On top of this,
This is
Pillar,
nice. They
he's
kind of had
not
a
gonna
higher
be able to
lower.
find
How's
anything in 2K
Artson done
Parts
that?
So a 3v2 on the retake. The wall from the friendly Sage of Cryo now almost works against 100 Thieves. They have to go for a jump over top to get back into this one.
Yeah, luckily you got those boxes, so it shouldn't... Oh no, the boxes, yeah, it's a good angle to get on through. No problem for EU, but really waiting for Boostio's flank to pay off.
Now missiles in 5 seconds as well. So increased dead for the breach is stunned, but Boostio's been spotted out in main.
Good counter stun.
Missiles, that forces the fight, but Verno's the one to win it. EU drops into the site, but he
Hey,
doesn't go
very,
behind
very
him,
nice.
and Cortez
Dude,
just
Artson
locks
getting
up the
2 on
pistol
site
for the
there.
resilience.
Higher
That was
lower
an
as well, and
awkward
it's like the
pistol
highest
round,
lower
I
you
think,
could
to say
probably get in the
very least,
game.
right? Cryo thinks he escapes, but that nade missile combo just brutal.
But we're already seeing MIBR having some set game plans of how to deal with Cryo's common positions on the stage.
Fast.
That was a very nice setup from them.
Yeah, I think when you watch Cryo play, his favorite spot to play is just in mail. And
Nice,
if there's a
let's
dive
go.
play like that, it's
Let's
always
go,
going to be
lucky
the wall
guys.
coming down. Early attention into mid is going to be very effective, I think, for MIBR throughout this half to try and bait out that util.
All 5 players here for 100 Thieves. Stacked up towards B. There's an Omen here to receive, but he'll TP away from the trap play and should be able to make it out.
Dude,
with his
that's a
life as
lot
Omen
of
is polarized
util
a
in
bit.
this one. Well, they at least get
Counter
the
util,
AWP here.
Artsy
They
with
haven't...
stun.
Well, they know there's like 3 or
involved in
4.
from
They don't
Verno.
know there's 5
Now,
here.
MIBR, you can see on the minimap, are just instantly accelerating away from
Good
this.
news
There's gonna be
is
no
that
issues
Shenum
on this
has
round.
the gun to actually like prod over towards here and take some space. So, nice,
MIBR has been
easy
doing a
call
lot of the
for
FPS
MIBR.
buying this stage of getting 3 rifles, 2
Mango
pistols,
Freeze, hello mate, thanks so
getting a
much
spike
for the
down
prime,
here,
dude.
keeping
Appreciate all
those
you
guns
gifted
up.
as well. Thank you for the 19 months.
Pretty nice for them to try and win out that bonus as well.
Yeah, even taking the time to pick up the orb there. Both Verno getting that in main, Artson putting the spike down onto the ground. Just getting those 2 power
I
ults
do before
online.
Valorant.
The weaknesses
Mostly
you
the
can maybe say
CS
with
Observer.
MIBR's comps, they don't have a lot of power ults, right? They're running the Jet instead of the Raze. One of those knives, of course, can be very high impact, but not the instant sight clearing piece.
Cortez is playing all the way back here. Baits it for Verno, and it's a beautiful cleanup. And this is just the guy you want getting these kills. 3 more ult orbs
This
given
comp.
over to Verno.
You talk about 100 Fees comp, I guess. Big game.
Him and Artzine online early, very, very important. Cryo Probably be
No, it's
looking to
like,
die to the spike here, but
in
Shen's
theory
gonna
this should
take
just be
care
a
of him, no
deadlock,
problem.
but if Cryo
on top of
pops
the
and
fact
it's like
that
a
it is,
comfort
all
thing,
three
then
rifles saved, it's full armor,
it is what it
maintained
is.
from
I think
Osboss.
it's so
Light
limited
armor.
on attack, though.
That was Cortesia that didn't even get injured, so really nice second round from MIBR there.
And that's going to be 5 guns going into their bonus round.
I think
They played it for so long, yeah, they
sort of
played
look at these teams
played
coming
it for a
and
while.
playing in their own
Hello,
separate
Yampi.
groups.
Sorry, mate, I
I
didn't
feel
see
like
that.
a lot of people think that Omega Group is looking very strong right now. Of course,
Gucci sweaters with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 2 months, mate. Thank you for doing that.
Exactly. So 100 Thieves, it's been a bit harder to get the read on them because, they've beaten, the teams beneath them pretty convincingly. But how much better are they up against the competition on the other side of things?
Xander stunned, dashed
You've
on
seen a
and
couple of
Osboss
these where it's
through the wall,
just
can't quite find the kill.
insta
Xander
pop with the
low,
dash.
though, but MIBR, besides their own, a little bit backed
Dude,
up
this
here.
is nice. They got a
Cortesia
free
doesn't
side.
have a ton of
Sanders on
help
6
as the
HP.
Bravo
Still
dissipates.
got the luck over towards
Teammates
middle.
start
That hasn't
join
had to
him
do
flooding
anything.
onto the site.
Yeah, my eyes are on mid right now. Shenum going for this late pinch in. Right now, 100 Thieves covering that, but with the spike planted, Cryo could turn his attention away at the wrong time.
Stun in, Xander for the first spot. What a flick from him.
How's he doing
Spray
that?
transfers on
And
to
here
2.
comes that mid lurk.
Yeah, now
Shenum
the
with
luck
rifle
can
in hand.
enable.
That's an easy little backstab. Cryo's got nowhere to go. MIBR convert.
I mean, they make that look easy.
2 rounds where we've seen these contact plays with the fault
Yeah,
line
it's
ready
just
to
contact
go.
into
They see someone, it's
stun,
immediately stun,
salvos,
missiles, Osboss
dash.
dashing. The jet comp,
Looks
well,
horrible to
it's a
play
little
against.
unorthodox. Makes those kind of plays way easier than with the Rays.
Exactly. If you need to get out, of course you can. That spray transfer is just gnarly. Couple of headshots there. And really, I think because when you have the jet, you don't have the same reach as, the double satcheling Rays can make happen. So getting just a little bit further out is always going to be important.
Okay,
Now, 100
pistol into
Thieves
the
forced
bonus.
onto
They're also going to have the
pistol buy
ult
for
for
themselves,
the
this time
next
stacking
buy round.
towards the
Maybe
A
on
side
the
of the map,
eco,
but
who knows?
MIBR going back to
I was saying that they're going to need
side.
8 on defense. So it's not looking
I
great.
love the movement from Verno. Keeps it up for a tag.
It's really not
Osboss
looking
gets
great.
in, and now the next wave of utility should be able
Love
to deal
it.
with this
Dude,
one very well.
this looks so
MIBR
strong right
gets the
now.
Plant down on Artson, and they're going to have Teo and Breach ult for this next round.
That's going to be absolutely brutal.
I mean, we hunt, right?
100 Thieves, I think, because they've been forced onto a few ecos already, it's early on have just been doing a lot of very heavy stacking. And now MIBR have managed to call around it pretty perfectly each time. Here, Boostio's just got a
Hudson might be in a position to get one of these.
come around this corner. 1-for-1's all right, but a good counter shot.
Yeah,
Now
look at him
Artson,
go.
he's on the
Dude,
hunt.
look at him go. He's like, I don't mind if I die, yeah.
Verno's
Yeah, he just
visible
wants to get
but
that
it's a
ult
job.
online.
They
Dude,
lose
what a
2
rough
members in
position
the
for
round,
100
but it's a
Thieves.
4-0
Second
start
buy
for
round to go
MIBR.
up against
Are
the
you
double
seeing
ult.
anything thus far that is of concern for 100 Thieves, or do you think this has more just been a couple nice plays from MIBR? They're snowballing the ults a little bit, more that kind of stuff.
Nice plays and like the
Who's
opening,
want to play off of it? No, I mean, they're just...
like, because really the only real
they're
rounds
just
we've had
bursting.
are rounds 1 and 3, and both times it was Osboss getting out in front, good utility following off of his contact. Bren was highlighting in the
Making
pre-show how
the
effective
they're
MIBR
making the
been
jet
about
look
trading
nice
out
with
Osboss if he's
with
going
these
to site
two,
and falling early,
which most teams
just having
aren't.
good
Well,
utility
no
behind
one's
him.
really
So
leaning
far,
into it,
he's been
but
staying
they're
alive,
doing it well.
and the util, and trades have been there.
Talk about the set plays. Saw pings going up towards Cryo's common position.
They at least have Raze
and
ult.
this looks like it could be a similar thing.
In reaction, they
Contact up,
could try and
stun
get
ready to
this if
go
they
on
lose
Arctic.
Heaven.
Yeah, it looks a lot like
And this could be Astra
Here
ult.
comes the drone. Slow. I don't mean it's a little more difficult for Osboss to get in, but he dives forward, and this
Dude,
time
what do
Cryo in
these
a
two
position
do?
to escape.
Yeah, this time Osboss trying to make a lot of presence. As MIBR get ready to go, this breach ult in main is ready to rip onto these players. Everyone on site is stunned up except for EU and Heaven.
Nice
2
shots.
kills from him already. Can't quite convert it into a third. But
I like their reaction though. Like their reaction over towards B was pretty nice.
Very nice. Just
Breach
play
ult
back,
came in,
give a
Ascent
little bit
insta
of
pops
space
his ult
now,
and just sends it.
immediately ready to fight back in. I think the Raze rocket from Asuna is especially crucial there. Satcheling into main, getting the kill on the player there, and then you have 100 Thieves cut off to, it's no longer a split. It's just straight up fight through Heaven, where they're all trying to flood out of one choke point, where EU and Cryo have a crossfire.
And the breach ult, the only area it wasn't hitting was the Cryo player in Hell and Heaven, right? And that's where the majority of MIBR players were coming in from. It's that crossfire, like you say, tears them up.
Same setup for 100 Thieves. They want to punch this.
First round for 100 Thieves. MIBR, a similar look with the 1-3-1.
Yeah, we saw them do this same high-low setup in the previous round. This is sort of 100 Thieves reacting to MIBR going for the contact play, right? If MIBR aren't going to flash or drone around that first corner, well, Icebox is good enough to get one kill there pretty reliably, but he's not going to be able to get the second. That's what 100 Thieves are, you know, telling themselves.
So it's nice from Shannon. He waits for the drone fast. He put the wall up, creates a little bit of pressure.
Let him play it out.
I do like that MIBR slowing down the pace. We've seen 5 pretty quick rounds. Even if they've been slow,
everyone's money's kind of nice.
contacting in, it's been explosive each time.
Sage wall used. That'll fall at 20 seconds, but already falling in heaven is Busio. Shannon picks just a perfect timing on that lurk, and he's going for more. Shannon catches another. And 2 fall as MIBR open up A.
Well, there goes your big buy round.
Just buying time for the rest of the team to come in. 100 Thieves not expecting anyone to be looking for a second kill, though Cryo
dudes.
can't get it done on backside. Boss will boost himself up into heaven.
Make that look insanely easy.
They're already running out of this one. So MIBR,
Omen one away from all as well.
rounds of these fast kind of contact plays into pops with the breach stun and the dash, and now they slow it all the way down. 100 Thieves is full focus towards B and mid, and Shannon single-handedly catches an amazing timing in A heaven.
Yeah,
I think that's too many rounds personally, but
lurk over on the A side, and also you can't really feel. I think it's EU there that gets taken down second. Usually, you know what he's thinking is that MIBR are going to be playing like a 1-3-1 maybe. Shannon is maybe going to have players.
What happened
going
last time 100 Thieves played this map? Did they play it after they got wrecked?
Heaven, 100 Thieves lost complete information over mid, so that's what EU is turning around to deal with. So I actually kind of dig the decision of Shannon to keep going forward on that lurk because his team rotates and follows him behind him.
Shannon
They
has
won
been
against
so good
Loud.
thus far in stage 1. MIBR is a team
So
with
they
3
win
rookie
win
players,
against Sentinels,
Bruno, Shannon,
got 13-1,
and
and
Cortesia.
13-8 against Loud.
Underrated in that mix. You know, Bruno, Cortesia, those are guys that are
And Loud won double pistols. Yeah, I can see why they might have thought they were good at it.
Players out of NA and Brazilian challengers.
Dude, Cryo went
respectively.
crazy that game.
He's been having some really high impact games, and I think he's been consistently providing value in rounds like that as he lurks.
Yeah, excellent fragger for the team. Great finding timings. Super effective on the defensive side too. Can do a little bit of everything.
So a timeout called for 100 Thieves. They're down 5-1 now on their defense.
This is where Zix is going to have to show up for the team because now
Yeah,
that
it's a
last
horrible
round makes
start.
things a little bit more complicated. You know, if he'd been coming into the timeout before that last round, he's probably talking about, hey, we need to maybe play with a little bit more information into mid right off the bat, sort of get in front of things so that we see their fight before they're just unloading their util on us so deep on site. Now it's a bit of a different thing where you have to factor in the options for MIBR to continue looking for the A-lurks too.
So red and photos attack? No, we're safe now.
Has ran variants of this.
We managed to
for a
get through
couple
EMEA.
years now. They were playing the Sage Comp last year as well with the slightly different roster, but not having an info sentinel means that there's a lot of opportunities.
Okay, do they change much up? It's an important buy round. You would feel like if this one goes, then...
It's also not like 100 Thieves have like the
I mean, I already kind of think it... I'm not saying it's done, but you have to win like a pistol at the very least on attack now.
You don't really have to worry about that space on the map. But it means that 100 Thieves are more forced to proactively take space, and that's why I like their setup this round. Breach stun ready and main off contact, and 2 players swinging from ramp.
MIBR is going into it quickly. Icebox ahead of the play.
Yeah, they were ready for this though. Dude, we pre-satchel.
And now look into mid. Cryo sees 2 players. Wall will come out, but it's a bad wall. Artson's in front of this. And
this gets a little weird, so you can breach damage him out.
Now the blast
That was nice done from Cryo.
Cryo sees the opportunity to duck away.
The round slows down a little bit. A lot happens in the first 20 seconds, but now MIBR works space into vents. We'll put a little pressure.
Is Satchel? No, dude, 100 Thieves in that timeout
Drone might be the cue for
predicted exactly what was going to go on from MIBR, by the way.
He's walking up towards A main, at least for Busio on the other side. As Asana, over towards vents, picks off Artson.
Yeah, his teammates had gone for the spam, so he thought he could maybe find a timing. 100 Thieves have beautiful information over the A side, now creeping up right on the corner of the orb.
This position for EU is great. He got 2 kills in heaven here just a few rounds ago, but Shannon is working through this. Wanted to fight towards spawn. Now he heads out towards Rafters, but the spray's missing.
Yeah, it's
Cryo
about
has
damage.
the protection in Cortesia. This should just be too many odds. That's 1 kill found though. And now
Oh
a
my
1v1
god.
against
Oh
Cryo.
my god. There's no way. Okay, he has his ult as well.
And now
Picks
the
up the
ultimate to
spike.
pick up the spike in heaven with only 20 seconds
2
left.
bullets. 1 smoke.
Back on to B.
God,
1v1
imagine this one.
against the IGL. Cortesia holds the angle. Another tap. Boostio on the jump.
10 seconds left.
Cortesia waits. Plant coming in. Boostio drop towards hell. Cortesia on the swing.
Big smoke, bro. Big smoke.
It's damage. Down to 11 HP. But time now working in his favor.
Oh
in the
my
smoke.
goodness.
Boostio just barely.
Picked up an extra gun to
out
shoot the body.
right-click
I mean, I said it was about damage. Bro nearly won this. That would have been mental. That would have been the map fully done.
Cortesia almost had that one. 4 kills out of
Boostio
seemingly
kind of
nowhere.
messed up in my opinion. Like shooting the Omen there gives away your position. I'm not sure you should be doing that, but
Until this moment. His 3rd kill has been unfortunate for Cry, but that 4th one is just insane.
Nice, Cal. Let's go. That's the champs winner.
Champs winning right click? Not even close.
It's a round winner, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Hunter Thieves are going to need all of those.
I mean,
they
all
can
of them
muster.
can't buy next really. Like 3,200 is the most they're gonna have.
Same idea for MIBR. Thrown up.
Definitely want to see some of these ults come out.
Cortez just passed
Ooh,
it,
I
and
like the
it's
change
1-for-1
up.
on the trade, but a great stun onto EU, and Cortesia converts 6 kills in the last few minutes here.
Keep your eyes on Boostio.
Wait, do 100 Thieves keep the same setup off the timeouts?
They're jumping into his smoke. It's a 1-for-1. Sight belonging to MIBR.
But Cryo has a Sage res, and he wants to
I mean, they
fight
got a
that
res.
down ramp.
They have an
MIBR
ult for the
realize
res, though.
They're protecting this body. 3 players ready to challenge Cryo. Swinging into him. MIBR trying and trade out, but it's down to a 1-on-1, and Cryo
That's
nearly got the kill.
insanely close. I mean, nicely done from MIBR. At least they're all together. I still think they could maybe like take sight and just use the tail for it, but maybe they weren't happy with the timing. I mean, this works. Maybe it's just like first call. Dude, they got no money. This is way too many rounds.
Instead of just taking back into sight. Really nice. I like, too, the slight variations of MIBR, right? Instead of going for like a dash play on Durams with the Jet, it's an Omen teleport, capitalizing off his teammate's stun. Enough for 2 kills there, and he's having a game.
Oh, he's
100
looking
Thieves are down on
nice.
their luck again.
For people wondering why I think it's like too many rounds, like if you look at 100 Thieves comps, you normally have to have some kind of like passive pressure, like the Viper wall over towards A to kind of block vision and create pressure here. We don't have that on the 100 Thieves comp, so it means they have to invest some kind of Astra smoke, which means that like taking over towards middle becomes weaker. Normally means they have to like default over towards A, and they just have to purposely take A with way more effort and numbers than most comps need to.
The fact that MIBR
Otherwise, you just have one person
picks up
locking
the
down
lurk,
A,
always doing it
and
on
you can just
contact.
2-2.
Okay. That time
So-
Genom actually gets punished on the lurk. And
Asuna farming the orbs, too. That's going to be impactful in the next round.
Sage slows into heaven. MIBR want to split towards B here.
Big Joel at heaven.
Certainly taking their time for now.
Oh.
Again, just going for the contact plays.
That stun looks
Connected,
nice.
But Aspas gets 1 kill. Cryo spotted out on the site, and MIBR, as long as they check on Xander, which they will, it should all be okay. Into a 4-on-2. Boostio in mid gets a kill with
A
the
bit too
Sheriff.
confident from
Now
Verno
it's only
for my
a 1-player
liking, but
deficit. 2 guns, a rolling thunder. This becomes winnable. But Aspas holding the line. Both players.
Oh, he
One
wants
shot
to
his
ult it.
Outlaw. Rolling thunder used. And the Outlaw connects. MIBR, they steal away
I mean,
the
yeah,
ultimate,
they need some kind
and
of
they take
miracle
the round
round, so.
regardless.
Yeah, a bit of a gamble there from Boostio. Feeling like 100 Thieves had a chance in it, but the positioning of MIBR was just never going to get punished by an ability like that.
Arch, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you for the
Outlaw
28
coming in
months.
Very nicely. And again,
Ref, do
MIBR just
something.
sort of playing this
Yeah.
game where they're
The,
taking very confident gunfights. They're not always using utility to
Maps,
set up
the
the
map
fight, but there's
slipped.
always utility to follow
Slipping
it, right?
or slipped away.
100 Thieves have been struggling. That round, understandable on the low guns, but now, with an attack up in Ospas's hands, good luck, 100 Thieves.
And this is going to completely change the way they play their attack side. They'll start from these contact plays into pops with the breach stun, the tail missiles coming in. Here, they're going to take their
Look at this
time with
money.
that operator. And
Imagine
then
a
late
loss
round,
behind this
trade it
as
over
well.
and Go for an exit.
I mean, the best proof of this is look at spawn. There's a spike back there.
We don't need that.
They're okay for a
taking
little
their
bit.
sweet time. I like the op too, because the last few rounds, 100 Thieves have adapted to the slow play of MIBR by simply going for some more forward angles, whether it's, you know, that A space we saw Austin get the first blood last round, or the high-low we've seen them run a couple of times over on the B side. So he's just waiting for that overstep and looking for that pick.
Shenom's getting to work towards A, putting a little pressure here with his util going up.
Yeah, wall was placed in mid by the way.
The contact op, dude, they're changing up their playstyle all the time.
MIBR start to inch out of B main.
MIBR right now, we're waiting for that Viper lurk to pay off into the site. You can see kind of getting in front of the orb.
Aspas pops blades. He wants to send this one into B. The blade storm up and over the top. He's denied by Xander. 100 Thieves hold B. And Asuna arrives with his rocket, trying to find a target in the smoke. He's gone too far and now spamming back through. MIBR
It's
reply.
spike down. I mean, it should be impossible.
Really time.
Okay, definitely impossible now.
Just simply over.
10 seconds left. And that's the downside of playing with the operator. You don't find anything with it, and you end up with these...
Yeah.
I don't know, it felt like Aspas thought he had a timing that he ended up not really having, and they rushed into the exec to give him the chance.
Yeah, and I mean, he's got the knives, so there's always a chance there.
Sure.
But I can't help but feel like on a round like that where you are heavy slow playing with the
But why is that
you want
meta in
your
tier
lurker
2,
to do
Bacon?
something a little bit more. But I think what the issue was for Shenom is he doesn't want to do anything super
Then they
aggro
just
on the
get
other side
wrecked.
because his team was playing so quietly, right? They weren't giving a lot of information over to 100 Thieves. So it's very hard to find good lurk timings when, you know, the rest of your team isn't pulling any attention away from you. Especially with that mid wall down the entire time, just about.
Boostio picks up the human. Sorry, the hero op.
Boostio
For the hero op, we got no
See, I
armor.
was looking at
The
Aspas, you know,
breach.
maybe Cryo. You gotta glance down a little further to see Boostio with that one.
Yeah, you'd hate to have cryo opping on your team.
No, especially with how he's been playing this split.
Boostio always loves going into the op though, and see how he calls it too? Like, he's playing solo over towards the A side just to take one shot and uses stun to stall, so his team can fight into mid, finding a beautiful kill as the smoke falls, spotting the spike too.
And there's the op for
Yeah.
bringing out onto
I mean,
Shenom.
again, one of the reasons that he frags so heavy on EG is because he did primarily like killjoy up a good amount of the rounds. He's always been good for it.
The pressure high in mid. And MIBR losing 2 players this late into the round. Still don't really have anything to work with here.
Yeah, have to break the wall just to keep some amount of threat alive, but 100 Thieves have not given up this space really at all. Only now falling back a little deeper into heaven. Because it's late on the clock, 100 Thieves can set up that crossfire. Falling off of Cryo's contact here.
30 seconds
Cryo
left.
wide on the angle. And good with the shots. Aspas dead. The next player steps up to the plate, and they're out too. Just Verno in a 1v5 that he already knows he's not winning.
All right, so in these last 2
Yeah,
rounds,
I mean,
that 100 Thieves have just kind of stuffed MIBR.
Up to 5 a pistol.
Really, the 2 rounds ago, that was MIBR.
5 and a
just taking
pistol is
things too slow on
doable,
their
but
own.
still.
I feel like
I think you might have to win the bonus, or at least
out of the game in a way.
the
This
next
last
round
round, I
after
like
that.
100 Thieves' decision to go for a mid fight. That's something we had not seen from them at all. So you were sort of expecting the read from MIBR after the slow round to be punish mid, which worked so well.
Helmy with the tier 1, thank you so much, bro. Appreciate the 2 years.
That decision to
Hello, mate.
put
Thank you for
Boostio
that.
up over here pays off for him.
Dude, Shannon went for that. I mean, haven't they? Maybe they haven't been playing over towards site much.
From the B anchors. Set up some good crossfires, and now put us to the 12th round of the half. MIBR.
Okay, we got a backup up here though, right?
Have a pit
No,
for the
okay.
post plant, and I
EU
think they
gets.
want to pick up the
Wait,
pace.
who's using this
What if
op?
they actually exec into the site? So far, we've only really seen mid, B,
Okay,
and ramp
backup
slopes from
op
them.
is over towards heaven in this box.
EU's got it this
Wait,
round.
they have double, right?
Oh, no,
I
he
think there's
trades
one
it
in
at
this
the
box
last
as
second over
well.
to
I think
Boostio.
that EU has an extra one.
Still one of these anchors
Over
on
towards
A.
heaven. I think they have 2 backup ops.
Rolling Thunder used. Counter stun from Boosty. But out onto the site is Aspas, getting away from the utility as the ult in gets some help. Spike still yet to ford the river. And Icebox has to keep 100 Thieves out of this site, but they're just at the gates. Ready to
Astra
start
ult,
this
fast
flood.
floods.
In goes the
Dude, this gives them a
utility,
lot
and
of
out
space
comes
here.
100
Dude, they're
Thieves
so
already on this site.
wrecked.
MIBR have 4
They just get
players
spammed.
all trying to find safety in the pit, but Cryo won't let them stand. Cryo for 3. Verno runs in, and it's a desperate game at this point. Ascent already holding on the spike, and 100 Thieves.
I mean, there was a nice fast flood from them. If anything, the Viper really helped them because they just locked all 4 in on there.
But they rally back and
5.
make it competitive with a beautiful retake.
Oh yeah, 3 in a row. And the retake usually was great there.
I'm
Boostio
down
has
to
the
be wrong.
blast
Maybe
going
like
over its
a
elbow.
again like a
And
snowball.
then Cryo lands a slow orb on
think they're gonna
everyone
win
else in
3 out of
backside,
the
so none of
first
those
4
MIBR
rounds,
players can
basically.
do. They're just trying to hold hands together, try to trade, and it's Cryo spamming them through the smoke. No problem.
MIBR still up by 2.
The Sage Rezier had it for the whole half. It's hard on some of these maps. Like sometimes you can play around it and be in position to use it, but if you don't fully focus on it, you normally don't get a opportunity.
Count me in.
Yeah, I mean he was solo holding middle all the time. Res with Teo, that's also true. So I think you're not going to have many opportunities. We had like 1 opportunity and they went 3-person heavy to go fight the bodies. Well, at least we can see on attack how they're going to deal with A pressure. Last time we saw them, or at least for the Sentinels game, they tried to focus so heavy on putting A pressure. Or maybe they could just do like fake smokes to create a cross. The problem is the timing wise, you have to use 2 of them. I think Sage needs a buff. I think Sage is really strong in ranked. I don't think you can do too much to Sage. Knight VBN, thank you so much for the Prime, bro. I appreciate you doing that.
In this first
thank you for the 6
half of
months.
The playoffs, over 100 Thieves. Icebox, despite coming out the better
In
of
ranked,
that
yeah,
half,
dude, Sage wall in low level ranks is insane.
5 and 8 to end,
Just
but
walling off
this
one
is
area.
One of those maps on defense
I say
where
low
he
level, honestly, it's
takes
insane, like all
over.
the way
Once he
until
gets that op in his hands, he is
Immortal,
going
really.
to be a massive
Maybe even
problem
higher.
for 100 Thieves.
Exactly.
No one has
You're
the
really going to be picking the jet
no one has
here
the
to
team
get
play to go
value.
default and break a
Able to
wall.
take some pretty forward fights on the defensive side. You know, Desk was talking a lot about the duelist head-to-head. Of course, this is a map where Cryo's going
Kyle
to
CF,
be
thank you so
stage,
much.
but
Appreciate the
my eyes don't deceive
11
me. I
months.
believe
Thank you for the
100
Prime.
Thieves are going to be headed
Even in Immortal, it's good, yeah.
He's
Because
got
no
a
one
sheriff here on the pistol.
no one can actually default. Let's talk about the pistols. We've got 1-0. And as we can see from MIBR at the moment, they're just going to be holding this line, and that means they can keep the stack of 2-2. Might be a tech pause.
Zoom here on that
It was very cinematic.
Used to
I
this.
was feeling the
Yeah.
moment,
After
the
watching the
tension,
EMEA.
and now maybe we're doing a VCT EMEA impression here.
Yeah.
It's an audio
Can't escape
issue.
it.
You see the
That's why he's taking off his headset.
yeah the
If
referee
anyone's
out there to
curious,
help.
yep. I'm on top of those things. Don't worry.
Yeah, looks like new
Problem is every ranked Sage player is doing TikTok wars.
Boostio's also playing
Yeah, I mean
with his
that's
ears.
that's a them issue though more than anything else.
Just making sure those in-ears are all the way in. You know?
It's wild that Boostio, every year he's like been a pro player in VCT Americas, has had a haircut.
Derp
so
_Val,
different that he
thank you
looks
so
like
much
a
for the
different
2 months.
person.
Appreciate the Prime.
Because he was Gecko last
Yeah,
year,
he was doing his Gecko impression.
That's crazy.
And now he's got like the whole perm thing going on.
He's a shapeshifter, honestly.
Yeah, it's wild. Same man though.
I respect it.
Black Belt 219 as well with the Prime. Thank you for the 3 months.
The stash is going back.
But I think of Vitality today,
barber's getting a little
dude, they're really
dirty, but
struggling.
He's working on
It
building
looks
it
pretty
back.
rough out there.
Gotta get the headset figured out first, though.
Might have to get Ardis in. Might be time.
New in-ears.
Well, the real struggle is when you get it all tangled up.
Yeah.
Because that adds a whole other level. Like, that's not even a tech issue at that point. That's just that's user error.
Insightful commentary.
Yeah.
He's working
What
on
percentage
himself.
do you give Vitality to go to Toronto?
Trying to get plugged back in here.
Kind of low.
It's rough, though. Coming
Like
out
a
of
10
that,
maybe?
coming out of the halftime.
Wait, how
So
many games do they have to
you're
win?
getting
3 in a
ready to
row?
go, 7 seconds left on the clock. And then, no.
No,
Pause it
no.
just a second. We're going to lock back in.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Get
We
the
got the,
tips on
yeah.
Rainiers.
Look at that technique. That's good stuff.
Can you wear a watch while you play? I find it very
personally, I can't.
disruptive. I always have to take my watch off when I play.
Yeah. Then again, maybe you need to get up there and flex on people.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Cortesia is definitely flexing. I don't know enough about watches, but that looks.
It looks like
nice
he can tell
watch.
time, though.
It does look like that.
Liquid, I mean, they'll go into it like every
Let
other
those
game.
hands move, you know?
Yeah, hopefully at a consistent rate and a correct one. Boosty standing up.
Gotta get that blood flowing, the circulation rolling.
Then on C9, I went for C9.
You know, we got a little bit of time here.
It's a
This series
close
is a little
one.
interesting because we get this starting map, which is
I wouldn't be
I
surprised
think a
if
pretty
Sen
clear
win.
example of the difference between these two teams. 100 Thieves, they only play Jet on one map, Icebox, and even there, a lot of teams don't even play that agent. MIBR, they play the most Jet out of any America's team. They have 5 maps where they lock that agent in, and they put a huge priority in putting Icebox in positions where he gets to play
So,
his
like we
best
said,
agent. As we'll
line
see
of
in
sight
this pistol round
keeps
here,
the
set up
2.
over
Oh
towards
my
B
goodness,
as we're out of the
keeps
tech
the
pause.
2 and 2,
Cortesia's
and
doing
they're not going to
some
try to
serious
break that
baiting
line
as
of
well,
sight.
jiggling
So
that corner.
MIBR looking like they have a bit of
now.
an advantage in terms of Crossfire's
And now
numbers.
Icebox has to go good.
Till
Make
that
up
happened.
for his fallen comrade, and that is excellent out of Icebox.
Still
A
alive
dash
as
away
well.
to safety and
Oh
Artsy.
boy, we're out here
Shannon,
looking
they
at the
arrive
spike.
to aid the hero in his cause. MIBR.
And I think if you aren't
the
gonna
door
pressure
on
here,
B.
you're gonna get punished by
Pause
the
ends
numbers.
and Icebox just
Double
kills
pistol, I think
you
we're
all.
done.
Cortesia doing exactly what his
No
job required
plant,
him
can't
there.
really go
Just
for the
looking
force buy.
juicy, and like no one else is behind you. That's it. Just the
Great
bait
shots,
on the end of
though.
a fishing hook.
Second shot's lovely.
Little smile cropping up for Icebox as they win their second pistol round of the game here.
Oh, wow, maybe
This is a very low buy on
against 100
defense.
Thieves
There
here.
is a
Icebox going for
small
just the Marshall.
world that 100 Thieves can win this one because
buy at all
this
on
is
this
weak.
pistol.
This is kind of what we've been flaming Navi for a little bit.
Stun into mid.
Obviously, if you keep it clean, you win the round. You
safety
keep the
is
2
down.
guns, and it's very, very nice. But I mean, I say 2 guns. They got a Stinger as one of the guns as well.
It's not long for this world.
A bit of a 2025 Valorant moment down in the vents. Everyone's stunned up, but Arno gets the opener.
He's jump peeking with the drone.
I love
That's
how
sick.
creative the players have gotten with the movement on the Teo drone to avoid getting shot.
It's like jump peeking with the drone.
It's its own minigame. Artsine steps into main, gets
Very,
an easy
very
kill
nice.
onto Xander.
Oh, don't take your stun out there.
That's fine.
I don't know.
The spray gets a little messy.
How's Cryo over there on site? What's going on?
Spike down A. 30 seconds left.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have the spike. One of the key parts of getting that plant money.
There's some low players though. I could see. Okay, not if it's Cortesia that's taking
On
the first
that angle
contact.
Okay.
too. I don't take
No.
the
Big
ghost
buy
any day of the
rounds.
week.
No, don't like that.
And I guess
9 to 5 up
Aspas
for MIBR now.
keeps...
And that was a pretty light
Sells
buy
the gun,
coming in
keeps
from
the gun.
MIBR.
I'm not entirely sure what they're going to go
Stinger,
for.
a Marshall on the other side.
I'd be tempted to set him off
Wondering
over
if
towards
he
A
has
and
to
just
buy a
watch
few
that angle,
rifles
to be
going
honest,
in,
if he's
but
going to keep the
sets
Marshall.
them up
But
even on a round lost, have money for the next, and possibly even be good enough for a half by the round after if they lose a couple in a row.
okay, here we go. 100 Thieves first big buy round. They realize that they got to create pressure over towards A because of their comp, obviously. So
means that he's going to have money for
let's
an
see how they're going to do
round
that.
corn, or
Star,
fourth round and a half, I
This will
should
probably
say, no
be
matter
real
what happens
smoke.
here.
That's kind of the win condition on the defensive side.
Yeah, and this is nice
You're
though.
locking
Real
in the
smoke
jet
goes
here.
up, drone
Win
here.
pistol, get yourself that off online early. If you lose those early rounds, it can be really tough to actually build up econ to make that happen.
Teo drones traded towards A ramp.
Looks like 100 Thieves are taking a page out of the MIBR book, right? Just
At one
full
point,
contact up here until we get, actually get to
Shenum
ramp. Then
has
flash
to
in,
kind
fault
of do
line to dig
this.
a little bit deeper.
This feels like
Unless
a
he backs
classic
himself
100
heavy and he
Thieves
just
Sage comp on attack.
wants to hold
Maybe
vents.
wall off over towards vents, split into the A site, or at least put the
They
pressure
smoke
that you might be
off
doing that.
fence. They can have it.
I wonder if they're considering cutting back into mid here. 100 Thieves really don't have a lot of information.
They're committed. Up goes the wall. In goes the util to take heavy
Yeah, it is a free
control,
sight.
but
That is
immediately
a
MIBR fighting back in,
really
and
bold
it's not
play.
successful though. Ascent are the one to open this round.
Yeah, this wall is super frustrating, right? MIBR, how do you retake heaven when you actually can't pinch in from vents? Gotta have a player ramp or something. Now there's that lurk going down against you as well, so Shenum's just out of the round.
MIBR down to a 3v5. 100 Thieves in a great position here. The wall means Cryo has
Pharos, thank
safe
you so
hands
much. Thank you, thank
controlling
you.
Heaven.
Yeah, how easy is it?
What do you think Cryo's agent pulling back 100 views?
The wall there. There's no
A little
possible
bit,
point
but not that
coming in
much.
'cause Your Astra's hanging out in mid. So 100 Thieves can afford to play these very forward positions up in heaven and really get easy trades almost every time.
Cryo taken down. And MIBR. They have no chance to win this round. I'm going to try and get a little bit of extra damage on their way out the door. Aspas will get one and try and find a timing onto Lucio, but the shots aren't connected.
Okay,
And so that's 100 Thieves.
two kills and an armor.
6 here.
Yeah, so simple
Not
adjustments
too bad for the
moving out
bonus.
after a round
Aspas has
like
enough
this is,
money for the
A, you
op
can
if he
just
wants to
fight
get
more
it out. I
aggressively
imagine he
for
will.
ramps control, because again, retaking heaven with that wall is exceptionally
And with
difficult.
what's going on,
That's why they're fighting
I
in
imagine the
front of
op
that
goes
position
over
to make
towards
that
A
impossible.
and probably
Or maybe,
heaven
get a
from
player
what
to
I'm
play out
seeing.
rafters, so you have
Like
some
I imagine
other
a double
option for
heaven, one
crossfire.
person to shoot the drone.
You can actually hold on to this position a little bit better.
Very casual stand-up for Busio. Starting this series with 2 maps that are basically running back 2024 comps, 400 Thieves.
Yeah.
Just the Teo a little different on this one.
Aspas will have that op here, and he is going to be fighting over ramps, it looks like.
Okay, so they wait for a drone, they wait for a stun, no drone, no stun. Aspas is going to get set up towards the line. They can hold one person over towards A. And that means the Teo with this can now
Not a lot of
rotate.
ults in play, but see how
Yeah,
Aspas
they go
is
for the
creeping forward into the A space.
1-3-1.
That's a lot of information over to MIBR. So Verno's going to rotate over into vents and have the option to potentially refight mid after using this utility to force 100 Thieves out of that mid smoke.
Okay, so
Thieves look like they
drone
wanna
went
go
over
back
towards
A,
A.
but that's exactly
They spotted it,
where
so they know
Aspas
that
is
one is set up.
holding.
And EU doesn't
Whether
have the drone
it's,
up. That is
well,
a
whether
big
it's here,
miss to not have here.
or here.
The final boss holding down the line.
Problem is they use the drone for middle. So now what?
Already on the swing.
Satchel across, insta stun.
Aspas
Yeah,
steps
insta
off.
stun.
Stunned up.
Really
With
good
the pullback star, he could find another
Oh.
shot.
Whoa.
Another angle. Over the top is Asuna.
Oh,
and the operator
damn.
not
Hey, they
the
handled
weapon
not
for
too
that
badly.
job.
Just let him just
Shannon
get set up with the
wanted to fight
one.
back in towards ramp as his team
Pre-util.
floods out onto site.
Verno still backside right now, has an opportunity to shut this down, and he does with 2
Really, bro?
kills.
He's like
now
50
the rest of his team
HP.
popping out of heaven.
Dude, he has to do more?
Managed to equalize.
That's shameless.
2 now. And yet with only 20 seconds, they
Oh
have to
my
fight in.
God,
Verno isn't going to
dude.
let it happen. And
How did
MIBR up to
NRG
10.
kick this guy?
What a hold
He's
from
so
Verno.
good.
Just a little bit of stall provided by Aspas on the site. And MIBR taking no time to
He's
flood
actually
in.
so good,
He
dude.
looks so precise, picking off those 3 kills.
Yeah.
14-4 this map for the youngster.
You know, I've got to respect 100 Thieves' utility going in there between the Astra
Dude, he's
Stars
60
and Lucio having
HP.
the flash ready to go with. They dealt with Aspas. It was the backline that ruined them.
And the implications of that round are harsh. 100 Thieves
He's not playing
does
like this.
not have money.
He
They've
was in
not
tier 2
earned
for 2 years prior
any
to that,
real
though.
round-winning
We're
ultimates,
going to
and
judge
they're
him from
trying
the
to
3
dive
months,
into
or we're
mid.
going to judge him
Asuna,
from the 2 years.
You know he's going to get at least 1 there.
Hold on now. 4 on 3 for 100 Thieves. Cryo's 1 off the orb to have the ulti online.
Cortesha is stuck here. Wall up towards heaven, 4 players pinching onto him.
Good dodge.
Worried about
Ooh.
doing it. That knife is out!
Dude, insta
Oh,
looked at his
Cortesha.
keyboard.
He's fumbled that one a little bit.
It's Bustio's jumping right-click classic again that takes him down.
Aspas picks up a stinger now. I didn't see what gun he had to start the round.
He
I think
had
the
the
op
op.
and then
Yeah, I mean, he's
left
gonna
it
go
back
get
in
the op.
a safer position.
Yeah, he wanted to make sure they didn't hear him switching over to the gun, so he dropped that a little bit deeper, but the save call on an anti-eco is brutal, and it comes down to that mail dive. 100 Thieves increasing the tempo immediately at the start of the round.
How
Nice
bad
little
is
combo
it?
piece from Bustio and Asuna
Pretty
there to
bad.
start things off the right way.
1-9 loss
Yeah, I think
bonus.
Boostier's util
This
has
is gonna be
looked
3.
really nice thus far.
Oops.
For these little
Wow,
set
dude,
plays,
how'd it
we
get
saw
bigger?
how much success MIBR was
This will be
having
3. This will be
with
2.
similar ideas on their attack half.
Can be a drop.
That's gonna pull
This
the
can
gap
be a
down to
gun.
3.
So
Really
then
big rounds when
Artsin
if
buys
they
the
had
judge.
lost this,
Maybe.
They would be looking at one more rifle round, basically, between them and losing their map pick.
Sorry, Buchan.
Could have been brutal. I mean, let's watch
Sorry,
this
mate.
dive again. Getting in front of the orb, so not even
nice round.
decayed is Asuna. Oh.
Is that a scroll wheel weapon change, I feel like?
It wasn't pretty. That's what I feel like. Either way, you're not
Did
gonna
we
be
get it
happy
from
with
his
that one.
POV?
His POV?
Oh no, yeah, it's mouse will change. Dude, mouse will change weapon. Is that not?
100 Thieves will take it, though.
But again, it's pistol round, except this time
He's
instead
looking
of
at his
Sheriff,
mouse
Icebox
afterwards.
has the op, and he got 2 with the Sheriff last time. In that exact position, so just 100 Thieves baiting it out with the util, now moving back towards A.
Yeah, they've conditioned that setup 2 rounds now to allow themselves to have a later pop on.
Dude, there's a weird little drone duel off. He's like dancing with the drone in front of Xander. My goodness.
And he still goes 1 for 1 with it.
Artsin.
But that's the ultimate.
I'm so confused. Buys the judge, goes close, swings with it. He gets the fast kill with a classic.
Good with the movement. He's always stellar. Diving in like he does there.
100 Thieves don't have control of Heaven, though.
Yeah,
Cortez
lovely
has already made it
res.
back into sight. Shenum's been
We
called
dealt with
on.
the player that stops
That'll
this.
bring Xander back into a 5-on-3 for 100 Thieves.
3-person here though.
But they're re-hitting into this one. Shenom's still here.
Icebox
Holding the
is
line
here.
on ramp. The op in
Oh my god, he's tapping. Dude, he's
Knocks
tapping
down 3
heads through
kills
the
in
smoke.
main. And now 100 Thieves are sent scrambling.
30 seconds
He
left.
didn't
though,
even
100
spray, he
Thieves
just calm
may have
tapped.
heard the rotate from Shenum over towards the B side, so instead looking to pinch back into the A site. Osboss
Of course he
turned
gets
around,
double headshot.
But now that spike is headed over to B, and that would be brutal.
Oh, you guys have
if
got
he
no
ran back
time
into
for
Shenum.
this.
Osboss repositions just at the right time. Asuna in the air.
Dude,
He's
show
gone
me
too.
it.
The rookie.
Show me it.
So good
My
on the
guy's
anchor.
just
Pulled out
tapping
his
through the
knife
Viper wall.
last round. This time, he's got the gun up for 4.
Cortez has been on fire today. That is just money. I mean, just mows him down through the smoke.
He's just tapping at head level, gets 2 kills. And this is exactly what the desk talked about. Osboss right now, 9-10. MIBR still far out in the lead of this game. These
Yeah,
new
welcome to
players
VALORANT.
have taken so
Smokes.
much pressure off that star.
Small choke
Speak
points.
about the star. Osboss with the up in mid to walk
I mean,
out here and
that's
get in
the
front
best. That's probably
of
the
this next
best
play.
version of that I've ever seen, to be
Use the
fair.
drone. Osboss tucks and
Like,
it's
normally people
Oh,
spam.
surely
He's
that sells
sticking
the play. Yeah,
headshot,
already spam shots coming
headshot
in.
level the
Catcher
whole
retreating
time with the
Osboss.
pre-aim,
On
just
the
going
drop of the
across.
orb, he'll get out.
Left, middle, right.
Good work on the
Goodness.
start of the round there from 100 Thieves to find the off.
And in return, they'll get space all the way up mid. Put some missiles towards vents. And they're just sending this one down into vents. Goes off.
It's incredible stun.
It's so good to
God,
block
it's an
him off
incredible stun.
and deny
Did
this all
great.
really any value in the
All
round.
though, all
Cortez
gets
has already
invested over
ulted back
towards
over
it,
the
and
A
they
site
stuck it.
behind side.
Dude, are 100 Thieves gonna think that he even stuck it? I'm not sure.
Or are they?
Aspas is in a weird spot.
Spike is heading towards A. They want to fake pressure into B and then
Ah, he's
pull
in a
back.
really weird spot.
Rolling
Okay, this is
Thunder,
nice
that's
though. This
pulled
gives him a
out
lot
from
more map
MIBR.
control.
The fake.
Forces them back
Very
over towards
successful.
A. Comes down to
But
Cortez
still,
again.
Cortezia on this site anchoring. Still, Verno in heaven, but he's spotted on the jump peak. Stun
Got
eluded
Salvas
by
to help his
Verno.
teammate out.
And now players arriving as Cortezia. Could he do it 2 rounds in a row? Paranoia up.
Dude,
holding
Verno
down
killed
this
the person
site
over
as in
towards
heaven,
site as
one
well.
by one.
Dude, they had
100
no
Thieves
smoke
all
spawn.
start to fall. It's a 5-on-2. 20 seconds. It's desperation into the site, but EU still
Shot.
finding success. Oh my God. It's a nasty one tap from Verno, and that's gonna lock this round up. The shorty in hand. Asuna, no
4
choice
bullets
but to
fully.
save.
Damn, dude.
Just another
Yeah,
round here.
I think they used their smokes on
MIBR
the
have gotten the
fake,
better of
I
these
think, or
mid-rounds.
the
100 Thieves
original push from
continue
A.
to try and go for
Either
these
way, no
pivots into
smoke
mid,
on
these
spawn.
fake
It's
out
an easy
looks.
one for Verno.
But MIBR
They
haven't
played
really
well though,
flinched.
Cortezia
Their
and
anchors have been good for
Cortezia
every
even,
single time.
and Verno together.
Cortezia that round, TP's into A really early. It almost
Oh
looks
no,
like
there was a
mistake.
smoke. It
But
just
he
ran
holds his
out, like
position
literally
and
just then after he
gets rewarded.
pushed.
So deep in
Can't
the
even be
late
angry
round
at that.
Yeah, and again,
Just
Ascent
sent it.
in those fights.
guys. Let's
We've
go.
got Verno coming out of elbow. shutting it down, so it'll be Zix calling a timeout on map point.
100 Thieves, it feels like they've had a lot of success getting these first kills for Ascent, diving into mid, catching someone off guard. But like you mentioned, where they're really struggling is hitting in the late rounds and just getting mowed down by players on the anchor. The amount of 2, 3, even 4Ks that MIBR's anchor players are getting has been killing 100 Thieves these last few rounds.
Feels like with the amount of like map control they're playing with, the round shouldn't be so hard for them to maneuver. You'd imagine, right? So I wonder if for 100 Thieves, they might be better served instead of going for like the very loud fake plays, if they leave a potential lurker in B.
Why time out now? I mean, it's better than not timing out.
We saw Chenom find a lot out of that in the first half.
Right now, they're not pivoting back.
Might have a good way of dealing with the opposites out here. Maybe they got something with ults. Maybe they can talk about the fact that they're actually like holding A site now, so maybe A Heaven's a little bit weaker.
You know, some kills
and they can like force through A Heaven.
Or maybe the answer is just pick
Olivia
up the pace.
QT, thank you so
5
much
of
with
them ready
the
to go
Prime.
outside
Thank you
A
for the
this round.
4 months. Thank
Certainly
you.
the one-size-fits-all solution. The problem is, with the breach positioning over here in the corner, if it's a ramps dive, that stun is brutal, and Verno is going to eat them up.
Oh, on
Which way did they
defense.
go?
I think they're going Heaven, but it kind of looks like they wanted to sight
The
it.
round slow. Pullback star in main. Now a pop. Heading into the site, but the stun, the missiles, and the hits already countered out. Players are arriving for MIBR. The re-hit coming in, but Verno is in a position to flood. Icebox is here, and Artson on the site, not able to find any value. But the supportive players for MIBR
Big Joe.
on the scene of the crime and
Nicely
ready to
done.
find their mark in this round. Into a 2-on-3. The site secured, the plant coming down.
How did Sander get that spike? Or was it
Did he
not
mean
holding
to,
it, but Osmos fell off the angle for just a moment.
Did he mean to wall
Now
off
the knives
spawn?
popped. Osmos works Heaven on his own as Cortesia moves slowly on the flank.
Nice from EU. Shuts down Osmos, and only one man left. A 1v3 for Cortesia. First player in Heaven.
With this
Cortesia
comp, how
knows
should
he was
attack
here a little
ideally be
earlier
played?
in the
So the
round.
problem, you have a giant weakness on your comp, so
Not a lot of
you kind of
time
have
to
to do what
work
they're
with
doing
EU.
and put like all
Well timed on
your
the swing.
thought process into
100
like
Thieves in it for another
creating
round.
pressure here. Even then, it's probably
Okay,
going to
so
get
5-player
re-cleared.
exec was
It's
the
just not a
solution
good.
there.
It's just not a good competent attack.
100 Thieves
It's the issue.
do have the breach ult if they
The
want
thing
to
is,
keep
they're
that
doing
going
pretty
to the
good
next
on
round. The
attack.
ult cycles wouldn't
It's more their
be so
defense
bad
that
for
let them down. They couldn't.
Teo coming in the round after
They couldn't
this
lose that
too.
many rounds.
Baiting out ult, Verno's ult in that round is going to be meaningful for them. And I'm looking at the minimap right now. 100 Thieves are just getting ready for another A-slam. If they want to mix it up, maybe this is the time they go for that Heaven control and slow down the round in the aftermath.
This time rotates are a lot farther away for MIBR.
Yeah, well, it's also MIBR on a light buy. Only one rifle. Just guessed wrong on the stack, but comes 100 Thieves to Heaven and down
Yeah,
goes
another round.
Verno.
So it's the same exec with the stage hold to block off fence.
And again, if 100 Thieves can get in positions like this, the round should become very, very simple. As long as, you know, Cortesia isn't
I mean,
backside
yeah, I
getting
agree with you,
3K.
Bacon, but
This
here
time
we
it's
are.
not. So good news for 100 Thieves.
MIBR's a real option to retake from a position like this would be to have some kind of flank pressure coming in, or someone just going absolutely beast mode. Going out from screens into elbow. Good news for 100 Thieves is they also, on the anti-eco, didn't have to use the Rolling Thunder. And if you're looking
Yeah,
at
only
the
really
actual amount of rounds you have
Aspas
left,
who
okay, you
wants
need
to
win
save
3
the
more
gun.
rounds after this?
Everyone
One
else
of
can
those
go
could be
for
a
this.
break ult.
Artisan
You're
can
gonna have
buy
the tail ult for the
him
next one.
op.
Maybe we get Raze
So-
Astra online for the last. Start to believe a little bit more than you did a few
Artisan's
minutes
for
ago.
sure hoping that Aspas doesn't commit to this and lose his gun.
MIBR players to run towards the spike and meet their inevitable fate. Maybe only Aspas to hold on to his rifle.
The Hungry Hammer, thank you so
Artisan
much, bro.
did
Appreciate
save
the
up
prime.
to get Aspas
Thank you
off.
for the support, mate.
Wonder if that's going to be the call. And it looks like
When
it is.
does MIBR time out?
100 Thieves
Because
have done
there's
a
been
great
a
job
lot
thus
of
far,
this.
pushing Aspas off these
Been
early
a
lines,
lot of A
combination
pressure at the beginning.
Pullback smoke, using their refreshable utility and having Austin a dive
I mean, this
in
is
means
good. This is like
Aspas
what they
hasn't
called.
really
This
done many
is what they called
impactful
after the
first kills
timeout,
with
right?
the
Or
op.
at least after the 100
clear
Thieves
the prep
timeout
coming
to
into this
go
series. 100
get the
Thieves
op.
has been
Try set it
denying
up
those
with the early
lines to
drone.
Aspas. But it's that later phase, that mid game, where 100 Thieves are getting muddied up.
100 Thieves, they conditioned the stun into B main quite a few rounds earlier in this half. But this time they're ready to actually pop off of taking the space.
Okay,
Everyone
use
here,
ult, Boostio's
Lucio into
ult.
Rolling Thunder.
Xander is still
Straight
slow
up
playing
side
A
hit.
side for a late lurk.
Cortez on the site. Artson up in heaven as well. The Rolling Thunder is in.
Oh my god.
Can't dodge
Damn,
it.
he did. He
Walked
went
out
so high that he couldn't get over towards spawn. Dude, big ult. What the hell just happened to the
and
sound?
it's back to a
Oh my goodness, we're
4-on-4.
back.
Spike planted.
100 Thieves in great positions too, with players flooding out from CT. So MIBR are going to focus on reclaiming heaven. If Cryo falls, this hold from 100 Thieves could be rough.
EU has the Teo ult. Maybe to fight back into heaven. No, spawn the choice. And Verno's down. So it comes down.
Yeah,
to
MIBR
just
gotta
the
save
players
this.
Fighting
Wait,
from
what they doing?
heaven and 100 Thieves.
You guys doing?
Proactive on this site. Holding forward angles. Push MIBR back to another save.
Look, if 100 Thieves are planting the spike, their post plant is gnarly.
Oh, dude, they got a nice post bomb for sure,
100
but
Thieves able to control the
it's
rounds.
just getting into the
and get
sights
those
here.
positions that they've worked on.
This should be, well, 100 Thieves have done pretty good because they still got 3 people that can't buy now.
Gonna have a couple of rifles.
So, they have a good chance to get to 11. They still got to deal with like a couple of stingers, maybe a judge.
That was nice from Cryo.
And then maybe they get another ult for that. Like Ray's ult, maybe?
Pick them up. Yoink.
Timeout called for MIBR now.
That is their first of the game, for the record.
Yes, they were in control for basically all of the first half. Won the pistol in the second. It's impressive 100 Thieves is even stealing this game, getting double pistol, losing the bonus in the first half, and how it was looking for quite a while there.
And good news for MIBR, even if they lose this round, they could call a timeout next round too.
And the Navi
You know,
can't
really
get double on Haven. I mean, they got double pistol.
the famous
They snowballed a little bit on attack. They had a good defense though. They had some cool stuff.
I mean, right now, the money, I know we can't see it right
some
now,
nice
but
setups.
MIBR are in a weird position because they
Like, it looked horrible to
technically
play
have
against
enough
on
to
attack,
buy
like
if they
against
go
them on
for a
defense.
Judge or maybe
Squelchy, thank you so much for the
Guardian
prime.
on a
Appreciate
couple
the 5
players.
months. Thank you for that, dude.
But if they do that and it falls apart, obviously next round rough. But if they don't, they have to make sure their operator
Aspas always
survives into the
saving.
next round.
Mate,
'cause
he's
they
on.
wouldn't have enough to buy that, I don't
Mate,
think.
Aspas is always saving because he's on defense and they're hitting the other site. What do you want it? You want him to go for a 2? What was this? 2v4? You want him to go for a 2v4 when he has an op and they got no money?
This is for
Yeah, he's got to save. Not his fault.
100 Thieves has been going for a lot of these pops where they're putting
Hachi with
all
the
of their
prime. Thank
util
you.
on
Thank you.
stunning
Appreciate
and
the 2
missing
months.
the side anchors.
Yeah.
It might be a gap for a judge close into a smoke.
I like that MIBR are dividing up the judges too. You've got
Lord
one
did it.
Omen
Yeah,
over
but
towards B, the
they
other
also
is
lost
playing
every
close A
game.
on
It's
the
not a good
breach.
example.
Both circuit court, so to speak.
Exactly. And you got the teammates do a bit of baiting. Icebox has that up, but misses the shot.
Oh, it's unlike him. And now he's running all the way back as Asuna happily takes space on ramp.
Okay, they insert one over towards heaven. In reaction, they take over towards B. Dude,
Cortez
double
has a judge, and the
judge.
rest of 100 Thieves
Double
need to
judge
get
is
through
a
him.
nightmare to play against.
And they're heading right
They
into
don't
it.
have the drone anymore.
The smoke
They
fading.
should know there's a judge
Cortez,
here.
Judge in the corner. One swings in. A second.
Oh god, the judge, dude. MIBR are the best judge abusers at the moment. Arxin is such a judge fan. It's so strong, especially when they're using the drone to set up the op over towards A, or at least create pressure over towards A. The judge just becomes incredible. You don't have much to like safe clear it.
MIBR gives perfect info.
Another missed shot from Icebox.
Not been his day so far. For MIBR as a team, it certainly has.
Stuns miss.
Did the double
well,
stun.
so Asuna
Aslan's
gets
gonna
out
have to
into
do a
the smoke,
madness.
and that's a free
Okay.
kill onto
They
Arxin.
had no idea he was out
here.
here.
Because Icebox is low, but he doesn't miss this time. Xander. 1 versus 3. Icebox not
Dude, okay,
finding
I mean,
that shot,
100
but
Thieves
he's
are pretty
seen
good
his
on
gun,
attack,
it's back.
really, considering they just lost way too many rounds in
13-10.
defense.
Take their opponent's map pick and start this series with a win.
Yeah, give him a pistol here. And this would probably have been an overtime or something.
Opener. I mean, whether it was the near 1v5 play over on the B side to closing out the game with the judge. Smokes for MIBR has been on point to kick things off.
A really strong game from him. Verno as well, having a ton of impact rounds, and I think also showing just a really good game plan against this 100 Thieves Sage comp. The contact plays into pops with the stun.
Yeah, dude, it's not wrong. Their game plan on attack was pretty cool.
All of those early looks
Just
from them,
bursting all the
of course,
time.
double pistols
It felt like Cryo, well, it was similar on the pistol where he got caught out just doing the wall.
Clutch on the attack side, and so
Like, that's the
solid
idea.
walking down this A side of the map too.
This round was nasty from Cortesia, but that's it for map number 1. We head over to the choice of MIBR with their chance to close the series when we return.
Playoffs, map 1 split. Alright, chat, usual stuff. Let's be right back. How am I getting copyrighted on this? The music is EMEA playing. Okay, back in a little bit, everyone.
Gives you wings.
Caiu ulta, mas vai perder tempo, não, eu tô no mesmo lugar, Xenon!
Massive out from Asuna, though. Yeah, good setup this time, a quick approach.
Here, the coach of MIBR, Fraud, stealing 100 Thieves map pick away. We're going to your map pick of Icebox next. What is the plan for that? How are you going to take 100 Thieves down and make it a clean 2-0?
Just focus on our own game. You know, obviously it's important to understand what the other team does, but we've been practicing really hard, drilling like our timings and our execs. So really just focusing on ourselves to make sure that our game plan works. And if it's not, then we'll adapt mid-round.
Well, best of luck.
Okay, so you see, Bunny, you gotta go here. Bear, if you choke Bear, you're off the team, all right? GB. That's all I gotta say. Done with that. What happened? Oh, sorry, I was just talking to the squad. Apologize. Hey, you know, we gotta get ready, okay? Because Icebox is coming up next here, and well, if you are a 100 Thieves fan,
coach off a fiver.
yeah. What can I say? I'm basically like I'm like a Timu coach. You know what I mean? You order me in, and I'll get here in 2 to 3 days. In any case, so folks, MIBR picks up the win on on Split. And folks, we talked about what were the win conditions here for MIBR and also the win cons for 100 Thieves. But primarily MIBR, they did their homework, Bren. It was very evident in the first round of play.
We raised, I think, a potential red flag of 100 Thieves running the exact same comp that they've been doing all year long currently. And it's that you're given so much footage for teams to take advantage of. MIBR out the gate were doing these slow plays and leaning over to the weaker side of the defensive default of 100 Thieves, where Cryo and Xander are playing essentially alone here, and they had set plays to try and force them back, push them back into these rounds to convert into the wins. They did it on the pistol, they did it on the bonus, and they did it on the follow-up as well. So just out of the gates immediately, MIBR are able to get themselves up to really just a momentous lead in terms of rounds, and it makes a difference overall. Despite this being a close game, you know, it ends whatever it was, 13-10. The pistol rounds, the development and the homework essentially that MIBR have been putting in, I think, to get the read on 100 Thieves is what paves the way to victory, and it starts right at the beginning.
Yeah, 1000%. I think it started off at what, 5-1?
Yeah.
The way of MIBR, and it was because of what you were saying. I think they did their homework. There were a lot of concerns around whether 100 Thieves could bring enough innovation into the composition. The pistol looked the exact same. The eco looked the exact same.
And that was the thing that really perplexed me. You're coming into playoffs here, and I know you don't want to give everything away right off the bat here. But Doug, this is a big game for them, and to go into Split, to go with a tried and true strategy that has tons of tape on it was a bold move.
Yeah, and not one that worked out. I think as we take a look at the other side of the coin for MIBR, we had this conversation at the beginning. I think Emily was the one who said it. It's not just Aspas and friends, it's Aspas and family.
Yeah.
But she's right? Like we talked about this, you mentioned it on the desk as well. It's not just Aspas. The entire team is there, and yeah, there was a little separation at the end with Cortesia stepping, creating a little bit of distance between his teammates, but it was a complete effort.
Yeah, no, it definitely was. MIBR looked absolutely stellar on that one, and even though 100 Thieves managed to creep their way back into it, they fall just short. That being said, still plenty of opportunity left in this series. Let's see what Coach Zix has to say as we get ready for map 2.
Here with Zix, the coach of 100 Thieves. Unfortunately, MIBR took your map pick. We're going to their map pick of Icebox. You took a couple timeouts there to kind of readjust and settle. Were you happy enough with those adjustments and you're confident going to map 2, or was it because you took a while to come out here?
Yeah, I'd say, like, honestly, like, we were making a lot of mistakes that are like, we're like just thinking too much. Like, if we just, see 3 people turn around, like just basic things like that, that map would have been pretty different. I'd say overall, we played a really solid map of Split. Outside of obviously, like, we have to get pistols. We had a man advantage in the second pistol. Bonus, we got bonused. I mean, there's a lot of negatives to what ended up happening, obviously, but I mean, overall, I think gun rounds ended up going our way majority of the time, and we know exactly how they play. Like, we have a very, very good read on them, so we know exactly what to expect on Icebox, so we're definitely coming in confident.
Best of luck on map 2.
All right, they say they have the read on
Got a read?
Icebox, but
Sure.
there's something that Coach Zix did mention was about the pistols, the bonuses. Like, Valorant, being the type of game that it is, we know how important those rounds are. So for him to say that, yeah, I totally get it, but that's where your bread and butter is, man.
It's literally where MIBR got the win, I should say, in that first map as my in-ear just decides to pop out wildly across the floor.
I was just thinking about it.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it too much, bro. But he says looking ahead at Icebox, they know how they play. That's Zeke's referring to MIBR and their game plan, which, okay, it's Icebox, ends up being a bit of a flowchart most of the time, but MIBR are incredibly competent on this map. It's their map pick for a reason.
Isn't that an overconfident take?
I mean,
coming
off the back of some losses on Icebox too.
It's okay.
So it's a map
I think
that's
if anyone's going to be
wicked
overconfident, I think it's good for the
specifically
coaches to be
targeted. And they play it in a way
overconfident rather than the
I would say
players just
unusual
sending
for
it.
Icebox. Most teams that tend to lean super hard into A hits all the time, MIBR go into B hits a lot because they're
They
just
might
really
actually
trying to
just feel
utilize the
super
harbor a lot
confident,
more
yeah.
as well. Because, you've got the double smokes, you've got the water.
It's good to say how you feel on
You can
stream.
fight deep, so I mean, it's interesting that Ziggs is
some
like, okay, we've got to
kinda
read onto this one, but
cookie
it's
cutter
okay
answer.
to have a read in theory, but
Double
putting it into
harbor.
practice
Oh boy.
is another thing entirely.
Doug, does this end here?
Yeah, I want to say yes, but I will say this. I think we saw some of those adjustments from 100 Thieves, even in the first half, right? The fact that it started 5-1, ended 7-5, the fact that they got close to it at the end, they were making adjustments on the fly to what MIBR was doing. So if it is an understood approach that they want to lean towards B, they want to use a double wall comp, they want to kind of lean into that, I do think there's a little credence to what Zix was saying.
Hey, well, look, hope is still alive here at the desk. We'll see whether or not 100 Thieves manage to push through that map 3. We'll be right back after this quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Icebox. Didn't last time I watched wait, did we watch 100 Thieves again after they played Icebox? We did, right? Because there was that Boostio 5K game
Well,
where they were
MIBR taking home on the
overconfident.
first map there, but Zix
And then
said
they lost
that
against
they're confident
Crew, right?
coming into the second
Yeah.
one here. It's Icebox, one both these teams are very comfortable on, and one that 100 Thieves is super familiar with. They just played this exact same comp from Crew last week.
Yeah, MIBR Crew, they're playing the same comps basically every time
Pretty
they
much the
roll
same
out on
style,
this.
too.
Yeah, it's a very, very similar look. So expecting to see the Harbor and whatnot come out from the MIBR side. Well, 100 Thieves continue playing the comp that they were playing so much of back in 2024, right? The Gecko plus the Sova is pretty effective at getting information. And of course, that Gecko wingman, really, really nice in the post plants.
Yeah, that it is. On the attacking side, I think the pace is going to be a bit quicker for 100 Thieves. You'll see them a lot take
Ender
space
was in
somewhere
chat.
like A-main and then
Was
wait
he
for their
saying?
refreshables.
That game felt so good to me. Like it was so
execs
slow
here.
paced and then boom, the round's over.
Viper, double scan
Hey,
is super
he's
strong
about
to
to.
be
That's
able
what he
to
thought about
kind
the
of
split, and he's
figure out
about to
through
cast
those walls and even
Icebox.
send cryo
That
through
is
on Vice
Icebox and
sometimes.
For sure. I feel like a lot of people have sort of
nutshell.
forgotten about
Don't
the...
bring that energy. That energy I like. You're a Aspas, okay.
Yeah, that's good stuff, and the other energy we have tomorrow. But no, I do like the wingman. Of course, I think. Come on, that's a good one, maybe.
Okay, I'll give you that.
I got a slight chuckle, and that's all I'm ever after. But I don't talk about Gecko,
Yeah,
because
talk about
everyone
Gecko,
else has
please.
forgotten about Gecko except for Zix. Zix and Austin are like the only
He's the
Gecko
last
heads.
guy who remembers.
Yeah, they're the only Gecko heads left out there. But whether it's getting the cringe like top A site post plant.
I think Gecko's definitely getting played more on this map. I
Wingman,
think Gecko actually has a pretty high win rate at the moment on this map.
I think this agent is very slept on this map still.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, it feels like their whole approach to this year was like everyone discounted
Just
agents.
honestly,
Neon's
Wingman
gone,
on this
Gecko's
map
gone.
is pretty
And they were
strong.
Like, wait a minute, guys, we
I
can
mean, people
just still play all those
used to
agents.
use
They're actually
Sage
still
just to
pretty good,
plant.
and, well, it's been
Now you
hit or
have a
miss
guy that will
depending on
go in
the
and do
take,
it
but
for you.
Generally, 100 Thieves is
Tank
one
or
of
the
the few
util.
teams kind of blazing their own
And he
trail,
can
not
literally
playing
tank the
too
util.
much
You did
Tail
this.
Breach.
You did this.
By the way, the timer stopped, guys.
How dare you?
Where's that
Where are
fan?
they? I don't see them. Where? Over there. Why? Why? Come on. Just one day we get through no problems. That's all I'm asking for.
No.
Unbelievable.
And it's looking like some kind of mouse issue. By the way, that heart is going to stay as just half of one if you're bringing that energy.
My issue is that mouse pad is upside down. Looks like the water is in the sky and the sun is in the ground.
Do you think that matters?
I think that matters. That's an issue. That's a personal issue.
I'll play with my mouse pad at vertical sometimes, like spun around. So
Do you have a
the long side is
design
up.
on it?
No.
Well, then that's fine.
Okay.
But don't put a design on it if it's going to be
Well,
upside
no, now
down.
look, the camera can see it and its face.
Whoa.
That's actually kind of optimal.
It's a pretty mouse pad, too.
Yeah, that's nice.
I like it.
We'll let you guys know as soon as possible when we're about to get into game here. It is a tech pause. We saw our agents. Let's talk a little bigger picture, though, because winner of this one gets to play against Crew. And for 100 Thieves, I think they want that. It was a pretty close game at the end of the group stage, and it'll be their opportunity for revenge if they win this series against MIBR.
There's MIBR Crew. That's just a banger.
It
All
is.
things considered. I think loser would end up going down and facing NRG in an elimination
Close
match,
games.
which would
I mean,
easily be a banger.
if the first
But here
map
we
had
go.
a
Finally, the
1-1
tech
pistol, it
issues
should
are
be like it
out
probably
of
would
our
have been
way.
really
We're
close.
hopping into Icebox, and
But
100
speaking of pistols, we've got a 2-0
start out on
obviously.
their attack side.
It's all
I mean,
against
Aspas
the
has to
world
do a
over on
lot.
the A site. Rest of his team is playing B, and already quick on the dash. So you see him checking out a little bit more on those angles. He's already lost his only ability this round.
Gecko flashback online.
Who does loser play? Loser over this plays
Aspas
NRG.
still run away from this one. MIBR really happy to play retake with this comp.
Yeah, Shannon pops that wall relatively early, too. 100 Thieves not respecting it at all. Could end up stalling out this retake for MIBR.
Yeah, everyone playing close on side though, because they know against the harbor. Really want to play against that cove, especially on a pistol. It's hard to spam.
Favorable, and 100 Thieves only have one guy left on this side. He's got to run too. So a 3v4, but time already working towards 100 Thieves' favor, and now they fight back in. But smokes are up on the spike. Artson
Ooh, nice
defusing in the
shots.
cove, and they're
It's
getting
gonna
the
be
kills,
close.
but can they stop the defuse?
Oh, this was nice from Artson. Good call to just get off the spike there and just duel together. 3-0 for the pistols.
third pistol round out of 3.
Yeah, just brutal for 100 Thieves, not winning on these low gun rounds. And there it comes with 100 Thieves realizing,
if they can't win a
hey,
pistol,
we
it's
actually don't have
done.
all that insane post-plant utility to stall. So instead of being able to fall back later in the round like they would have liked to, they're forced to go for these fights, and that cove made it such an issue.
And I think 100 Thieves did have a good read into the Harbor Viper, trying to play really heavy on site and fight ahead of the walls. MIBR really only has the Sovadar to get back in. They don't have any flashes.
Everyone
they don't have a ton of util
can
to actually clear out the
buy.
site.
This is interesting. So they changed their buy up.
And once you're off
They
the
changed
site,
their buy up depending
it's
on
so
if they
hard
plan it,
to win
maybe.
against that cove.
Map dependent, buy dependent.
And Asuna splatters on the floor.
They definitely have some kind of protocol.
Cryo's going to steal that one and get back towards B.
I guess 100 Thieves, they're just going to be sussing out what this B-side utility is going to look like, whether it's the one-way orb, pretty common. That alarm bot that actually gets dragged a little bit.
Yeah, it got dragged away.
Pop all the way because it was blocked off with division.
Orb up again. And you're going to see a lot of this waiting on 100 Thieves' attack side.
Yeah.
Oh, we used our Sova Dart. Let's get that back online. Then we can finally re-hit once we have the gas. But unfortunately, they're
my
into the elbow.
goodness.
Okay. Who's
What a blow. He hit some shots, didn't he?
Cortez, better
Can they throw the gun across?
Second round.
Yeah, I feel bad
Yeah,
hyping up
did he get
Cortez
it?
now. Last map was insane.
Yeah, he
He's
did
got
get it.
4 kills on the low guns. I'll wait a little bit more before we start popping off on him again. But I do like sort of how he holds over on that B side as well. So much what MIBR is trying to do. You see those double
Must have been
mollies
pretty
that
nice
he's
from
put down.
Boostio.
That's just to guard that space on back yellow. By the time those mollies are out, teammates will have
Look
rotated
fast
over.
between the first and the
MIBR will
second.
be able to push and regain
Okay, well they
that
know the
position.
Outlaw's in place, so everyone gets heavy armor. Maybe miss a little bit of util on that one. We see a Killjoy. No mollies.
Yeah, you just saw him putting down the mollies there. If you want to.
Recon back a yellow doesn't get
Think about it, there's
shot.
like two different lines of defense. First, you have the alarm bot and the orb that go down there. Then you have the double mollies blocking off yellow. And then you've probably got 5 players of MIBR behind it. So good luck, 100 Thieves. You need to deal with this utility early on in the round, which the pace they're working at now is fairly nice.
He's
The
very
UI?
disciplined
Oh, they
with
just
it.
haven't put it
Doesn't
in.
choose to pop the
It should be
mollies
colored
yet.
in.
Yeah, you got to wait for that next wave of util.
And here it comes. Molly's popped, but Cryo up over top. A duel against the Killjoy, who just nearly jumps out of danger.
Yeah, nice that Cryo gets on top there. But again, it is down numbers. Bit of a worrying sign.
I like to see this as well, by the way. But see it with the Guardian. Actually, like prioritizing over towards Snowman.
About a walk up from
One of the only guns that can actually like stop the plant through the wall.
Of players rotating over, so it's still a bit of a gamble moving back to this area of the map.
Full retake, but they're fine to do that, obviously, because Harbor.
Full retake, and they have their beautiful Viper wall to play around. Of course, Artsen's wall should also be coming back in not too long.
Recon goes in.
See what
Dude,
they
honestly,
can do.
Verno
Expect
here
100
getting
Thieves to
some
play
chip damage
forward without a lot
might
of tools in the post plan
be
left to them.
important.
100 Thieves would love
Okay,
to
that's
see
one
Cryo
person
get
that can
another
get one
kill
shot.
with the shot
Well, actually, I think
Ooh.
Xander was the person that could get one shot anyway.
Kills Xander there. Gets
It doesn't change up
quite
too
low
much.
on that second one.
Yeah, but 100 Thieves have to take the early fight, so they're just going to get blocked off by the smokes.
The diamond back.
Everyone's boosted up here.
There you go.
It's going to give some creative crossfires to the players holding down this site. First kill's good for EU. They hold strong on their positions with MIBR starting to make their way in here, starting to trade things out, but time is low. The smokes players are dead, and the shots, oh, not quite landing there. Verno has to back his buddy up, and he's done that. EU, 1v2, darts available, but
he hit it.
Cortesia, he gets the kill.
Dude,
And
he
the
actually hit
defuse,
it.
It'll come in time.
100 Thieves are already
Dude,
thinking
big
themselves,
trust. The
not again.
rifle stuck it.
MIBR starting to run away with things. Comes with that early pick over in B main. Boop.
A great shot.
Austin in the last 2 rounds has just been destroyed without
Dude, why is this
much of a
team
chance to
so
take a bite.
stacked?
And there's Cortesia with the sheriff
I
starting
think
to pop
you can
up.
give him the credit now.
Now I'll give it to him when he basically just wins around for his team.
Another pistol into a bonus. It's horrendous starts for 100 Thieves.
And it's giving echoes of map 1. Remember, 100 Thieves started that game down 0-4 on split.
Mission for 100 Thieves in this round is just get that spike down. They've got a Hunter's Fury. If they can plant the spike, it wouldn't be the end of the world, especially after taking out Verno.
The trade is there. Mollies from both teams.
I mean, it falls through though.
Front sight, that's theirs. Here comes MIBR,
Dude,
flooding in. The trades are
actually
good,
did great.
and now Shenom in a 1-on-2.
Whoa.
Drops in, Boostio doesn't get it.
Ah,
but
nicely
he
done
backs him
though. The
up
trades
with
were
a
crazy on
stunning
this.
shot. And 100 Thieves.
Forced heavy left side of the site, lay wall onto the site.
Wow, that was the sole rifle going into that round for 100 Thieves on EU. He's able to get the job done. That was a wild round. I'm not sure exactly what happened. It seemed like
So even though it's a bonus,
really
or like, well, an eco, they pick up one gun, but 4 need to rebuy. So if they lose this next, you got 4 people that can't buy, right? 1, 2, 3. Sure, 3. Oh no.
He's gone under the radar after being one of the most standout rookie players of last year. A really hyped guy coming off of that M80 roster who just narrowly missed out on their own spot here in the Americas League. It's been a little quieter this year thus far, but you still see glimmers of how good he can be, what the peaks are for EU on the initiator. And I'm saying all this because it's another tech pause.
Where's that fan? This is on you. You did it. Not Pengu.
I don't think she was up there.
Sorry,
nibbling
not
the
Pengu.
cables. I
No,
don't
we're
think it's
getting
actually on
over.
her.
No, where?
I think you're lashing out because of the tech pause.
I'm not lashing. See the tech pause sign. I swear.
It's not a supportive sign. It's a flat face. It's a colon.
I
What
don't
is
know.
that vertical line called? I don't even know. Here we go. Hit towards B from
1,
100
2, 3, can't buy next. Loads of money. Can probably be a drop with sure.
We're here to watch
I feel like I might be able to buy it next round anyway. So good understanding of how important this round is the team should be seeing. I wouldn't be surprised if we see all of these ults. We've at least got 1 at the moment. There's 2.
Thrash into B.
Oh,
pretty deep back. Catches onto someone. I've seen this
Oh, not
round
this
before,
again.
But he's got
Okay,
jury shots
this time we hit it. Great shot.
They found 2 kills. It's an even round, and Verno, he's got another.
Oh, he won
MIBR.
that
They
duel.
stolen this round.
Verno won that duel as well.
Well, that was a nice
Well,
box
yeah,
round.
we saw a lot of the
That was just a
ults.
little bit all over the place. Okay, let's try and track all the kills because that was an insane
Pure chaos. It's
round
such
to
an
try and
over-rotate
observe
by
because
MIBR, but
Aspas
obviously
is
paid off
boosting
heavy.
over in back snowman over the Viper wall, getting a kill. Then
Prius?
getting traded out.
Dude, he's just such a non-believer.
Yeah.
It's always 1v2s that this guy's
But
messes
while
up as
100 Thieves
well.
are focused on the snowman players, then MIBR have people flooding in underneath tube.
Okay, here we go.
See, that's cute. That's cute.
Nice kill.
But then this happens under site, but at the same time, Verno is top site. So Asuna has like players coming at him from like 4 different directions.
Good job, Verno!
I don't think anyone knew what was happening that round except for Verno.
But he was perfect in it.
Diamond? Oh yeah, the diamond's
Slowed it
there.
all
Nice.
down, found success, and 100 Thieves
Okay, like
are
we said, force him
broke
down to Nico. We
yet
got the hero
again.
gun on
Just a
EU.
hero rifle on EU.
And Boostio close to ult.
Cryo is one
And
off his
honestly, they're
ult.
going
I
to be
think they
getting
wanna
Cryo
grab the
his
Blade Storm for this
ult
round.
here.
He bought full armor into this round to support it.
We haven't seen Shenum playing aggressively back yellow just yet.
Get out of my way.
It's been a lot more of these passive holds from deep lines. But
Whiff by an observer is crazy. Dude, that is the Prius classic
Actually looks
though.
like Shenum has fallen out of the
We've had
area,
years
so
of this.
ceding over that space as more players rotate onto the B side for MIBR. And this walk into mid. Hold on, those shots aren't quite finding
Dude, Artsy,
themselves.
you're so bold, man. You're so confident.
But Cortez using his ultimate, and it's not being broken. 100 Thieves, they're getting held at the gates. They have to go all the way back into the corner behind yellow. EU not in time. Now a flank for Aspas activated in the
Might
outlaw.
be the easy one.
One bullet will do it on both these targets. Easy
nice.
for Aspas.
How can we be victim to EU's Vandal on the save this time around? No, sir. Does cost Cortez his ult there, but at the end of the day, not too
Sapphire?
bad for
Oh yeah,
MIBR.
Sapphire is actually not observing. You're right, it is actually Prius.
And that is a good look. for more things to come for 100 Thieves. You can see them trying to fight forward through their own Viper wall there with the
She
Dizzy.
tweeted, right, that she's not doing the next 2 weeks or something.
Don't actually run flashes in their comp, so it can be really hard to actually take that deep space. This is now the last couple rounds in a row we've seen 100 Thieves try to play aggressively.
Who's
and get
more
in front of the
consistency
MIBR
issues,
retakes.
crew or
Because if you
100
just
Thieves? I
play
mean, I
passively,
honestly think
play
it's crew,
offsite
but
as 100 Thieves, the double walls, the smokes, everything is just so
crew, you really
frustrating
don't
to
know
deal with.
what
So
you're gonna get with
down
them.
4 rounds so far.
Like this from 100 Thieves is
the
just
approach
bad
from 100
starts on
Thieves,
both
but
halves with pistols.
hold out a lot of hope for them right now.
It is tough to find the perfect balance between being proactive enough to not get cut off by the smokes and being out of position and getting caught off by people. Kind of have to be on point with that one. And sorry, MIBR, they have been great in the retakes. 4 out of 5 of the rounds they've won, I should say, have come from that.
I do wonder if 100 Thieves are going to start doing anything in the mid space coming out of this timeout. We've seen really just, holding looks. Boostio in that last round, maintaining that space, but we haven't seen any aggressive lurking or ideas around that. Just seen a lot of these, opens into either A or B and continue on your way.
Okay,
Hasn't been a lot of smoke
up
and mirrors
is here. We got Boostio with his ult. If they get a plant, they could maybe get Viper ult.
This year,
And
was probably 100 Thieves'
get him
best
rough.
player in the 2024 season.
Dasher128. Thank you so much for the 7 months, dude.
For now, it'd be 100 Thieves trying to find their way around to Osboss's off. Really good at this.
Honestly, I would normally
Back
say
on
that
Split.
that's
This time, though, you don't have quite the same
ban-worthy,
level
but
of util,
honestly,
and
it's very
just
accurate,
like on
mate.
Split, it's the backline of MIBR that
Thing
continue
is, you're not
punishing
wrong.
100 Thieves.
Aspas too, and Shenom, proactive. Walking through Xander's Viper wall and ready. As the wall falls, it's a free kill for Shenom.
And I don't love Xander's chances on a round like that.
Dudes, this is the buy round. They get him wrecked.
Being asked to do a little bit too much after you lose 2 players in A main early.
Yeah, 30 seconds in, it's a 2v5.
Yeah, this is also not the mid look that I was hoping for 100 Thieves, the desperation mid push.
The pray for a kill in a 2v.
Yeah.
I don't think that being answered too well.
Wow.
MIBR, flawless round. I don't think anyone even took damage.
I'll add insult to injury. That was 100 Thieves buying down to nothing.
When/why did TMB stop streaming? He's either gone to bed
this
or
is MIBR's map pick, but
his
if
internet's
you
probably
if you
messed up.
stepped away during halftime and didn't hear 60
UK internet's pretty rough, man, I'm telling you.
Yeah, we played a great map of Split. Like, we just lost our pistols.
Yeah,
and
he
the
was
bonus.
like, we were winning all the gun rounds, we were feeling okay, lost a couple key rounds.
Came
C'est
in-
la vie.
Yeah, it came in and said we have the exact read
He's
on
not
how
missing
MIBR
much,
are going to play
that's-
this map. So, well,
Yeah, I
if they have the read,
can't even say that's
doesn't seem to have
toxic.
been
It's
enough
kind of
so far.
accurate.
Yeah, that book has teeth.
Swendo, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 13 months.
Eco round from 100 Thieves, the only one they were able to win before. So, see if they can get in a post plant. They've got strong ultimates to be able to play off of, but MIBR already have 4 players on this side of the map. They know 100 Thieves have not been going for fakes. It's just been open into the Gecko utility reset, into the hit.
Good night, little buddy. Spike is dropped, and Aspas dives away. In through with the trades. 100 Thieves find some success. A chance
They
for a round.
only win the ecos
An
where they
ultimate
like
used.
have really good spacing over towards site and
the
then prioritize
operator,
going left side of site.
tough weapon
Dude, should they not just be doing this
retake
every
into
single
a
buy
pit
round?
with.
Just ignore the rest of the map, invest the wall. Just do
Aspas
that.
takes his time. Clearing every angle.
Can we
trying
say
to
it? Yeah, let's do the T1. Do the
find
T1
any
special.
Mistake. Shenom, tap on the spike. Spray coming through. Shorty, that'll
Ooh, I
do
like
the
this
job
from
for
him.
one, but the Viper is still alive in time.
Taps
It's
the
becoming a
spike
big
again.
issue.
Oh, hold up.
Molly at the feet.
Hey, this was a
Aspas
pretty good
dead,
attempt
and
from them, though.
That should be it. Time is too far gone, and
It's worth sticking around and just getting
It's a
kills.
simple round, just a straight up exec, but it's their first success in a while.
2 rounds every single time. Wall invested
on the
over towards
50s, I
site with
suppose,
triple
100
going
Thieves.
left side of site.
And it comes after basically the same situation they won the last time around, right? It's MIBR trying to hold on to the site, but not
MD20,
playing
thank you so
really
much for the
any
prime, bro.
complementary
Thank you for
angles
7
as far
months,
as I can
mate.
tell. But at the
Thank
very
you for
least,
doing
100
that.
Thieves' utility was forcing players away from being able to trade. You know, that player getting tagged through back on the top of sign. MIBR need to figure out their A-hold when they are playing backside.
In the wrong place, the UK internet, dude.
dipping
The UK
in
internet can be
that side of
like
the map.
good, but is it consistent? Is it going to stay up for a stream? You never know.
KJ ult online, but here's an aggro look. Icebox forward. Ult used to help him out, but he has to fall away.
Just
The
random
ultimate,
power
though.
cuts as well.
It's good from
It's
Verno
fun.
as Xander gets proactive on the lurk
Big
up
change
mid.
up, rocking
Knows
through
Verno
middle,
is ulting
nice
here and
shot.
punishes him for it. On the back
Aspas is
pedal,
whiffing a little
they'll
bit.
stay alive, but
Been a
more
couple of
forces
these.
coming to deal. The QRF is here, and Xander, low on health, pinched, dead by MIBR's hands.
Still, MIBR moving mid to clear out Xander has given opportunity to put the spike down,
Yeah.
but 100
All we
Thieves
have
are
to do
looking
is
for
call
the
him.
kills. Cryo not
I
sticking
saw
that
it.
through.
I actually thought he was going to get him.
Killjoy lockdown is now going to guarantee the plant, but keep your eyes on Shenum on the flank.
He's up quick. Ready on the angle. You
Ooh.
spots him and
Nice,
gets the kill as
dudes.
well.
They need this so
Now a 2-on-2.
badly. Like, they need this round so
Cryo
badly. They
forward
got to
towards
win this
spawn.
2v2.
And only one bullet in the chamber for
What a round,
Icebox.
mate.
Slowly clearing
Does he
out.
have conviction with his
Trying to
peak?
Find the shot onto the player. Cryo looks
Yeah.
the wrong way. Now the classic up. Dash forward, trying to claim a weapon, and he's done that. Is EU scampers away, tucks in on the site, and starts to wrap his way around. Osbos, not a lot of time to work with, and the kill. He is
Nah,
not
that's a
giving
half
it.
it. Okay,
He
nicely
ducks
done.
tight.
You did
Time works in
great.
his favor, and
Did
despite
great.
Osbos's 3K,
Um,
100 Thieves win
Rounds
their
are rounds.
first
It comes at a
rifle
price in
round.
terms of everyone having to
Really
rebuy, obviously,
exploiting the safe side
but
of the map.
they need this. They need numbers.
MIBR got so distracted.
Yampi
I
said
think,
not
with
to
Xander
predict him in
finally
pick'ems.
taking the opportunity on a midler. And it
Dude, I
came
might have him
after
to
there
win
was
now.
this big
Now he said
opening
that.
into the A space, so I really like Xander's timing going into mid. First of all, he thought the alarm bot was B main because they'd seen that so many times before.
Another little clutch for the boy.
Might be a preference thing, Bacon.
Keeping it good.
Dream big, make it happen.
Xander might try and take another opportunity at some point again.
Oswald's again with the off.
Oh,
Dodges
whoa,
the dizzy
whoa.
and hits his target.
Well, he saw
Used
numbers
it.
as well.
Flash
Damage
hit
done to the
and gone
fish.
As well as Shenov
Ooh.
tried to do something more, maybe overstayed
Yeah,
his
he was
welcome towards
like
yellow.
maybe thinking he could swing wider than
A
this.
little bit awkward.
Not
100
sure.
Thieves run out of gas on the Viper. So have to slow down before
Yeah,
committing
this
to
is
plant.
nice though. It's gonna wait for the
Or
Viper
Dizzy
smoke to
not
come
gonna
back
get
up.
picked up.
Does Aspas send it with knives or something?
100 Thieves have no real chance of swinging back yellow until the gas is back.
I kind of thought he was gonna go for it.
Oswald, he doesn't have a chance to risk pushing that smoke.
Good spam.
Plant stopped, and Cortesia gets
And
a
that
kill as
smokes.
well.
Xander going down means no smoke, so now all of the crosshairs are opened up. Sightlines available. Cryo pushes in.
Oh my
Dude, the
God.
right click as well.
Shut down instantly.
Oh, they got
Aspas
no
doesn't like
money,
that.
chat. They
Misses
got
the
no
off shot.
money.
Gets
They
it
got
with the
3
classic, and
rounds.
They're back in control of
They
this
got
game.
literally
7-3 now.
2,000. But they haven't win the ecos, so you know they're going A with
Tough
this
round
though.
for 100 Thieves. Not doing perfect work at clearing the jet. Of course, they
I need to see
saw
a
that the Dizzy
4-person
got a
stack
ping on
here right
someone.
now. Yeah.
Didn't realize that Osbos had just tucked away on the back left corner.
Okay, well they keep pathing here, so do they either try and reinforce this or do we fight early? Looks like fight
Thieves
early.
forced down into a save.
4-1 stack, MIBR forward, fighting on A, the op, not ringing out for a kill this time, but up top, Shenov arrives for his, the ultimate, trying to punish this forward play. Can he get a tag? Yes. That's a death onto the IGL.
Honestly, he
And
nearly
it's
owned
even
it.
back to a 4-on-4 as 100 Thieves explores their options.
Yeah, thing is MIBR, they've still got that alarm bot in B main, so they won't be too fooled by a play like this. Got mollies to stop the plant as well as to stop the flip back into Snowman. Bit of a different setup that we've seen from Cortesia.
Already though,
Yeah,
having
that's
to
getting
use this
spammed
to
up
vault
there.
on what is just an eco round.
Ooh,
Really want to win it.
Yeah, that's gonna spam. I
Late
mean, they
on
have
the
pistols.
lockdown.
Still gets it in time. Cortesia, a little pressured there. And up top the spam. Oh, it's excellent from Cortesia. Shorty to finish the job.
Honestly, against the
They trade
pistols,
out
maybe
ults,
can't spam
but
it that good.
MIBR again, winning the round.
Yeah, that was kind of nice from Cortesia. He thought, originally he was thinking, I put this down
Hunting with
now
the Prime,
and
thank
they
you so
won't
much
be
for
able to
the
plant.
14
You know,
months.
to
Thank
stall
you,
the
thank
round.
you.
But instead, because he puts
The
it down
bait,
at the
yeah,
same
that was
time
good.
the spike's getting planted.
I mean, no matter
100 Thieves
what,
are
you would
almost
imagine A
forced
is
to
too
fight
much as
up
well,
into
so trying to
that.
secure it's good.
Had a good line on the spam. The rotates were coming in quick enough to capitalize off of it as well.
This was a little bold with the ult, but they need rounds. If he gets 2 there, then it's so worth it's the thing as well.
In playoffs delivering.
Let's go.
He's 15-6 on Icebox thus far.
15-6, 13-7.
Attack side, 100 Thieves again looking at the A side of the map. MIBR have solved their problems on A by fighting super
Double
aggressively,
op.
but this round, it's a killjoy
Bernard's
setup
got his
there
own op
instead.
for middle.
And a unique turret placement as well to watch the cross into window. But it's all just to set up this Viper's pit, play very deep on the information.
Look how far Artsin has walked up here as well. Might have a chance on Debussy if he wants to take his timing.
Yeah, Aspas is holding
Well,
barrage walk out
Aspas
too,
has
the
got
op
his
on top
right.
yellow.
They set up his killer. Artsin spots the shoulder. That's a great jiggle from EU. Another punish coming
Oh my
through.
God.
And Artsin
He did
blinded.
great.
He's still good for 2. And while he found his mark, there's still the operator waiting here. Primed to hold down the space
Oh,
on
this
B.
is so nice.
Where's 100 Thieves heading?
They might think he's
Still
not here.
wanna
I don't
make an
think they were
attempt to
close
take
enough to hear his
B-Main.
smoke.
EU will have his started. Couple seconds, but they're just
Oops.
swinging into the op instead. That's one for Aspas. He keeps the pressure applied, sticks around
He
back
does the
yellow and wants
smoke
to
to
swing
fake
in
that
for
he's
more.
crossing back to
His
sight.
team's starting to
VCT's
arrive.
not a believer.
The op posted on the angle again. And it's locked down.
nice
Aspas,
round from
he
Aspas,
does
yeah.
everything on B. 3 kills from him, 2 from Artsin.
I just think he loves
and
the
a
angle.
shutdown to end the half.
Just a dominant
Taken.
first half from MIBR.
Like if he had a
Apart
heat
from those
map of
few
Aspas,
silly
he's
little
up here
thrifty rounds
all
that
the
100 Thieves
time.
won.
Like
Just
what, 80% of
dominance
rounds?
From
He
MIBR.
loves the angle.
And continuing to find different looks round after round. This is the first time 100 Thieves have seen anything like this.
Nice. Good
And it
job,
blew
guys.
them up.
Aspas cool, calm, winning that last round. They're up 9-3 as we head to the half.
Dude, just give 100 Thieves a pistol on this. I'm feeling bad for him. Have some kind of map.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Viewers want the 100 Thieves NRG a limb game though. I mean, mate, they're gonna lose this map. I think that's pretty much nailed on. Just trying to get it close. Jack XL, thanks so much for the prime, mate. Appreciate the 5 months. Is all chat ever used in pro matches? Mate, the NA players will always use all chat. Like, dude, when we played against Vanity and Champs, he was smiley facing us all the time. And a Reykjavik. Hugs51 with the prime. Thank you so much for the 3 months. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, all chat's used a good amount. Ardis? I mean, Ardis would yap. I can't really remember if he used it that much. It was legit distracting. Yeah, they use it all the time. Katie as well, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you for the whole year. I appreciate that.
Half of this series and 100 Thieves are still yet to win a pistol round.
It's been tough for them so
Papyrus
far.
as
Now
well with the prime.
trailing
Thank you for the 5
3
months.
rounds
Thank you.
to 9 of MIBRs.
For the love from
It's time to
Brazil.
start
Thank you
this
so much,
half off
dude.
the right way for them, or
There's a
time to wrap
legit
things
trash
up, to
talk
be
in the silly
honest.
messages. Nah, it's always
on
normally silly
MIBR's
messages.
map pick of Icebox. So my eyes turn to 100 Thieves Duelist. Talked about him so much before the game.
Logic Valo, thank you
Cool
so much as
start
well,
to
mate.
this
Appreciate the
second
tier
map,
1. Thank you
but
for that.
now a ghost in hand dropped
Okay, let's
over
focus
to
up a
him,
little bit.
armor
There's
as
still
well.
a chance.
It's time for him to show up big.
3-0 on the pistols.
0.97
And we
PPR
got
in the regular season, the
Raid
highest
Boss.
of any players in
And we're
Americas.
saving 400 for the
Ryo
op.
was electric, but he's yet to get that
Against
going here
Double
in the playoffs.
Sheriff.
And well, he's not on the right side this round. Said it's pressure towards A, but there's a 4 stack here from 100 Thieves. They're ready.
4-person
to try
stack
and
with the
hold,
higher
but
as
it's still
well.
gonna be an
Dude, they got a
onslaught.
pistol,
Lucio
surely.
through the smoke, everyone's blinded up, but 100 Thieves do well on the conversions. Now they have to take the time to back away, or they'll start to lose more, because it's back into a 2-on-3.
Quick flank. Cryo's just sprinting through spawn right now. Can slow things down now because MIBR do not have control of the spike.
1 enemy remaining.
Nice shot from 100 Thieves Duelist. It's finally the duelist head-to-head we've been waiting for. In what's likely a fairly meaningless situation.
very
Cryo's
nice.
going to get the job done for 100 Thieves' first pistol.
Last pistol.
Very nice to 100 Thieves. Wait for
The only no
contact
name
in
with the
main,
prime as well.
pop
Thank
back
you so
through
much,
with the
bro.
dart and the dizzy and went out in the brawl.
Thank you for
Now,
the
the
prime,
other thing
mate.
100 Thieves did,
Welcome to
I
Slug
don't know if
Club.
you guys
Thanks
paid
for doing
attention
that.
to Cryo's money at the start of that round. Yes, he had a ghost skin from his teammate. Yes, he had line armor. He didn't buy any utility. He was holding on to 400 credits, maintaining that he can guarantee have an operator for round 3. 100 Thieves realize how far behind they are
Guys,
right
win
now.
me this bonus. I promise you we win this game for free.
And look, they're setting up my
Okay.
point.
The point.
Because what I'm trying to say is he wants to have that op on a quote-unquote bonus round.
And to prove it forward, they've
Let's
bought
win
him a
Eco
Guardian. He
first.
still has almost 4K in the bank.
Bro's just getting handouts. One of the things 100 Thieves do well, too, is especially on the A side of this map, the way they fight together and play
Double
complementary
Sheriff into
angles
this one.
has been a strength of theirs
Uh-oh.
consistently.
Icebox is here, and there's trades coming through, but Ascent
absolutely
good
saved
trade
the round.
transfer. I think he might have just raided this ship.
Dude, that shot, that
Not out of
first
the
shot
storm yet,
was.
though. Guns to be picked up on this side, and a plant going in for Cortesia.
And those guns are kind of deep. I don't think MIBR have a chance.
Retake is fast. They won't let the guns be picked up.
Oh,
Do
God.
they even need them? Cortesia with the Sheriff for 1.
What's he got?
And
Sheriff?
now a 1v2 for Verno.
3 bullets, no reload.
Xander up top. Spotted out. Verno
Dear God.
has it down to a 1-on-1. Boostio on the other
Bullets.
side. Only a Sheriff for the IGL as well. Tap on the spike. Verno sees the stick coming through. Knows it's gone.
Holy hell, it's really nice shots, man. They hit so many nice shots. Dude, they were talking about the bonus. They cursed themselves. He didn't say win me the eco. He said win me the bonus.
Verno, ever since joining this MIBR team, has just been a treat to watch. Now with the Red Bull clutch, always alive in these late round situations, but so effective for the squad. It's just a disaster for 100 Thieves.
It really is.
There's one bit of saving grace, the fact that yes, Cryo still has op money. Bad news is, no one's headed to him.
Oh, the molly hit the drone. It's kind of nice.
Has a gun to speak of.
Cryo still is the
They
hero
force
op
fully
though.
into this round.
That is the
Regardless,
saving
Boostio
grace
only
on
has a
this.
Sheriff.
Trap play with the Dizzy ready to go.
These 4 playing together, try and force them into the op.
Ooh, but it's popped a little early.
No one's home.
So MIBR leave completely, and at the same time, they've got a late mid lurk in form of Shenum. Cryo's op needs to be everything for 100 Thieves here. He's got a couple of angles to play off of. And
Did
yet
the
waiting to
lock
lurk.
through
It's creeping
middle.
forward.
He's
The
gonna
timing here could
lose
be
his op
everything.
from the lock
Shannon.
through
Cryo
middle.
has no idea. The utility was not set up for him. And
Oh, and
now he's been
Shenum
spotted.
knows. He's ready. Spots the jet backing away.
Oh, he has no idea.
Ooh, weird
He's
round.
just going to tuck in.
But he saw no
the team
one
comes
here,
around
so they
on a
have to
flank.
expect people behind.
If he gets the kill onto Cryo, then MIBR have massive padding in this post plant. Cortesia, he's the one to
Good
open
recon.
this
Does
up.
it actually get
Still,
scans?
A
No.
slow jet working through defender spawn.
This is a good bait
But
in.
MIBR holding the
Even
line
if Cryo
well.
hits this, he
Cryo
shouldn't be
still
checking
gets
close
one.
left.
Maybe a chance for 100 Thieves yet, but down goes Cryo. And these last 2 players, they don't have the guns
Nicely
for
played
it.
from MIBR.
MIBR
Love to see that from
yet
Shenum, to be
again
honest.
come
Realized
out
there was a
on
lot of
top.
heavy pressure
They
over towards
navigate
B,
that
took the
post
space
flank
towards middle.
perfectly.
Really good.
Yeah, great reaction to the triple flank coming in from 100 Thieves. And Shenum choosing to play a little bit more cautiously. You know, instead of taking that angle against Cryo, he just tucks straight into the site. Says, we'll play numbers, we'll bunker down here. That op has no chance of really swinging back in on that line. You can see it there. Cryo had no idea.
So down 11-4, 100 Thieves call a timeout.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do?
I mean, they're broke again. They've been forcing these last 2 rounds.
Well, you lose the anti-eco, then you buy the op, that falls down after trying to force up in round 15. So they're kind of forced to just go for it again and just keep going for these all-in, sort of nothing murder buys.
The one good news, they have Thrash.
Okay.
But MIBR know that. They're, okay, you want to Thrash towards A. I'd put some money on MIBR. Just
I think they
setting up on
might
the high
actually.
run
The problem
angle,
is they don't
put
have
the
time.
op somewhere that
I
Thrash
think
isn't
they'll
gonna
do
be
it
able
for
to get
stage 2.
Hold the site through. It's in no way a gotcha for 100 Thieves.
The only thing
Now
that's
we're
giving me
forced
hope
into
for
this one.
100
We've got a
Thieves right now
judge
is
on
that
defense.
they've seemingly
Probably
just
going
won
close
their
here.
thrifty rounds.
Dude, we got a judge on
It's not
defense, but
math,
no
at
one to
least.
watch
It's
that
not
extra
logical.
angle.
And it looks like, again, MIBR are calling around Cryo pretty perfectly. Cryo's just been offsides every single round. Every single round he wants to play A, MIBR playing B. When he's on B, MIBR go A. He's been struggling to find the shots, find the fights.
Dude, imagine that Verno's drone owns Xander here.
Xander, that's a judge, and, well, it's already dealt with.
It's a bold strategy, folks.
Yeah, the old run it down B with the judge.
Personally, I can't condone that, but...
It works more than
Nah,
it
I mean,
should.
it works a good
That's
amount of
true.
But
times.
not this round.
And at the same time, look, Cryo has pushed up into A main of early info, but he can't actually go for a flank without being spotted on the turret.
Oh my god.
Hudson
He's,
gets his
oh,
spike
he's actually
down.
done it.
Osboss
Fair play.
picks off Busio. I think just spamming back through the smoke there.
Yeah, Cryo gives up on the flank too in favor of grouping back with his team.
Up top, yellow. Osboss spamming, almost got another there. Just a hair off of where he was standing. It's a 3-on-5, players getting spotted out, and one by one, they're just getting dismantled. MIBR, it doesn't look like a contest in this round. 100 Thieves put all their money into it, and they get nothing in return.
Holy.
Just brutal. 100 Thieves have to go back again. Another force to try and stay alive in this. And honestly, look, we came into this expecting MIBR to be the favorites. Sort of curious what our first look at Omega
Yeah, I
versus
thought it
Alpha
would be
Groups is gonna
closer
like,
than
and
this though. But they had
certainly
bad starts
delivered to
every single
expectations.
Yeah, it's
half.
living up to
But
the preconceived narratives of
they also
those Omega
got
teams.
fully ecoed by
And how
2
strong they were
sheriffs.
looking throughout the group stage. You'll get another chance at that. Next game, SEN facing off against C9, but for now it's 100 Thieves getting another stand on a forced buy round. They've gotta. 8 rounds between them in overtime.
And again, Cryo just on the wrong side of the map. MIBR.
One
are
sheriff?
just
Was it one
coming
sheriff?
up
No, I'm
heads
pretty
with
sure
the
it's 2
coin flip
sheriffs.
every time.
I thought I looked in, so double.
They've got some knives as well.
You might be right there, Dan.
Osboss,
Aspas is
when that
24
orb
to 8.
drops, he's gonna be ready to go. They'll use the lockdown for it as well.
Is Xander going to stick around and try and take a fight? I think so.
He is. They're all
Oh, they're
heading
all
in.
going for it.
Right, 100 Thieves. That's 2 kills. The lockdown broken. But MIBR winning the fights in reply. And now, another ultimate
Now it
available
gets
and an
kinda
open
weird.
A site.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? With 2 players pushing up in yellow, now Shenum takes the work
Oxen
in
also
mid.
has ult, and if he
no
ults over
Killjoy
towards
left to
A
spot
site,
that
it's
out.
not going to make
dancing game
the
between
sounds,
Asuna
so
and
he knows that it would be
Who will
clear.
break first?
Oh, dude, honestly, with
It's
that kill, I
gonna
think.
be Asuna.
Yeah, okay.
Shenum
Puts all
takes him
into
down.
sight, doesn't make a sound, they
paves
know
the
that
way
it's
to a
clear,
victory
can just
for
go
MIBR.
straight for the plant.
EU and Cryo. A
There we go.
2v3
It's an easy
retake.
one.
And look,
Try and
they've,
stay in the upper bracket here.
they've been the top performers for 100 Thieves in this map. But Cryo's down on 1 HP. EU hasn't got any armor. There's still Shenum in mid. It's over. Wrap it up. MIBR 2-0 over 100 Thieves.
It's beautiful
Statement.
from MIBR. A 13-4 victory on this second map. Outstanding lurks from Shenum. A step up from Osboss on the operator. And a right dismantling of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, if map 1 was an example of how MIBR can still beat you when Osboss isn't popping off.
Swifty for life, thank
this
you so much
was
for
an
the
example of
27
how
months.
badly MIBR beat you when he
Nah,
does.
you gotta stay strong.
4-9 for Osboss. Cortez at Shenum, both 17 and 11 right behind him.
Classic stuff. Classic work on MIBR's best map of Icebox.
MIBR, that sets us up for a qualification game against Crew on Saturday.
That's such a banger, especially if we get
Oh,
Icebox
dude,
in the
it's
pool. Both those teams
it
so
is
good
a
on the map.
banger.
Our 2 best in this league playing on the Icebox.
And on the other side of things, a 100 Thieves NRG elimination match.
Busio versus Finesse. Need I say more?
Cinema.
That'll be a good one. That's coming up tomorrow. Not a lot of time to prep for 100 Thieves. Losing this map means they'd have to qualify to Toronto the hard way.
get a chance to look back through these rounds. Cortez
Pick'ems are looking good right now, mate. We're one map in. We're one game in. We're one game in with maybe the easiest one to call. Come on. Come on now. Let's chill out a bit. Like, I like the confidence boost, but
MIBR were very much in control.
The entire second half after losing that eco round felt like desperation, just having to force buy into every single round, and MIBR
we
just
take the dub.
Honestly,
we do take the dub, you're right. Those are small victories.
It's a big win for them. People had high hopes. Top
when the
three
Pick'ems
in
look
Kickoff,
like yours do, you gotta celebrate the small wins.
Against Sentinels on qualifying to Masters Bangkok.
It's accurate, so I can't be too annoyed at it.
National. Icebox had missed in quite a while, but now on a team with 3 rookies, they're 1 match away in what should be a banger, and they're looking in form to do it.
Yeah, that's the most impressive part to me, right? It's the combination of the veteran status of Icebox Artsin right next to those rookies that continue to impress week on week.
Well, one of those rookies that has been on point all stage is Cortesia. He's standing by with Liz for your Verizon.
If you're building a team, would you consider signing artists? If I needed,
thank you so much, Ender and Mimi. I have Cortez here
guy
from
for sure.
MIBR. A wonderful performance from you. First thing I got to ask you, I need to check in on the mustache, the beard, because you said we would see bearded Cortesia, but how do you feel? Are we going to keep the beard? Or are we going to go back to the mustache?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep the beard now.
Oh, why?
It's growing
Why do you
up
like
really fast. I don't know, like 2 weeks ago I shaved my beard, and now it's really growing like really fast. So I'm trying the beard, but I always have the mustache option.
Yes.
Because I already know it's good, you know?
Yes. Which one do you like more right now?
Oh, I don't know. Probably the mustache, because I get used a lot with the mustache, because I use it, I don't know, 3 years of my life. Wow. And the beard is like a new thing for me.
You're 20, so you had a mustache since you were 17?
Like 15? I don't know.
Oh my god,
yeah.
okay. Well, going into the game, the first thing I want to ask you is about Icebox. Icebox had a
Guys out here being 15,
today,
having more facial hair than me, that's crazy.
But there was this kind of understanding that you were fragging, the team could step up. Emily said, Icebox and family. How does the calling change? How does the atmosphere change when Icebox, your star fragger maybe isn't doing Icebox things?
So, the meta Tehran Breach is really hard to play against, because, I don't know, we have Aspas. Every team who play against us, every round, every day, every week, try to throw everything on Aspas, and it's hard for him to play. Yeah. So on Icebox is his map. He loves Icebox, and so for me he did a really well series, because on the split as well he did like an insane pistol, yes. Like 2 headshots with Sheriff. I don't know, like 3. So he won the round. He's supposed to win, and we won the series. So.
I talked to Fraud after map 1. He said you guys felt really confident working on your execs and timing that you worked really hard on. I'd love to.
Damn, Amy's got the shot on. He said he would.
About that. What about the execs? What about the timings were you working on for today?
So, like, day by day with Pretz, and Deverno is a new guy on the team. So, for me, I ever say this, like, for me the line to we grow up is really high. Yeah. We are not on the maximum. We can do more. And each week pass, we are better and better. And we are going to Masters if God allows, and we are going to this tournament to win.
Well, in order to get to Masters, you have to face Crew next. Is there anything you'd like to say to your opponents?
Good luck, and I see you next game.
All right, well, everyone give it up for Cortez.
I didn't want to say too much.
But stay right there, because I know you know
what
game is next.
He was midway thinking, like, do I give it a little bit, or do I play this nice? Wait, Chad, did I say to Imi that I would wear the C9 shirt if he wears a shirt? I think I did. Wimler with the Prime, thank you so much. I did? Yeah, I think I did. Is Liquid going to fire me for this one? Liquid can't fire me for this one, can they? Bacon? Bacon, can you read my contract? Bacon, you got to get the contract out. Am I called to do this? What was I going to say? I was going to say something about Ardus, but I forgot what it was. But yeah, Bacon said that I would have something in the contract. I would make sure that, again, so I actually do think Ardus is good enough. I think he's great to work with. I think he's really good for vibes. But in the contract, I would have to have like a set amount of hours that this guy plays, because I only think he's good with hours. When this guy slacks off, When this guy slacks off, you're seeing that Sage game every single time, man. But if he puts in hours, like, he's actually a beast. So I would have a contract that makes sure that he like plays like 4 or 5 ranked a day. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Let's see if I can find the C9 jersey.
C9 is a fun one because I feel like they kind of found like their confidence in all their players.
Mitch holding, trying to get this one halfway, and he gets the kill. The time, it's close.
He's got it.
Mitch down to the wire, and he's done it.
SEN is obviously a very solid team. We scrimmed them a bunch.
Are they saving? They gotta go. Tucci has to run, but they're going straight into Bang, and he's putting them down.
I think going into playoffs, there's going to be a lot more pressure. You're playing for a spot in Toronto, or else you're out of luck for a couple months. It's going to be a lot on the line, and I think whoever makes the big plays are going to qualify.
Playoffs is a whole different beast. Like, it's a whole different like feeling. It's a whole different feature. Like, I just feel like they are going to be a little bit shaky in playoffs.
We're going to go into the match and just play our game and play confident, and I'm pretty sure we'll beat them.
Oh, doggy, it's going to be a good one. Welcome back to day one of VCT America Stage 1 playoffs and our second match of the day. It's going to be a good one. It's Sentinels versus Cloud9. Of course, Chibi here back again with Brent, Doug, and Emily as we look to break it all down. But first, we've got an update on the bracket because this is where we are right now after that win from our friends over at MIBR. They locked themselves forward. They're moving on in the competition. And guys, MIBR looked scary.
They look real, man. I mean, they had a real deal currently on all sorts of maps. They're playing really well. I mean, we were kind of picking it up like, okay, well, this map pool has really worked out in the side of MIBR, right? Definitely showed it. On Icebox, I mean, that was just an absolute sweep.
Yeah, no, for sure. Now, do have words. I broke the bracket, unfortunately, so you guys are going to have to blame me for that. Pero it's okay, papi. Let's move on, shall we? And talk about Sentinels because they are looking to make Toronto and get that redemption from Bangkok because we all know that was not the result that Sentinels would have wanted there, Emily. But you know what? They also were able to get that momentum by, well, Ben Affleck. AKA my Bruce Wayne, AKA Holden McNeil. But seriously though, Emily, this Sentinels team looked good.
No, they look so strong. Like, I want to highlight actually Bang. He really impressed me in these past few matches. Like, it's been insane.
Yeah.
It's been so nice to see him pop off. And also, yeah, the Affleck buff. What can you even say? Like, that is just aura. That is aura.
Smoochy booches, you know? I mean, that's if you guys watch anything from Kevin Smith, but, you know, it's okay. You guys don't watch Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back?
No, I've seen that.
You heard Dogma?
I know.
That's chasing Amy.
90% of our audience, by the way.
Yeah, that's fine.
No one knows about what this guy's talking about.
Go watch Dogma. It's a classic. Anyway, now, of course, Sentinels are looking strong, but here's the thing. Let's take a look at this map pool here because, Bren, some stuff is kind of sticking out a little bit here.
Now, this would have been nice with some percentages, but there's a point to make here, which is that Sen are really only winning on 3 maps right now. Haven, Split, and Pearl. So the point I kind of wanted to lead in with this is that there is a major win con for Cloud9 again to kind of work this map veto in their favor. Now, we're not going to know until a bit later on whether they can do that, but Cloud9, on the inverse, they've been playing as many maps as they possibly can. They've been spread out, they've been trying to essentially get themselves tested on a variety of different maps, and they've got good looks on a lot of them right now that Sen are looking pretty, you know, essentially lost on, I would say, to be honest. They've been losing some hard maps over the course of stage 1 so far. So for me, it's like, yes, Sentinels have been looking better and better and better. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Like, we were talking about that. They've been improving it a lot, but their map pool so far seems to be quite small. And to be honest, to make it deep in playoffs, you've got to have a deeper map pool than that. You're going to be tested in a best of 3, and if you want to win it all, you got to get yourself set up, to be honest, to be playing in best of 5s as well. So Cloud9 have it in here. They have it in with the map veto. We're not going to know until later on whether or not they're going to be able to find that in, but hey, listen, it's there for Cloud9's taking as long as they don't choke.
Yeah.
I want to inject chaos into both sides
of
the equation here, because you take a look at what you were just talking about, at the maps and how it feels like Sentinels are only winning on certain maps, which is true, but I take a look at the situation for Cloud9 on the maps that Sentinels aren't playing. Their win number's pretty small as well.
Yeah, we can ignore the numbers as well.
But the numbers, Bren is the numbers.
We can just do that.
So I look at that and I go, okay, well, hang on. Cloud9 aren't necessarily strong on those maps that Sentinels are struggling on either. But now the other side of the equation, you take a look at the teams that Sentinels have been able to best. And yes, Sentinels have looked better. I think Narrate has really come into form, blah, blah, blah. All those things, great. They've beaten 2G. They've beaten Loud. They've beaten 100 Thieves. And then they've beaten EG.
Yeah.
Right, so let me just pour gas all over this
acid on that son of a gun right there.
On your point, like, they've found success at least one time on every single map except what, Icebox, I think? No, even then, they found some sort of success, so.
True, also true.
You gotta feel pretty good if you are a C9 fan. This is probably the best form that you'd want from C9 heading in to the playoffs here. But let's actually get a little bit more words from Cloud9 and hear from the assistant coach who's standing by with Liz.
Here with Googly, the assistant coach of Cloud9. Now, Cloud9 has performed, or played, every map in the pool publicly. Sentinels have managed to stay away from Ascent and Fracture. Does it worry you at all that all of your maps are public and able to be reviewed by the team?
No, not at all. I think it just makes their vetoes a bit harder for them, so we're very happy with that.
All right, well, best of luck. And just like that.
Hook a brother up with that shirt right now. I gotta be out there for my ball brother, okay? My favorite coach, Emmy.
Well, the Oxy one was last week, too.
That's
I mean, they've got the whole line.
Sure. They just have a shirt press there. They're just making shirts on the fly. Wow, look at that. That's a business in of itself. Now, of course, folks, today we are in for a treat. You know why, guys? You know why it's going to be so delicious?
Because you're back on the desk?
Oh, thank you, Papa. Pero, no, it's because of Oxy versus freaking Zekin. Oh my God, put this in my body every single time, little Emily. This is some good stuff injected into the bloodstream. I'm all about this. I want to see what we're gonna get because both players are playing out of their freaking minds.
Yes, no, I'm a big Zekin fan. I think he's a very consistent duelist, but I really want to speak on Oxy here because going up against, I believe his last thing was G2, where they almost won that 3rd map. You know, the first map they kind of got stomped. Oxy wasn't performing the best, and then their coach in the interview said, you know, we just have to disrespect them. We have to stop showing them respect and just fight them. And if you go into map 2 on Haven, he did exactly that.
Jack.
And I think if Oxy keeps up that same disrespect and that same confidence,
unbiased streamers here.
You know, see a best of 3 going.
I'm just looking forward to both players disrespecting
C9
each
pick
other.
Ascent.
Low key,
Sentinels,
Oxy is putting up numbers, and I think his play has improved so much individually because it used to be the case that when he was like coming into franchising, I mean, the guy was overheating like every other round. I mean, he's mechanically so gifted that he didn't really know when to say no, like when to stop.
Why did Amy want me to wear the shirt? I'm the biggest curse there is.
Either through his team environment or himself as well, just getting better as a player. He's now, I think, laying claim to potentially being one of the best duelists, if not the best duelist in America. Is up there with players like Zekken, who he's up against today, Aspas, Jorgamo, players like this that put up high caliber results, have lifted trophies before.
You know where I got it, Bacon, at a thrift store out here.
He's really developed as a
Like someone had enough of them last year and just sold all of the D9 merch.
And good company to have for sure, Doug, right? Wouldn't you say so?
Yeah, I mean 1,000%. If that's part of the conversation you're in, it certainly bodes
Can't
well for how
blame
you're
them.
doing in your career.
That's
and honestly,
crazy.
It's a reflection of how
Dude,
the
I think
team
that's
is
what
doing.
happens.
Guys, this is a Cloud9 team that we've talked about, and they have their playoff woes.
It's had
and they
enough.
choke
Too
when
many
it
falls in
matters, and this, that,
playoffs.
and the other, but I get a different feeling.
Was it Emmy? Nah,
about
it
this
was the
team
only last
heading into this
remaining
round of
Icelandic
playoffs. This is not the Cloud9
T9 supporter.
Yeah, and look, while there are a lot of good things to be excited for Cloud9, there is one player on the other side that, Doug, you mentioned briefly, and it's Narrate. This guy has come into his own. It is really
But at
scary
E today,
to
the
see
usual
how
Yumpie
well
actually.
he's gelled
We
with
had
the
the
squad.
classic
Now
today.
the Sentinels have solidified these roles, it's helped Narrate immensely, and they're also actively working on something that they know is a problem as well, which is kind of like the VIT internally. Because I think you can tell that they've been making moves at that one as well. They've released a
I mean,
lot of
Bacon,
behind-the-scenes
if I found that,
footage.
I'm
Sentinels have
copying
been
that as
quite
well.
candid, I think, in terms of their approach and their kind of attitude towards the game. And it was like a glaring weakness for me watching them early on. Like Narrate would kind of, get tilted very easily. Start
Jesus,
banging on
Yumpie.
desks. That's a poisonous atmosphere.
Where did you
to
have all
having.
of this?
They've
At the
kept it in
venue
check
today?
Steadily over the course of stage one, and they've locked down his role more, so he's having more consistency as well. That is a recipe for a win, I think. And for Sentinels themselves, I've opened up the question of kind of like, okay, well, their map pool wasn't looking too hot, but in terms of like the actual individual gameplay and the players themselves, they're on the right track actually to building again another title, I guess, another squad that is going to do much better than they did at Bangkok.
Yeah, no, excellent points there, Bren. Well, let's actually check in with Elizabeth here and hear from Bang from Sentinels.
Tarek could hook you up with that. He has a stockpile of tank tops. That's crazy, but also accurate, I think.
Not prepared for their performances,
actually got him.
considering they surpass expectations every single time.
To be honest, I'm not too worried about it. I feel like we're a good enough team that if we just play at our own caliber and like the level that we're usually playing at, I think we'll be perfectly fine. I'm not too worried about how well they're going to show up.
Well, best of luck today.
Okay.
Hey, and look, I respect that. I think it's great. I'm happy for you, Bang. But here's a problem. You got Vic on the other side, okay?
Dono
This
only
kid
died
is making
13 times
a
in
case
40
for
rounds? My
Rookie
goodness.
of the year. This kid is nasty. And the combination of Oxy, everything
Oh, wearing a
that's happening
C9
there
shirt?
with
I said
C9,
to
it feels
Emmy
like
I
it's a
would.
perfect storm, Emily,
That if he's wearing a shirt,
pieces
I'll wear a
that are
C9 shirt.
kinda fitting in place here
It was
for
in the
you.
moment.
I'm
I
literally
have
a
instant
big
regret.
fan, bro. Like
But
I'm such a big fan. He's probably been my favorite
been,
controller
it's
player
also
to watch
been-
throughout this whole stage.
It's also been like 4 years since Emmy's gone to a LAN, man. I feel like I feel like he needs to go to a LAN, dude. It's been so
scary
long.
just seeing him kind of swing and win all the
Just
fights
go
that he
for
can.
it, right? And it's not necessarily something that you would have expected here, Doug, but now you got this, Vic, you have that firepower from him. You have the firepower from Oxy, two people who are bringing that to the table. And let's not forget, the rest of the team that obviously is, Zepla's on this freaking squad, for goodness sake. So really, when you look at it, you got to feel pretty good about this C9 team with these pieces in place.
Yeah, again, I think a completely different tale from the Cloud9s of old, right? As we've seen coming into the playoff runs. I think one of the other guys that we haven't talked about very much, who definitely deserves his praise and definitely has grown even just
not
in
wrong
some
with
of
that,
the rosters,
Bacan.
Mitch, and the calling
Not
that
wrong
he's
with that.
provided into this. I mean, it's been beautiful, and it's not just calling. He's been fragging. He's been a leader from the front. I think he is what this team has needed.
Yeah, no, without a doubt, this is going to be an excellent matchup here. We got Sentinels versus Cloud9. Winner moves on to the tournament. Loser goes down to the lower bracket. Let's go ahead and bring out our two teams. Elizabeth?
And we're ready. Oh, man, we're running smooth today.
Riot Games Arena, it's time for a classic North American SmackDown. Make some noise for Cloud9!
I think this is the best C9 roster yet. What was the one with Ye? I think this is, yeah. Dude, Vic frag's so heavy. I think so. Dude, look at this. Look at it. Damn, he went full suit. He's got the playoff shirt on. Okay, it was all worth it. It was all worth it, man.
Out from Emmy.
I didn't see it.
I wonder he didn't want to do
Yo,
that.
Emmy with the chain, brother. Show me the hamburger. Let's go.
Chest hair.
Show me the ground beef up there in the chest, you know what I'm saying? Hit me with it.
Honestly, I had questions about why Googly was doing the arrival interview.
No, I know why. No, I know why.
Makes sense, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I love it.
This roster, though, I think
Shove
has
for
been,
playoffs.
at least for me, this is the most confident I've ever been in.
Dude, this is so worth wearing the C9 shirt. Okay, we came out on top.
Sen City, let me hear you make some noise for your Sentinels!
Now, a big thing that we have not acknowledged is, well, the six-man, the crowd, you know, the audience that are all here to cheer for Sentinels. I mean,
Coach is allowed to wear anything. I mean, within reason, yeah.
Everyone said Sentinels. So, Emily, there's not just the pressure of them to perform, but there's also the fan pressure as well.
No, there is. And one thing that I want to highlight that I saw on Twitter is that Nere, when he started popping off, he was wearing this jacket, and now it's like they do not let him take it off. He has worn it every single match since he's like started popping off.
Bro, he's like sweating in it. Hasn't cleaned it in weeks. You know, smells like passion fruit.
I want to quickly touch back on something I was saying about Sentinels earlier, because I brought up their strength of
shut up.
And I went, okay, yeah, they're 4-1, but against who? I will say, if there's any team that has been successful against lower competition, and the questions are around can they deliver against stronger teams, Sentinels is one that I'm inclined to look at and go, yeah, okay, I think they could.
Yeah, well, here's your map layout. You got Ascent, Pearl, and if necessary, Icebox. Start there with
The
Ascent.
pick of
as our
Ascent.
opener. Now, when Cloud9 played this in the past, we only got to
Yeah,
really
but
see the
we
defense
get to
side.
see their
They got
attack
to start
side.
on attack. But in terms of the map pool overall, as we were already pointing out, Split, Pearl, and Haven, the maps that Sentinels basically have only been winning on right now, they have two of them removed from the map pool immediately. So if this goes a distance, I gotta say the advantage goes to Cloud9 again, but it all hinges on whether or not this opening attack side from Cloud9 actually has something behind it. Because you can put all the time in the world on your defense half, and it looks absolutely sublime, but it matters not if you can't figure out how to work it on
would make
attack.
EMEA
That's my
Grand
big question, I
Finals,
think,
mate,
leading
I'm
into
not
this
done that.
series, and that's what I want to
I'll be complaining about it the whole day.
For sure.
I have a lot of questions on if we go the distance. Okay. Pearl is a really strong map for both teams. Like 3-0, 3-1, something like that. They both have been really successful at it. Icebox is a massive question mark for both teams.
That could maybe be
If BBO and Team Liquid me in the finals, yeah, Yampy needs to wear the suit, if anything.
Haven kind of get pushed all the way out to the end.
Suits are comfy, mate. That is crazy talk.
We ended up in Icebox. What do you make of this layout here?
Dude, honestly, I don't even know. I was expecting like maybe like a third map would be Split or something, or even as a second map. So seeing Ascent kind of completely threw me off. Going into Pearl, looking at their past comps, you know, they both had success, but I do enjoy Sentinels comp more
Not sure
with the
about that
single
one.
duelist
Yeah.
versus
Not sure
you know,
about that one.
Cloud9 where they run the double duelist Sova.
Yeah, well, we'll see if this works out for Oxy.
I was saying jeans are comfy as well.
Their defense is probably one of the best
gonna
halves
hold down.
of Valorant I've ever seen, to be honest, on this map. I mean, that's a very high praise, but you can tell how much time they put into it because
Advice,
how often
and
they're changing around the
KO.
defensive setups. It all comes down to the
Okay,
attack
this
side,
is
though. So
interesting.
Sen, they
How
picked
do we
right.
use
They're playing
the
defense first here on
how
Ascent
to
as
use the
well to
vice
get
and
the
defense?
chance to show us what they got.
Oh boy, and we got our, you know, again, these compositions, at least from Sentinels, nothing really all that crazy. Going to be keeping those eyes on the jet there for Sentinels, see how Zekin and company is going to fare in this one. Certainly going to be pressure here. You can see our team also working with the team, or with the players, excuse me, down on stage, so we'll get that sorted out.
I see your ears being moved around. I start worrying. I start worrying.
Nah, it's all good. We'll get this sorted and we'll jump right into the action.
I'm getting a little ahead of myself here.
Does anyone run numbers in the plat chat guarantee? Dude, we're doing fine. Cut's been taking, Cut has a record. It's only like 1 in 5 at the moment. That's not too bad.
Like their looks are. They can have double senti setups on one side. They can hit tiles crunches. The playbook is so deep, and you might look at that and go, "Oh yeah, it's a double senti comp. It's really easy. It's very." Let me go ahead and tell you, tried running it on our Premier team.
Vitality vs NAVI? I mean, yeah, there's one.
Yeah, we went like 1-1 that week, and we lost every single scrim.
Yep.
It's hard to do. It's really hard to do.
What were the weaknesses that you had identified with it?
Oh, I don't think we have enough time.
You be out of NAVI? Yeah, but you're naming another week, that's what I mean.
I learned a lot about how difficult
1 out of 5 record isn't too bad.
It's not an easy
Dude, it used to be
vanilla comp
1 out of 2, so if anything, we gotta take the
There's a
win.
lot of complexity to running it well.
Good points made there for
The
sure.
Koi one?
Well, let's
Ooh,
go
that's
ahead and
true.
jump into the action.
Which
You
means
castle this one. Look,
well, we
guys,
predicted
we're
the
around
MIBR
same
one,
age,
right?
So I find them relatable and not
We
at
went
all
half and
scary.
half for this,
It's
I think.
Riven Van Silly. Not scary at all.
Thank you very much, Desk, and we have an amazing matchup for you here. Two teams who historically have very
different playoff trajectories. Sentinels finding themselves always going towards the end, making it far enough to be at the international stage, but C9 not so much.
Exactly. C9, their story is like amazing during the regular season, and then just crashing out during the
Yeah,
playoffs. And
dude,
I
they
love
crumble
that these now
here.
going into this
Surely
best
they
of
don't
three
crumble
in the
here.
upper brackets of this playoff. It's actually the first time that these two teams face against each other in 2025, and C9 coming with a whole different iteration with 2 new players versus when they played in the Red Bull home grounds during the offseason.
Absolutely.
Also on Ascent. Brenton mentioned it. One of the best defensive
Did
sides
Sen mess
we've
up on the
seen out of
veto?
Cloud9
I mean, let's
on
find
this
out.
map. But they start
Sentinels
off
on
the
defense,
attack
C9
where they
on
haven't been
attack.
tested yet, and Sentinels coming out with a composition of the KO Teo
Flash.
that has been a pain point
Flash
for a
on
lot of
short.
teams so far. And C9 will kick things off in his pistol round
To know
on the
if they're
attack side.
there to
Opened
create
up
pressure like you're splitting, but you're actually splitting from one.
Yeah,
Sure.
looks like they leave a little bit of the vice util for Sentinels at defense B.
Yori
and look to
TP back
focus this
aside.
A.
No one's
They've
heard it at the
chosen
moment. Dude, he
correctly
actually sticks
to
it with the
start
Omen
things
Flash.
off. Stuck behind the wall, stuck behind a bit of utility here. And now we see
Hey, this is a
Sen
nice
trying to get
strat.
back into sight as Net takes one down.
And then
They're
wall
still
over
just
the
milling
top.
about getting themselves
After
sorted out
plant.
here.
Oh, dude, how you meant to
looks like
retake
3 from
this?
Sentinels already to
After
crash back in
plants,
once Heaven gets
Sensor, Evan, and Door. Still gonna break this.
They'll have to start popping out
Wait,
through
this
this
is a
door, but
nice
there's still a
pistol.
sonic sensor on the other side that could stop
Oh, yeah,
it.
C9 like really legit at Ascent because their defense is nice.
Just there, Oxy
But
looking
this
to provide
is
that noise. They
this
get
is
stuck
cool.
just a little bit. Oxy taking the fight, has
They did
protection
good-
over
good
the
damage
shoulder,
on
but
top of
Zekin's
that.
going to be able to trade. They're playing this so calm. 3 in hell is a little scary, but they do still have Mitch on the outside,
Yeah,
so they
another
don't have
recon
to
can
worry. The
come in.
crossfires here should be enough. Celsius, John Cutie getting that ghost in the classic to do some big damage here, but it's up to the Vive Merchant. Can he do it? One jumping right click, and there's going to be a tight timer on
Nice
this
and
defuse.
easy on
That's
this one.
Mitch. That's
Dude,
the
lovely
classic,
pistol.
and that's C9
Lovely,
with the
lovely
pistol
pistol.
round.
Flash over towards short with the smoke and middle to create pressure over towards short, but then you're actually just hitting the site. You kind of split them up, and then your whole hits over towards here. All over the top. Shut the door. Smoke door.
On this map here of Ascent.
Yori TP
But
back
he had a
site
read in the very beginning.
with the
4
Omen
players
Flash
stacked
on
in
top of
heavily
it.
towards the A side, leaning towards
Nice
Zelsis'
pistol.
wall for information towards B.
Chase O with the Prime, thank you so much for the 7 months, mate. Thank you for doing that.
Cloud9, when they blocked out all the entries that Net had, buying the wall, going for the net, and trying to stop them this round. As Sentinels are trying to be aggressive in the very beginning, and look at how good that net is to
Sentinels
counter. Already
go
grabbing
for the punish.
board
Was
and
this
not
the
giving a
EG
chance
net
for
or was this
Sentinels
the
to
net
start
off the
with
wall?
a trap play.
Net was this. I'd have to watch that back. Or maybe we get some extra rounds for that.
Site to site here for round 1 and 2 as they
So,
organize
sorry,
around
EDG
B.
even.
You can see it's very light
EDG
on
do a
util, just
nice
Razorvine out
B
for now.
default.
And just the lure coming in from Vic.
And Sentinels can, sorry, C9 can do something similar.
Sentinels does have refreshable utility that could be very good to snap
I
up the
think,
second wave of C9, who
so
potentially is also
personally
waiting for the
me,
grab net back from
with
Net
the
to activate,
Yoru
so
comp on this
already making
map,
a lot of noise at the very
when
beginning
you
of the round.
can like
Why not?
heavy
Let's
default
grab
over
more. Let's
towards
min-max
these
the other
areas,
side for
even
Cloud9,
investing a
and try
smoke,
to figure out Sentinels
getting
are gonna
towards
be
these
a little bit antsy
corners
and over-rotate.
and
We're still
freeing
seeing
up
here
like
rotation coming back from the sponsor.
3 more Yoru
I like the fake they
TPs
can produce with this.
is very, very
Little bit of
strong for
noise,
side
action,
hits.
The flash in the ruse.
So
the play is
I think,
actually gonna be a beat. They get caught right
especially when you have the
0 point for
deadlock
this
that kind
too,
of
so that
perma
helps
shots
sell it a
down
little
over
bit more.
towards B
Actually, the knife only
with
seeing
Gravnet.
Oxy. They
I think
know
you
that the hits gonna be
can do
towards
some
B was
cool
a bad
stuff with
fake,
the Yoru.
So they have the perfect stack for this so far.
And a comp that normally needs to
Net
take
on
over
one,
towards
but
middle.
Second will trade here.
It's a heavy stack here.
They find Zeppa finally, as the whole death ball finally is able to come through the archway at B. Looks like a pop flash wants to come through. Zekin's going to use that for help,
Dude,
but
guns.
they can't. No, they can get the kill onto Oxy.
Weapon upgrades as well. Pop flash trying to delay.
Shot.
Yeah, weapon's down. That was a huge
Oh.
upgrade. It's going to be Stinger for Zekin.
Oh, that's a big round, man.
And they pull the rug out from under
That
C9.
is a big, big round. Stack over towards site.
Talk about the good reads
That
coming out
sting
from
is
John Cutie.
deadly.
When the knife only spots Oxy towards A main, when double footsteps are being thrown as an attempt for a fake, they knew exactly that the second wave hit was going to be towards this B site.
What is this?
And they have util, refreshed util coming out from Mateo. The crossfire is being set up. And look how clean Zekin looks here on a 1v2.
Nice smoke as well.
Stinger brought up, classic round purchased by Sentinels. And Zelsis is standing up tall.
The crowd's going so crazy. Okay, they buy Outlaw and C9 forced into this.
Big things Emmy said between games when playing
Outlook and one shot, all of them apart from
to get
that.
ahead of the team in the server, mostly against G2 because they win before
This is what I was
they even
speaking
get
about
in.
a
So
little
it's
bit, the
about
fact with the
C9
Graven that you can kind of
staying in
force over
control,
towards the
staying
mains.
in front of Sentinels, and that buy here hopefully helps them do this.
Sentinels can kind of do the same thing with the tail.
A lot of
That's the
time
thing
to
as
work
well.
when they're already meeting a little
Poseidon,
bit
thank you so much for the prime.
rebuttal here
Appreciate the
from
3
Sentinels.
months. Thank you so much.
Coming out from Zekin in round number 3, going with the outline.
That was the crowd,
This is what
Johanna.
C9's known for, playing a lot
They're
of
going
regen
nuts.
buys, regen shields. And he's just going to post up very easily to get the first blood onto Zeppa. So that forces now Cloud9 to stay as a group and try to find the right timing to hit towards this A side. Util to start spamming towards tree.
Whoa.
Annihilation prepared, thrown out to sight.
Nope.
Oh, he missed.
Oh, Nat on the right side as
Oh,
they start
Nat
to trade back and
though.
forth. The Stingers just seem to be the higher prio weapon right now that's doing the
Yeah,
damage.
everyone's one shot.
Plant on
Nice
Jenny and a
shot.
quick shot from Zekin. Always good for the one, but is the second one in
Can
the
pop
chamber
knives as well if he
ready
wants to.
for another member of Cloud9. 3v2, blades come out. Zekin tries to break the crosshairs, but he's going to be the one that also collects the kills as Vic is playing huge. Vic, the unsung hero since the Red Bull
Smokes
home ground, since
himself
he joined the
off.
squad.
I like that.
Can he collect this one over New Jersey's finest?
The read. And again, it's a one shot with the outlaw. Good read by Vic to not get pulled by the diffuse on the fake from Zekin.
Fakes on fakes here for both of them into the site. One shot miss.
Damn, Vic played this very well.
Enough to take it for C9.
Goodness, force buy paid off. Dude, Vic played that insanely well. Motor with the first tap smokes himself off, so it's not just at some like weird angle where he has to go like jump peek against an outlaw or he can get one shot. Waited for the tap as well again, took the space over towards the right. And he got the trades there.
We're going to have a highlight reel of Red Bull
Oh,
clutches
lovely shots,
in
mate.
this series. They talked about this game
Sick
being
round.
intense on the desk, and we're already witnessing this now.
It seems like when you call upon Vic, he steps up to the
Okay,
table.
Zekin hero gun. Zekin kind of looks on as well. Instant omen flash, instant recon. They were going fast in this one. Fawns over towards heaven, so I'm not sure Zekin can even help his team
With their
here.
attacks, knowing when they could possibly go for the throw, but they're not prepared. They don't understand what Sentinel can
What's
bring to the
going
table.
on?
A flawless round 4.
How?
And you know when you're going to play
Zekin's just
against
sitting still in
Cloud9, you will
Fawns.
have some
Kills
very
2,
fast rounds.
and
Blink and you miss
how's
it.
Narrate done that?
The push from C9, unfortunate miss from Net.
Oh,
to
the
couldn't-
Fawns goes
who
way
couldn't get
too
the
much
kill
to
at
the right, so it
generator.
gives him a bit of space.
Look at the crossbar setup. And you know, here in the Riot Games Arena so far, they've been loud here for the fans. On Sen City's side and also for Cloud9.
Yeah, the desk was talking about it. That sixth
Now what?
player of the team, the crowd.
And now they got their own hero gun. You got an omen ult if they want it.
In the same
Grab
home
net,
area.
insta over towards short,
that's for
smoke
Sentinels
here,
right
recon
now. The
middle,
cheers are there.
flash to see if they're
Don't
being
forget it, the
main.
Cloud9 fans are ready to support them as well, as they're still, we're all tied up here 2-2, and this low buy is going to mean C9 goes hunting in mid for a little something extra.
Oh.
They're crossing over. Big flash, but they couldn't push forward to get the pick. Although Net snuck through.
Nat clears
Yeah.
one and actually pushes Zekin off his line. They have the front side of B now to slowly creep in once the vines go down, but they have to be worried about how fast Sentinels is going to close
Oh,
back in on
can
this.
they?
Tempo quick. Zekin has nothing.
Oh,
but
okay.
the shorty.
I was gonna say, what
Guardian
can he do
pickup
back
for
aside
Oxy.
here?
Straight through dimensional drift into the round. Zekin's going to say no. 2 to the back of the site, and he clears it up, making sure it's secure.
He's out of there.
Now it's just finding out where the
No
safety
way.
goes. As he turns
There's
around
no
just on his
way,
six, he's able to get the
dude.
capitalization of the kill, but
That's
bang
nuts.
is all they need to
Dude, you
secure
pause the
round
minimap
now
at
as
that
we
time
go
when he
to
gets
6.
vice sorted, and you're
Punch
like,
for
well,
punch.
he's probably going to get one because he has a shorty. He gets 2. Obviously, the smoke's really nice to help him out of there.
Trying to go for the trades. You're on his
But he
broken bar. The
survives.
best weapon that you had was a Guardian.
And then
So you
gets that.
Pull out the Steel
Dude.
Guardian out from Zephyr. You're weakening the weapon towards the back. It's a shorty in the back of the site.
Oh, Emmy.
Gets 2 picks
Dude,
somehow.
he's 12
already a
and
second
3. He
Waystorm.
looks
He's already one away from a
unbelievable
third
right
one.
now.
Within 6 rounds.
Crazy.
And it was a head-to-head between Zekin and Oxy, but so far it's Zekin writing the story for Sentinels in the series.
Oh, and now we change it up. Smoke,
looking to where the
flash,
octane would come
tail,
from right now,
oh,
and
double
Zekin
flash.
is fueled by the
Double
team.
flash,
What
yeah.
a play towards tiles. Armageddon comes through as well, and Cloud9 didn't even
Wait,
get
that's
a chance
cool.
to breathe
I like
on
that.
this round.
This was a buy.
Because normally most people play anti, and then you have the Teo ult there as well to make sure that they go in front. Then you double flash. No one ever double flashes on the strat. See, look at him.
Giving a little taste of C9's own medicine. The aggression coming out on a B-side attack. The crunch towards tiles followed by the Armageddon. Definitely EMEA's calling a timeout here.
I think it's
And
one of the
everyone's doing
things
some
that
nice
is
stuff at the moment.
surprising all of us is that, you know, C9 would come out hard and you wonder if Sentinels can match it, but now Sentinels is going a step further and turning that up even more against C9, who won. They get that flaw. They get the second round or third eco that they had against Sentinels because they think, oh, we can go easy on this round. They're just going to have classics. But Sentinels have a plan for everything right now. And once they get the lead, it looks like they have a plan to very much keep control of the lead.
And I love that EMEA is working double shift here, coaching Cloud9 and going clubbing right after.
Yeah. When did he join the Mafia? It's crazy.
But he's been good under timeout calls. So trying to understand what Sentinel's currently doing, they've been having good reads on stacks. Crossfire is being set up, and when you're playing aggressive against Sentinels, Sentinels are down for that. They're down to go down and dirty and trade.
Okay.
It was an issue that he kind of had towards Bangkok, but something that they started building up here towards Split 1 to see.
This is a good chance for Sentinels to get even more money, and the money's actually really, really good right now. They're set for a pretty good half, but honestly, against this comp, they kind of need a good half. It's going to be interesting to see how C9 play their defense as well, because when they did it, they like, I think it was like 12, or is it 12 or was it 11? Majority of their rounds, they had their Vice wall over towards middle.
And
We'll
there's
see
no
if they
tape
want to
for
do that
Sentinels
again.
on this. They could feel very comfortable from scrims on what Ascent has to bring is one of the maps.
Okay, Gravnet
We
over
have to see
towards
them
A,
on
create
here.
A pressure, then into group
Still
over towards
feeling
short.
comfortable at this point.
You're not seeing for Cloud9 after this timeout, though, that are trying to go for something aggressive. Something that actually under MCE's helm in the past used to be something that C9 loved to do during these timeouts with stinger buys.
Yeah. The wildly high eco percentage, being able to win all their low buy
That was
rounds.
nice. They
because
do
of
the deep
just
wall.
Playing it like a regular
But this
round,
wall's
how
kind of
serious
strong.
they
Deep
took it.
wall, and then
already
you
Sentinels
can
winning here in terms
protect
of
it.
utility trade. You're trying to activate this
Kind of
wall
want to do
from
the clone
Oxy
close
just
to this
try to
wall
bait it
to
out so you
make
can
sure it doesn't
potentially go
happen,
for
but
a better
still
split
can get
later
shot.
on or try to sell some sort of fake. And with the wall still staying up, it seems as though with the minute mark, they kind of just want to stick together and go for the death ball. We talked about a stinger buy that wasn't for a full team, but at least you have it on Zeppa and Net.
The great reclear though,
That
like
wall
look
is
at all
so
of
hard
this.
to break. You have to put yourself in such an awkward position even to jump in as Zekin's ready for one.
Plays for him again.
Always getting that first vision and happy to back into sight to just set up his own little garrison, his own little
Yeah,
way
here comes
to
the
protect
smoke. Here's the
everything, even if
delay.
he doesn't
Kev's
have
going to be able
help.
to
He's done
rotate in time.
a
He's
great
going to be able
job
to
at it
flash
so
over.
far, and the vines and the rest of it still
Oh,
holding
what
it.
a shot that is. They pick up a gun. There's a fast flank behind. Omen all gets
That's everybody in
cancelled.
sight lane. Now it has to be Sentinels to react.
Beacon of ults. No one to stop that.
Oh, they're not going to get that back either. Wall's
Dude,
going to go
this
up to protect it.
afterplan
That
util's
Celsius
too
is
good.
going down. And now they just have a few more. Still weapons
So
coming
fine
in.
with Mitch popping ult on this one with a
C9
recon.
has to play this smart, but they're actually not watching the angles from a distance here. Trade 2 for 1 as Oxy tries to stop the bleeding there, but he goes down as well. Can they get this one shut down? Mitch and John
HP.
Cutie both one shot to the weapons they have in hand right now.
Oh,
And
what a
that's going to be
shot.
Mitch again with another
Dude, big round from Mitch here. I thought he was going to pop his ult. He also spammed so much damage onto this guy from the recon early.
In this series, going
Yeah.
back and forth with both teams.
Hectic
What a
game
nice
already.
call by Cloud9 coming out from the timeout.
Everyone with the low
Despite not
buys
bringing
wins.
the wall up. Look at the util that was used in to enter towards that site. The net grabs Zelsis, the paranoia blinds on top of lane, and even the annihilation.
Zelsis
coming out
was
from
perma
Net
crouched like a
forces
whole
them
round.
Bang to cancel his ult.
Did you wake up with the tier 1? Thank you for the 16 months, dude. Thank you for that.
From the shadows, you get
How am I
annihilated.
feeling about
and that's it. So you have to
Vitality? I
cancel
mean,
to
I
get
don't
so
think they're
much
making
space, and they're in
Tranzo.
good position for the post plan.
And what is it?
I'll
A
see.
thrifty for a C9. Playing those
Looking a little
ecos
rough over there.
smart again. Opt for Zekin as they try to set up some hard lines here and shut down the speed of C9.
This is interesting.
We
We've
know
got
here in these
smoke
gun
on
rounds so far,
short,
telling the
recon
story
to
for
clear
Cloud9,
it,
it's been shut
TP.
down
If
right
the
away by
flash
Sentinels.
hits, then
This
they
time
own
there's a
them
little bit more
flash.
room to breathe.
Dude, I'm
An
surprised that
execution
flash
split
hit.
towards the B side combined with the Hunter's Fury
Why
towards
did
the back
this
of the
guy?
site. It looks like we're stalling just for a bit.
Okay, trade for trade. We're at a 4-4.
Still 2 on site, and they have Omen flashes to help them.
That have fallen here.
Or
So
flash
it should
singular.
Be still pretty easy for both teams to defend and get into sight on the retakes. They don't know Zekin's back there. Can they pinch him in? Oh my gosh, the Zealous Assault comes out, just gets everybody to scatter here, and that is going to be tough.
Very nice.
Sorry, that was Zeppa's.
But
As they go down
with
the
Prime.
round,
Thank
and
you so
Zekin
much,
gets
mate.
the
Thank
final
you.
kill. The Operator's
Thank you,
online, and now
Prime.
Cloud9 have something to worry about, even more so than just taking sites.
We talked about the buy rounds for Cloud9 being immediately shut down, and it's been kind of like the story for Cloud9 on their attack side so far. But getting 3 rounds out of 9, playing a double Sentinel comp. You kind of got to take it for now.
Jeez. I was looking at what Zealous' result. He just got more kills on the round anyways. It almost looked like he didn't
Force
even
them down
use
to
this that
Nico again,
round.
but we see what that's like.
All right. So where do they go now, Vance? Back and forth on the rounds we go. There's still some money for C9, but only the hero rifle for Oxy.
That's the only thing right there working for Oxy, and they're trying to use it towards the 8 side. At least it trades out, but Nary gives the advantage for Sentinels at the very beginning. Now the weapon's out. They can't really pick it up yet.
Okay, well, they know where to.
Unless they're able to push here, that person right back, and that's going to be Nary. Thankfully, the L drone pings them, and they could salvage this weapon and maybe turn it around once again for Cloud9 on another Thrifty.
Sentinels are starting to gain a little bit more map control here.
Is
getting
3
the
enough?
grabs,
Nah.
getting the early fights
I don't think
in
so.
their
It might be.
favor, and they are not wasting time.
The
to
problem
make sure
is that
they
they've
have more
already
info on
shown
the
like a
extremities from
full
this.
half
Any way
of
to
defense
further shut
before.
down C9. Still 3
You
members
probably
alive,
see
and
like a
this
bit of
lurk
a
could get sketchy here towards mid from Zeppa.
like a pretty good game plan come out from.
That's twice that
Sentinels.
happens here for Sentinels, leaving a wall all the way back to prevent a push, but 2 times it's been punished. They got to change this wall now for Sentinels, but if not for Cloud9, they're pitching in towards this A site. They have a good read.
And a beautiful shot from John Cutie to start shutting this down. Narrate just on the edge, and they know they're going away from the Operator. They're trying to pin down the rifles, and they just have one more inside A site now. The IGL, John Cutie trying to call the shots here, can't do it.
Bro.
Without the help of Zekin, and
Is it
the Operator
just
now
every
has to
50?
retake the site from 2 members of Mitch and Zeppa.
And if I'm Zekin, I'm going for this. On fire so far, it doesn't even matter if he gets pinged out, dashes forward.
Oh my god.
He does one. Zekin already pulls the
Oh my god. Dude, he's unstoppable at the moment. What are these rounds?
Zekin today?
Oh, he shouldn't have been alive for that long though, right?
How does he get a 360 shorty kill onto the first guy and still
He's
has time to go for a
17 to
quick
4.
And he is pushed into that play. That wasn't his decision. He
Exactly.
said, oh, I'm about to get pinged by a dart. Let me quickly come up with a play to kill these 2 players. Like instantaneous
Oh, way.
from this guy. Look at that. Zalsis is out of his chair. You know when you're even getting your teammates hyped up from plays they're not expecting. You're doing it right.
He's like, how the
Zekin
hell
is
are we
here
winning
to
these
play
rounds,
today.
dude?
17,
How?
4,
Dude,
and
the
1.
IMI cam must have been so funny
You
that
want him in
round.
forward positions, he's getting an op kill. You want him to anchor towards the B side,
Late
he's gonna get
knife
some
over
picks. You want
towards
him
A
in
after the
clutch on a
smoke's
retake?
gone. Oh, okay.
Zekin's your
Maybe
man
if you
today.
hear a TP, they wanted to
They
lock
leave
him
him
in.
over at B. Their Sentinels are hardly changing anything about the defensive setup. A little bit more rotation.
Decoy goes in.
possibility
We're
for
gonna
John
break this
Cutie.
again.
He can lean
Oh,
from
I triggered
site
it.
to site here, as it's
Same
still
idea, though.
Cloud9 trying to toy with mid. They didn't break the wall earlier since it's such a weird spot to get up and push with the angles that have opened. So using the clone for that.
Exactly.
They still have nowhere though.
It's actually a good one to bring the clone out that time. Remember, we talked
It
about how
is.
they were punished with the wall towards M3, towards the spawn. Now a double swing to try to punish the crossfire setup from Sentinels, but war attrition. A couple of utils being thrown out.
That's good damage though
Small
onto
stalemate
them.
with 50 seconds left on the clock. So C9 could now continue to work around the map, try to force these rotates. And it starts off with
Spike solo walking middle. He's got help now.
Mitch moving forward.
Zelsa sees the shoulder. They both are able to trade that vision. And C9 still trying to hit almost on every point of the map right here. Back towards Cat. They still have Teo. They still have a bit of a crossfire towards site.
Good
Air
off
race
angle.
ready for the side shot.
Nice
Is
shot.
able to get Oxy just through the wall at the end. And now he's pinched, but he gets the paranoia help, sight help from the team, and it's absolutely huge.
It's a
That
solid
call
lockdown
Bang,
from them. It's a great
paranoia
flash from
and
Bang.
the cleanup from Sentinels. The teamwork is absolutely immaculate for
That's
them.
what I was wondering here. Vic was still holding towards A main at this point. Still had a paranoia. I don't think the knife was ever thrown by John Cutie towards the front.
No, just on Cat area.
I'm assuming right now Cloud9 or that previous round was trying to push forward, trying to find information so that Vic could throw the paranoia to allow
so
here,
rough, though.
Cloud9 to really move in towards the A site.
So worth
But
getting
they were
that gun
shut
on them.
down, no communication where to throw the flash. And that's a small little fumble coming out for the first time in this series, I got to say here. Because both teams have been really fighting well, toe-to-toe, reading the good macro, but right there at that spot, there should have been some good reads coming out here, at least some assists from Vic to allow those players on tree to move in.
And I think C9
Double
call a
timeout.
timeout. Vans, you pose the question, is the attack side something we have to worry about for C9, starting on attack and not starting on defense?
I mean, they have your ult though,
Once
right?
they get into the site, we saw the speed they were trying to use. The Deadlock can lock it down. The Vice can lock it down, but Deadlock and Vice aren't necessarily great
2
for taking
timeouts.
that
I mean,
site.
probably has
So
a
we're
lot of
seeing
faith in their
C9
defense
get
as well.
stalled out so much.
This is like
There's
the
definitely
half
a
that he
game
has
plan
to help
around
them
Cloud9
out
around
with.
this composition for sure with the double Sentinel.
Plus, if they
for
start
sure
doing
they're
the comeback
preparing
anyway,
against,
Sentinels will
KO,
time out for them.
example, and also a Teo. There's a lot of missiles, a lot of knives that could break out for this utility, and that's why Brent was saying Cloud9 has such a good defensive side, because not only can they pivot the util back and forth, maybe stack from here and there, but C9 are quite aggressive at the very beginning of these rounds too.
Yeah,
you
they're
can't
trying to
play
be.
turtle back, because if you're going to get hit by a knife, you're going to hit by salvos. The
Which
util's
comp
already
do I
gone.
like better?
So you have to fight aggressive
like-
at the very beginning.
Yeah.
That was something
like
that
both
worked very
comps.
well against Leviathan.
I would like
during the
this
regular
more
split.
if this
They won
was a
that game
Teo, but
13-3.
the Sova's pretty good.
So they have, what, a 12-1 on the defensive side. So getting 3, again, as I say, it's not too bad looking at Cloud9 because they look very clean on the defense, but for sure, coming out of this timeout, that's why Imi's using both of them right now on their attack side, just to try to salvage these last 2, when they once again have not too much utility to work with, but, or in terms of weaponry,
Do they want a
but they have the
Yoru
ults, and they've been really good with
ult
the
this?
Annihilation hit the last time around.
And looking at Sentinel side, you always have to look at Zekin right now. The operator out. Now from
looks
B
like it might
main,
be good
pushing
for
mid
another
and
now.
takes down net. So even if we do see C9 getting a
Jet
sight,
or
that
Yoru on
hold
Ascent.
becomes that much
If I'm running a
weaker.
Teo, I
Zekin
want a
has been
Yoru,
so
to be
pivotal
honest.
this game so far.
It
I
just
think
makes
that's
the options
18
so easy.
kills for him as well. And the op hasn't slowed him down and even retaking sites alone.
That's Cloud9 that was trusting that smoke too much. Being pulled up on M2 right by Pizza. Zekin just walks through that, gets an easy kill and dashes away, while everybody's so hyper-focused on trying to take up Catwalk. A little bit of a fumble once again for
Why
Cloud9
Yoru's
out
so
of the
good with
timeout.
Teo, just
Micro mistakes,
completely
like,
opens your
renders
options away, you
costly
can
'cause
TP
Sentinels
too.
are closing and taking a huge lead on this first half.
Oh, John Cutie playing that angle perfect. Narrate takes another one down, and even the eco rush, that little death ball through market, could not make it alive. Sentinel starts to pinch in from
looking
every
clean.
which way. They're varying up things that C9 has looks at, right where John Cutie is getting those kills. Zelsa's played a few rounds ago, so who's playing it and how they're playing it is changing. C9 may be expecting a bit of the same, but they're always seeing a lot of different things here.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, yeah, they decide to use the Steel Guardian for Zeppa for that split. Don't do that, John Keane. What happened last time we did that little one? But
Yeah,
trying to
instant
get
round.
that split towards that reset was
Maybe
fully
instant
denied, but at
round.
least
These
they
two
had
combo
weapons
pretty
to work
well.
with this time around, and
These
also
two can
still some
combo
more
pretty
ults.
well.
So leveraging Oxy this time around, who's been relatively quiet so far in his head-to-head matchup between him and Zekin, could get a lot of information here for maybe doing some sort of combination with the Dimensional Drift and also the Annihilation from net, so that they could open up a site. But they have to figure out where Sentinels are currently
Great
positioned, and I
shot.
love that to start. A great
trade,
first
though.
blood from Zekin, but at least it gets immediately traded out, and that's finally C9 working on those fundamentals that were kind of needed in the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, they're trying to put their cat hold back together here. You see quickly John Cutie coming around if there needs to be a flash. They get the drone, they'll have the knife. And it looks like they are going to try to dimensional drift
where
over
the
here
Yoru
towards A.
came
The
from.
step up though from Bang just to get a little further and take him off guard.
Big 1v1. That is a massive
Neri
1v1.
coming in, closing
Probably the
down
rounds.
the site, playing previously where John Cutie was, so they're rotating each other around here, as I said before, but still the hold is just the same.
Very,
There it
very
is.
nice.
Zeppa goes down
Raid did great. I mean,
9-3 here
Zekin
for
took
Sentinels
over
on the
though.
first half,
Like Zekin
after
really
quickly pulling
took
away
over.
early.
It was going back and forth until finally you're starting to get the ult. And also Zekin on an operator.
Narrate had a
That's been
nice
something that's
tail
been a
on this one as well to make sure that no one could really follow up the
Bang, getting
Yoru.
in front of the Dimensional Drift. Creating ruckus, not giving a chance for C9 to activate here on the attack, but hopefully they can here on the defensive side.
Sen City looks to keep the momentum going when we come back from the break.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie.
He with the
use your new
pistol,
door.
yeah.
Come on, let's go.
Sentinels really locked this down.
Go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'll send in, they look great.
The new Red
It's going to be a little bit harder on attack, but again, I think they still have a pretty good game plan. I would imagine for most of these buy rounds, they default over towards middle, because C9 put their Vice wall over towards middle. Isn't this the SEN permaban? I mean, they've been focusing on some maps that they weren't good at previously. They managed to get their Haven crazy good. Then, no, I think they'll be doing pretty good. I think they'll have a good plan for this on attack, but we'll see. I think NRG has a chance against 100 Thieves tomorrow. I have them winning. I have NRG winning tomorrow. Not that that'll make you feel any better, because I don't predict much stuff right. But Cutler with the Prime, thank you for the 8 months. We got Amy JM with the Prime as well. Thank you for the 5 months. And Syndicate 1012 with the Prime. Thank you so much as well, dude.
With a 6-round lead on
as well. Thank you so much for the Primate. Appreciate the 17 months.
9-3 here, and C9 is
I
known to be pretty good on
we're doing okay in
defense,
Americas,
but
but
can they find that play style now after Sentinels came out this strong?
I think right now though. Oh, okay. I mean, we're 1 for 1 right now, but
if not, it's
no, they won't last for long.
Easy first map for Sentinels
this
to
won't
start
make
this series.
C9 fans feel any better. 1-0 on the Pistols.
Yeah. You see the positioning from C9 at the, from Sentinels at the very beginning here. It's just going to be to scale up to try to find some
Any
information.
shock with that? No, okay.
Bang is all the way back at the top middle.
Dude, I thought we were going to be shocking off of that one.
A lot of damage onto Mitch, and that's not going to refresh.
This is tough though. Nary cannot overextend so far because he has his spike, but thankfully a defensive smoke will allow here his teammates to meet up with him.
Just buying more time, making a little noise. They want C9 to dislodge
They
themselves
locked
from
off the
those initial
spike.
positions here.
They're actually going to get pretty early info that they're here and they're clearing middle at the same time. Does Vic get his smoke in time for when they start shooting this?
Holding back and forth in the very beginning. They're expecting
Yeah, they're trying to just blast it early.
on the defense. And you're seeing it slowly. It's a scale. Look at the minimap. They're actually pushed out here towards the A side. But now they're read on the wall.
Protocol
Oh,
wall
they
takedown.
didn't
It's gonna
check.
be logs.
Oh, that's a great kill though. It's probably the one. And Omen Flash.
Coming fast with the kills on attack. It is a swarm from Sentinels, and now they're going to have the site.
Yeah, it felt like they didn't really get to comb how they were going to help each other out.
Try to make sure he was one of the crossfires on the outside of this boathouse so they don't get utiled, and it's going to be the 2-1 split here from C9.
They need Oxy and Mitch to get value out of this recon flash. They could maybe get some wall bangs with these ghosts.
Well, now, I mean, it comes down to the Yori flash.
So they can't dodge would be perfect here if they can just get it over the wall.
Yori
in
flash
time. Vic's trying to
recon.
draw the attention. 1 and 2 come out from the left side. It's the util. It's the fight now.
Very
and
nicely
Sentinels
done
has
from
their eyes on the
Sentinels.
prize, and they instantly wiped
Had a
out
good
the
plan
3
on
members
this one.
from C9.
I think C9 could have played it a little bit better, especially with the push off of here. I think you need to buy time for them, but I get that the deadlock was like committed. But I think whoever was stairs probably should have chilled and played with the Omen flash.
So again, I just
But
think they have
maybe Zephyr didn't want to look like he was
understanding
baiting.
how to play against Cloud9 so far. Even though Cloud9 have only played this map once this split, they've always second banded against other teams, thinking right now that
The force buy on defense.
Levittown will be enough to play against Sentinels.
The Stinger force buy on defense. This might be a fast one.
As backs against the wall in the first
If
map,
they
have
lose
to make a
this,
play.
And what
oh
else would
boy.
C9 do but push on a round where they might be forced
They are good with them though.
against the
Good
game
amount of
point
damage
very
done.
soon. So Sentinels, knowing they buy, backing up, still lose second. That's how hungry C9 is to get these Stingers to go to work. All the deadlock utility at A means they can start to focus a little bit more of the map here.
But they did do some damage onto Oxy and Mitch. Both of them quite low, while the rest on the side of Sentinels, you still have 2 rifles in the hands of Zelsis and Narrate.
What goes
2
in
body
with
shots and the
forms?
players are down.
Dude, they hear the
Delay on
running though.
delay. 54
Hear the
seconds
running,
left.
hear the orb. 50 seconds. Obviously, they could
Oh.
just cut sound and just stay
With the
here.
spike moving, this becomes
Rotate
interesting.
does come out though.
Unless they hit a little bit cat and go back to market here. feel like they
Net
might
still
stretch
has
themselves
grav
a little
net.
thin, but it looks like they'll just leave that one lurk on mid.
And Zeppa just threw
There's
a
this
flash
great
onto
pressure on
B main and it
short,
didn't get the contact
flash,
onto Zelsis,
knife, go
which is why
back.
we're not fully rotating yet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Way
they're trying to
towards the
fake
side
this
where they were
heavy.
trying to work before, but
Oh,
everybody's taking
TP
control of
over the
map
wall,
around
like
Sentinels.
this. Big fan of this. Oh, no,
Easily
he
back
didn't.
towards
Okay,
mid. That's
well.
going to be timing on the wall to drop it. Oxy's not going to
Oh,
think it. He's going to
what
think
the
it's a
hell?
clone.
Hello?
Bang was already there. And now Mitch, like you said, already
If
low
that was a
in
TP
sight.
over the
Zephyr
wall, I
just
could
behind.
understand
How
it,
much
but-
damage can they do? And is it enough to shut down the rest of the members of Sentinels? 12 seconds left. Zelsis gets a pivotal kill inside sight so they can get the spike down.
Own them with that flash.
And this leaves the two Stingers full HP on the half armor to come in. Bang already takes one out, and that's going to be Zelsis.
Yeah, I mean, I think
finding
that is the map done
Sentinels
here.
gaining control of the situation very quick here to get another round.
Yeah, in a round where it's not Zekin that needs to pop off, and when he's already sitting in the
Dude, that
silence,
was rough
the rest
from
of them
Oxy,
are actually
though.
activated here for Sentinels
The
on
wall's
the
been
attack.
hit, and he's not
Very
expecting
nicely
someone
done on
to
how they
push
control
through.
around the map, and yeah, another small fumble, unfortunately, coming out from Cloud9. The wall's been activated. There has to be a call that potentially there's going to be some sort of pressure out of Sentinels on the other side towards that spawn. And Noxy gets caught rotating across with a knife out.
Let's go.
Easy kill coming out from Bang. And
Yeah, at this point, you got to double
They are
down and
getting
spine
worked. A
to
stark difference already in our duelist that we tried to match up today in Oxy and Zekin. Oxy at the bottom of the board there for C9, so Sentinels is not letting him get online, and it has been a problem for C9 here as Zekin is just running away with this game and the team behind him.
And C9 have to be worried too. The nature of the composition around Sentinels, if they're going to try to play it very passively in the very beginning, or if you're trying to play a la G2 sometimes, when you're pulling out these salvos at the very beginning at the entrances of A main and B main, it renders it very difficult for C9 to play as aggressive as they want to. So C9 definitely has.
Yeah, this
a
is
lot to
nice
think
from
about here to
Sentinels,
try to
though.
come back in his first
Probably
map
thought it
on
was going to
their
happen on
map
those buy rounds. Oh,
Double swing denied
bit
at the
of
very beginning,
lineup
and
as
C9
well.
are in a position where
The
they're pretty
Sentinels
much
are
gonna
pretty
force every
nice,
single
though.
round.
It's from a
Then
1-3-1
pressure over towards short
hold.
back into the
Usually
split.
that's just for
Good luck to
info,
Mitch,
but to
mate.
get
Yeah,
a
kill three.
flat, like Sentinels is
Guess
in
go
the
four.
position, everything going their way right
God,
now,
they
and
wrecked them.
they can do no wrong, rather. That's going to be the hit back, flawless round coming
They'll
in.
look
as
up
they
here
get
as
into
well.
game point here,
I think
12
this
to
is C9's
3
map.
on Cloud9's map of Ascent.
And the game plan's simple here for Sentinels. Just stay back towards the spawn, let them walk towards you. Zelsis gets a beautiful double kill in the very beginning right here.
Yeah.
But that's what you kind of have to.
The C9 look bad. I mean, they're doing a couple of rough things for sure, but Sentinels look really
They
good.
have to try to go for a buddy system. And
Like
maybe
I
punish
think, I mean,
the
this
extremities.
guy,
Because if not, if they're staying
this guy
within the
saved
site,
them
you
from
might get
being
hit by
like
a
this
K9
at
pull
the
that huge kill
very
from the
least.
Sentinels are gone. The Sentinel player is not,
That can
of
do
course, the Sentinels.
so well.
That could be
Okay,
rather
9 chances though.
Okay.
Finally, some sort of hope here. First blood coming out in even a second.
Wait a minute. And this is why
Yeah, you
C9
say wait a
is
minute, but we got a
C9,
long
'cause
time
they
there.
can do this, and you just don't
Got a
understand
long
where they
way
pulled it
back
from.
from
Wasn't
this
a
one.
timeout, wasn't anything. They just activate on mid. No other kills are on the map. Mid, everyone mid. Maybe some rotations from the side, but it was in mid. And I think that was a little bit of that C9 taking control of the game from the beginning, right? It seemed like Sentinels had the rounds every time they started, but C9 finally can inject themselves a little bit there and show that they are worthy of taking the aggression.
Took better rounds, but maybe C9 were finally figuring out here that there wasn't enough pressure from
So when do Sentinels get all their ults? Because they ain't it. They can just chill. They can just chill and wait for these three.
We still have a long way to go here. Another 8 rounds. And it's kind of squashed the question of will Sentinels map pool be exploited a bit here. I think they've really just had this hidden in their back pocket.
What a nice flash by
Nice
Oxy.
flash.
Good push out. C9 getting a little angry here. Gotta see it. We gotta see a change in something, even if it's pushing more, being aggressive more. Sometimes you gotta go outside the box. The push around as well. This could be huge at top mid. They're getting timing on the map, and they may lose it over to the side of Bang, but that's not going to give the rest of Sentinels a free path to Bang.
And he's walking through. Right now, if Sentinels could continue to delay towards B main, they need to find it to allow this so that Bang can find the perfect timing in the back of the site.
No more.
Fortunately, though, Nara gets spammed through the smoke, and that's already a player down.
He's just trying to live for one more kill. Bang finds one, and now John Cutie knows. Gets the flash out, can't get it. Yes, he does. Double tap to the head of Nat.
Dude, they might actually lose it. Omen all gets the plant down early.
30 seconds left. The thing is that he canceled the
What happens here though?
While John Cutie was going B.
Yeah, he was going B. Oh, bit of a misdirect there, I think.
Stealing sight.
Well, the Omen flash looked good.
He's delayed enough time.
Dude, actually hit both of the Omen flash.
He gets out of position with the TP, and now John Cutie meets up with him.
Oxy first. Oxy goes down first. Mitch makes a distraction. Oh, Mitch actually able to get the first kill here. John Cutie coming up big. It's not going to be him. It's going to be Noxy.
Mitch even win that?
Mitch to take this round and bring it to 5. Inching their way back in, but Sen can explode at any time.
I mean, I feel like Sentinels probably had him in the
really thought that John
2v2 there.
Cutie was going to try to drop the spike a little bit earlier so that
Still not a good sign for C9 though.
have a safer TP
That he's
to
got
pick
so
up the
close.
spike. I mean, he had to pick it up out in the open, which is probably the reason why he had to cancel, just in case somebody was waiting on the rotate towards the market. So as he canceled it, he's still towards the garden.
Wait, that 1v1's so that 1v1's so good.
Thankfully, Oxy was still in dimensional drift.
That was like the best 1v1 I've ever seen.
Chance there for John Cutie, who unfortunately couldn't clutch the 1 versus 2.
Okay, Oxy's digging into the pockets here. Trying to push himself up the list. Goes for the operator now from the defensive side, and we saw what it did
Nico,
for
thanks so much
second.
for the 13 months. Appreciate the
Trying
prime.
to have the same results.
There's no way. I mean, they'll
Posted
just
up on
ult. They'll just ult combo. It should be impossible.
Still up. They're trying to find an angle here towards tiles, which may work.
They expect it. They expect everything right now from C9. And they actually give Zekin that space immediately. He takes it so fast. Oh, the shot just over Zekin's shoulder.
Big miss.
Both actually make it out pretty healthy on that one as Oxy will regen just a little bit, and Zekin takes this fight for himself.
I think Mitch actually spotted the players up on catwalk when he droned out from the garden. So
What
C9
ends up
has
saving
a
him?
Pretty good read here that they're still very slow on the hit.
Yeah.
Fast shot, but you got the forms from the other side of the map though.
You're playing across map though, so the barrier survivors are still
Well, I
really
like
good.
the idea. You're trying to ult from the forms.
Beautiful,
It's pretty cool.
nice.
It's a nice
on the
MTKO
razor
setup
vines
as well.
You see Zeppa over at the B site. The utility can be used off of that ultimate since he's not getting hit. And now
Well,
Sentinels is left
there
wondering
goes one of the ults.
where do they go from here? Who's actually at the site? And they're not going to have enough players to get through
30
here. So
seconds left.
C9 are able to capitalize on one more round for themselves and slowly finding a way in. But is it too little, too late? We almost have to ask that on every round as they've allowed Sen to get to 12. The pressure rounds must make it so much more difficult.
Yeah, and they don't really want to go to try to make it expensive for Cloud9,
No.
even though a couple of them could still buy within the next
10
round. But
seconds left.
Zekins seems like he's one away here from
C9
the
bad or
Blade Storm.
Sen good? I mean,
But the
mostly
last
Sen
two
good
players
from
down
what I'm
here and Harry
seeing.
just want to save
Imi will
these two
say C9 bad. But
Oh,
so far so good.
there's a lot of good from Sentinels.
Zeppa. Not a good story finish, unfortunately, there for John. At least, sorry, for John Cutie. But C9 did a really good job here to shut that down. Again, doing a little bit of a classic in terms of playing on extremities to avoid the utility or avoid the KO ult.
Okay, got a
So they
timeout
had a
out of them
perfect
though,
delay
and this
going out
might
towards the
be
race
to be
lines or
like
the traps to be placed.
we
You see the
only
combination.
all when
A nice
we've
one from Mitch,
got the
taking out
advantage
Zekin,
instead of 50-50.
who still is currently on fire, 20 and 10.
Could be something about the
And
wall
it
over
forced out
towards
the
middle
first
as well.
timeout
They
from
spotted it
Sentinels.
a lot of times.
I think C9 finally getting the op, and even the shot missed on Zekin slows down a bit of what Sentinels has to do, or activates them to push towards the site. They activate into the Razor Vines. They were kind of not on their own time is the whole point, and I think C9 likes that. So at 12, game point, and losing 3 in a row, a timeout coming in from Kaplan.
Yeah. Thankfully, on that previous round, they already found out that Oxy is wielding an operator.
Exactly.
So now the timeouts is, can we try to push him away? Are we going to try to get the Blade Storm out from Zekin so we can have a healthy buy overall across the board for Sentinels? Leverage
Yeah,
Celsius'
especially with
ult to
these
just
two.
overpower Cloud9. And it may be that start because all of Sentinels
Hey,
are leaning
what?
towards this A site.
Nice and simple on this one.
Away
Pick up the orb, insta hit over towards A with
Away
knives.
from Oxy's position currently. He's just waiting for the right time to get the TP out. You can see him, he'll place it across here.
Picking the
on
right
top
side,
of
but
Heaven.
obviously your TP is going to be heaven.
and then try to get a pick towards
Oh, this is the RRQ stun.
So all of this is being avoided by
VINCERE.
Sentinels in the very beginning. The pop flash potentially is going to come out to swing out towards main.
Second orb into knives. He's going to get that right away. Only a shorty buy so they can get the money spent around.
Oh, and they're going to go hard.
Oh, it's a
yeah.
good bust
Somebody's gonna
here.
get caught by this.
Knife's good as well. Omen flash is
That'll
good.
work on the way in. Steel Garden goes down. And look at that second just
It's a
shooting
great
ducks at the back
sight
of
hit.
sight. Nobody even knows he's there. A shorty from Zeppa here wondering if he can get out of the smoke without being seen first. As the Phantom comes out next, and it is going to be enough to get one, but Zeppa cannot get out alive as they start trading shots towards Hell.
Ooh.
And that's what it feels like right now for Sentinels inside A. Mitch again on the clutch versus Celsius. Spike is planted.
Recon in full.
Plenty of time to play with a few fake defuses and push into the site. Celsius with no utility here, not even
Recon's
the Rose.
back up. He knows he's towards the left now.
Half is there. Goes for the shot. Mitch gets another one. Mitch keeps
Dude.
Cloud9 alive.
How many has he won? He's won 2 1v1s, right?
For the veteran
Keeping
player.
it going.
Just unfortunate. Some pure
A nice
looks
shot
that came
from
through
him.
that a recon dart went towards a way where you can't get Celsius to break the dart right away. So with the ping coming through, you're able to get it halfway. You could now play the time onto Mitch. He
That's a
dodges
great shot with the
flash,
10 on the
turn
flash.
back,
And
the
the Rose.
instant headshot onto Celsius. Again, because Celsius shot, he knew he was on the left side of wine. He could just turn, go back,
Guy's
look to the
face.
front. Potentially
Okay,
could be a
Oxy
pulsar
gets
flip
the op out.
Honestly,
And
since Mitch back in the inauguration of Valorant in
kinda
2020 to when he's brought on the team now, has been one of
using
the
a lot
most
of ults.
flexible
I thought this was the
agent
round though. I
slash
can't even
players
blame
with gun
Celsius
use
for using
too.
the ult
Operator,
here.
Vandal, Phantom.
Used it after
You
they got
can
the first
look
kill,
for
I'm
it all
pretty
from
sure.
Mitch, and he's really making a resurgence here. Brought back onto the Cloud9 squad, bringing back a 7th round here for him on this first map. And now they have to clear
Dude,
just
look
5
at the
more rounds to bring it
confidence.
to OT.
Triple
Actually, a
push
tough
middle.
task to
That
have
spot's
with
2
how the game
insta
has been
ult.
going as
Oh, that's
Annihilation
nice, but
starts off and will grab.
doesn't. Yeah,
Narrate
nothing
first,
behind
but he's
it.
saved.
Now they place the wall
And
on
they
the
know
attack
they're
side
heavy
to
over
prevent
towards
any
middle,
type
so they
of
insta
Cloud9
react by pushing over
B-side
towards
crunch.
site.
So knowing that there's not going to be anybody close. Beautiful ult coming through from the Armageddon. Here comes the hit from Sentinels.
Nice spam through. They're trying to get these shots before they even happen, and the Phantoms are helping them do it through the smoke. Still clearing sight, but Zekken goes down for one of the first times.
Nice
as he
shot.
makes it in. Or no, Zekken goes, he gets a kill, I should say. As
So
Oxy
2v2.
answers back, the
Double.
duelists are firing hot right now, and who's going to overheat on this one, and who's going to keep their cool? Dimensional Drift goes through, so Oxy knows exactly what's going on in the back of the site.
Trying
and
to
now
spam through the
Mitch
wall.
starts to creep into position so they can activate the protocol. Just to the left, spam through the box. It's a tough spot for Zekken as he can't get help from John Cutie on the same angle. A stiff wind will blow Oxy down, and a quick transfer could take Mitch as well. Almost there.
Bro,
But it starts
6
up top. Mitch
HP.
finds the frag, and
It
C9
was
find
6
8.
HP.
The HP remaining on Mitch and
Okay,
Oxy
it
combined
was 9.
at 8.
It's now 4.
6 on Mitch, 2 on Oxy, and they're still able to convert a
They used
2v2.
tail ult. We've
So
now
far
had
Chaos,
in
those
separate
Sentinels have
rounds
been doing an
a
excellent
KO
job
ult,
on these hits.
a Vice
But
ult,
C9
a
when they
tail
come
ult.
back to try to fight,
They didn't use them all in the same
not
rounds.
giving a chance here for Sentinels to really set up to a plan.
And
or to
honestly,
pulse
there's a
line. It's been very
there's a
close
good
towards
chance
the
they
end.
don't get
And
this
same
tail
thing
ult
again.
back.
Let's go, Francis! Let's go, baby! That's all you! That's all you! Let's go! Come on!
Boom. All right, Nat.
Damn, dude.
Don't usually hear too much from him. Not getting hype right now.
He's been loud this split for sure. Ever since he
Dang.
came back now into the VCT stage, dropped by G2 last year. Coming back this time around, I mean, he mentioned it in an interview, I think that was with Sage Tween, that mentioned that he was basically fighting his own demons, playing against himself in terms of not being able to get the confidence to compete here at the top level. But he's been doing pretty decent, not necessarily only in the kill department, but also in ways that he's using his utility as mainly the Deadlock or even a Cypher.
The last few games look great for him.
Yeah, he's an integral part to C9 in terms of how they're working around the site. He's just trying to stay alive, trying to find information into the mid-rounds, and has these moments where he gets good assists around his util.
Fans, both timeouts for Sentinels
Force
has been
him down
called
to an
on their
eco,
game
but
point.
obviously it's
Nothing left. That
stingers.
was
And in
4
the
rounds
past
left.
5 rounds, they've been
This guy,
called.
look in.
Yeah. Sen City wants the lock-in here. Can Sentinels deliver?
Still got the up
As
out.
Cloud9 is riding high, finding the
Dude,
silver
no ults
lining
for a
here on
while
the
other than
comeback from the
Omen.
defensive side.
And you know that
called it.
Omen
We wonder,
is always
fans,
going to
we
be
wondered
for the
about their
fast
attack
rotate
side. It
over
was a
towards
little
B. So
iffy
normally when you have the
because
Omen
C9
ult though, it is weaker
continues
over
to
towards
lock
B.
down their defensive
You
side.
could
A low
use
buy
that
here for
fake B
Sentinels
pressure and then go
to try
back
and
over
push through on
towards
this
A
round.
once the TP gets committed.
Off
Maybe
last
that's too
three,
extreme for
running in,
Nico, who
second to
knows.
hit the switch. Yeah, it's a full exit in.
Okay. Goes fast. Net's still able to find him in the smoke and the chaos.
Dude, Zappa just surviving.
Zappa's HP and ammo is just about the same, down at single digits right now. They're all still stuck for the side of Sentinels here in the
Dude,
Archway.
kinda happens. Omen ult gets committed. They know that A is weak.
Is gonna throw him back.
Actually,
no upgraded weapon.
I'm not saying that was the overall idea at the beginning, but mid rounds worked out like that.
Beautiful wall right into the main side. So yeah, Zekin's able to dash through, but the rest of their team can't follow up. And even if they made it through, you still had two sonic sensors towards his B site where nobody
Weird
could
spot
jump
for
down
Mitch.
towards
He
that
kind of
lane.
needs to
But
push one of
a
these.
good read, a good pivot for Sentinels in the mid round.
Yeah, and he can
Still
just
two
tell them
stingers
when.
available. John Cutie calls for them to move towards this A site where there's only Mitch playing, and he plays the perfect spot.
Exactly, moving back to be more of an anchor, but not in the site, just outside the site, causing Sen to now have to re-clear main, have a few more things on their plate.
What you're trying to do with this position here is just to maintain the A site. When this plant comes down, when the door closes, especially that, you now know that the players have to play inside the site for
Weird
seconds.
from Mitch.
So it'll allow for the rotate.
Because he'll
coming
want
back
to try
from
to get a
mid,
kill
from
before
Zeppa,
he gets
from
his
net.
drone, but at the same
fight
time, I
within
feel
the
like
site.
Sentinel should know he
Look at the
pushed
pulse
her.
plant positioning so far from Sentinels. That flash currently set up from Zelsis could really help the lay-in fight back here against Cloud9's Flood.
Okay, now he can
He
drone.
gets one solo, and now he can draw the attention. This is perfect for Heaven to start coming out.
He
You
can
can see
drone.
Nat start to sidestep. They're looking for the
Pull that.
swings. Another one from Mitch.
Pull
Does
that.
he even need him? No, he doesn't.
Sure.
Another
Just why not?
3K for
Makes it
Mitch.
look easy.
Mitch
Was
has
this a
the
low
IGL
buy for
starting to
Sentinels? They're out of
activate as well on the
timeouts.
second half.
They get some ults
I was just talking about the whole
soonish.
round. He's just got to stay alive, and he's probably going to be the last person moving through.
Yeah,
when they create the ruckus towards the top of heaven, then no, he's just going to walk in,
He's going to be the first.
casually stroll, get a 3K into that one while everybody's focused towards the back of the site. And remember, no more timeouts left for Sentinels here on the
Yeah,
second half. So
three chances.
it has to fall down onto John
Silver
Cutie.
ult.
A timeout that probably
Maybe we
was
see an Omen ult
going to
into
be
this round.
translated
That's
within
it.
this round right here because Sentinels has money to work
Wait, to
with.
see 9 call
although
for
not
something
the best.
aggro? Oh, it's a big,
Half by
the
small
big
shields trying
bold
to keep the
call with
economy
this
up
one.
for continuous buys for the rest of the half. But C9 are finally finding
It's a
some ways
big
to fight
bold
back
call.
right here.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
They're
they
not coming
cancelled
from
on
mid. They
it.
just go for a bit of a push towards the left side. I was wondering if that was going to be a huge
Yeah,
attack on tiles,
be a
too.
rough way to
And now
lose
we see no
the map
operator in the
when you
mix.
go
There was
aggro a
more
double
than enough money for
Sentinel.
C9, but they realize the speed of the game is going to be changing. There may not be time for an op. Everything is moving pretty damn fast right now, and you have to be able to move at that pace with your team.
They at least put a sonic sensor here as well, so you get a little bit of early info. Someone's over towards it, they can maybe draw this angle a bit better.
Look at this.
Wall goes in
Brent
as
was just
well.
talking about now you change things around the walls towards B main. Everybody's pushed
Dude,
up
look
towards
at this
middle, but
punish
there's
on
all
middle.
the
We got
kills on
4
both sides.
people here.
This could be a meat grinder.
Sova ult wants to
Fury
commit
up
over
the
towards
middle.
mid
It's not
into
gonna
a
give
triple
anybody really
swing.
room to shoot on this one, so they're just figuring out what's happening
Dude, the
on the
B
map.
players descend it.
B is open. Sen are not aware of it, though. They could be taken out from the right side, but no. C9 back in
That was a
position.
great
And they
flash,
enter the
though.
site right as Sentinels try to. This movement is incredible.
Trap play didn't really work at the very beginning to find the info, but at least to get the first blood by punishing the push into B main. Now with 30 seconds
Zelsis
left,
picks
it's
up
to
orb.
Zekin that
If he
has
gets a
to
plan,
try
he gets
to
ult.
create an opening.
30 seconds. Oh, hold up. That's an empty site. They got a
Zekin
free
on top
path
of it
over
here.
towards
Can he
it.
hold for long enough, though? What a push in. Mitch realizes it's a ruse, gets the quick shot there, and now it's still going to be the rotation over. They realize what B
Oh
was.
my goodness, the spike.
That could have been a huge kill. That would have been Spike.
One more, though.
Does
Feels
he?
it. Doesn't look. Oh, second guessing himself. Gets
Jolly's
the wall,
dead.
and he's actually going to get shot in the back for this one. Didn't get a shot.
Dude,
Another
how is
3K
Mitch
for
Thanos?
Mitch. Count him up.
Zoning
rack 'em
everyone.
up.
And pistols left now for C9 as the Steel Garden comes out.
You get locked in.
Revealing area.
One dart.
Surely.
Bit of a chance to clear themselves into sight. Net takes down one. Can it be another big clutch for C9? This is going to be Gamer. It's going to be a round continuation here.
What's going on? Damn, okay. Crazy map, though. Crazy map. This is fun.
And on stage as they take map number 1 away
This is
from
fun.
Cloud9.
Shout out to, shout out to Zekin, man. Zekin played insane. Dude, Mitch had a great half there as well, though.
This time, the one by Sentinels that can
Some
finally
crazy
stop
defense
this comeback
rounds
that
and
was
halves
coming
there.
here from Cloud9.
And unfortunately there, if you're a C9 fan, you kind of wish that they had a couple more rounds on the attack side because they were starting to pick things up here on the defensive side.
Dude, they got
losing the pistol,
it's a nice Ascent though. Ascent got a really strong map ball. It might.
Pick up here and clean up for the second map, but so far we were in for a treat at the very beginning. Sentinels were running away with this one, but C9, they show that they still have some fight.
They do still have some fight. I think slow starts might be a little bit of a plague to them. Oxy not starting off as fast as he wanted to, and the rest of the team slowly taking time to pick up, but that's where we look at Sentinels. Sentinels was making sure their start was slow, bringing in the attack and making sure they could take Ascent, something we have not seen from them yet this stage.
Their defense, yeah, their defense is not. Do they?
That
that eco rounds though. I know that Sentinels got ecoed a lot also, so they'll be thinking about those eco rounds if they like VOD watch it back. But that second round for C9's gotta be sticking in their minds a little bit. Man, this is fun though. This is good. We've got Paul coming up, chat. Enjoy the ads.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Are they saving? They gotta go. 2G has to run, but they're going straight into Bang, and he's putting them down. Make or break on Haven, and Oxy's already found the opening. Joe, he's just sending it. Oxy, no one's watching him.
Here with Kaplan, the coach of Sentinels. A little scary there, but you end up stealing C9's map pick of Ascent. There have been a lot of questions about Sentinels map pool, what you guys are willing to float, what you guys can play. When C9 picked Ascent, what was the plan?
We definitely thought they would pick it. The comp they play is pretty much Gunter's creation. He really nailed it last year with that, so he was really specialized in having a lot of solutions for us that we talked about throughout the week. Got a little bumpy there as we were I think we were a little too eager to close it out. That happens when you're up 12, but yeah, we had a really good plan to just kind of punish them, and it worked out.
Well, best luck on map 2.
Thank you.
And there you have it. You heard from Coach Kaplan there. The confidence for Sentinels came from the fact that they had the plan. They knew what they wanted to do. And most importantly, they had Zelsis with that SEN Classic closing it out. Now, of course, folks, that takes us to a very hectic situation here for C9. And team, I mean, honestly, at this point, I really felt, Emily, so confident about C9 coming into this. I'm sure they did too, because there were moments there where it looked like it was going to happen. They were going to make that comeback happen.
Yeah, no, it sounds like Sentinels did have the read, but I want to, like, sorry, oh my gosh. If Cloud9 started on defense, I feel like it would have been a different story. Like, they had a really hard time closing that out there.
Yeah, and of course, they had a big problem to deal with in the form of Zekken, because this kid just popped off.
Yeah, Zekken went nuts, and I think a lot of it was him getting going on the first half. He was Kaplan was talking in the interview about the value that Gunter was able to provide on countering this comp.
Yeah,
and
fascinating.
I think it showed in a massive way. I know Kaplan has worked with Gunter in the past and previous iterations, and I know he was very adamant about getting him on the roster. So you can tell a lot of the prep came into this. They knew what the strength points were for Cloud9.
This was crazy.
This play
was crazy.
just
this was offensive. That was offensive. I would defend it.
You can like nerd out and draw defaults and all this stuff, but then Zekken can just happen, right? And it's just insane. So I think there's a lot to be said about Sentinels, even in the second half when Cloud9 was starting to come back into it. You could tell they were ready for what Cloud9 were going to throw their way. They knew what was coming, and they were able to dance around it. And yeah, it got a little hairy, but I think they were in the driver's seat for most of it.
Emily, where do you think things kind of went south on that attack for C9, and really how they were only really able to get 3 rounds out of that? And we talked about what we wanted to see from this composition on the attack. It wasn't all that much.
No, it really wasn't. Honestly, I think it started with them losing that pistol. You know, you're down 9-3, you lose the pistol, you're bound to lose the anti-eco. Yeah. And it was just a rough start. It was a really hard thing to come back to. I don't even think it was the console, but as a team, like that, you have to get so much momentum going, and they just, well, couldn't really.
Yeah, and they tried. I mean, you heard Net, like he was trying to pop off, right? Get the team back into it. There were moments there, for sure. And Doug, I think it's safe to say, though, that, you know, Cloud9 not out of it, not by a long shot, but this is going to be an uphill battle to climb here because they're going right into Pearl.
Pearl map that both teams are strong on. You know, you were mentioning Cloud9 run that double duelist comp, and I do think, you know, Emily, you mentioned something in between while we were watching the game about how aggressive Sentinels like to fight. Right, they never gave them any comfort. Are you expecting the same on Pearl?
Oh, for sure, especially on Pearl. Like, they're so proactive, too. Like I said, I think I said last weekend, Sentinels, they're a team of all aimers. Like, I would be scared swinging into every single one of those players. Yeah. And the way that they go about playing is, like, they fight for their space. They fight for any space that Cloud9 wants to take, and I'll see that going into Pearl.
Calculate, thank you for the primate, thank you
when
for the
Cloud9 does have success, they push something else. They take those 1v1s, they take those 1v2s, and it's scary.
Yeah, very impressive stuff there. Hey, and kudos to C9 for trying to climb their way back into that game. Didn't quite work out, but let's actually hear what's going on over in the C9 camp as we get ready for map 2.
He said after if he wears a shirt. He wore a shirt. So
You're the head
there,
coach of
there
Cloud9,
it is,
Amy,
in
who was
all
here
its
despite
glory.
a tooth extraction today, so feel better. I'm going to ask you, what happened that map? Was it a failure of the comp? Was Oxy not online?
No, I just think, again, probably nerves, same as the G2 game, but a little bit different. We're usually really good on attack. That's why we saved it this whole time. And we lost some scrappy rounds. We did some misplays. We took a lot of solo fights. And then on the defense, we brought it back. We probably shouldn't have forced bought, but we forced bought and we brought it back in the end anyway. And it's just a shame we lost.
Let's look them up too.
Yeah, if they didn't force buy, they would have had a couple of rounds. Wait, would they have a couple of rounds? Maybe one extra round to play with, I guess. Matix, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate the 26 months. Thank you, thank you.
Force us to map 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side.
That was one of his more chill post-match interviews, though. The rounds they won, there's like multiple like that. I think there's loads of rounds that either team shouldn't have won and shouldn't have lost, so it was just one of those. Sometimes win cons of this map. I can't remember what they play on this map, but definitely they need to shut down the sides because C9 are probably the most active on the defense on the sides of this map.
Of Ascent, 13-9,
they are gonna.
And now we head to Sentinels
great
Pearl.
pressure around the map. They got to take
C9
the
also has
sides
a good
all the
Pearl,
time.
but they also need to have
They might even
a
have to
very
like
good game
take
to
the sides
stay
and
in
leave
the
one
upper
there.
bracket here and bring us to a game 3.
Exactly. If you're looking at the map here of Pearl, at least so far we see the composition from C9. Nothing changes, but they've been 3-1 in this split, making it very close against a top dominant team such as G2, losing 11-13, dominating Furia with almost a flawless round.
Yeah, they played the
but finishing
fade. They played the foot
13-1 on
comp,
that
yeah.
one. But Sentinels on the other end with this composition as well is
This comp's
currently
nice on this
3-0 on this map. This is Sentinels map pick. They're very comfortable on this before. This is something that Zekin mentioned, probably one of our best and strongest maps outside of potentially even Haven going into this one. But now it's the head-to-head battle. You see maybe in terms of the Sentinels, it kind of changes, right? You have this Cypher that stays around net. You have the Vice here for Zelsis, both of them really prominent and good on their respective agent for this map. Although I like to say that for
The
C9,
darker tweet? What
you
was the
have that
darker
extra
tweet?
trip, and they're also using it for very good information when they're playing the defensive side, where C9 is starting first. And what I'm
I
talking
want
about
to say
is
like once
that
bacon, but it wasn't my
Vice
kind
wall
of
that
game.
G2 likes to place towards the art. Net does that with the trip. What it allows here for C9 to do is to work a lot of aggression on the extremities and to play on rotates on.
He went in on the EMEA production stuff again.
Yeah.
Sentinels
Yeah, I
probably
mean, it's pretty
has a
valid,
good read going
Steve.
into this game because looks like they had a good read going into the Ascent game as well against Cloud9. So when I was really hyped up and trying to see that C9 probably had a chance to push us into a third map, I mean, these guys over on the Sentinels camp have been doing an excellent job adapting on the fly.
I mean, they're going to have to, right? I love what you mentioned about the Cypher because it's more information in those areas, but it also allows you to be ahead of the game more, which Imi absolutely loves. Any step he can be ahead of the other team is perfect. And yeah, the Vice Wall is going to let you know when people are coming by, but having that camera around, how are Sen going to play around that? Where are they going to find it? How fast do they destroy it and start messing with Net's utility? All the questions to see how they can shut down that Cypher's defensive
Happy birthday!
hold. Happy birthday. Let's go. Off to everybody having a birthday today. I'm sure there's a few. All right, we're getting on to Pearl here. Our
Riot?
second map
I mean,
for our second series.
they do
having a
listen
birthday.
eventually.
They look like they're having
Like we had like the PCs of the first LAN we played wasn't great, and then we complained, and then they made them better for the next LAN. There's that. Like they do eventually change. It's just people need to be vocal about the right things, which is obviously they're being vocal about the right things now. C9 on defense, Sen on attack.
In this split, though, is now suppressed. Can't pull the smoke up, so he's gonna be. He has to stand tall with his ghost.
It's a very big commitment here for Vic to stay in. The shots are just missing. They capitalize on one, but wait a
Dude,
second, Mitch. They find
Mitch
more.
is-
Sentinels
Mitch
now
is
out in the open, trying to get
unbelievable right
themselves
now.
to safety here. Very low health on both sides. It's going to be the Ghost versus the Classic, and Net's
Hey,
not
calm
able to
though.
ring true. Zelsis,
The calm
the
diff
Vibe
from
Merchant, takes
Zelsis.
the pistol round on Pearl.
Finishing the map on a 1v1, Zelsis versus Net, won by Zelsis. Another pistol round, won by Zelsis against Net.
Picture perfect.
2-1 for the
Continues to
pistols.
vibe here and help out Sentinels to build up the economy moving into the further rounds. That you've seen here on these type of buys that they had. Did go for heavy investments with rifles, bulldogs.
Michael! Michael! Oh.
Not even looking. Focused on his screen. Zelsis trying to get the attention. Always on his feet.
Ah, come on, man.
We'll have to see if they can carry right as we get out of this. We'll get an idea of what it is for you as soon as we can and get back into game ASAP here. But like you said, Zelsis not stopping an inch there. Gets the clutch on Ascent to win the map. Gets the clutch for the pistol round to make sure they can start off strong here.
And definitely wants to
just a rush attack to be.
Exactly, and just really wants to get into Net's head here after winning this 1v1. I mean, also, Zekin mentioned that, yeah, I'm looking forward to playing against a team like Cloud9 because they're good friends with Net, and they just want to topple him down. Unfortunately, you had this friendly rivalry from these players, right? And best friends between
absolutely.
Zelsis and Coach Imi.
Watching
over at
Zeppa
C9.
play ranked just a few days, or like yesterday or a few days ago, him and Zelsis were going at it in MM2.
Yeah.
Just kind of chatting it up, being like, "But you lost to them like 2-3. You got burned." I'm like, "Yeah, we'll see you on the stage." They're always ribbing each other just a little bit. The crowd's ready, happy to get back in. Some Q-Berts out there supporting both levels of the Sentinels rosters.
That's right. Usually I see a red here in the arena, but you can definitely see that it's split across the board
C9
today.
Thundersticks out there today in C9 crowd for sure.
This does mean a lot, though, for a team like Cloud9, who's been missing internationals after internationals. I mean,
it's just
even if
fast,
you're
at
looking, I'm going to inject a little bit of cope here for C9, and Imi talked about this in interviews and streams, but when C9 actually had these occasions to try to play into playoffs where the storylines is, well, they're missing these opportunities to make it into Masters and Champs. But it was last year when we actually had these knockout rounds where there was no double elimination bracket, and who did C9 have to play? They had to play against a crew team that made it into Champs into that split 2 of last year. And even they had to play against a G2 that went all the way towards the grand finals in a knockout round. And then
everyone buying into this.
So they had to play some tough opponents no matter what every time they made it into playoffs. Now this time they're playing against a powerhouse that Sentinels that's turned things around.
Okay, everyone buying into this one. C9 4 passing over towards A, and again, I think we're going to see a lot of fights here. But the Sentinels comp can literally take the mains every single time. Like if Sentinels want to take A main, they can force it every single time, no doubt.
Just the zoo animals running out A stairs, they're stomping.
Okay, they spot the heavy stack,
we don't want any
and
of that.
the call is to 2-pass some fake
Smart play
with a flash with the drone,
the round. Honestly, they spread out to what would just be a
and then
default
head over
here,
towards
1
A.
minute. And they're
Let's see how strong, I was going to say, let's see how strong the 4-passing stack is, but they take the TP and 3-passing already going. That's a nice call from Sentinels on this. Ooh, they still got them out of position though.
There's no util to stop them as they enter towards A site. Well, pistols will.
The double swings they have to apply that damage. Get some of these guns down. It's not retrievable just yet, but it is a little bit scary for the post plant here. Zekin spamming through it, using that hero rifle on this buy, or I should say upgrade rifle.
Shots are missing though. There's an opening for C9, not anymore.
Yeah,
he might have them both there.
Oh, waiting on the right side, waiting for the crossfires to come through.
Not the cleanest on the last one here, but they'll take
Coming
it.
in for Zekin, they let him have the
One of the bad
ults
to get online as well on attack.
Remember the PC giveaway from iBuyPower, the first ace of every week coming through. After that, the $100 gift card and $100 in iBuyPower merch. Hashtag unlock your ace, baby. I mean, Zekin continues to unlock his aces.
Yeah, make sure you follow him on socials, iBuyPower, and yeah, the last kill was a little labor, but I mean, he was running everywhere to try to get kills. C9 just trying to flood back towards the flowers, trying to stay as a group.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, couldn't trade any shots at all. And are we actually calling a timeout right away going into the gun round? Oh, okay, never mind.
Indeed.
Another?
Indeed.
I was like, that would be very surprising if Imi
Who
was
else
doing
is
that,
in?
but
Is it
no.
broken?
Going to be a little bit more take pause gear.
So we got rock, paper, scissors between Zekin and Zelsis. Oh, Zekin just crushed him in like 2 seconds.
We'll try to find it.
Oh, they're winning. Okay. Oh, he gave it to him. What do we got?
There it is, chat. There it is.
Ooh, got him again.
Dude, he's not missing on anything
Jersey's
today.
finest is crushing.
One more. On
1,
shoot.
2, 3, shoot. 1, 2, 3, shoot. Again, dude. It's like Bart Simpson always going scissors or something, bro. He's just going rock and he's destroying your scissors. Come on. All right, we get this tech pause sorted out and figured out. We were talking about Cloud9 a little bit earlier, and an interesting point, just looking at the squad, is they're always a team who will begin kind of with a different roster and then
This
switch
kid
it up.
is too good
so
at
you
everything.
don't have a team that's grown really all throughout the season like Sentinels would, or a different team.
Scissors.
And maybe this is a focus on their playoff woes. They're not fully there. They're not adjusted to 2 stages, maybe even a full season and that. But somehow, they're still always firing high in the ranks. Even with these changes, even bringing new people on the team, they still find their way to playoffs. But what is the crux here is always the question.
Yeah, at least Imi when he was mentioning at the helm of C9, you know, replacing MCE and going into Coach C9.
Yeah.
With the different iterations that came through of like the Moose, the Rooney, the Vanities of the world. But this time around in 2025, he definitely feels that confidence that this is the best iteration of C9 that he's had to coach. And he fully feels confident that this will be
Opinion
a
on
team
regen
that
shots.
could actually defeat
Um,
World Star teams over in the
I think they're
VLRNT
pretty
scene,
good to
not
throw
only
in
the
every
Americas, but
now and then,
across the
to
world.
be
But
honest.
Of course, you have to try to qualify
Yeah.
over the Masters.
C9's
but
the
Ascent, it
team
is
that
still a work
uses
in
them the
progress. You might
most,
still need a little bit
and they
of time in
don't
order to
really get
flush that all
punished.
out. But there is a chance when, you know, there's a day where everybody's kind
I
of
think
feeling
you
it.
can
You've seen
save a
those
lot of
matches.
that.
They could definitely do some crazy upsets.
I don't know,
As this
it's very
dark horse team
situational.
going into the playoffs, as a dark horse team going into Split 1 in 2025 here in Americas.
I
It's
definitely
still
think that
incredibly young,
I definitely think like
multiple
how
players too. I
C9
mean,
was
you got
approaching it
mentioned
until
Zeppa,
someone
we're
like
gonna bring the
punishes you
veteran
with an
status
outlaw on
and
the
pedigree
buy
they have,
rounds. I think it's okay.
You know,
Like when you have
Oxy,
enough
I feel
money
like it
for
has
the heavy.
gone from the 4v5, Oxy's kind of not there because it might be Oxy go die, team do the
To be
rest.
honest, yeah.
Been more of Oxy being
It's
in the
just
team in
all
these
anti-based though as well.
He will be
Because I feel if like loads of people are playing Phantoms, then
They've been activating with this roster overall.
like
Let's
it
say
must be
Lotus, for
unbelievable in
example, how he's trying
EMEA.
to move it.
Really,
Yeah,
no one
whereas,
uses
Matt, like
Phantom
Pearl,
in
he
EMEA.
maybe doesn't bring up the exact numbers coming through because he is trying to create that space.
Mhm.
But it doesn't necessarily have to be that game plan of Oxy go kill and try to play a 4v5 anymore,
Right.
because now you have to play against Zeppa, who's probably had the best career so far in the VCTs on the America stage. So the 2025 year has been amazing for him so far. And they also, with the addition of Vic, we've already seen what Vic could do ever since he joined this roster.
What the heck?
A little bit of a sleeper in the first place, but he's totally killing it so far.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we're going to step away for a moment. Let's hear from Cloud9's
Okay, he's at least,
IGL
he's
Mitch.
at least
how
loading
he
up the
feels
game now,
about the
so
team's performance.
maybe we got something.
I guess the difference between playoffs and group stages is people are a little bit more tense. I think going into playoffs, there's going to be a lot more pressure on, you know, even like the experienced players, I think, for stage, because they know that they're playing for Toronto. It's going to be a lot on the line, and I think whoever makes the big plays are going to qualify.
I would say multiple 3Ks qualifies as big plays. So Mitch is on that list right now for making those happen. He's been having a great game so far.
Definitely seen that at least for sure on that previous map. But to touch back onto Vic, he's been the one that's been doing so many multiple kills and a lot of highlight reels. Remember, on this very map, behind the A site, getting a superb ace against Furia, or how he's playing on Rubble. He's a player that's just able to find some good aggression, and it kind of fits C9 quite well. Paranoia's TPs, he's not trying to play like kind of like a safe style of Omen. I love the style that he brings here over to this agent for this team.
Yeah, and talking about players on C9 that used to be, Zelsis over there too. Used to be a C9 player. Now brings that pedigree over to the side of Sentinels, helping get that roster built up. I mean, from the beginning of the games, I remember him saying kind of to narrate, hey, no more emotional stuff on stage, you know, narrate kind of, he's very hard on himself. So seeing narrate now come into a different light and being able to play under all that stress, but still we're not seeing that emotion take him over now. Like the brains that Zelsis brings to the team there is huge in helping everybody.
It's
Second
cool 'cause
too on screen.
As you mentioned that in terms of narrate trying to battle his own demons, that was what we were just talking about on that previous map when it was Net that kind of had like highs and lows of like doubting their performances, but he's been so
C9
good
casters, Sentinels being good.
He's been opening a lot of rounds
I mean,
here for Sentinels overall.
some people would say the C9
about,
playoff cast as well, but I don't know. I think Sentinels look nice on that map. That was
is
one of
on their
those where
shoulders trying to
Zekam just
qualify
took
for
over
Toronto.
for
I feel
like
that
the
there's still
first
some
6
sort of
rounds as
small
well
pressure coming in from the side of
Ascent.
Sentinels because they kind of want to try to win this to play in Toronto, not only for Sen City, but I would also assume here for John Cutie, who, you know, played in the MENA division out in Africa for the longest time, trying to qualify through the Tier 2, going into North America, playing from Montreal to play under the M80 banner, and now has an opportunity to get picked up. IGL lead this team in Sentinels and wants to play in the home crowd of Montreal with the rest of the fans flying in from different areas, different provinces to see John Cutie play.
Honestly, has to be awesome, especially to be fighting for that feeling and possibly one map away. But right now we're going to hear from Zelsis to get his thoughts on facing off against Cloud9.
Did C9 ever qualify to a
Vic
global
has been
event?
playing outstanding.
Yeah, Champs
Oxy has been playing
2021.
well. Zeppa has always been frying. Like and Mitch is just like consistent. Net is consistent in their roles. Like I think they're a well-rounded team. Sadly, playoffs is a whole different beast. Like, it's a whole different like feeling. It's a whole different feature. Like, I just feel like they are going to be a little bit shaky in playoffs, especially coming off the choke loss that they had against MIBR. I think they'll definitely be a little bit shaken up. So I think them for us, as long as we don't go in nervous against their nerves, I think it should be like an easy match. But I think they've definitely found themselves as a team, so it could be scary.
Pretty accurate. What's going on? Oh boy, we're going to the desk. We're going to a break. What do we got? 1 minute. That's not too bad. Durka tweet? Damn, it's a long one. Mute? Oh, it's too late, mate. Fine. We'll mute for a little bit. There goes the VOD though. I think the VOD was dead anyway. It's a long tweet.
Are they saving? They gotta go. 2G has to run, but they're going straight into Bang, and he's putting them down. Make or break on Haven, and Oxy's already found the opening kill. He's just sending it. Oxy, no one's watching him.
The answer is, but League of Legends doesn't have this problem, is a crazy line from
Almost ready
Durka.
to get into game. I promise. I am asking Vans to hit the play button, and he's hovering. He's hovering.
For me. It's
okay?
broken for me. I'm still trying to fix it.
Okay, that's why.
That's a crazy line.
And then we'll get right into
Imagine
game.
they say
All
that.
of the rock, paper, scissors has been played out. We got everything sorted on stage here, so we should be back in quite shortly. If you don't remember, right before we went to break, we had the Zekken Ace. I mean, that possibly could have broken the server. He's playing crazy, and maybe they're just giving away the PC he has right there, so they just had to hook up a new one, right? But no, really, Zekken 6-1 right now. The Dimensional Drift is up on round 3 because of what he just did, so I don't expect this to be an easy bonus round here for Cloud9.
It's crazy too, right?
Not a chance,
exactly.
Bacon.
But even for Zekken to
Not a
get the mental
chance.
grip already in round number 3 is just reminiscent of what happened on Ascent before on the first
Bacon,
half.
do you know the other bit of ammo that we have?
He's had like 3 or 4 blade storms going through, so
You know the real
definitely
one.
a key component into
Do you remember the real one?
That they're like, okay, well, we don't
That
have
makes
to
the
try to
KO
pivot
thing
towards
look
C9's
tiny
progression or try to
in
figure out how to play the
comparison.
macro.
Yeah.
If Zekken's just popping off, let's just try to get a game plan around the activation that he has around the blade storm, the activation now that he has around the dimensional
The
drift.
agent? Not even
Quite
the
surprised, though,
agent.
that we are moving over to,
It was,
actually,
how do I tell you
the
without
map that
revealing
was
what
picked
it
here
is?
for Cloud9. 'Cause at the desk,
I give you
they were
the
mentioning here
agent
that
cipher.
C9 were testing out their map pool throughout the season, right?
Yeah.
You went into a 7-map pool.
They kind of touch on everything.
Exactly, and it's like, okay, well, it's nice we're able to play like our own game.
You
We're
must
trying to
know it. You
have a
still have
feel
the
about how we
document,
play against our
Bacon.
opponents.
You
You're
don't
playing now
remember
against
it?
a team like
Champs?
Sentinels that haven't touched a set since last year. So you're trying to play your own game. You don't really know what Sentinel's going to be coming in with. And then
That's crazy you
unfortunately,
don't
where
remember
you
that.
maybe have some sort of read against the KO Nateo, you couldn't get stopped by how Zekken was able to activate through
Yeah,
it. It
that
almost
one's
looked like
that one's
Sentinels were
bad.
even
Yeah,
more
that one
prepared
can never get
into
out.
C9's
That's
macro.
true.
Remember those spots where Zekken's walking outside of the smoke because it was smoke towards pizza, runs out, gets a pick.
Are we back?
So again, there's
Surely
a
we're
bit
back.
more on the side here of C9 that they have to try to turn it around to hopefully bring this back in. Maybe force this into a third map of
Receipts? Oh,
Icebox,
you gotta
but
have the receipts, Des.
that said, thank
We
you
got-
so
we
much for
got
your
that one.
patience, chat. Looks like we're moving back in
Got that
the
one just in
server.
case. You never know.
Bonus round
Never
now
know if you need
available
it.
for Sentinels.
Okay,
As it's strong.
we're
A
back. First
rifle
big
for
buy
Zekken,
rounds,
already
and
coming out
for
with
the
dimensional
big
drift.
buy rounds,
Trying to
Sentinels
find
have
the info,
Euro,
and it's being pinched one left
and it's a
right. They'll probably have
fake
to read. There's
pressure
3
over
players out there.
towards B
Hey,
and
now it's a
into
pinch.
actual
4
A
players out
split,
towards
and
the
honestly,
A
the
site.
rotate was already out. The 3 stayed strong, and we don't have the
About to be
TP
out
for
of
the
it.
Euro anymore.
There's that trip.
I say anymore. I don't think Zeppa put his TP down to begin with anyway.
Coming from. How does C9 react around that? And you see that he's pulling up the camera at the same time, trying to see if there's pressure in on middle. And as he sees nothing yet, all of C9 can stay stacked up towards the A side and try to stop this push.
Second's going to be on the forefront of this one. The head of the spear goes towards the smokes. You can see low health just on the other side of that as they're trying to decide. Second gives himself an out. They make sure Bang is safe, and they know that the first layer of the site is there. But no, Cloud9 starts to come out of the woodwork with shots from left and right, and the crossfire is beautiful.
They can cancel. They can. So no matter what, like obviously they can win this round, but they just damage is the one that we gotta look out for. This is nice from Zellsis. This creates so much pressure.
Keep them towards the A side where you
Keep
see
them
Zekin
over
is
there.
moving for a plant.
30 seconds left.
So the responsibility now for Zellsis, stay, try to watch back and maybe go for a fight towards the back of the spawn. If not, I mean, if he's going to walk back towards the street, that camera being set up here by Net could see a lot.
Dude, do you expect Zellsis to play it like this?
The super quiet here. He's got
Looks like
three
they do.
people to pass, and then a little extra time to wait here. But not too long. You can't leave Zekin out to dry on this situation. It's going to be tough, and the pincer even harder as Zellsis has the timing. Second trying to stay alive, gets a spam,
It's
but it doesn't throw him
scary,
off.
scary round.
Able to
It's
take
still
one, but he
so
does his job.
scary, dude.
2 for the round, and
still
Zekin is
so
happy
scary.
with that. He leaves Zellsis with the perfect practice.
Oh god, the smoke's gonna go.
They're not even looking. He misses the first shot, but he's gonna have it. Nose on the second defuse. That bike, it does go through.
Oh my, they played it so well. It's the first big buy round. Damn, dude, they played that 2v4 incredibly well.
Putting C9 to sleep.
That's an awesome way to play it.
What a move moving out here from Zellsis. The patience that he has and the confidence that you have to leave Zekin alone inside the site. You were talking about it. It was going to be a tough position for Zekin in the site. But
So close on this
he's
kill.
going to be good for at least one.
And he got shot through the box and didn't overreact. Like, so
14.
calm.
Point
As a unit so
14.
far, this team on the attack side of Sentinels. A big clutch coming through here from Zellsis.
Force them down to an eco. C9
Try to get this orb.
trying to get an ult online early.
An ult for C9 within the next round.
Oh, family photo right outside the dismiss. They were not expecting that. It's been something C9 put the cam up and have had that space for free all the time. And Sentinels just pulled the rug out from under him on that. 3 dead, and the push towards 8 easily happening here. Zekin, again, one off of ultimate.
I mean, we're going to sound like a broken record by the end of this game. Zekin owns. Zellsis owns.
Yeah.
But there are 2 players that are pretty decent in the clutch. Unfortunately, though, for Cloud9, they don't have the best weaponry to work with.
Staying quiet. Just trying to hide around the utility right now. Got it. A few jumps onto Zekin, but he still gets one. Okay, Stinger does some repeated damage, but it's not going to be enough. Narrate gets that final kill here, and Sentinels
They
are
have
moving through the
another
defensive
Yoru ult for the big
protocols of
buy
C9
rounds.
like butter here.
They have another Yoru ult.
Just
Oh,
dismissed
dude.
and gone. They were
It's
so
too
ready for that on
strong.
3 different levels to fight that too.
And a similar story again to Ascent.
Good up.
Going
Let's go,
into
good up.
round number
Run these
5.
dogs
Zekin,
Passively.
Zekin already has another dimensional drift to work with, and
Mod Skipper King with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 3 months. Thank you, thank you.
Second map, trying to work around what we saw before we headed into the replays. Ults available on their side of the defense, and knowing that Zekin has his
Dude,
dimensional drift available, I wonder
What
if
do you
they wanna
even
try to get some
what do you
sort
even
of
talk about on this
lane to
one?
get behind and
You're up
fight
against the
behind
Yoru
dimensional
ult.
drift that Zekin is gonna try
Gotta
to
go
utilize to
aggro.
get
Might as well go
information,
towards
'cause
middle
that was
maybe.
something that on
Like
that
a
first
3-4
map,
person
that
push on
did
one of
very
the
well
sides.
against that push from Cloud9 when Oxy was trying to ult
I don't know if they
through.
have their own
So
ults.
hopefully they'll be able to bring some sort of. Or
Oh wait,
cook
they got
something up
3
here and not
ults? Oh,
give
that's
too
so
much
fine.
space for Sentinels to work with on this map of Pearl, because the rotates are quite difficult to do here on the defense.
Ms. Zeppa will meet him in the dimensional drift. They'll have some coffee and then separate. They need to get some kills
do they
on
got?
those duelists, though.
Oh, they can just
Oxy
combo
and
for the
Zeppa having a
retake.
little tough
Yeah,
time
they
with the
probably
first
just
4
full
rounds
one
again,
it,
getting
right?
started. Once we saw it switch on Ascent, they started to ramp up, but they will not have that time, or that amount of time here on Pearl. 5th round, guns all around, as Oxy is going to bring out the operator, and I'm sure Emmy sorted out how
Well, mine or
they'll be
his
using
bacon.
these ultimates coming into the round to make sure they can get one for themselves.
Yeah. Unfortunately, The timer's not moving, chat.
It is not.
Damn, dude, what
Looks like we do
happens,
have,
man? What
another tech pause
happens?
coming through. You are all
EMEA
warriors.
for day had
in
it
the
bad.
crowd
Look at
and
this.
viewing at home. We appreciate you as we will get through this as soon as possible and update you when we can. It looks like
Where's the Durka tweet about this one? Come
sorted
on.
out here on stage.
Yeah.
Imians, thank you so
A
much
tough
for the
one,
prime.
though.
Damn, he's
Keeping
standing up.
here at the suspense going on the edge of our seat because we just mentioned what would be the plan that Imi would be calling out here for Cloud9. We didn't have a chance to fully see everything yet in
Or
the servers
Bemains,
in
even.
terms of
Bemains,
buys.
is
We'll
that how I
just
say
make
it?
this for a bit as, yep.
That's for the
That is not the
third
type
best
of drawing we
America's
wanna see
duelist,
here.
mate. I can't even.
Curse of the sign.
It's a cute drawing.
It is.
It's just a warning. I
Third
don't like
best.
text pauses.
It's a Nomen. Wait a minute. Wait.
No, actually, it's two Astros playing.
That's true.
Oh
Thing
no,
is,
we
what-
can't do these type
what
of
order
pauses.
do you do them
Now we
in?
got two old dads here on the desk just doing a bunch of dad jokes.
Too hard to work out the order.
So it looks like they'll get Bang sorted out again on this. Zekken went from 6-1 to
Put an
10-3.
Oxy- put an Oxy
just
over
in that short amount
Jorgamo?
of time, which is ridiculous. I do not understand it. And Zelsis as well. We saw him just on the previous round. Something about Zelsis when Vice came out unlocked
Dude, what
another
is this now,
level
the
in
third
him.
internet?
Even saying he loves the
Third
kit,
Ethernet cable?
loves the situation he can get himself in and out of with that agent. And it really has been a shiner for him whenever he can use that in an anchoring position. Very quick to come
Damn, look
out
at
with
this guy,
a
though.
few
He's not
kills.
messing
We
around.
just saw the last clutch as well between him and Zekken.
Doing it fast.
But it has been a great series so far for
Yeah.
sure. When
It's
you're
good
looking
for sure,
back
for sure.
at what Imi was just
I'll do
talking
it before I
about
go
during
to
the interview with Liz before we got into the second map. What's going on here?
They dropped the sign.
Oh
to
no.
the floor with you.
I dropped the sign.
Stop it. Oh,
Anyways.
they're in the stage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
we're digging up
fixing
the
it
floor.
up.
Dude, that cameraman's
But that
getting
said,
right
just
in
to-
there.
Game is played.
Just to go
What
back
the
to
hell's
what
going
was
on?
talking about with Liz earlier on too, when he reflected on what happened on that first map of Ascent. There's been small mistakes that we just mentioned when we were casting that rendered very costly. Some small individual mistakes, but also the call to go for a force buy. I think it was like a 10-4 scoreline or something like that. So we had a couple of Stingers buys. They had to force buy for 2 or 3 rounds in a row to finally get the ball rolling. I think after this timeout, it's just to make sure that they maintain their
little
calm
head
as
nod
well
from
on
this
the side
guy.
of C9 so that they could just focus on the game and not worry about the 4-0 lead that Sentinels already built.
That's right. All right, let's see what they can do. Cap looks a little stressed here before they get in the game, but Kaplan delivers the strats for Sentinels, and we ask him to help strategize your evening with some
To
recommendations.
specific
on
have
what
the
to
least amount of
watch.
tech
It's
boards this
time
year. Yeah, but that's
for
only
show and
because they
tell.
had the 6-hour tech boards one year, and they were like never again.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Kaplan here. So today we're gonna do a little show and tell. I'm a really big movie guy. One of my favorite hobbies outside of Valorant and esports. So I brought some stuff in that I'm gonna be showing you guys to kind of tell you about what movies I love and what movies I think you should check out.
Each segments, yeah.
First thing I've got here is a book about my favorite director, Satoshi Kon. This book's called Satoshi Kon, The Illusionist. Satoshi Kon's awesome. He's an
I'll be right
anime
back
movie
to you, mate.
director. He was an anime movie director. This guy and his movies are always sitting there at the top. They're always the movies I come back to. A lot of the movies that people know and love, like Inception, are actually totally inspired. Even shots are just exactly copied from this guy's movies. So some favorites that I recommend people check out would be Paprika or Perfect Blue. So this book, Stories of Your Life by Ted Chiang, it's a short story book. This guy wrote a story called Stories of Your Life, which is the short story that inspired the movie Arrival. It's really cool to not only enjoy a movie, but to check out what inspired it. It really makes it a lot more fun to watch a movie over a second time. One of my favorite shows of all time is Cowboy Bebop. And right here, I bought this for myself. It's just a cool little watch. It's a little Cowboy Bebop watch. The interior is kind of inspired by the dashboard of the Swordfish, which is the ship that the main character Spike flies in Cowboy Bebop. And it's just kind of fun to have a little item that represents my love for my favorite show. So yeah, my top movies of all time, it's a really hard question. I would put at number 1, Place Beyond the Pines by Derek Cianfrance. It's just an incredible movie. It captures kind of that New England atmosphere, which is where I grew up. At number 2, Paprika, which is by Satoshi Kon. It's all about mixing kind of dream and reality and your memories. For 3, I would say would be Arrival, which is by Denis Villeneuve. The character can actually see into the future and how it would affect how you live the past out, or maybe how you wouldn't change anything even though you know the outcome of something. That's my top 3. all very related to kind of like time and memory, and I encourage people to kind of watch them all, and it'll make you really think about those themes. Thank you very much for tuning into my show and tell. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope it inspires you to check out some of the movies I recommended, or just kind of learn and read more about movies in general.
Well, folks, I managed to steal someone from the crowd. It is Net's mother, Angeli. Give it up for the C9 mom here. Now, we were talking a bit earlier. You live in Las Vegas, and you're visiting here. This is your second time visiting here. What is it like coming out here for your son's matches?
Oh my gosh, it is so different from when we watch at home. We always have like watch parties with our family. Right now I'm sitting here, I am so nervous. I just want to like, scream and cry. But yeah, these guys, I am so proud of them just for even making it to playoffs. And I'm just so grateful to C9 for giving Net a chance. So this is wonderful.
Well, now we see Net kind of popping off, like shouting, saying like, this is us, etc. Is that always been him? Has he always been kind of just like this like kind of loud, boisterous kind of like hype man?
Oh yes. He played like lacrosse and football in college, so he's a big sports guy. So he was always like their like team guy, and he's doing that here. So
he is asleep? Question mark. I don't think he knows this is happening. What do you think he's doing right now?
I know. Net, your mom's here. Wake up. Yeah.
What do you were talking earlier? You think he's like maybe thinking or like meditating?
I think he's praying. Yeah, his grandma's up in heaven watching him and so proud of him, and he's praying to her right now and saying, "Grandma, just bring us over that finish line." Yeah.
What is? Oh, that's very sweet. But when we have, sorry, I heard someone clapping. When we have, the arena with all of these Cloud9 fans. You said you watch at home with your family members, but what is it like being with the fans who come here for your son?
Oh my God, I love you guys so much, thank you. Although there's a lot of Sentinels fans out here, but we're big fans of Zekken too, so let's go.
Now one last question, or I have another question for you about, Net becoming a pro esports player. What was that conversation like? Did he come home one day and was like, Mom, I have a job? How did that go?
Oh my God, this kid could have done anything. He could have been in like the orchestra, he could have played lacrosse in college, and he chose VALORANT. So it's like, I was like, whatever makes you happy, kid, but let's go, yeah.
One last question. When he sees this and he realizes he has missed everything, and he's like gotten lower, guys, by the way, what would you like to leave a message for him? What would you like to say?
Kid, I am so proud of you, and just keep doing you, and I love you so much, and you got all of us behind you, your whole family. So let's get this. Let's close this out, C9.
Let's close this out, C9.
Thank you so much.
Roxy, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 3 months.
At least we know that the noise-canceling headphones work pretty well, as we do have Net's mom that was trying to wake him up, but unfortunately he still has to sit back and relax and wait until we can continue on in this match. Unfortunately, we're trying to get the fix going through, but it might take a little bit more. But I do love, at least for the fact that you do have somebody that has been played a lot of college sports, going into some very competitive games.
Did they change the PC or something?
Lacrosse, but now going and choose Valorant, for me, as a dad, kind of like it. Supporting my kid to try to see what he wants to do in the future. I mean, if he wants to do esports, that's good competition, right? There's teamwork, communication, strats. You got to be disciplined to play your games. But so far, it's been a very good match. Sentinels currently in the lead 4-0 versus Cloud9 in this second map. A lot of stuff to be done here for C9 to try to rally back and to push this into a third map. That said, for those just joining us right now, the state of the game is still Sentinels with Zekken at the top. And with that said, though, looks like we still have to wait a bit before we could fix things forward. So let's check out Cloud9's Mitch and Oxy and how they could read the competition, but can they read each other? We put the duo to the test.
Hey guys, it's Mitch from Cloud9 here with Oxy, and today we're going to be playing Where's the Lie?
Repeat segments, yeah.
First one, my favorite animal.
We're starting off the same as the 6-hour tech pause in Pacific at the moment.
My hidden talent is pogo sticking.
I think we went through the same through the same video like 7 or 8 times, and it's a long one.
How long have you been pogo sticking for?
Not very long.
Yeah.
I've only done it for a couple of years. But.
How much was it? Like, what if I want to get into it? Like,
it's very niche.
Think about this: all the
thing,
pros'
so
mums come
honestly,
out and
you
have a
have to buy a
bake-off,
pogo stick
and then
first.
Gordon
Yeah.
Ramsay's
No, how
there
much is a
just
pogo
cussing
stick?
them out.
Honestly,
I
I
mean,
don't
yeah,
know.
it would be content, I guess.
One of my family members got it for me.
Yeah.
I'm
Why do
not
you like
sure
lime
you'd
so
get Gordon Ramsay to agree to it.
You don't know?
I have no clue. I won't lie. My favorite animal is a lion.
Okay. And koi fish. What? How old were you when you had koi fish?
I'd maybe like 11, 10.
Okay. All right. No, I like that. That was truthful. That was good. The lion and the pogo stick is where the lie is, honestly. I'm gonna say the pogo sticking is the lie.
Yeah, that's pogo sticking.
That's crazy.
That's such a like.
Pogo sticking.
That's such a random.
I used to play competitive frisbee golf.
Frisbee golf.
Frisbee golf. You know, with the buckets and the chains.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I have a cat named after a Harry Potter character, and I have a degree in cybersecurity.
So tell me more about this disco whatever golf thing. Huh?
Frisbee golf.
Frisbee golf.
Yeah, disc golf.
Disc golf.
Yeah. So I got into it in high school, and I played like a lot with my friends, and you know, like 10th grade, 11th grade.
Where at? Where would you
In
play?
Florida.
In Florida?
Yeah.
Is
Tampa.
that where they have a course?
Dude, we actually had like
inside?
a...
Is it
we
like-
got,
No, it's outside.
Dude, we had
Yeah,
a good
it's
day
like
of
yards.
EMEA
It's like-
today as
it's
well.
like
Like, not that many
actual, like,
tech
golf,
pauses.
you
I
know.
thought it was going alright. Here we are.
Okay.
It's just impossible
tell me
to
what
avoid.
your cat's name is.
Last week's been
Haggard.
crazy.
Haggard.
Yep.
Haggard.
Maybe even like the last 10 days.
Haggard, huh?
Yeah, Hagrid.
Wow, why did you name it that?
He's a big like black long-haired cat.
Okay. It's cybersecurity, huh?
Yeah, cybersecurity.
I think I already know what it is.
All right.
The lion's the is Haggard.
Nope.
Is it Haggard?
No. I never played frisbee golf.
Oh, this liar. Are we serious?
Yeah, I actually do have a cat named Hagrid.
Oh my
Bro,
god.
I thought I told you.
No, I know you had a cat.
Yeah.
And then I was like, cybersecurity, I didn't know you had that.
Yeah.
But I was like, the first one, that's why I was asking so many questions.
Yeah. That's it for us. We're able to spot the lie. Thanks for watching.
Oh no, another... How long on this? 5 minutes? 3 minutes? So is it even worth muting? I mean, I feel like the VOD's dead. I'll do it anyway, but I'm pretty sure the VOD's so dead. The EMEA pick'ems in week 5 all went wrong. Well, you had Apex winning as well. They're pretty much stuck there in a tech pause. Unless it gets like really, really long, then... Like, I imagine in the 6-hour tech pause, people are allowed to do stuff. Did I really bet against Yampy? I mean, I had a foot in my pick'ems, yeah. Dude, Yampy always proves me wrong. I've only got Yampy. I've only got BBL prediction right once, I think. The Valorant games have to be as long as they are. What do you mean? Or you want to do like an MR9, make pistols pistols are already messed up. I think Valorant's like perfect in terms of how fast games can be. If you have a stomp, it can be done in like 25 minutes, 30 minutes. My sleep schedule at the moment. Yeah, I woke up really early today. I messed up a little bit. I woke up at like 8:30. Oh, it's 1 AM. It's not too bad, but Maya Moo with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 4 months. Vitality, yeah, they're going for a rough patch at the moment. See what happens. I feel like another change will happen if they don't make Toronto. We'll find out. What's the main problem with Vitality, do you think? I think teams in EMEA got a lot better than they were at Kickoff. I think that's a factor for sure. But definitely are struggling a little bit also.
Are they saving? They gotta go. Tucci has to run, but they're going straight into Bang, and he's putting them down.
Now 45 minutes in the YouTube stream will die. Yeah, that's rough as well. See what happens there. Sentinels are in a good spot to 2-0 this time.
Hey, this is Net from C9, and this is my show and tell. Double bass is essentially a string instrument. It's the biggest one possible in an orchestra, and there's a very few amount of them, and their whole job is to just keep the pace and stay nice and steady so the whole orchestra can play together. And I would say it's, funnily enough, my job is similar to that on this team, that I just make sure that everyone's feeling good and we're always playing together. I got into double bass originally because my mom wanted me to play an instrument in middle school, and I was like very opposed to it at first, but eventually I was like, I want to try the coolest one, and then I ended up just liking it, and honestly it wasn't too great, but I got to perform at Disneyland and we got to play all the songs, and I also got to play at various concerts around the country, so it was a lot of fun. I hope you guys had fun learning about me and the double bass, and I hope to see you guys next time. Thank you.
There's a time limit on how long we can.
Yeah, everything is out the window.
Sean, your dad has had enough. You see him? Where is he? He's out of here.
He's about to come on stage.
Bro, he's out of here, bro.
God.
Dad, I need some help. Fix this for me.
Carlos. Hey.
We just got baited so hard.
Now that's good news.
That is good news. But
That's good news.
Wow, he's actually sleeping.
That's fine. That's fine. It's better to have the game ready than us.
It all worked out. We'll just stay here for a sec. We'll wait.
I think that'll work. All right. What do they have now? Saw Emmy using all the strategies. I'm sure Kaplan is probably squeezing Hubert right now. The ever-living life.
Actually back?
And I think we're about to go in, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
we
yeah.
are about to have the play button pressed. And we are now back on to Pearl.
4-0. Oh, dude.
Still
I just
4-0.
played that
I'm
round,
sure C9
this
wishes
round
that
back
had
in my
changed,
head.
but it is not going to.
This was a mad
That is a
one.
heck of a lead so
Okay,
far. Remember those
another
ultimates
buy
already?
round
We're
where they
just coming out
got
of
a
a C9
Euro.
timeout.
Who's next? So the game plan has to be there. Immediate dimensional drift coming out
Wait.
from Zekin. We're not playing forward as we're trying to see if C9
It
was throwing
isn't the Jet like a
use that
little
strategy.
committed?
Oxy trying to dodge. He's gonna get spotted though, but dimensional drift. Shorty battle and Oxy wins.
No way, Oxy's so ready for it. He says, yeah, done that a bunch of times myself. Zep is able to trade
It's
one
good to
back,
stay
and
alive,
now
though.
Sentinels falling left and right. Oxy's not stopped
Oof.
by the vines, but the Steel Garden is going to take away the arsenal. It's left up to the Classics. Celsius is going to come firing
Celsius
through. They
is
know they
running
need to
and gunning
reposition and get
pretty
themselves to
much the
safety.
whole
And it looks
time
like he's
during
turning
that.
tail to head to the other site and calls for Johnson.
Not another one.
That was so good
They got
by
an
Oxy
empty
to kick
side over
things off.
towards A.
Staying alive towards that back and dropping Zekin was everything to allow C9 to come back within this game. Look at him avoid all of that utility that was thrown towards that back of the site and still runs through Zelsis' Razor Vines to get a pick. But now
And
we
with
go
how
into
the
the
other
mid-round.
round worked,
John
they
Judy's
decide to
still
go for an
alive.
early
He's calling for the
rotate.
pivot.
And John knows that's where he
Stop and go
goes to
back
go
into this
back to
B
the
site.
same
And C9
site.
gave that up. There's an opportunity now, especially John
Zeppa
Judy
just
needs
I mean,
towels up
Zeppa has.
to maybe
They can
turn
kind
it.
of just
back in the head.
3-person in spawn no matter what.
And the way this played out, C9
Pepper
could
results
string a few rounds
retake.
together if this goes clean. Ultimates for VIT coming up. Oxy coming up in 1 pip. You see Mitch already has his so much to be used here. And now they'll close in his 3. Dimensional Drift actually comes out right away for Zeppa.
They're avoiding all of it. Right now, letting himself getting spotted on the top is huge here for Zelsis. But they rate the push towards the street.
Quick flick on the 25 HP. Oxy's
Yeah,
going to
they're
get
on
a
the
third
boards.
one for the round. Put Bladestorm online and give that over. Yeah, they're going to wait. Grab that, give it over to somebody who needs it like Vic. And they'll get another one online.
For sure,
too. So,
talking about orbs though,
Cloud9,
and this is
after
where we
what
can
was
see the
their timeout,
Sentinels
a
be
bit
able
of
to like
extended time, they
force
do
over
get it
towards
around
A
in their
with
favor,
their comp.
and Oxy's
Right,
operator's
they
gonna
got
be
the
online.
Teo, they got the Fade, so if they want this
being
orb,
utilized
which
by C9
is
as
probably
well,
going to be
though,
the
yeah.
call, because
Salvage this
you're going to
round,
want some
thankfully,
ults into this round, or
tons
A
of
ult
information
singular.
he's able to grab with the neural
They're
theft.
just going to
But look at that
be able
push.
to force over
Not
towards A
afraid of
main here.
losing HP.
Dude, I wonder if
You gotta
C9 they're
play
going to do some
exactly
kind of, they
how
got
your
a,
opponent expects
they
you
got a
not to.
Sova ult, right?
And Oxy playing
Oh, dude, they're going
inside
to
his
try and
opponent's
fight
head
this
there,
maybe with
know what they
Sova.
were thinking and get those
I'm
forward
surprised they're
pushes.
not going A main here.
Stuff you love to see, and he's finally turning online here at the beginning
Double
of the map.
ults. Maybe they think they're going to fight it
Ults are
heavy
still
so they can
available
take
that are
some mid
pretty good
control
for
for free.
Cloud9. The Hunter's Fury for Mitch. Sentinels not opting to go for any orb control at the beginning, as you do have Narad being 1 away from the Nightfall and Bang from the Cosmic Divine.
Yeah, the fact there's no
Easy, they have
spam
the
off
2-2
that as
pinch
well,
on
they
this
kind of
from
know stairs is clear.
And over towards lobby or A main control
This is
already
nice from
here.
Sentinels. They knew they were going to
Sentinels
fight
is
over towards A
doing some
main,
good
so
work
they
to get
tried to
themselves
take
in
mid control
between,
for free.
possibly
Prowler went
behind the
in.
defense.
They hit one towards door, so they realized that
confidence, knowing again that C9
art would
like
be
to play
free.
towards the extremities because of these
There's no
strips.
way that C9 don't
Informational
fight
strips
A
being
main
set
now. I'm
up here
surprised
by
that
net.
Sentinels
So look
didn't.
at the chaos that they actually create now. How much space is being given out? They have to watch their backs. Now they lose full control of middle, which gives a chance here for Sentinels to really try to smother any type of stack that's happening towards Cloud9. And they're about to pinch towards the A site where maybe Zeppa has a TP out, and that's going to leave Vic alone.
What is this wall?
Vic's ready to be seen, but just one. He
Oh,
tried to take
nice.
it out before it got all the way to Oxy, so they can still throw a bit of a
Smoke,
fake
smoke,
into
and
this.
then they end up pinching over towards
Almost
A
the
main.
lineup there.
Damn,
Zeppa's able to
Zeppa
come
did
back and trade out the damage, though.
unreal.
Very low health, and he goes down to the hands of Narrate. As Mitch from just on the other side is able to tag in some damage. 3v3 as Sentinels try to hunker down in A.
Mitch size full util as well. Starts with a recon to get a ping.
Oh, that little duck after he hit the shot. Oxy's going to come flying through with the blade storms. They do
Ooh,
find it.
ends up being costly. Astra ult and Fade ult down as well.
He's going to go ahead and get another one for the team.
Yeah, they might be able to
and
stabilize
Mitch
that.
gets that defuse.
Looks like C9 's able
Taco,
to
thank you so much,
refocus.
Taco with the prime.
Coming
And this
back
was a
here from
lot
this
down to
pause,
Zeppa being
and
able
they've
to
been
get
looking
two
pretty
here.
clean and on point, especially Oxy at the helm of this. Remember, we mentioned he was fairly quiet on that
Taco,
first
I'm
map,
excited for it as well, I'm not
but
gonna
is
lie.
having crucial kills going into the second map. A double kill yet on the previous one, 3 into this round, or 2 rather.
Nice, guys. Let's go, baby.
And while feeling enabled there, Oxy,
Newport
he's
Nick
going
as well
forward
with the
knowing
prime.
the
Thank
team
you
will have him.
so
Like,
much,
nobody
man.
can
Appreciate
trade
the
those
20
angles,
months.
but they can trade the chaos that Oxy creates there. So very much behind each other on those plays where he's flying through and up over top.
It's a very passive
Salvo,
camera. All the way
Salvo,
towards the bottom of
Prowler
the screen.
goes in.
Wants 3
It's
players, and
fast
Sentinels
take
need one
over
to pivot very quickly on a
towards
split towards his B site.
B. Do they
There
still
are
have
2 good trips being set up by
Astral?
net,
Yeah,
so
they
he's
do.
going to try to utilize here any smokes that's being thrown on the attack to go for kill trips.
Smokes everywhere. Zeppa tries to peek out of one, but gets taken down by the Stinger. That means it's Sen trying to work faster with a few of those low buys around the bigger weapons. Ooh, a Vine kill onto Mitch. Nicely placed by Zelsis. Still have control of the site, and this is getting a little awkward. His net can grab one, but it looks like Sentinels come through hard enough to make this round theirs.
Fortunately, Oxy couldn't get that
Nice
pick onto
round for
Narrate. Gets the
Sentinels,
wall
bro.
bank
Looks like they're
down
going to put up a lot.
to about 50
lot on
HP.
attack here.
Of course, he's got a regen shield with the HP remaining, but man, that was looking pretty close here for C9 to be able to get some success out of those trip kills.
Stingers,
Utility
yeah.
coming through for Sentinels on the execution towards that site. The Razor Vines, the Salvos, they couldn't really find
The
good
huge tech
positions
balls,
to play
yeah, mate.
around the smokes.
It was the
Trying to get
EMEA
those picks,
special.
and it was Sentinels all over in this current round to open up this B site. At least Oxy still has the up moving into the next round. Vic still has the Cosmic Divide.
What's up with the C9 shirt? Emmy said he'd wear a suit shirt, or kind of like a suit version, some kind of smart wear if I wore a C9 shirt. I said sure. And then I forgot about it. So here we are wearing one. Trinity, thanks so much. Appreciate the prime.
Long-range, hard-angle shots.
Fresh shirt, yeah, that's stuff.
He had to save the operator that time as Sentinels just fly into B. And it looks like they love covering this side of the map, at least to start here.
And a small change, again, because we just talked about how Sentinels likes to be fairly
Trinity, mate, thank you. Do appreciate that. Thank you, man. Appreciate the prime. I've got Jonah as well with the prime. Thank you so much for using that also, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you for the support.
A scary spot. They can flood into Art so fast, but he does have the help there from Mitch. A little bit of a streak.
Dude, this Art take is so strong.
That one, does he have assistance from the team as they start going back and forth in the alley? Narrate trades it back here as they slowly move down and start to execute on B.
Unfortunately, he can hold it well enough here towards the street to funnel him back towards the up of Oxy. So Sentinels now could creep up and split towards his B site. Hesitating a little bit here, just trying to find the information where the players of C9 are.
They all back side. I feel like these two need to make a decision on site.
They can't avoid Bang. Another one through. John Cutie's going to be able to get the trade, and they swing in. Mostly through streets and that few from
Dude, the
long
C9, so hard to hold door here. I think you have to have a rifle and then a judge close, or just judge close.
Move out of that situation here. The operator very close to going down in this situation. Economy is still there for another
salvo, prowler.
Big on this round. Oxy switches out. Sentinel's trying to hold it near ring one.
Maybe.
Celsius versus Oxy now. Possibility of getting half, but he's going to go for the fight, and it's going to be Celsius again.
I can't even win the clutches, dude. Dude, Celsius is actually good for it every single time, it feels like. Trinity saying thank you for the gift as well, mate. Appreciate you doing that. Thank you, thank you.
And C9
the prime into the gifted, thank you, mate.
Advantage on a retake.
And Playpad, we said thank you for that as well. Thank you for the prime.
The patience that he comes across, doesn't want to push forward even if the spike's being tapped. He knows he has 7 seconds at least.
He's saying call a timeout
before the 7-second defuse comes through.
Oh, and this buy.
Staying cool.
They are looking for loans on this one.
Okay, yeah, you can see that they're having to talk about door at the moment because they are just getting absolutely owned in this area.
C9 needs to be able to back each other up on this
take
one,
is
so
too good.
They don't all fall to the wayside. That was a very big
Salvos
win for
are just
Sentinels
incredible.
to make it a 4-round gap.
Dude, Sentinels are just taking mid for free, and maybe it's because C9 puts so much emphasis on the sides.
Really get to play the round the way they want right away.
Such good calls.
So they're just taking that space for free.
Punishing everywhere. Oxy's trying to get some leverage
Exhausted,
out of this operator.
72 with the prime as well. Thank you so much.
Right into the crosshair of
Thank you for that.
Yeah, it looks like they have to take fights everywhere across the map here for Cloud9, so you have no choice but to move around and stick in those players that has no util to help them with, so they're leaning towards an ace line stack.
And if this is a spike down for Sentinels, they're reading that they can get
looking
all
at the
the
money
fights
over
they
towards
want
here.
before they even have to take the
Would be
site.
another
C9
eco if they
is
lost this.
kind of in a position where they're hungry. They want to be
That's
first.
a great
so
flash.
They're putting themselves in these dangerous one and done.
Dude, look at the trades. Look at the spacing. So nice.
Pathing looked pretty good though for Zeppa. Just unfortunate that he couldn't get a double kill after net. Got fully flashed by the double swing towards the B site. And Sentinels, every time they finish towards B, so far in these executions, they're always up on the 4 versus 2, 3 versus 2.
That's a great point. When's the last time we really saw them go A? When they did, they got crossfired by C9.
Not only that, but C9
How much do you give G2 compared to Sentinels percentage-wise? They're looking, they're going to be playing like this. How's Sentinels on Fracture? I guess would be my next
It doesn't even matter
question.
if C9's trying to rotate Net's utility towards his B site. They're just thwarting down any type of setups that Cloud9's currently
Is
doing.
there permaban? Yeah, then G2 still have a pretty great chance.
Ascent has trouble finding solutions here on the map of Pearl.
And now 7-2 here as Sentinels are looking quite unstoppable on their selection of Pearl, and we know why they pick it. They look clean. Their defense and attack side are clean. And already Bang lighten up this round to get the operator off the map.
I found him.
I have died, and he is right here. Okay, so this becomes the C9. Keep inching in when we can in that economy. Look at all the regen shields just to have shields and get in this round.
Signature buys for Cloud9.
Yeah.
Kill trip towards the front of the site. He has trips as well towards the A side.
Here we
so
go
they're trying to
again.
leverage net here to
It's a
anchor
third
as much as he
Euro.
could.
Ooh, they turn into it. Attacks from AMER
Oh my
as
God.
well on multiple fronts here. They're trying to figure out
Dude,
what they
Vic
can
was
look
so
at. What
lost.
is
Managed to
actually
get a kill
the
still.
problem. And Second is the only one in here, and he's already getting a ton of information for the team before the take.
Got hit by the tripper. Recon didn't get wallbanged.
Yeah, he's been close. Mitch, health going up a little bit there.
Well, they know the flank.
And they're looking. It has reset. Narrate turns away at just the last moment, though, and this
Yeah,
could be
he's
the
gonna
line
get
for
good
Oxy to get
timing
the
on
first
this.
shot on. He misses. Zekin's able to take down Zeppa in sight. Oh, it's
Yeah,
just
it's
too
so
much.
nice. There's good
C9
reaction
are
from everything that's going on.
overwhelmed. They move forward too quick and really are
Sentinels
kind of
wrecked them.
deleting C9's opportunities back into the site before they get there.
Just looking at the macro out for Sentinels on the attack side. The condition that they have, always working towards middle, pushing Oxio in, and suddenly, in the previous round, working towards the extremities, and C9 weren't ready for that one when the dimensional drift came through, noticing they were playing anchored within the site, trying to play around kill trips once again.
Says BFS 545. Dude, I thought it was going to be.
Towards B,
Exactly.
and then they finally go
We had a lot of
Now you're
unknowns
seeing
with
Sentinels
Sentinels
are-
as well
it's
in
a
terms
similar
of like how
storyline
their
as
Ascent was going to look.
Ascent. Just back and forth we went.
Mikhail
Even if
Snack,
Sentinels
thank
won
you
the
so much for
bonus,
the Prime as well.
Cloud9 found ways to like
I think
catch
Sen
up
can
for a
win
bit to a
playoffs.
4-2 scoreline, but then it could
It
potentially
sounds like
now
the
be
map pool's like a little bit rough against G2, but they're playing very nice.
Going into the second half, but thankfully those Zeppa, gets the first blood with the Sheriff buy. That C9 has in the back from Oxy.
It's good shots.
Okay.
Clean shots.
Yeah, it's their best
I mean,
chance.
this is what it
Dude,
takes
why,
right now for
why is it only
Cloud9?
ecos at
The
C9
low
win?
buys trying to get under the skin of
It's
Sentinels
mad,
here.
isn't it?
I mean, you're not going to get this every round, so they
I
better
think in the
use
series they've
advantage they have
actually
coming out
won
of
more
this
ecos
one
than they have buy
immediately.
rounds.
Still, we've seen the 2v4, and it's not even guns for C9 this time.
Crosshair placement could be good again.
Player standing.
Can Vic finish it off? Bang goes for another one, an ace on the board, all by himself here. Zeppa and Net are left. Has to deal with the flashes. And the uplink shows exactly where he is.
That's huge though. Not getting spammed after the hat came through and he survives. Now he can play around the map.
He's got
Keep
one
C9
star.
guessing.
Without it pulling them in.
At least weapons got picked up now. 2 rifles on the side of C9.
Bang.
With the Red Bull clutch.
Damn, dude, they're actually just finishing him off, man. Absolute savage, dude. He was very calm with this. It was smart as
Remember to
well.
keep hitting up the iBuyPower socials at iBuyPower. Hashtag unlock your ace and get those gift cards
was
and
nice,
goodies.
bro.
$100 of each in merchandise. My God, these guys are delivering the game.
Dude, give me the
and
Imi cam,
to the
man.
fans
Imi
today.
must be absolutely gone.
Sentinels fans definitely are getting some goodies so far from highlight reels coming out from these players across the board. Mentioning clutches out from Zelsis. Aces on this first map or second map from Zekin first, then now on to Bang.
Yeah.
God, it's nice, though. What was he, 40
Everybody's
HP in the 1v2?
Everybody's just getting his kills. But now
That middle
9-2
seat.
scoreline, last one of the half. Op is back in the hands of Oxy, and again, still trying to find an answer for Cloud9. Back into the double duelist, trying to play some sort of high-low. Back towards Art, trying to stop the push here from Sentinels, who are staying all the way back towards spawn in the very beginning.
Man, I don't know what it is. Whoever C9 is playing, they got that playoff plot armor, man. These rounds, it look like C9 will come back. Some other aura just stops it from happening. And now, Sentinels, like you said, look like they grabbed the 10-2, especially after they identified the op. They've been able to move around Oxy so well in these games so far and not really allow him that pop-off moment.
Well, they already used Narrate to
They're going to do
throw some prowlers
drone
towards the A
fake.
site first,
I mean, we spot
then
2 with
going
that,
for the
and we know
fake
that the
into
drone
the
says
B
there's
site. So
3.
Sentinels looks like they're really
But
wanna
now
try to
I'm
hit this
kind of
first
looking over
and leverage here.
towards
Narrate
Narrate
with the
and trying to
backstab
work
if they
out
can.
what his plan is. Super late lag. Visor goes in, Astra ult, tail ult to make sure that they have to commit over towards site. Dude, Mitch has to commit. Oh my god, has he done that with a classic?
Oh my god, Bang just going for the full drive-by. Zeppa's gonna punish that. Zeppa's gonna punish that.
What
3K
the?
coming in. The spike is down, and it looks like
The thing is,
we're
it's a
gonna
nice
repeat
round
the
from
Ascent, a
Sentinels.
9-3 first half, unless we see the world from narrate.
We want to narrate to get some action, but there's
Yeah,
no
it's
time
data.
left to pick up Spike to plant.
how's that
Zeppa
done
goes
that, though?
nuclear in the last round of the half to salvage the round for Cloud9. And to bring it back to the 9-3 potential curse.
It's a nice combo of all the
See if
ults.
C9 can bring this back here in the second half, but man, was it aggressive coming out. They pulled the rotate over towards the B side. They gambled correctly here for C9 to just over-rotate and win those fights.
History repeats itself for that first half scoreline, but can C9 write a different ending and bring us to a map 3? We'll find out after the break.
Trying to save the VOD even though we know it's dead. Is it done? Oh, dude, it's done. Talking about this map? It's done, man. That sounds like too good. I'm trying to jinx them. I genuinely think it's done. I mean, that you could see that as me doubling down as well at the same time, but we spent more time in pauses than playing the game. It's close. The C9 t-shirt is backfiring. Dude, Imi asked for it. It's not like I knew this was gonna happen if I wore it.
Sentinels
The thing
move
is,
to
if
the
they
defensive
had lost, he
side
would have said it was
with
my fault
9
either way.
rounds
So
to their name. This was big
as in,
on
like, if I
Ascent
didn't
because
wear it.
Sentinels was also able to take that second half pistol round and basically close the door on Cloud9. It is super important that C9 can score this pistol round if they want to
playoffs.
stay
Dude, imagine who do they
And it hasn't been looking good.
Did they play
on the
lower
side of
bracket?
Cloud9.
Oh, they play EG though, right?
When they had
Dude,
such
if they
a good
lose to
defensive
EG,
start against
then
Korea.
the playoff, the
Basically
playoff cast
11-1
is
on their defense.
incredibly
Yeah,
real.
Close it out on a 13-1, but now no answers at all with whatever Sentinels are throwing round after round. And even when they did, you have one player just
Squid
stepping
Val
up
with
to
the
a plate
prime.
in
Thank you
second
so
and
much for the
bang.
4 months. Thank you for the
Pulling
prime,
up
mate.
aces.
Appreciate that.
Let's see if Kaplan has pulled it out of the guys when they're going for the end of the game, that they don't let up any, that they go for that finish.
Have
that
I
they
ever met
find the
Imi
win
in
that he
real
was
life?
talking
Of
about
course,
between
dude.
games where they
Loads
felt
of
like they'd
times.
won already, and they let off the pedal.
Everyone that came from
C9 will definitely take
UKCS
advantage if they get the
know
chance.
each other.
We'll see their first strat poking a little bit towards the B side of the map.
Yeah, already Zeppa's down to low HP. And at the very beginning, we're just trying to see if Zelsis has anything set up towards this B site.
Pistols at the moment, 2-1.
Unfortunately, it's being set up here towards A. The triple push coming out here from Sentinels 2. So right now for C9, they feel like they have an open site and it's easy, but they have a pinch on both ends here. If C9 doesn't flip the map to work back towards the spawn, they might
Yeah,
be
they
in for a rude
get
awakening.
early
I like
info
this.
that
How many
people
teams are
or
confident enough to
person
push through
is
that
pushing
spawn?
behind.
Ramp. So they're going to have everybody in sight now coming from the back, and they're going up the street side. They know they need to push. C9 beautifully getting aggressive
John
here,
did
but Sentinels are ready
unbelievable.
on the deep defense.
But Vic able to get those kills, and he does have a star to work with. That's going to be huge, at least to delay the start, allowing Net to get the pick.
Huge kill from Nat. They're going to try to get hit on the spike. Zekin takes one down. Vic is there. Bang, trying to figure out which side he can get on to get the perfect
Ooh,
shot. It's
amazing.
not going to be a
We
repeat
got 2
from
1v1s
last
because of the
half.
smoke here.
Cloud9 get
Okay,
the pistol.
1-1,
Start
2-2 on the
off
pistols.
Strong enough to keep it going.
And that was a gamble coming out from Cloud9. The trip being activated towards that flank from Net when you saw that Zekin crossed over. They said, okay, well, let's just try to push towards the street instead of towards the spawn. They still had a 3 versus 2 towards the street to win over the fights here for Cloud9, and that's what they needed there. It pays off for them to push out towards the street. They rated perfectly towards the end. And they have a chance to fight back. 2 rifles, 1 in the hand of Oxy and 1 in the
Well,
hand
they're
of
allowed 2
Mitch.
deaths, kind of 3.
Grouped up together once again.
They did get ecoed last
definitely have
map
to
when they
protect
won
these
pistol.
rifles. A full
This time we're gonna drone and we're picking the site where no one is. Surely they don't get eco there. Like it should get to the point where Sentinels aren't even gonna go for fighting them.
Yeah. Zeppa to go farm and get some more orbs here once they get the spike.
They doing the salvo thing? Yeah, they are. Before he got the plant, he gets the plant at the end anyway.
Amazing. They know
Dude, everyone's doing it these days.
for spike. No map
Everyone's
to jump
doing the
off.
salvo.
So bring in the salvos.
And not even a chance here to give a plant down. I'm sure somebody just hit the tab. They're like, okay, somebody picked up an orb. That means they're gonna they're gonna move towards the A site, and then you just salvo each other. I think that's very smart. Okay, we got our third player with an ace. Unlock your ace, I guess.
What if you get an ace from all 5 on a team? The ace. Oh my god, the roster ace.
But again, still a smart call here from John Cutie. You don't even allow the extra 300 credits to go across the board for C9 on top of that. No orbs to be picked up on a plant. So you're trying to play at least not necessarily the long game. You're trying to shut it down now, not give a chance here for C9 to snowball the economy round after round.
Zekin's got a great line on B. This focus towards mid and towards A becomes that much more serious here for Sentinels, and Cloud9 is now forced to walk through this gauntlet of defense that's staring right at their position. Oh,
Ooh, that was a nice flash, that was a good trade.
On top of the box. They slowly move into this one. They
Dude,
still
banged
have
in.
Zeppa coming around the outside of this to play a little trickery in the late part of the round.
Dude, look at Bang. He's gonna re-clear
A
it.
little bit in the middle now, and not just on the map.
Dude's re-clearing it on his own. Astra.
Drone spotted 2. Here comes a re-pinch back from Bang.
I mean, how are you meant to
Traded
expect him there?
for 1 for 1.
That's some mad confidence, that is.
Mitch with the swing, but actually Vic was looking the other way. They did not have that timed out. Oh, almost.
Great trades every single time. The trades from Sentinels have been
It's
so
Vic's
nice
chance.
just the whole time.
seconds left, not a lot of
Radicals
time
Max,
on the
thank you
clock,
so
so
much
it's gonna
with the
be a
tier
pressure
1.
plant
Thank
once
you,
he
thank
does
you.
get there, but
The low fault
uses
incoming.
correctly.
Yeah.
Guardian Angels watching out for him.
Disrespectful to the game. The
Couple of
5 pass and
seconds ago,
salvo,
maybe
yeah,
10
you might be
seconds ago,
right.
salvos are being used by John Cutie, so he knows he has to move in for a plant right away. If not, John Cutie gets in range, stops the plant, and they win off time. Now still with 4 stars to work with on the side of Vic. Salvo's back up on the side of John Cutie. Zekin has drone.
Could win off
with
the time
decoy.
here.
And you're going to play the good old Pearl
Let
map.
us rotate. They got to
Long range all the way
walk
up
clear
towards the
all
top
of
of the
this.
side,
They're up
2
against
stars
an
being set
Astra.
down by
Astra
Vic.
suck.
And
As
the more that you walk down here
Astra
for
stun
Sentinels,
as well to make sure that they
the
can't
more
body
chances
block.
Vic has to be able to win this round.
He can stun
Here's the
suck.
util. Brought in. Actually, just takes him off. I thought I might have gotten it for a second. Oh, he hides it. Oh, down to 6 HP.
Oh, no time on that though. Managed to get him before he got half.
John Cutie.
Dude, nicely done
Not
though.
enough time.
Do we have a game?
They checked that he was back haul, and it's
Might
a
have a
Red
game.
Bull clutch coming in for Vic. A huge play there from the controller.
And that was a key
Probably
grab
not.
ball being thrown out by Vic. You were so close to getting it to halfway.
Jeez.
But to get him right off the diffuse at that point, you have to go back for a full 7-second stick, so somebody has to stay onto that spike.
Is that a joke? Is that a joke?
He almost got punished though, because his target selection wasn't going to be on the one that was it was on the one that was diffusing. So if somebody was looking back up on the top instead of looking towards the back of the site, and that could have been a different
faster
story.
Sen.
But thankfully though, he was able to escape
Yeah, but then
narrowly
good
at
risk
6
just
HP remaining.
sending it and he's close. I
You
do think at that
mentioned it.
point you just have the first person jumping
Kaplan,
every
during the
corner and the
interview
other
with
person with
Liz,
the gun out.
was mentioning on that first map, well,
Yeah,
we
it's
had a
hard in
good
that
lead.
situation.
We can't let up. We can't let them come back. So with that clutch, I mean, they've been flawless so far in the second half with 3 rounds in a row. And as soon as you have, flawless for C9 for 3 rounds in a row.
Right.
You want to make sure here for Sentinel's side that doesn't continue to snowball up.
It's a nice early
There was
timeout
so
though.
much more in the Sentinels' arsenal in these previous rounds. Second ult after ult, able to throw in a lot more power to these situations that they aren't getting here in the first 3 rounds, and we're seeing how much it's stunting them a little bit. The Sentinels, that is, to get those rounds necessary here to catapult them to a game point again so quickly. It's only 3 rounds away, and a low buy here for Sen means it should be another one rolling over in the favor of C9, and they bring it that much closer. They pressure that much more, and here have a chance to snuff out a timeout from the side of Sentinels, from what Kaplan had to tell the team.
Right now it's a stack towards this B site for Sentinels with a hero rifle on Zekin.
They're waiting for
Star is being
the
utilized to try to help out John Cutie to
drone,
make
waiting
C9
for some
think,
kind of
oh,
push,
a big stack towards A.
waiting for
Flash
fade
through
eye
the
maybe.
swing.
Hey, that's a gun down. Instant react over
Sentinels,
towards
but that
A.
pivots everybody else here for
Gonna
Cloud9
salvo.
towards this A
It's not
site.
that it's gonna do too much here.
going
Might
in
delay
quick.
the plant for a little bit.
Smokes go down just for a bit of that back pressure. Oh, the team's able to use these smokes so well too. Oh, Reddit on it. Oh, on the clone. Almost got the kill still though.
Yeah, the
He's
team
able to
stun
help
was
clean that
nearly.
one up on the double swing. The plants come through, and a bit of shock dart damage still lingers on the members of Sentinels from the beginning of the round in Mitch.
2 rifles picked up though. They could fight towards the back of the site.
Wolf still jumping. Use my body, he says. Can't pick up the kill still. Even trying to give the teammate help on the jump out there. Zelsis and Bang here, not long for this world, is C9 doing a great job of controlling the game when they know they have it, keeping it locked down and keeping the trades coming. Another round for C9 here as they close
Euro
that
on
gap.
attack, Astral for Astral. With the timeout the captain did probably for
Laser
this
beating their
round.
opponents in this eco in that previous round of Cloud9. Hero rifle that was purchased by Zekin still got some value. They dropped 3 weapons on a set of Cloud9 with it. And now that's 4 unanswered rounds for Cloud9 on the second half. Dimensional Drift available for Zeppa, and might be one of those plays again. Try to sell this fake towards the A site TP
Four in
right
a row?
away.
I
to
mean,
see if there's
yeah,
gonna be
it's only
any
one
aggression
buy
from
round though.
Sentinels up on the top of the pillar.
This helps though.
We moved away from any
Your
operator
ult with
game that these teams have been
TP deep,
thinking they could
spots
put into the
one
mix.
close.
Ooh, it's about moving fast and faster with these dimensional drifts already towards the backside. Zeppa's looking to create space. He's just toying with these
Yeah, I mean,
members
this is a
of
nice round
Sentinels
from
right now, causing them
C9.
to back up
Everyone's
going
going to play over towards side though
as
because
they
they're
get
up
the
against the
last bits of
Astral.
info
So
that they can.
keep an eye on Mitch, maybe going late
Remember,
luck.
it was a long time ago, but on the attack side, it was missed. At the entrance, here's our fight. Attempt to retake for Sentinels.
Feels a
there's
little bit
the
awkward. You
Astral.
commit to one wall, and there's just going to be another in your face. Who's going to play the side-to-side better? And it's Sentinels for now.
Wait, did
3v4. C9 looking to pick up a few more kills. John Cutie in a swing towards the backside. A beautiful kill there in the teamwork that they have set up. And they are not allowing C9 that much ground. Mitch, however,
look
from
at that
street.
HP.
Oh, he throws the Armageddon, but he's pushing. Mitch is
Oh,
always
nicely
pushing,
down
and he
from
takes down
C9. They're on top of
Another
this.
round for Cloud9.
Lovely idea with the late luck from the Sova.
Mitch once again stepping up. A 1v1.
Mitch, mate, Mitch playing
The
good.
stars of John Cutie that he ran out of bullets in his rifles because he only
And
had
they got the
classic
tail
to
out of
fight
him.
back against Mitch.
Yoru Astral was nice as well.
With the wall bang towards the end. Down to 21 HP. That was so close there. Some good values, good run with that.
Nat is feeling it right now, my man.
Every time he's
Holy
just absolutely
moly.
sending it.
We'll hear from Nat, but we usually don't see him standing up out of his seat. Cloud9 is feeling it, that silly.
Sen fans right now in the arena don't want C9 to tie up this game. Cloud9 looking for early information on the top of this B. Long. That allows here for Zeppa to start moving up, trying to find where the wall could be set up, and they realize it here. It's actually down towards the street. This is actually a good position here for Cloud9 because they have some great forward position.
Okay,
Zeppa's
lose
already
over
in the front of the B long.
towards-
They could start pitching out towards the street, so I love
Nice shot. Who's over towards
that we're
door?
trying to fight
We're
back
gonna
towards
get
the
another.
street, but Oxy could get two here.
Oh my god.
Who's over towards
The
door
crosshair
is what I
placement
wanted to
doesn't
say.
even allow the
Instant
Sentinels
reaction
player
is
to get a
draw and
full
re-clear over
swing
towards
out from
R.
their position. And that's both down for street.
But
A
it doesn't really matter when
9-9
Oxy's
round,
just
looking like
getting
we're gonna
double
get
entry
you out
like
of this,
that.
And something happened out of that last Cloud9
Maybe another
timeout that
timeout.
just lit a fuse for them.
Yeah. It almost felt for Sentinels. They were counting too much
at
on
least
the
can't
vice wall from Zelsis.
let them
that they
get
thought
free
that
door
Cloud9 maybe
control
was
like
baiting
that.
wall instead, and it would have
It's a
some
nice
time.
change up from C9.
As they snuck around here for Cloud9, they
In
hit around
camera
that
here all
corner.
the time. First time we
right
see
in
a
the
camera
middle of
over
the street.
towards door.
Just caught some players
They
off
took it
guard and
real
made it easy
fast,
here for
real
Cloud9
early.
to tie up this game. And the economy is not the best now for Sentinels. They have to go for hero rifles in the next
Yeah.
round if they could save these two weapons, if not a full eco once again for the defensive side.
And they were trying to push Guardians into this round too from the side of Sentinels. So you already saw them trying to squeak in the money there just to make sure they could keep it off of Tide. But that will not be the case. C9 are going to keep quite a few alive on this one. The 3K for Oxy as he brings up the Blade Storm. Mitch has the Hunter's Fury, and Vic will end narrate to make it 9-9 now. Incredible stuff from C9.
Last timeout for
I think
Sentinels.
it's just the moments they're pushing forward. Like you mentioned, this spot from Oxy, they're not expecting people to be that far up. They're not expecting C9 to just be taking this space so willy-nilly, but they are doing it aggressively.
See that shot?
Yeah, they're feeling it. Timeout for Sentinels.
Yeah,
Said it was over. I mean, I thought it was over, man, but here we are.
Situation for the defensive side, losing those 2 weapons at the A orb. They have to go for some sort of a eco. You'll see once we get into the server, just maybe a stinger for some, shares maybe for others, but overall here on the side of Cloud9, they've been doing a great job working around the map on the attack, just like Sentinels did before, but getting much better success out of it with now 6 rounds in a row on their side.
This is a timeout, but
Sentinels probably has
not
to find
missing
a
a
way
player.
to maybe be way more aggressive than they have been in the past. Just not only having Zekin alone walking up on the top of these B ramps and TPing away, because the space when you TP out is the space regained by Cloud9.
the tech
When they're
timeout.
usually so good with this
The tech
proposition
timeout
for what
for
retakes,
someone
they
to
just
pee.
lose. Just similarly to Cloud9, a lot of players in the process once Cloud9 gets the plant
That's
down.
funny.
And we will have a quick tech pause out of here.
They're all going, dude.
I think we will be back with
They're
that
all
tech pause
going.
quite quick as we see Oxy returning to his seat. Nice
It does actually look like a bit of a tech
We
pause. His
appreciate the speed.
SPC's wrecked.
Thank you for not tripping and falling. And we'll get right back into the action.
Second's gone as well.
And yeah, we have the timeout that did just go through. And Kaplan, like you said, feels like they need to sort something out here. That low buy has to go against quite a few ultimates. So what can they craft? What can they do to stop C9? I love the fact that you pointed out what they were using the Zelsis wall, right? Because we talk about this, it's not that Zelsis should pick Cypher, but we were talking about how Net used the Cypher cam plus multiple trips to not have to just rely on the one thing, and it does seem like that one thing, the wall, is being slightly exploited here. So crowd, which capsule? Which one are you picking, left or right? Which capsule?
But who's
do
the
we
camera
want?
on?
So Sen said,
The
well,
two
yeah,
people.
there's
We want
a
a Terra
Terra. There's a
capsule, yeah.
Terra. All right. What do we got?
Which one do you want?
Which one?
Left, right? Oh, it's with the head.
Sentinels. Okay.
It would be funny if
I was gonna say, all right.
if we had a Sentinels fan choose a C9 Classic. No, okay,
no. Oh yeah. Stage
Again,
stage
it's
mirror is the
mirrored,
thing.
exactly.
They
Oh
all do
no!
See, we have to choose the ones that don't have the jerseys.
Yeah,
That's a Sentinels hoodie. That has to be a
everybody's
Sentinels
got
Classic right there, right?
Sentinels on. Find the thunder sticks from C9.
I thought we were half and half. Oh, what?
Oh, wait. No,
There
okay,
we go.
okay,
I was
okay.
scared. I was gonna like. I thought it was half and half for C9 and
Benedict.
Sentinels fans.
What do we got?
Hell
Okay,
yeah.
we started picking back up for C9 fans.
What is this now? 4-2.
Like something.
Oh,
Oh, that's easy.
5-2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hubert on that vote.
Chat, what's been your headshot accuracy now supporting your favorite
Boom.
team's Classic?
Yeah, chat, which one are you supporting? What's good? Oh. Cotton 4K.
Dude,
They practiced. They know already.
Rob Moore,
Never
good job.
confused.
Good job having Zelsis shield the Sentinels bundle.
Yeah. Oh.
There we
Yeah.
go. Okay, so we got double C9 in that one. Okay.
Got it. Oh. C9 all day. There you go. We're fine. They're there. We're finding them. Oh, of course. Oh, wait.
That's so
Mrs.
good.
Net, please.
Sabotage my dad's mom. Of course.
Oh man.
Tarek mentioned.
This is what we need for the tech
Now we're
boilers.
starting getting red right away. I mean, I feel like if the camera's on me,
Because
I
regular
probably
only
would-
asking
I
Sen
would
fans,
I
mate.
would
It's
do
like
it the first time out of
90% Sen
excitement.
fans
I'd
there.
be like, oh yeah, of course. Or I just put both hands up
I
and
was
then
gonna
take
say
one
I'd probably
down,
win because I
right?
usually would point both. I purchased like what 24 classics from last year. Now my kid can't eat.
Oh. But the teams are eating good.
Yeah, true.
Teams are eating good. Oh no. Okay, yeah. You like put the Tarek down faster. It's like C9. SEN, all these SEN voters.
At least while we continue forward with our fans here voting for the best classic.
Yeah.
Cloud9 once again, they're showing here that they do have a lot of grit.
Yeah, SEN may be winning this, but Cloud9 is winning.
The YouTube
right
stream
now.
will die in an hour.
They have
What
an
do we do?
opportunity to
Reset
play
it?
maps against each other as well.
Yeah, I think we reset after this map.
First map Ascent picked
Or it's
by
the end,
Cloud9.
obviously.
Yeah, we're gonna go team map beat, right?
Yeah.
We beat your map, you beat our map, and then
they'll have to go to Icebox.
And it's gonna go quadruple. It's gonna be better than the FUT BBL game.
If anything, there was a little bit of trouble for Sentinels on map. Like the series that they lost for the first time, or the only series they lost in Split 1 was actually against Group. And one of those maps was actually on the map
Unless we
of
get another
Icebox.
tech balls, that's
And
true. I
what does
didn't
Cloud9 usually
didn't
bring out
factor
on this
that
map?
one in.
Double controller. They played the Harbor, they played the Viper on top of that.
Harbor Viper,
Exactly.
yeah.
So it's been a pain point for Sentinels when they had to play against Crew for that one. But I feel personally when I was watching that game, it was not necessarily in terms of the macro, but the micro. They weren't really together for these team fights.
What's
when they're
score?
scaling back
9-9,
towards the
right?
map. We're definitely seeing it
Yeah.
at least so far in this series.
Yeah.
So it definitely could be a different story if this goes into a third map. But speaking about that, before we get into the third map, the second map has to finish. And we get a chance now to move back in. Thank you once again, chat, for your patience. And now back here after the timeout from
down
Kaplan,
to the
only
Eco
Stinger
and
small armor from Nari
Sentinels.
being purchased, while the rest here of the
Goes
team
for a
are on
big stack over
Sheriffs.
towards A,
Zelsis with
and
the
that is
classic,
looking like the
working
right place
together,
at the
trying to
moment.
push up towards middle for control. And Zekin might get punished though as he's trying to move up here towards the orb.
All 5 here? They're not even leaving anything towards Art, which is actually a pretty good selection because they'd be running into a whole swath of people. But yeah, this is a very cautious round. I love that both teams have that inkling that something's going to be going down. And they play accordingly.
Nice
in
from
the
C9
death ball.
though.
Sen may
They've
have a
saved
little
their
bit of
drone.
upper hand here. Two of those
Oh no,
Sheriffs
did I
are
just
rotating
compliment
around
them and they're about
slowly,
to give him a spike?
as long as Net didn't check that cam.
He hasn't been checking his camera. This is an opportunity now for Sentinels or even for
There it
C9.
is.
There you go. Okay.
Hello.
Now
He sees
that's
one.
information.
He
Then
sees
they all
one
start moving forward.
walking
They say,
back.
okay, no point in going back. We saw one. There could be way more with the confidence of that push.
Still
They're going to
3
slam
in
sight
sight.
knowing that they have numbers. A lot of
Okay.
concuss going down
So
on the
Volt
backside.
should
Give it a
make
quick
it a
shake. and
little bit
reset
easy.
here now in the eyes of Mitch as the Hunter's Fury
Five
burns
passing
across
close,
A
no
site.
one,
The
no
face
one
goes
shoots
off.
the
VIP
fade eye.
protection
Dude, that
is
Tev
there.
is
Get down,
legit.
Mr. President, says Oxy. They protect Vic on the plant. Zelsis and Eri both fall to the wayside now. And now it's just the Sheriffs to do work as they are found at the end of Mitch's
Hey, they
Phantom.
put a Euro ult into an Eco? Oh boy.
Use dimensional
Wait, this
drift.
was happening on this
Although
was happening on
tapping the
Ascent
spike
a
drop,
little
it's
bit, where
players
they're
be
like
kinda
messing
good
up
here
their
for
ult
Sentinels.
rounds.
But it definitely does feel, oh,
Wait,
that it should
Surely
be a
not.
C9 round.
they're kind of low.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tough pincer.
Hold
Wait,
on.
wait! They let the 1v1s happen, and it's going to be
Oh my
It's gonna be
god!
bang! Pushing forward, going for
And
the
then
defuse,
min-maxing
half
who
from
gets it
Zekin.
as
They
well?
timed it
No
correctly.
way,
The
double
gun delivery
upgrade.
is there
How?
too. Everything
I thought they
in
were
the
mad
kitchen
putting
sink
Euro
for
into
Sentinels
this.
to pick up that round coming out of the timeout.
How the heck did that happen for Sentinels to turn that around back in their favor?
I think at the last point they had everybody. They feel like the site was
It's a
safe. so everybody
2v4.
left the site. And there was
2v4
no one
in
to
there.
play off
They
of.
had a
There's no
Sheriff
contact.
Stinger at
Everybody's
one
setting
point.
up util all at the wrong
That was a
moment,
nice shot.
leaving that window for Sentinels.
There was a window of opportunity at the very beginning when Sentinels were
Yeah.
actually closing that gap and closing into C9. And when the camera
That
saw
was nice,
so much,
though.
though, that should have been like, okay, we
Picked
know
up the
exactly where
ult,
we're
picked
at.
up the gun with the ult.
Maybe
Yeah,
flip
yeah,
the
it was
map
good.
over towards Art, and they did. But somehow the shots are landing better here for Sentinels in this series. We now finally are able to salvage
money.
around in the second half. Get the
Dude,
first one on the
money's
defensive side.
honestly
Off a
good for
drift to build
everyone,
the
but this
economy.
would be an
This might
eco.
have been the swing round that they needed. Timeout was supposed to be for this round here for Sentinels to pick it up.
Yeah, they make the Sheriffs work somehow. Huge style. Now pushing towards the site. We saw Oxy just towards A main trying to get through the window in Art,
Kinda
but
cool,
they
though.
decide to go
A little
right through
attack
Art
to make
with
sure you don't
three,
use your
a
updraft.
fourth coming.
And maybe when
So
you
we get
enter
Vivek
over
on the
towards the side, you
outside.
got all the
Sentinels
height.
is very ready for this defense with 3 already there.
They're just trying to delay here so that Zelsis can rotate across. If there's going to be a second wave pushing in by C9, you have the ult from Zelsis for them to flood back within.
Waiting for a peek, waiting for any type of push, but they're not getting an inch from
Tap of the
Sentinels.
spike, instant pivot
May
over
have a bit
towards
of a route
B.
here from
30
street
seconds,
around the
Fawns,
corner, but look at
flash
this,
wall.
already set up by Zelsis. They've left the util there. The guard was towards A.
He's going to try to ult to delay this so that Zek can get his value towards the back of the site.
Spike still going down. They're trying to plant it within the firefight here. Zeppa able to get one. Mitch coming flying
That's the
out
spike.
of there. Gets taken down
Oh, he
by
actually got it
Zelsis.
down already? Oh,
Oxy's
okay.
playing the forward motion. He's trying to stop him before they can get to the site here, and it's going to be tough as four very
didn't
healthy
come up
members
properly.
of Sentinels are about to break down the door into B site. All the members of C9 are here. They're not trying to go down long. They're trying to fight it as soon as it happens on the doorstep.
And salvos are back up. Here comes the flood from Sentinels.
Oh, Oxy just between swapping weapons out of the Blade Storm is not going to be enough for him. John Cutie answers as well, and they're going to be able to pin
Back
down
to
Vic
back.
for that final hit. And the defuse
This is a
coming
big
through
round for C9
Sentinels.
right here.
Huge game plan for Sentinels off that timeout. It's just to have Zelsis run back and forth to get that ult ready to just help out on that second wave push from Cloud9. Great delays coming through. They had to use both of their ults
Dude,
though, at least to try to win
just
the round for
Spawns
Sentinels,
is
but
so,
you'll definitely
so
take it. Bringing
strong.
2 rounds in a row on the defensive side. But what
Again,
a push
in the
coming out as
ideal
well.
world,
Zelsis
they
did
gotta
die at the very beginning, but Zelsis
They
was
gotta
there
wait
to
for
support
the
the
forms
delay.
and just try plant
Give
good,
a chance
but
here for Sentinels to just recoup and flip back. Maybe
Yeah.
he's not happy with the results
He's
out of that
annoyed
one,
at that one.
especially when they had great post plan positioning.
Yeah, they're going to get a timeout out of that. Amy pushing that button right away. And this was, C9 did have a few rounds to their name, if we remember. 6 in a row coming into this half, so they've got some money built up. Not a problem there. This one, however, will be pretty tough and get towards resetting their money. They may have one more broken buy, and that's, after this, going to be game point for Sen. So huge rifle round here coming in.
Looks like it's going to be a local dealer on Gangs of
No
London.
ultimates
It's a
online
crazy
right now for
line.
Cloud9, and they're pretty far from the big ones. So this is going to be all about util, all about structuring the round and getting themselves into the site with teamwork.
That is
Yeah,
definitely
they
the
got that
silver lining for
retake ult
Cloud9. 6
again.
rounds in a row. They still have Akon to work with, but we just talked about
Yeah, they
what
keep
was going to be
buying,
the pivotal round for
keep buying
Sentinels. that
regen
thrifty
armors.
that he
They
got in
always
round
end up
number
having
19.
way more money than I think.
C9 wins it, loses this round. You mentioned a broken economy,
I
but
mean,
that
yeah,
would also
it's
put
still an
Sentinels
eco,
at
though.
series point.
For sure.
And now out of this timeout, C9 looks like they want to pivot here towards the A side, but these double stars being set down in the very beginning by Sentinels will not allow for you to really get early orb control, even being denied, as John Cutie picks that up. That could have been huge there for Zeppa to
Yeah,
start.
they realize that they're fighting over towards A.
As
I don't
he's
think
been
it's
a
an
win
instant
condition here for
reaction, but
Cloud9
they at least
to
group up and want to
at
push
least
over
get good
towards R.
information.
Recon clears this, so they should
He's able
expect
to
people
get
to be
this
fighting them
dimensional
out.
drift.
The crossfires are a little scary. Yeah, Sen starts to back off just a little bit with how far Zekin is up on the other side of the map. They know one of these sites can get hit very hard, so playing the one and dones for Sen is super scary. They are all anchored in sight now on that A side.
And you see how they're playing a lot more passively for Sentinels this time around, with the exception of Zekin. They've been really good playing on the extremities of the map. The salvos from John Cutie are very good to delay.
Yeah.
But also, within the last few rounds, they've had the opportunity to play to their strength in terms of a team to play the flood retakes. And Sentinels has been faltering,
Problem for this,
trying to defend the
in
post line.
terms of C9
Straight into
is
sight.
the
Not
whole
much util
time
to
this
go
was
with it,
being
just the
L's,
default
and they
stuff,
managed
a
to keep
flash, a
3
smoke,
strong
a
here.
dash. And it's not enough to throw
Yeah, Oxy
Sentinels
goes
for a
down,
loop
that is
here.
the
Oxy
rounds.
does find himself a weapon and pretty healthy to boot.
Might be hard for them to plant here.
And he gets the Armageddon with that kill too. Beautiful haunt being thrown by Narrate. Now the WinCon here trying to survive. It's probably not going to
Hesitation on
happen. Now
the
you're
plant
pushing him
as
once
well.
again.
We've got 14
Off another
seconds.
plant.
Zelsis is
Zelsis
in a
is
strong
working
spot.
through.
Everyone can fast flood.
Oh, gets one,
Still
gets
gets
a
it.
second on that transfer, and he's able to hold it down to keep the Phantom screaming. And this is going to be one of the toughest rounds.
Oh boy, they're melting a little bit.
Faced, and John Cutie will be right there to
3
sit it
chances.
down. Match and series point for Sentinels.
Because we looked at Cloud9 with the amount of times that they were playing on their attack side, but also
At least we won't have to restart the YouTube stream. That's true.
one of the key prominent teams that also plays with a lot of regen shields.
That was my fault because
They're
I
actually
cast it.
able to
I was already
muster
thinking
up
about the next map.
potentially a last stand. Another rifle round coming out. Guardian in the hand of Net.
A push every single round. He's done it every round. They just get to figure it out this time.
But C9 hasn't been pushing towards this B at the top, so they never understood that Zekin was pushing up, and Zekin's everywhere once again.
That's a nice shot. It's a big crouch as well to dodge that bullet.
To his name, they're running away from him.
And Noxie's just going to send it. Oh my goodness. I didn't nearly win that.
Look how safe he's playing too. Even knowing they have such an upper hand, you're not going to take the fights that could get you to go down. Zalsis falls, but there's still so much here for Sen to use to take control of this round. And now the 2v4 from Cloud9's side. Can they produce the same result their opponents did previous in the series?
You definitely want these two players alive here to try to win it for Cloud9, and they do so.
Vic, full health, regened up, and they know where he is for a moment. Peeks to Zekin.
Very nice. Made Zekin hit some lovely shots there. Second, third. Okay, Sentinels 2-0 them. The C9 playoff cars.
A dominant performance
so
by
real.
Cloud9 on Ascent and also on Pro. They had
It was
to
nice
fight
from
a bit
Sentinels
for
though.
that second half, but
Sentinels
they still
nice.
managed
That
to
Ascent
pull this
was
through
really cool as well,
and
to be honest.
push Cloud9 to the lower brackets, where now Sentinels still has another chance, another victory that they need to play against G2 to try to qualify to Toronto. But at least in this series, Zekin was such
The shirt, dude, I'll ask him if he wants me to wear the shirt again. He's gonna say no.
We set up the two high-octane players,
Which I'm so
Oxy
fine
and Zekin
for.
in there. Zekin came out on fire.
Honestly, he'll probably give me an EG
Really
shirt.
supported from the team behind him. The rest of the squad shooting hot as well. We got the aces in here coming in from Sentinels today.
Yeah, he'll buy me the
They
tech
were
support
on a
EG
different
shirt.
level, and when they needed to adapt, Kaplan stepped in, gave him some words of wisdom, and the adaptation was there.
Yeah, and for sure. And when you're looking also at the performances, we hyped up and saw the clutches coming through from players like Zelsa, for example,
Okay,
but
well,
the
at
aces
least,
that came out from Bang as well. But Nary, on an agent like
gonna have
the
to
Fate,
restart the YouTube.
he doesn't have an opportunity to
VOD.
play as aggressive as he does on a solo on
Right,
different
he's
maps.
setting
Where they
you
brought
up.
exactly 16 assists that he has on that map on Pearl, being a key component, valuable for Sentinels to be able to get so many good wall bangs, prevent C9 from getting those plants in the final moments of the second half, and to allow here Sentinels to continue to move forward in the upper brackets of the playoffs of the VCT Americas.
And G2 definitely be looking at this one because they played well. As for Cloud9, they head down to the lower bracket to face Evil Geniuses, and
Okay, we'll listen to the on-stage interview and then we'll raid someone.
able to shake it. They still played well, and they're showing
I want to get some
that
sleep.
sparkles of hope light at the end of the tunnel. But
Is there another
the
game today? No, that's
adaptation,
done for today.
As they had 6-round lead,
We
it
got the
seems
double
like it
2-0.
can flip so quick, and that should not be able to happen.
Yeah, at least on a half. But overall, they also have had very slow starts.
They have
9-3 halves on the first and on the second one. Something that maybe is a similar story to what C9 was last year when they said they had very slow starts, losing first maps all the time. But you had to play the comeback. You had some hopes going into the Ascent second half, how it started in the second half here on Pearl, but unfortunately couldn't push this into the third round.
And we see Sentinels, it's not going to be their map pool that takes them out, I guess. They're able to kind of stretch it a little bit further here. We still working out that fracture, but Ascent was quite clean, and they showed us that it was no problem, and it's something that's been in the back pocket.
Yeah, especially when Sentinels and even at the desk, Bren was
Pick'ems are ruined. I mean, they were good for like an hour.
But Ascent, they showed
Had
that
the
they played
glory
that one
been
as well.
100% right for an
Maybe it's
hour.
just aces under the sleeve.
Gotta wonder what else they have. All right, that's it from us. We're going to send it down to Elizabeth down at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with John QT.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. You give it up. You know you want to cheer for him. It is John Cutie, everyone. Now, my first question for you is, you're still the IGL, correct?
Of course.
Why is Bang in the middle?
I don't know, just a vibe change.
A vibe change? Why do you need the vibe change?
I thought we had some struggles on stage, and we thought like maybe changing the seating order would help. I mean, so far so good.
So far, so good. I mean, you took down Cloud9 2-0. Something I want to ask you is, I talked to Kaplan about the question about your map pool. You know, we now have seen your Ascent after over 200-something days of not seeing it. We still have not seen your fracture. As the leader of this team, is your map pool something you still want to work on? Is something you're not very concerned about?
Yeah, I think our map pool is great. I think people might think we're not aware of it or like not working hard, but we are working hard and trying to like fix our issues, which was our map pool. And obviously we go like hard every day, trying to improve and try to fix our maps. And you looked at our Ascent, it's great. And yeah.
What about your fracture?
We're keeping it for a big day.
Big day. Well, that big day could be coming up because you're facing G2. Winner qualifies.
Well, big day
for
might be
Toronto.
pretty soon.
How you feeling about that?
I'm feeling great, very excited. Obviously, G2 is the team to beat right now, and I think we're up to the task.
Something I want to ask you as the last question is a SEN VIT's video uploaded 4 weeks ago. You talked
The
about
lie,
being
yeah,
homesick. You're
he
from
did good
Morocco,
though.
Morocco. And no, not Rabat. Are you from Rabat?
Casablanca.
Casablanca, thank you. You talked about being homesick. You know, they took you to a Moroccan restaurant. You're 6,000 miles away from home. You don't get to go home too often. What is that like?
I mean, it's definitely difficult. I'm like the only import in America, so I'm kind of alone out here. But it's all good. Like at the end of the day, I do what I love, and I have like a very like close family and my teammates and like everyone on Sentinels, and like I have other friends, so it's not too bad. And I feel like I have a lot of weight on my shoulders. Not a lot of Moroccan pro players, or like even in the MENA region. So I just try to put on a good face and try to like inspire other people. Yeah.
I think it's safe to say you've inspired so many people, and I think they're all here in the audience. People who adore you. John, well, thank you so much. Give it up. Come on, give it up for John one more time.
If this game between G2 is beating
Stay
SEN,
tuned.
I would still have SEN. I would still have G2 as favorite, but SEN's looking better
Thank you
than
so
I
much,
thought. Way
Liz.
better.
I'm joined here at Match Point by three
Options
folks
for
who just walked
raids.
away with massive wins, Alsa Spang, and then of course
Ravish
Calvin. Guys,
or We Did. Let's do
congratulations,
We Did because I
on the win.
did.
We're gonna get into all of that. We're gonna talk
Rubbish the
about
other
what
day.
happened, what went right, what went wrong, and then kind of a little foreshadowing into the future. But first, I want to play a little game, right? You guys just got done playing a very stressful, high-stakes match, so let's play something.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you all. If you wanna watch some EMEA
you guys know this,
tomorrow and Americas again,
out of the game, but
we will be
we're
doing
gonna
the
play guest
same
origin, where you're gonna
11,
have to
12-hour
guess
stream
where the
tomorrow.
agent,
Big games tomorrow
is
as well.
from.
We'll have the Elim games for playoffs, and then both of the games tomorrow for EMEA are who comes top in their group. So who gets that bye.
A lot of it's going to be on UCAP. Let's go ahead and we'll pull up the first one. I'm going to give you an agent.
Right, thanks so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you all being here. Thanks so much. Have a good rest of your day, and I will see you all soon. Say hi to Reed for me.
There's no way.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
If they got it first.
Oh, okay.
all right, we'll guess first.
Sure.
YouTube chat, thank you so much as well, guys. Subscribe if you can. It would help me out, and I will see you all in the next stream.
Like if
Appreciate
me
you all.
and him guess are not the same